In a fantasy novel, he becomes the female villain Zhao Yedian's follower. After being killed by the protagonist according to the original plot, you can return to the original world and be rewarded with a $1 trillion bonus. But the male protagonist Yizan, although you are bad, you have backbone. Maybe we can become friends. The heroine Chu Jiayao, what a courage. Zhao Yan is the hero in my mind. Empress Chen Shui Luohan said, Zhao Yedian is my man, who dares to touch him? Detective, the host has not completed the plot kill and activate the automatic treasure looting function. Zhao Yedian had obtained countless treasures and collapsed, shouting, please, if you don't kill me, I will be truly invincible. Chapter 1, the villain who traveled through the book, the plot kill reward is trillions. Haha, young master, I've tied up the beauty you requested. Please put her on the bed or wash her first. Xingji Continent, Jiaoji Palace. A one-eyed strong man with half-naked arms and a full beard, who was obviously not a good person. He rudely threw the big black cloth bag beside the bed. Beside him stood a young man who was no more than 20 years old, with a stern face and a murderous look between his brows. The young man frowned slightly and waved his hand calmly, put it here first. Hee, okay, I'll take my leave now. The one-eyed burly man chuckled, looking as if he understood me, and hurried out of the room. The boy slowly walked to the black cloth bag and untied it. Inside lay a beautiful girl with a charming figure, fast asleep. She was no more than 17 or 18 years old, with fair and delicate skin, exquisite and sweet features, and a chest that rose and fell slightly, seeming to be about to burst out. There was a hint of fire in the boy's eyes, but he complained in frustration, oh, how did I end up in this book? I remember last night, he was still curled up in bed watching videos of young ladies. Suddenly I was attracted by a novel recommendation advertisement. The son of a villain kidnapped a woman with the body of a divine phoenix and threw her on the bed to absorb her spiritual energy. All he had to do was click on a link and open a fantasy novel called Chuanyi Zhugong. It tells the story of the protagonist Yizan, who grows up step by step and destroys the 9 forces of Xingji Continent and Zhuji Palace. He read on until he reached chapter 51. The protagonist Yizan killed Zhao Yedian and was hunted by the elders of Zhaoji Palace, but he unexpectedly awakened the second level of the ancient hegemony body and fought back with his domineering aura. He was so excited that just after he gave the God-certified gift, a white light suddenly flashed. Then, he fell into coma. After waking up, I traveled to the world in the book. And he became Zhao Yedian. In the book, Zhao Yedian's name sounds majestic and he is handsome, but he is arrogant, domineering and cruel. The author's purpose is to innovate and create a sense of contrast between different characters. Even in essence, he is still a naked cannon fodder and a stepping stone for the protagonist to upgrade. A tool that allows the protagonist to shock the world. According to the original plot, he has 3 days left before the protagonist Yizan kills him for a just reason, the hatred of having his wife stolen from him. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, the incarnation of justice, relying on his early foundation building stage, killed himself who was in the late foundation building stage. I don't know if I will really die if I die like this. I'm quite scared. Zhao Yedian thought fearfully, and his hand unconsciously reached out to the sleeping woman's legs. If you think about it carefully, the only advantage is that you can set your own identity and feel more secure. He is the young master of Zhaoji Palace, and his father is the master of Zhaoji Palace, Zhao Baji. The Zhaoji Palace, on the other hand, is affiliated with the biggest villain force, the Zhuji Palace. The palace master of Zhuji Palace is a female villain who is feared by the entire Xingji Continent and has the strength of a late Mahayana cultivator. Thousands of snow fall coldly. Just hearing the name makes people feel cold and scared, and shiver. Her influence spread across the 9 states of the Xingji Continent, and she built a 9-palace dynasty that belonged to her alone. View your hand, don't reach out. Suddenly, a quick and delicate shout rang in my ears. The unconscious woman woke up, curled up in the corner, and screamed in panic. She is the heroine of this book, Chu Jiayao, a gifted girl with the blood of the divine phoenix. But now he is only in the middle stage of foundation building, and his magic power is also restricted. Haha, don't worry, I'm a well-educated citizen. I'll untie the ropes on your legs. Zhao Yedian looked at her pink and tender feet tied with thick ropes under her thin dress and smiled. But in Chu Jiayao's eyes, it was a devilish lewd smile. Her pretty face was pale and full of despair. Zhao Yedian's hand was getting closer and closer. He gritted his teeth, turned over suddenly, and rushed towards Zhao Yedian. Zhao Yedian's body flashed slightly, and Chu Jiayao lost her balance and fell directly onto the bed. She lay diagonally on the soft big bed, her delicate body trembling slightly and her chest heaving violently. Her fair little face turned red due to shame and anger, adding a touch of feminine charm. Zhao Yedian came to the bedside with a righteous smile on his face. Suddenly, a voice came from my head. Congratulations to host Zhang Chen for becoming the chosen player. The selected player enters the world in the book. As long as they follow the character settings in the original plot, they can return to the original world. And you can also get a real-world cash reward of 1 trillion. Hint, Zhao Yedian's plot ends 3 days later. He can only be killed by the protagonist or his helpers at the wedding banquet to complete the mission. Is there such a good thing? Zhao Yedian's smile gradually became a little fiery. He lived in poverty for 20 years. He had a $1 trillion bonus, but he couldn't figure out how to spend it even if he racked his brains. A villa, a luxury car, or a group of young ladies hee. And it's so easy to meet this requirement. You can get it by being killed by the protagonist or his helper after 3 days. Not only will you not really die, but you can also get so much bonus. Only a fool would refuse it. In this way, I can no longer be a good person. It's bad. Arrogant, domineering, cruel and ruthless, which is in line with the character setting of this book. This way, he would have enough reasons to anger the protagonist and everyone else. Let yourself follow this character and die perfectly together. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the beautiful woman who was still lying on the bed, tied up and shivering. A bold idea came to my mind. Hey, little beauty, since you're so proactive in falling onto the bed, why don't I help you with a week-long bondage? Zhao Yedian smiled and slowly moved his hand upwards, which was originally reaching for the rope on her jade feet. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Rebellious son, how dare you kidnap the Chu family's legitimate daughter? A middle-aged man wearing an elegant black and gold robe, with a goatee and a serious face, stood outside the door. He walked up to Zhao Yedian, glanced at Chu Jiayao on the bed, and flew into a rage. Reckless bastard. Immediately, a slap came over. Bang! A crisp sound. Zhao Yedian was like a spinning top, being fanned and spun more than 10 times. After a while, he rubbed his burning face, looking confused. The stern middle-aged man in front of him was indeed Zhao Yedian's father, and also the palace master of Zhaoji Palace, Zhao Baji. But isn't he the #1 villain? He was actually afraid of a legitimate daughter of the Chu family. You should know that in the book, the Chu family is also a large family of cultivators. But compared with Zhuji Palace and Zhaoji Palace, which depends on the power of Zhuji Palace. Negligible. It's like the difference between an elephant and an ant. This doesn't fit the villain setting at all. Go, take her to another room. Zhao Baji waved her hand. Chu Jiayao was right in front of him, being taken out of the room by two maids. Zhao Yuntian now finally understood deeply. Villains often encounter the feeling of having the cooked duck at their mouth but it flies away. But he never expected that the one who snatched the duck was actually his own person, his father. Do you really like the girl from the Chu family? Zhao Baji looked at her son's swollen face and asked in a slightly softer tone. It doesn't matter whether I like it or not, the key is that I want to vent. Zhao Yuntian imitated the character in the book and said with a grin. Mess. Zhao Baji glared at him. Zhao Yuntian was becoming increasingly puzzled and asked in a low voice, Dad, are we really afraid of the Chu family? Afraid? Haha. Zhao Baji sneered, disdain flashing in her eyes. Dad is afraid that you will be too impatient and destroy the spiritual energy in Chu girl's body. The Chu family has the blood of an ancient mythical beast in its body. Although it has declined, you can absorb the spiritual energy in her body during your first intercourse. This will be extremely beneficial for your future Dan formation. As he spoke, a strange smile rarely appeared on his serious face. Go to the library and learn the methods and postures for absorbing spiritual energy. 3 days later, Dad will personally host a wedding banquet for you. Zhao Yuntian was stunned, then immediately reacted. The corner of his mouth twisted, and he smiled mischievously. Dad, please make sure that this child gets married. He truly is worthy of being the villain's #1 lackey. Even when doing bad things, they are very thoughtful, outrageous and disgusting. No wonder he was the second villain who survived to the end. I am different. I am a playboy who is arrogant and simple-minded. A cannon fodder tool who will not survive for more than 3 days. Hey, now this is better. I just followed the original plot, played a bad character that matched the character setting, angered the protagonist, and got money after being killed. No, I'm even worse. You must also make sure that if you fail in 3 days, you will be killed by the protagonist. Haha, $1 trillion bonus, here I come. Chapter 2. He doesn't seem to be a bad guy. Early morning of the first day. Library. Hee. A burst of strange and excited laughter filled the entire library. Zhao Yuntian leaned against the corner, holding a pornographic book in his hand, reading it with great interest and laughing. The name of this book is 18 Styles of Inhaling Rhythm. As the name of the book suggests, the main content is about the first intercourse with a woman who has the blood of an ancient mythical beast. Which posture should be used to maximize the absorption of spiritual energy. However, Zhao Yuntian saw familiar actions in this book. I think the author of this book must have personal practical experience to be able to write such smooth content. Of course, Zhao Yuntian was just bored and took a look casually. After all, he was killed by the protagonist at the wedding banquet 2 days later when they were getting married. There will be no chance to have intercourse and absorb spiritual energy again. Young master, I have heard which room the beauty is imprisoned in. Suddenly, a one-eyed man who looked like a bad guy ran up to Zhao Yuntian and asked for credit in a flattering manner. Poison eyes, well done. Take this young master to see it. Zhao Yuntian flicked his sleeves and walked out of the library quickly. The Zhaoji Palace is very large. According to current estimates, it is at least tens of thousands of square meters. It is divided into dozens of main halls of various sizes, the main palace, the east palace, wing rooms, courtyards, etc. Like a palace. After all, this is Xingzhou, the most prosperous state in the center of Xingji continent. Moreover, even the main hall of Zhuji Palace was built in Xingzhou. Not far from Zhaoji Palace. The masks cover an area of millions of square meters. Zhao Zhigong is a subordinate of Zhu Zhigong and the second in command of the villains. Naturally, it must be built luxuriously to show its unique and domineering status. So yesterday, Zhao Baji took Chu Jiayao away and hid her somewhere unknown. Hey, young master, please forgive me for having a question. Poison Eyes rubbed his hands, and seeing Zhao Yuntian nod, he asked with a smile, anyway, that beauty will marry the young master in 2 days, so why should the young master be anxious? If the palace master finds out, I'm afraid, then don't let him know. This young master can't wait 2 days, he is too hungry and thirsty. Zhao Yuntian narrowed his eyes slightly, curved his eyebrows, and looked lustful and impatient. But I felt a sense of emotion in my heart, as if I really had the acting skills to be a villain. Hee, I understand. I will definitely help the young master spread the word. Poison Eyes also echoed the smile, looking like he understood me so well. It took a full half hour to reach a remote courtyard. Although it is remote, it has everything you need, including courtyards, rockery, ponds and pavilions. In the distance, there are a few cranes playing in the water. It's like a paradise. In modern times, this kind of quaint courtyard would be priceless. The imitation one would cost at least tens of millions. But, when Zhao Yuntian thought of this, his breathing became rapid. As long as you go out by yourself, you will get $1 trillion bonus. Villas, beauties, luxury cars, things that I had only seen in novels and videos. There were only 2 days left for him. Hee. Zhao Yuntian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing the young master so excited, Poison Eyes patted his chest and said, young master, go ahead and have fun. I will guard the gate of the compound and won't let even a fly in. Well, there will be a reward later. Zhao Yuntian saw Dian, who was guarding outside the courtyard with a loyal look, and nodded in satisfaction. Although he looks like a villain, he is cannon fodder under the control of cannon fodder. But he is competent and efficient. When I return to the real world, I will definitely contact the author of this book. I suggest that this villain live for a few more chapters. Zhao Yuntian swaggered into the yard and pushed open the door of a master bedroom. In an instant, a faint fragrance of a young girl lingered in the room. Zhao Yuntian took a deep breath and prepared to get straight to the point. I just happened to see that the lovely girl from yesterday was now fast asleep on the bed. She didn't change her clothes and was still wearing the same outfit as yesterday. The thin and cool white dress wraps around her exquisite curves, adding a touch of charm to her purity. I guess she is still wary of this place. I forced myself to stay awake all night, and only lay down for a while in the morning when I felt very sleepy. Zhao Yuntian showed a wicked smile on his face and walked towards the bed. You are not allowed to come over here. Chu Jiayao woke up at some point and screamed in panic. Don't worry, we'll be getting married in 2 days. Relax and let's talk. It'll just help ease your pre-wedding anxiety. Zhao Yuntian poured a cup of tea calmly, sat on the chair, and looked at her with a smile. Bah, shameless bastard, who would marry you? Chu Jiayao cursed in anger and shame, but she became bolder after being provoked. You, Zhaoji Palace and Zhuji Palace, have been in cahoots with each other, oppressing the people for years, acting as accomplices to the evil, and slaughtering righteous monks. Just wait, someone will definitely come and eliminate you evil cultivators. After hearing the last sentence, Zhao Yuntian immediately became interested. Curiosity mixed with a hint of excitement. Yes, tell me in detail, who will come to eliminate me? Chu Jiayao was stunned when she heard this, thinking that the other party was provoking her. He gritted his teeth and said confidently, my father is the head of the Chu family. He has the blood of the golden dragon and has reached the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. If my daughter is kidnapped, he will definitely come to rescue her. When Zhao Yuntian heard this, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He is only in the early stage of the transformation of the spirit. My father, Zhao Baji, is in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit. Even the 5 guardian elders of Jiaji Palace have reached the spirit transformation stage. This is totally unacceptable. According to his recollections in the original plot of the book, my father and guardian will attend the wedding banquet 3 days later. What if the person who comes is not strong enough and is stopped by my father and the guardian? Then I will die. Immediately, he raised his eyebrows. No, no, too weak. Besides this, who else is there? Chu Jiayao snorted in dissatisfaction, then her face flushed slightly, and admiration flashed in her eyes. There's another person who has been engaged to me since childhood. I believe he will come to save me. Then this is most likely the protagonist Yizan. As long as the protagonist arrives, everything will develop according to the original script. Zhao Yuntian nodded in satisfaction and casually reminded, have you notified that person yet? Don't be too late or go to the wrong place. 2 days later at night at 11 p.m. in the main hall. It's easy to find. When Chu Jiayao saw Zhao Yuntian, she showed no signs of panic. Instead, she was excited and shouted, don't be so arrogant. I believe he will come and kill you. Great, he's the one I've been waiting for. Zhao Yuntian slapped his thigh excitedly and jumped up with joy. Yu, Chu Jiayao was so angry that her body trembled and she stomped her feet repeatedly. But the next moment, she leaned over in panic, picked up a note from her feet, and quickly hid it in her sleeve. Zhao Yuntian narrowed his eyes, walked quickly forward, grabbed her wrist and shook it. A yellow note floated out. It was a yellow-grade sound transmission note. The message on the talisman paper can be transmitted thousands of miles away through the infusion of magic power. I'm in Jiaji Palace, help me quickly. Zhao Yuntian looked at the small words on the talisman paper and read them out softly. Then, he glared at Chu Jiayao, furious. Chu Jiayao panicked and retreated repeatedly. I felt a surge of regret, blaming myself for being too careless and not hiding the only sound transmission note. Too slow. Zhao Yuntian shouted angrily, you've been abducted for a whole day, and the news hasn't been sent out yet. It's too slow. He took the sound transmission talisman and tore it into pieces with his fingers. Also, you actually used this yellow-grade sound transmission talisman, it's too low level. He grew angrier as he spoke, his hands reaching for the storage bag at his waist. This thing can't even break through the Jiaji Palace's protective formation. Take it. As he spoke, he took out a piece of talisman paper that was emitting golden light and full of spiritual power and handed it to Chu Jiayao. This is a heavenly grade sound transmission note. Chu Jiayao held the talisman paper, her fingers trembling slightly. This kind of heavenly sound transmission talisman is extremely precious. Not only can it fly at an extremely fast speed, breaking through various protective formations, but it can also record the sound of speaking on talisman paper. The amount of information transmitted is 100 times that of the previous yellow-level sound transmission note. What are you still waiting for? There are only 2 days left, and the people you called need to get ready. Zhao Yuntian hurriedly urged, oh, remember to call Yizan, and call his brothers and master, and everyone else. I will definitely die this way. Hee. And when you transmit your message, be sincere and heartfelt, highlighting your grief and indignation, your determination to die rather than submit, and your deep love for him, like the mountains without edges, the sky and the earth uniting. Chu Jiayao stood there blankly, staring at Zhao Yuntian with confusion in her eyes. She seemed to feel that the person in front of her really wanted to die. It seems that it is not as bad as I imagined. He is even somewhat meticulous and talented. He's also very handsome. Chapter 3 Come and chop me if you dare. No, this must be your trick. You must have set an ambush in Wuji Palace to lure them out and catch them all in one fell swoop. Chu Jiayao shook her head suddenly, the look of realization in her eyes disappeared, and she asked suspiciously. Zhao Yuntian frowned slightly, realizing that he had indeed gone a little too far. This is not good. What if they don't come? I'll be dead. Since they claim to be decent, then I must find a legitimate reason. Thinking of this, the excitement on Zhao Yuntian's face disappeared instantly. A trace of sadness and unwillingness gradually emerged in his eyes. For a long time, the outside world has rumored that the young master of Jiaji Palace is lazy, greedy for pleasure, and stupid. Zhao Yuntian clenched his fists, a hint of self-mockery on his lips. If I hadn't had the Jiaji Palace master as my father, I would have long since become a piece of trash, thrown into the garbage heap to rot. What makes me most heartbroken is my father. He has always looked down on me and beats me up every day. As he spoke, Zhao Yuntian rubbed his left cheek. 5 fingerprints could still be vaguely seen on it, which was the mark of the slap Zhao Baji had given him yesterday. Suddenly, his eyes widened with anger, tears of resentment welling up in the corners of his eyes. Why? I clearly want to become stronger through my own efforts and gain recognition from my father in the world. So this time, I will rely on my own strength to challenge the dazzling genius Yizan alone. Even if it means death, I will not hesitate. The voice was sad, yet with a hint of heroism. His tone was low, but with a hint of tenacity. His eyes were dim, but with a hint of light. Chu Jiayao looked at him, her vision gradually blurred, and crystal tears slid down her cheeks. Unintentionally, the kind-hearted girl was infected by the words of the handsome young man in front of her. Thinking of myself, I have always had similar pursuits in my heart. Become stronger through your own efforts, gain recognition from the world, and revive the declining family. It turns out that a bad guy also has a positive side. Maybe he is not a bad person. Chu Jiayao took a deep breath, her pure eyes twinkling slightly, and her tone was filled with respect. Okay, just for your courage to do what you do and take responsibility for it, I respect you. However, if you die, I will burn incense for you. Zhao Yuntian smiled calmly and slowly walked towards the door. Pushing open the door, a beam of warm morning sun shines directly into the room through the dark clouds. In an instant, his whole body was enveloped by the early morning sun, emitting a dazzling glow, like a warm sun. Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero. Die for the right reason, happy, haha. The sound is magnificent and the lingering sound surrounds us. His back and laughter gradually disappeared in the light. Chu Jiayao stared blankly at his back, her whole body trembling, tears streaming down her eyes again. Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero. A sentence that expresses the courage to face death head-on, courage and boldness. He is not afraid, he is really not afraid of death. None of the bad guys Chu Jiayao had seen before were as brave, domineering, and handsome as him. Sure enough, he is not a bad person. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and in her peach blossom eyes there was a hint of barely perceptible admiration. Walking out of the courtyard, Zhao Yuntian wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and felt a surge of emotion. It's a pity that I don't become an actor. After I get out, I will definitely use the prize money to invest in filming. After all, I can play both good and bad characters. Master, glad you came out. Poison Eyes ran over in a panic and said hurriedly, Chu Tianlong is here. Chu Tianlong. Zhao Yuntian scratched his head and thought for a long time before he remembered that he was Chu Jiayao's father. He has come now, definitely to get his abducted daughter back. Also, it just so happens that the palace master is out, and Chu Tianlong is in the main hall right now, threatening to see the young master. Zhao Yuntian was startled and asked hurriedly, how many people are here? Are there any experts? He's the only one here. Hearing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to the plot, he had to wait until 2 days later, when he was killed at the wedding banquet at night. He can't be killed now, otherwise the $1 trillion bonus will be gone again. Chu Tianlong has the cultivation base of the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, and with the blood of the golden dragon, he is able to compete with the cultivators in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. This is very dangerous. My own cultivation level is only at the late stage of foundation establishment. Although Jiaoji Palace has huge cultivation resources, talent resources, and many magic weapons available. But he had never had actual combat experience, so he was unfamiliar with the skills and the manipulation of magic weapons. It's like playing a game. I just started playing as an iron character, and then upgraded to silver, but the enemies around me are all platinum or above or have the protagonist halo enabled. There's an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. Fortunately, I will only play this account for 2 days, so I just need to stick with it for 2 days. Go, call 3 guardians. They must be at the spiritual transformation realm or above and follow me to secretly protect me all the way. Zhao Yuntian regained some composure and gave the order. Oh, and find that heavenly defensive magic weapon, the Qilin armor, and have it put on this young master. Also, ask the formation master to set up a small defensive formation talisman for me to wear, just in case, and also a spirit beast. Half an hour later, he was finally fully prepared. Zhao Yuntian was fully armed and looked arrogant. With his hands behind his back, he walked towards the main hall with an unconcerned gait. Main hall. A middle-aged man in a white brocade robe stood in the center of the hall with a serious expression. He had a pair of sharp eyes that emitted a faint golden glow, and he looked intimidating without even being angry. It was Chu Tianlong. Haha, father-in-law, you're in such a hurry to come to the wedding. Zhao Yuntian walked into the hall and smiled brightly. However, he stopped 10 feet away from Chu Tianlong. HMPH, you're so brave. How dare you kidnap my beloved daughter? Who gave you the courage? Chu Tianlong snorted coldly and walked closer to Zhao Yuntian. Zhao Yuntian looked fearless, but he honestly took a few steps back, always keeping a distance of 10 feet from Chu Tianlong. He chuckled, appearing as calm as an old dog, but spoke arrogantly. Liang Jingru gave it to me, so what? I, Zhao Yuntian, covet your daughter's body. That's only natural. It's set in stone. If you're not convinced, you can bring people to chop me down at the wedding banquet in 2 days. Good. You have courage and vision. You are indeed worthy of being Zhao Baji's son. Chu Tianlong nodded and praised. Zhao Yuntian was stunned and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Shouldn't he be very angry and furious, threatening to bring everyone in the Chu family to raise Jiaoji Palace to the ground and rescue his daughter? He suddenly started praising me. What's going on? No, he must be irritated. Otherwise, if he doesn't take action, the protagonist will lose a great helper. Humph, this young master will definitely surpass my father. In the future, I will promote the Jiaoji Palace and kill all of you self-proclaimed righteous cultivators. Zhao Yuntian stood with his hands on his hips, looking extremely arrogant. The implication of this sentence is that Chu Tianlong should wipe out the roots and kill himself. Otherwise, I will definitely take revenge when I grow up. Haha, just you. Chu Tianlong smiled contemptuously. Zhao Yuntian saw that his provocation had some effect, so he decisively increased his intensity. What, are you scared? In 2 days, I will personally set up the arena at the wedding banquet. If you have the guts, come and save your daughter. Otherwise, I'm going to suck her spirit. Suck, fuck, her. At the end, he deliberately emphasized the tone of inciting hatred. Don't overestimate yourself. I'll come. There was a golden light in Chu Tianlong's eyes, and his tone was filled with a hint of anger. He turned around and left decisively. Only then did Zhao Yuntian nod in satisfaction. As expected, provoking what people care about most will attract hatred. As a man and a father, Chu Tianlong naturally cares most about his face and his daughter. Thanks to my past experience as a keyboard warrior. This adds another layer of protection for one's own death. However, Zhao Yuntian always felt that something was missing. Now, the two enemies, Yizan and Chu Tianlong, have been stimulated. Now, we must weaken our own strength. The greatest strength of our side is the Juji Palace. Recall based on the chapter titles in the book. On the night of my wedding, the elders of Juji Palace will also attend. The elders of Juji Palace are all cultivators at the late stage of nascent soul or above, which is really annoying. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuntian jogged all the way to Juji Palace. Chapter 4. I think it's hard to survive now. Noon of the second day. Juji Palace, Han Palace. Inside the hall, snow was falling, the air was cold, and everything was white. It's like being in a fairy palace in an extremely cold place. At the entrance of the hall, 5 people were kneeling in unison and waiting. They were tall and strong, covered in a thick layer of purple-black armor, and a protective black light was faintly visible on the surface of their bodies. But I was still shivering slightly from the cold. The bodies of high-level monks are no longer afraid of extreme heat or severe cold. When ordinary people see this, they just think that these 5 people have low cultivation levels. However, they are the famous black armored demon guards, and each of them has reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. He is also a general of Juji Palace, commanding tens of thousands of black armored soldiers. The black armored soldiers and the guardian elders are the 2 main supports of Juji Palace in dominating the Xingji continent. One focuses on quantity, the other on quality. To become a guardian elder, one must start from the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. There are also quite a few in the refining void realm and the fusion realm. This shows how powerful the Juji Palace is. Enter. Suddenly, a woman's cold and arrogant voice came from the hall. The sound was not loud, but it made people feel cold all over. The 5 black armored demon guards quickly stood up and ran into the hall. Bang bang, the wind and snow were dancing wildly, and blood foam was flying everywhere. 5 black armored demons were knocked out of the hall at the same time, covering their mouths and spitting blood. 30,000 black armored soldiers, all defeated, yet you dare to come back alive to see me. One of the black armored demon guards cut out and explained, forgive my incompetence, but this time the demons invaded and possessed the bodies of the common people. We couldn't tell them apart and were ambushed. So puff. Suddenly, before he could finish his words, dozens of shocking ice holes suddenly appeared on his body. In an instant, dozens of ice needles flew out from the hall and pierced his body. Immediately afterwards, his body turned into a pile of ice chips and shattered all over the ground. A black armored demon guard in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm was easily killed. The other 4 cut out in panic and did not utter any more words to explain. I only care about the results. Within 1 month, eliminate all high-level demons possessing Xingzhou. Yes, when the 4 heard this, their faces turned extremely ugly and they bowed hurriedly to accept the order. If you keep saying how difficult it is, the end result will be a pile of ice chips. However, it is difficult to eliminate thousands of high-level monsters that are difficult to identify within a month. Hey, it's so cold, and you're still playing with ice chips. Generals, you're so elegant. Suddenly, a young and trembling voice came from the ears of the 4 people. A young man wrapped in 3 layers of thick animal skin coat, carrying a stove, walked over with his neck hunched and trembling. It was Zhao Yundian who was rushing all the way. Crack, a crisp sound. Zhao Yundian felt that the ice chips under his feet were a bit hard. He immediately lowered his head and saw half a human finger exposed in the crushed ice. Suddenly, his legs went weak and he fell to his knees in fear. Zhao Yundian suddenly remembered the setting in the book, the terrifying female emperor in the late Mahayana period. Thousands of snow fall coldly. The martial arts she practiced were extremely yin and cold. Like an ice queen, an ice archer. If you feel unhappy for a moment, just shoot a few ice arrows or ice needles and they will hit you instantly. No, I can't die now. The wedding banquet is tomorrow night, and I can only die then. If I hold on tight, the $1 trillion bonus will be mine. Immediately, he whispered to the black armored demon guards around him, brothers, is the queen in a bad mood and wants to kill people for fun? The 4 black armored demon guards were silent for a moment, then bowed and left. Zhao Yundian was shocked and felt that something was increasingly wrong. He immediately turned around and was about to leave. But suddenly I remembered that I had already come here, so why would I leave secretly? If you anger the queen, you will die even faster. He immediately bowed and pretended to be calm, shouting, Zhao Zhigong, I request to see the queen. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a token requesting an audience from Zhao Zhigong floated into the hall. Enter. An emotionless voice sounded. Zhao Yundian stood up, threw the stove aside, and took off his clothes. He walked into the hall wearing only an animal skin coat, hoping to make a good impression on the queen. But he overestimated himself. As we walked step by step into the hall, the surroundings became colder and colder. It's probably at least minus 100 degrees. If he hadn't been wearing Keelan armor, carrying a formation defense talisman, and using all his magic power, he would have turned into an ice sculpture long ago. After a while, he walked to the center of the hall. Further ahead is a flight of white stone steps. On top of the stone steps stands an exquisite throne carved from ice. Beside the throne, 2 girls in palace dress were waving palm leaf fans. A woman in an elegant silver white dress leaned lazily on the throne. Her facial features are elegant and delicate, her skin is as white as snow, and she is wrapped in a thin, transparent silver dress that emits a faint silver glow and highlights her tight figure. The whole person has a noble and cold temperament, which makes people extremely want to conquer him. Meet the queen. Zhao Yundian didn't dare to look any longer and bowed down to pay homage. Who are you? Chen Shui Luohan glanced at him, a hint of doubt flashing in her deep blue eyes. Zhaoji Palace is her trusted force in Xingzhou, so people from Zhaoji Palace can enter the palace. But the young man in front of him, although handsome, has very weak cultivation. Your Majesty, I am Zhao Yundian, the son of Zhao Baji. Zhao Yundian answered respectfully. Haha, it seems the rumors are true. Zhaoji Palace has indeed produced a little loser. It's a pity that he only has a good appearance. There was a hint of contempt in his indifference. Zhao Yundian nodded and gave a professional smile, but he was extremely dissatisfied in his heart. Humph, trash is trash. Anyway, there's still one day, and I will become a trillionaire when I get out. Then go find the author and give him 10,000, send razor blade, gifts. Let him write you as Chen Shui Luohan succumbing to Zhao Yundian's giant pillar. What is it? Seeing that Zhao Yundian was very well behaved, Chen Shui Luohan softened her tone a little. Reporting to the queen, tomorrow night is my wedding banquet, and Zhao Zhigong's enemies will definitely come looking for me, so I have a favor to ask. Zhao Yundian said respectfully, how dare you alarm me with such a small matter? Chen Shui Luohan's eyes flashed with contempt. For the sake of your father Zhao Baji's loyalty to me, how many people do you want? No, queen, you misunderstood. Although I am a loser, I want to solve this problem myself. Zhao Yundian tried his best to explain, therefore, there will be a major battle at Zhaoji Palace tomorrow night. In order not to implicate Zhaoji Palace, I hope your majesty will not send anyone here. How dare you look down on my people? Chen Shui Luohan frowned, and the temperature of the air around him suddenly dropped. But in my heart, I felt a little more impressed. No, the queen still has to fight against the demon tribe and doesn't want you to be distracted. They are just a few petty thieves. I am more than capable of handling them. Zhao Yundian was anxious for a moment and accidentally told what he had seen. According to the plot in the book, at this time, a group of demons were invading Xingzhou. However, these are the protagonist's experience bars and gift packs. The protagonist Yizan killed the monsters along the way, obtained the 10,000 monsters pill, and his strength and cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. It seems that you know a lot about the demon race. Qian Shuiluo sneered coldly, I can promise not to interfere in the affairs of your Zhaoji Palace, but after the wedding, you will join the black armored army and slay demons in Xingzhou. Thank you, queen, for the promotion. I will slay all the demons and serve the Zhaoji Palace. I will do my utmost to serve you until my death. Then he thought of something else and said hurriedly, the 5 guardian elders of Zhaoji Palace are also very interested in slaying the demon. Please be sure to dispatch them to slay the demon together. Chen Shui Hanshuang was slightly stunned. He was the son of Zhao Baji, and being a black armored soldier was already a very low position. However, instead of being embarrassed, he acted extremely loyal and grateful. He even sent over his Zhaoji Palace and the 5 guardians of the divine transformation realm. Although he is a waste, he is very loyal. Now she really needs to cultivate such loyal newcomers. The situation in Xingzhou is becoming more and more chaotic. In addition to the demon clan, there are also many small families who secretly unite to resist the Zhaoji Palace. She needs to cultivate another force to fight against it. Qian Shuiluo's cold eyes flickered slightly, and she nodded with satisfaction. Zhao Yundian was secretly happy. Hee, I'm still waiting to slay the demon after the wedding, but I'll be dead tomorrow. When the time comes, you can use my body to slay the demon. Lululu. Moreover, he also took advantage of the situation to transfer Zhaoji Palace's guardian who was at the level of the divine transformation realm. Now, I think it's hard for me to survive. Zhao Yundian left the hall, feeling extremely proud. After a long time, in the hall, Chen Shui Luohan raised her white wrist. A white shadow quietly emerged and appeared under the stone steps. It was a white-robed elder. The elders of Zhaoji Palace, from highest to lowest, are purple, red, gold, white, and green. Although the green-clothed elder is of the lowest rank, his cultivation has reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. The elder in white is at the early stage of the void refinement realm. Tomorrow night, you must secretly go to Zhaoji Palace. Act in secret and do not reveal your identity. Chen Shui Luohan gave the order in an unquestionable tone. Chapter 5 Shocking. On the third night, Zhaoji Palace, main hall. There were so many guests that they sat in 2 rows, and every seat was occupied. In the center of the hall, there was singing and dancing, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Zhao Yundian was wearing a bright red robe and sitting in the main seat. Sitting next to him was a graceful woman. She wore a phoenix crown, a red veil covering her face, and a red robe embroidered with phoenixes, which made her look even more charming. Zhao Yundian received the guests with a smile on his face, drank and had fun, with the look of a happy groom. But I was extremely anxious. Why hasn't the protagonist arrived yet? If he is the protagonist, why does he have to be the last one to appear and attract everyone's attention? No, it needs some encouragement. Immediately, he waved his hand. An old man with a festive look walked from the side to the center of the hall. He smiled kindly and announced, "Now, please welcome the bride and groom to the wedding ceremony." Everyone cheered. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your parents twice. Zhao Yuntian and Chu Jiayao kowed out and knelt before Zhao Baji, who was sitting upwards. A rare smile appeared on Zhao Baji's usually serious face. A couple. Wait. Suddenly, outside the hall, the voice of a strange man interrupted the festive atmosphere. A handsome young man in a white robe walked in with firm steps. There was a hint of anger and unwillingness in his pure eyes. Hey, here it comes. It's a really melodramatic plot. The protagonist only appears at the most critical moment. Zhao Yuntian happily complained in his heart. I, Yizan, have a few words to ask Chu Jiayao. Suddenly, he walked in front of Chu Jiayao in front of everyone's surprised gaze. Are you really willing to marry this evil villain? Yizan looked into her eyes and questioned her word by word with an angry tone. Aye. Chu Jiayao's eyes were slightly red. The man she had been waiting for came, but she choked up and couldn't speak. Where did you come from, you wild brat? How dare you ruin Brother Zhao's wedding banquet? Get out. He must be Yizan, the family's genius, known as a rare talent once in a century. A genius from a small family that was wiped out. Haha, in front of Brother Zhao from Jiaji Palace, he's still an ant. And he still wants to snatch a marriage. He's simply tired of living. Brother Zhao and Miss Chu are in love, a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. How can you, a toad, eat swan meat? A group of distinguished guests began to mock Yizan. It feels like that. The protagonist is born with a sarcastic face. It's meant to be used as a mockery, so please increase the intensity. Make him angry. Zhao Yuntian folded his arms, looked at the group of trolls with relief, and nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Chu Jiayao silent, Yizan just shed tears. The woman he loved all his life actually shed tears. They were obviously subjected to inhuman oppression and bullying. He knew this feeling very well. Born into the declining Yi family, Yizan has suffered from contempt and humiliation from outsiders since childhood. When he was 6 years old, he was plundered by foreigners, his parents died, and his tribe was scattered. He was living on the streets, but he managed to survive. Afterwards, the Chu family took him in. Most importantly, he met the love of his life, Chu Jiayao. The two have been childhood sweethearts. From then on, he secretly vowed to protect this girl, this beloved woman, from being bullied. But now, the only girl he loved was forced to marry and cried in front of him. If you were a man, you can't tolerate it. He immediately clenched his fists and glared at Zhao Yuntian angrily. Don't think that just because you have the support of Jiaji Palace and Juji Palace, you can kidnap women and force them into marriage at will. I, Yizan, and Chu Jiayao have been engaged for 10 years. As he spoke, he faced the crowd with a determined look of deep hatred. It was that rapist Zhao who abducted Jiayao and stole the one I love. Today, I will take her away. You dare. Suddenly, a burly man stood up and said, Brother Zhao, I won't argue with you, kid. Do you really think there's no one in Jiaji Palace? What genius of the Yi family. You're just a frog in the well at the early stage of foundation building. Let me teach you a lesson. His name is Shu Hu, he is in the middle stage of foundation building, and is just an outer disciple in Jiaji Palace. If I could show my strength in front of the palace master and the young master this time, I could make my presence felt. Then he will definitely be promoted to an inner disciple in the future. As he thought about it, his whole body burst out with spiritual pressure, his fists were wrapped in red flames, and he punched Yizan. Yizan stared at the fist indifferently, motionless, as if he didn't care at all. There was only a faint green light emanating from the legs. Bang! With a dull thud, the fist suddenly stopped less than 10 feet away from Yizan. Immediately afterwards, Shu Hu's face turned pale and he fell to the ground. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, looking shocked. It happened too fast. Before I could see what was happening, Shu Hu was defeated. The earth-level body movement technique, the wind instant star picking step, has actually been cultivated to perfection. He is indeed a genius of the Yi family. On the side, someone who was familiar with this technique shouted in shock. The exercises are divided into heaven, earth, Zan and Huang. To be able to practice earth-level skills, one must generally be at the golden core realm or above. But the Yizan in front of him, who was in the early stage of foundation building, not only practiced but also cultivated to perfection, which was so terrifying. No, the spiritual energy fluctuations that erupted when his figure flashed just now should be from the middle stage of foundation building. It's been less than a month, and he's already broken through from the early stage to the middle stage. This is incredible. The crowd erupted in shock again. As expected, he is the protagonist and is ridiculed first. Then his behavior was shocking, his skills were shocking, and his cultivation was shocking. These three shocking moments give me such a strong sense of déjà vu. The author's technique of first suppressing and then praising is very skillful. Zhao Yuntian sneered, feeling that the time was ripe, and prepared to fight and die. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. Young master, leave this trivial matter to me. Zhao Yuntian was stunned. Yesterday, he transferred the 5 guardian elders of Jiaji Palace who were in the god transformation realm to Juji Palace. Now, is there anyone who can help me? Turning around, I saw a bearded, one-eyed man. It turned out to be the servant named Poison Eyes who had always been by his side. At this time, black light was flowing on his body, and the magic power he exuded was as terrifying as that of the late nascent soul stage. Damn it, I've always felt that he is not a good person, just like me, a cannon fodder. I didn't expect that he was such a powerful cannon fodder. It's so fucking infuriating. Zhao Yuntian frowned slightly and cursed in his heart. In an instant, a 3-meter-tall golem condensed from black energy appeared above Poison Eye's head. The golem looks like a giant red and black ape with blood-red eyes. It waves its arms and beats its chest, making violent roars. The entire hall was shaken slightly. Ah, it's actually a heavenly level technique, the 7 evil demonic ape technique. I heard that this technique is specifically designed to absorb the essence and soul of cultivators. It is extremely powerful. Yes, this technique has 7 levels. Now that I can condense the appearance of a 3-meter-long demon ape, I must have reached the 5th level. There were exclamations of surprise in the hall. Yizan still stood there, not retreating, but he could not hide the anxiety between his brows. The gap in strength is too big. Even if Yizan had a great earth-level success method, the gap between the middle stage of foundation building and the late stage of nascent soul was almost 2 major realms, so it was impossible for him to win. You, Jiaoji Palace, only know how to bully the weak by relying on your power. Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar, with a grey glow all over his body, walked out of the crowd. He turned his wrist and fanned a small crystal clear fan. This fan is the size of a palm, and several lifelike ice mandarin ducks are carved on the fan surface. Every time it was fanned, several milky white, biting cold air would drift out from it. The temperature in the hall suddenly dropped, as if falling into an ice cellar. 9 Frost Ice Mandarin Duck Fan, a heavenly grade magical treasure. He is Li Qinghan from the Taishuan sect. That's right, Li Qinghan is not only in the late nascent soul stage, but the spiritual bird he captured, the Ice Mandarin Duck, has also become the spirit of the heavenly grade magical weapon in his hand. Taishuan sect, a great sect thousands of years ago, is now hidden in Xingji continent and is rarely known in the world. I never thought Yizan was from Taishuan sect. Eat up the masses and shock them X2. Junior brother Yi, leave this to me. As he spoke, Li Qinghan held the fan in his hand and waved it violently. In an instant, the cold wind howled and snow fell all over the sky. The entire hall was covered with a thick layer of frost. 3 small and exquisite ice mandarin ducks flew out from the fan and flew towards the demon ape above the poisonous eye. Most of the black demonic energy on the surface of the demon ape's body was instantly dispersed by the milky white cold air carried by the ice mandarin duck. But at this moment, Poison Eye turned into a black light and jumped into the golem. The black ape golem suddenly expanded several times in size, and the demonic energy spread throughout the entire hall. The blurry outline of the golem became clearer. At the same time, the number of Li Qinghan's ice mandarin ducks suddenly became 9. The cold wind was howling and the black air was shrouded. The two men were deadlocked for a while. Inside the hall, everyone's eyes were fixed on the battle. After all, battles in the late nascent soul stage are rare. Haha, Zhao Yao, look how lively our wedding banquet is. We even have people fighting to liven up the atmosphere. Zhao Yedian picked up a glass of wine, took Chu Zhao Yao's hand, and forced her to drink a glass of wine. My dear, we are the same kind of people. Do you understand? He deliberately raised his voice and glanced at Yizan. Yizan saw all of this. His beloved woman was drinking intimately with another man in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with sorrow, jealousy, hatred, piercing pain, and heart-wrenching pain. Zhao the pervert, go to hell. He roared, turned into a white light, and flew towards Zhao Yedian. He got anxious. He finally took action. I'm finally going to die. 1 trillion is finally mine. Zhao Yedian laughed heartily, opened his arms, closed his eyes, and embraced death. Yuner, what are you standing there for? Suddenly, a familiar stern voice sounded in my ears. Bang! At the same time, Yizan's body flew backwards, hit the giant pillar and spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Yedian pinched his eyebrows, and veins bulged on his forehead. I was careless and acted on impulse. I actually forgot that behind me, there was a father who was in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, Zhao Baji. Fortunately, everything is still under control. Chapter 6 I, Chu Zhao Yao, I'm going to marry Zhao Yedian today. Thank you, Dad, for saving me. Zhao Yedian gritted his teeth and thanked him. He immediately patted his chest and promised, don't worry, Dad, now that the boy is injured, let me take care of him. Zhao Baji narrowed her eyes slightly, and warned with some distrust, he is good at close combat, use magic and magic weapons to attack him from a distance. In close combat, I'm not inferior to him. Zhao Yedian showed a fierce smile, unconvinced. I want to defeat him bit by bit in his most powerful area. As he spoke, he strode forward towards Yizan who had just stood up. Stop. Suddenly, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed throughout the hall. A golden light suddenly appeared, and a giant dragon with golden scales circled above the hall. The next moment, the light faded. A middle-aged man in a white brocade robe and with golden eyes appeared on the ground. Ah, it's Chu Tianlong. He is in the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm and has the blood of the golden dragon. He is a terrifying existence that can rival those in the late stage. Yes, judging by the situation, they seem to be on the side of that kid Yizan. The onlookers continued to create an atmosphere of shock. Chu Uncle Chu. Yizan covered his injured chest and shouted with joy. Chu Tianlong patted Yizan's shoulder lightly and walked straight towards Zhao Yedian. It's finally here. A smile appeared on Zhao Yedian's lips, and he was even more ecstatic than Yizan. Kidnapped your daughter and forced her into marriage, and oppressed your future son-in-law. Use your 18 dragon subduing palms to kill me with one blow. That's not too much, right? Thinking of this, Zhao Yedian quickened his pace forward. But the next scene shocked him. Chu Tianlong just passed by her and walked towards Chu Zhao Yao. Could it be that he wanted to go to his daughter first and stir up hatred? Before these decent people fight, can they be more decisive? Do they have to load up their coins? Are you sure this isn't a scumbag author? Are you trying to increase the word count? Zhao Yedian tried his best to restrain himself and vented his anger in his heart. After a while, Chu Tianlong walked to Chu Zhao Yao and asked gently, Daughter, choose one to marry between Zhao Yedian and Yizan. Is there any need to choose? The Chu family adopted Yizan since he was a child and he had long been the designated son-in-law. It's obviously humiliating me, okay. Although I am a villain, don't I have any dignity in front of so many people? It's simply murderous and heartbreaking. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Zhao Yedian clenched his fists in hatred and was about to beat up Chu Tianlong, the hypocrite. But suddenly, he saw Chu Zhao Yao tremblingly stretch out a white finger and pointed at him. Zhao Yedian, Yizan, impossible. Zhao Yedian and Yizan shouted in shock at the same time. The sound exploded like thunder, startling everyone present. It is indeed impossible that the always upright Chu Tianlong would marry his daughter to Zhao Zhigong, who is his opponent. Moreover, Chu Zhao Yao was abducted and forced into marriage by Zhao Yedian. How could she choose Zhao Yedian? Yizan glared at Zhao Yedian angrily and ran forward anxiously. Zhao Yao, you must be mistaken, I'm here. As he spoke, he used his body to block Chu Zhao Yao's fingertips. Chu Zhao Yao's eyes were moist and her lips trembled slightly, but she still spoke in a hoarse voice. Chu Zhao Yao, I'm going to marry Zhao Yedian today. Boom, Yizan was struck by lightning, and the only remaining faith in his heart collapsed. His face was filled with disbelief, and he still held Chu Zhao Yao's hand tightly, shouting at the top of his lungs, No. Why is this happening? Chu Zhao Yao was silent with tears in her eyes. Chu Tianlong had a cold expression on his face. He pulled Yizan aside and said to everyone, Alright, my daughter has made her choice. Everyone, please stop fighting. It's all a misunderstanding. Before, Dian and Li Qinghan had been fighting, and they were at a stalemate for a while. He simply flew somewhere else, to a wider area to continue the fight, and was no longer in the hall. Inside the main hall, everyone continued to savor the food and drink to celebrate. The previous harmonious picture was restored. What? Zhao Yedian's face was full of question marks and he was confused. I worked hard for 3 days to plan, and this is how we settle. Then I'm dead. What's going on with Chu Zhao Yao? Zhao Yedian glared at Chu Zhao Yao angrily. Seeing her appearance and expression, it was obvious that she was being forced. What is that stupid boy asking? But I didn't coerce anyone. Then it can only be Dad, or more likely Chu Tianlong. No wonder Chu Zhao Yao was so obedient today. No wonder Chu Tianlong's attitude that day was not as angry as he had imagined. Could it be? Dad, is there any deal between you and Chu Tianlong? Suddenly, a questioning voice broke the harmonious scene. Yuner, what are you talking about? Come over and get married. The corners of Zhao Baji's eyes twitched slightly as she scolded harshly. Chu Tianlong also laughed and changed the subject, saying, like father, like son. I saw that this boy was extraordinary and courageous that day, and today he is even more courageous. Although it was a compliment, Zhao Yandian felt like a thorn in his back and a fishbone stuck in his throat when he heard it. He racked his brains, trying to recall the plot he had seen. Although he only read about 50 chapters, he had roughly read the entire book's introduction and chapter titles, combined with common routines in fantasy novels. He instantly guessed two possibilities. One is that Chu Tianlong wants to sacrifice his daughter's marriage as a way out, secretly weakening, eroding, and confronting Zhaoji Palace step by step. In the end, he turned the tables and joined forces with the protagonist Yizan to destroy Zhaoji Palace. Humph, insidious villain, hypocrite. The second is that it was indeed Zhao Baji who gave Chu Tianlong some great benefits, which made him agree to marry his daughter. This benefit should be related to revitalizing the family. After all, although the Chu family has the bloodline of ancient mythical beasts, it has declined. He urgently needs a backer to make a comeback. Humph, hypocrite, parasite. No matter which possibility it is not good for you. Because I can't die. The 1 trillion bonus is almost gone. Zhao Yandian looked at the system time. There was less than an hour left until 12 o'clock tomorrow. Well, there is still a chance. Zhao Yandian wiped the sweat from his forehead, his mind racing, trying to find a solution. The only obstacles now are Zhao Baji and Chu Tianlong. One is in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, and the other is in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. The person who hates himself the most and wants to kill himself the most is of course the protagonist Yizan. From the beginning, he hated the gazes that were fixed on him all the time. It seemed as if he would kill himself if given the chance. In this case, Uncle Chu, I heard that your great mighty heavenly dragon palm is a top-grade heavenly level technique. It has been refined to perfection and is even capable of resisting a late-stage divine transformation cultivator without losing. Zhao Yandian's attitude suddenly changed, and he pleaded with a fanboy look on his face, can you teach me? I don't think the technique my father taught me is good enough. It's too weak. Weak. Zhao Baji raised her eyebrow and snorted coldly. 9 transformations of demonic evil art is a heavenly grade technique for the dual cultivation of both dharma and body. That's because your foundation is unstable and your cultivation is too low. But Dad, Yizan was able to kill people of the same level in seconds just now, and I've even been defeated by someone of a higher level. Zhao Yandian was very unconvinced and extremely eager. He pleaded again, I also want to challenge stronger opponents of higher levels. I hope Uncle Chu can teach me. Chu Tianlong smiled slightly, with a hint of pride on his lips. Haha, actually the technique your father taught you is not bad. After all, practicing the magic technique can quickly improve your realm. It is much faster than my hard work of practicing the powerful technique. Not bad. Zhao Baji sneered, are you saying that my magic skills only focus on the speed of cultivation, not the power? No, I have absolutely no such intention. We're just discussing this, why bother taking it so seriously, brother Zhao? Chu Tianlong smiled and waved his hand. My skills are not learned through discussion, but through practice. Zhao Baji said domineeringly. Zhao Yandian saw that the time was right and continued to fan the flames, saying, how about this? Let's take this opportunity to have a sparring match between Dad and Uncle Chu, so that we younger generations can broaden our horizons. As he spoke, he walked up to Zhao Baji and whispered, Dad, today is my child's wedding banquet. Why not use this opportunity to show off the prestige of our Zhaoji Palace? This will also prevent those rats from doing anything rash again. Zhao Baji narrowed her eyes, glanced at Chu Tianlong, and nodded. Alright, I've heard that Brother Chu has the golden dragon bloodline and is not inferior to the late stage, why not have a sparring match? Chu Tianlong laughed. I dare not spar with you, you are a great cultivator in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm, I can only learn a few things from you. Chapter 7 Plot killing mission, fail. Quick, set up the formation barrier. Zhao Yandian shouted hurriedly. After all, the destructive power of the battle between two great monks in the spirit transformation realm is too great. If we are not careful, Zhaoji Palace will become a pile of ruins. After a while, 23 strange monks wearing yellow robes and with array patterns engraved on their skin came out. They formed a circle with the main hall as the center, sat cross-legged, and made hand gestures. In an instant, the sound of mantras began to hum. The array patterns on the bodies of the 23 people emitted arcs of yellow light at the same time and gathered in the air. Immediately afterwards, a pale yellow oval transparent light curtain covered the place where Zhao Baji and Chu Tianlong were standing, as well as the surrounding area within 100 feet. On the light curtain, golden arcs jumped and thunder vibrated with extraordinary power. Ah, it's the legendary golden lock lightning array. I heard that this formation has long been lost. Not only can it easily trap a cultivator in the spiritual transformation realm, it can also withstand an attack from a cultivator in the void refinement realm. Not only that, look at those 23 formation masters, each of them has reached the nascent soul stage. However, just activating the formation once is enough to deplete their cultivation for decades. What a generous move. Just for a single exchange, you've deployed a formation with such terrible losses. Inside the hall, there were constant sounds of shock. Zhao Baji took a look at the formation, a trace of heartache flashed in the corner of her eyes, and she glared at Zhao Yandian. He cursed Zhao Yandian in his heart for his wasteful behavior. But on the surface, he still maintained the domineering demeanor of the palace master of Zhaoji Palace. Zhao Yandian smiled evilly and waved a cheer for his father. Once you enter this large formation to fight, no matter how fierce the battle inside is, the outside world will not be affected. Likewise, no matter what happens in the outside world, it is impossible to intervene immediately inside. In particular, it will not interfere with one's own suicidal plan. Everyone held their breath and stared at the light curtain. Two cultivators in the spirit transformation realm were fighting each other, and no one present had seen it with their own eyes. Because those who have seen it were either killed in the battle or scared to death. At this time, Chu Tianlong was surrounded by golden light, and his dragon roar shook the sky. A giant golden dragon flew out of his body and pounced on Zhao Baji. Zhao Baji's whole body was filled with demonic energy, which gathered at the center of her eyebrows. A red light shot out from the center of the eyebrows, and the red light and black air merged into a black unicorn with red pupils, charging head-on. In an instant, the black light and the golden light intertwined together, dazzling, cool and awesome. Yizan looked at everything within the light curtain with envy. He secretly made up his mind that he would become such a strong man and eliminate all the evil people in the world. Inadvertently, he clenched his fist and looked at Zhao Yandian angrily again. But at this moment, Zhao Yandian also looked at Yizan. He curled his lips, put one arm around Chu Jiao's shoulders, and raised a middle finger with the other. He pointed his finger at Yizan and hooked it. He shouted arrogantly, what are you looking at? Come over here if you have the guts. Extremely provocative words and exaggerated sarcastic actions. The passers-by on the side couldn't help but clench their fists and want to beat him up. Yizan was originally angry with Zhao Yandian because of what happened just now. In addition, at this time, his arrogant actions, words, and intimate actions of hugging Chu Jiao. Boom, his mind exploded again, and everything went blank. Only a strong obsession remains. Kill Zhao Yandian and take back Chu Jiao. In an instant, a dazzling green light burst out from his body, and he turned into a green rainbow, flashing and flying towards Zhao Yedian. Hey, this kid is really still too hot-tempered due to his age. If he gets provoked, he will be like a Huang with his fur standing on end. Zhao Yedian raised his eyebrows and chuckled. The laughter was rampant. No, brother Yi. Suddenly, a red figure appeared in front of him. At the same time, a green light appeared, and Yizan stood in front of the red shadow in shock. It was Chu Jiayao who opened her arms and stopped Yizan. Zhao Jiayao, you. Yizan stretched out his hand angrily, trying to pull Chu Jiayao away. But when he saw the determination in Chu Jiayao's slightly red eyes, he froze, his hand suspended in midair. My father won't let you hurt Zhao Yedian, and besides, he's not a bad person. Chu Jiayao choked up as she spoke, tears rolling down her face like pearls from a broken string. Every tear contained her guilt over her engagement with Yizan, her embarrassment at agreeing to her father's request, and her conflict over trusting Zhao Yedian. Get lost. You two are just acting out a sentimental scene here. Zhao Yedian showed no mercy and pulled Chu Jiayao down. Zhao Yedian, I'm a bad guy. I don't need to whitewash myself. Today, either he kills me or I get killed by him. I don't need a woman pretending to protect me. Do you understand? His tone was icy, and his expression was indifferent as he clenched his fists. If I get ruthless, I'll even kill myself. If you don't want to die, get out of here, you troublesome woman. As he said this, he rushed towards Yizan fearlessly. Yizan looked at his beloved woman who was dragged down, hugging her legs and crying. Roaring like a mad dog, he flashed again and rushed towards Yizan. Bang, 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 there was a deafening crash. This time, Zhao Yedian could clearly feel that these were the footsteps of death. Finally, I am going to die. Zhao Yedian breathed a sigh of relief. He seemed to see the $1 trillion prize waving to him, white. What is this? Zhao Yedian suddenly woke up. There were indeed flashes of white light before his eyes. Yizan's figure flickered and appeared, and every time he appeared, there was a deafening sound. It was obvious that he used the earth-level martial arts technique, the wind instant start picking step, attack. But why is it that this light has special effects and sound effects, but no damage? He was still standing there intact. After a while, he slapped his head and looked down hurriedly. Sure enough, there was a silver-white sachet hanging around his waist, emitting an astonishingly spiritual white light. The white light formed a shield, protecting the whole body. Inside the sachet is a defensive formation talisman. This was worn 2 days ago to protect against Chu Tianlong and Chen Shui Luohan. I actually forgot to remove it. Immediately, he reached out to take off the sachet. Boom! With a loud crash, Zhao Yedian's body shook and the white shield shattered. You were able to break the Zan level advanced formation talisman, well done. Zhao Yedian couldn't help but praise him. When he looked towards Yizan, he saw him lying on the ground, vomiting blood. He was obviously injured by the power of the explosion of the formation talisman just now. As long as he's not dead, Zhao Yedian quickly walked over to Yizan and sneered, you only have this much strength. Your fists are weak and powerless. I heard you're a swordsman, why don't you use your sword? Go to hell. Yizan took out a 3-foot-long sword with lightning speed and stabbed. At such a close distance, it will definitely hit. Sure enough, the sword touched Zhao Yedian's abdomen. Yizan was ecstatic and injected all his magic power into it, ready to strike through the heart with a sword. Base. Suddenly, a layer of golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of Zhao Yedian's body. He actually blocked Yizan's sword. No, impossible. I stab. Yizan swung his sword wildly like a madman, losing his mind and having no rules. Don't wait. Zhao Yedian hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. Yizan thought he was scared and prepared to attack him in one go. He leapt forward, his body transforming into a green rainbow and merging into the sword. Immediately afterwards, man and sword became one. A giant sword several dozen feet long, emitting a green light and emitting a spiritual pressure, pierced Zhao Yedian's left chest. Bang! Green light and golden light intertwined. The giant sword shattered into pieces in front of everyone's shocked gaze. Yizan separated from the sword, rolled to the ground, and vomited blood again. His face was pale and most of his magic power was consumed, like a young man with kidney deficiency. Hey, I told you to wait, I haven't taken off my heavenly magic weapon, the Qilin armor yet. This time, Zhao Yedian stripped off all his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts. After checking for a while and confirming that there were no protective treasures, he opened his arms and walked towards Yizan step by step. Come on. I will be frank with you. Yizan's body squirmed weakly, and a hint of hesitation appeared in his originally resolute eyes. You despicable villain, you only rely on some opportunistic means, you. Stop talking nonsense. You've already fallen down before I even put any strength on you. Zhao Yedian urged, I'm giving you this chance now, you loser. I won't attack you, and I'll let you hit me. Come on, use all your strength and chop me. Now, there are less than 5 minutes left until 12 o'clock. He was very anxious and every second counted. Hurry up. Zhao Yedian directly took out a long sword from the storage bag on the ground and stuffed it into Yizan's hand. Quick, stab here. He used his finger to mark the exact location of his heart on his exposed left chest. Hurry, stab me. Don't let Chu Jiayao look down on you. Coward, waste. Zhao Yedian shouted loudly, becoming impatient. There's less than a minute left. Yizan roared, and with his last bit of strength, he grabbed the sword and stabbed Zhao Yedian's chest with all his might. Puff, the pungent smell of blood exploded instantly. Drops of mucus slid down his chest. It's so difficult, I'm finally going to die. Zhao Yedian fell backward to the ground, slowly closed his eyes, and felt death approaching. As the last second passed, sure enough, that familiar system voice came from my mind again. Unfortunately, host Zhang Chen failed to complete the plot-killing mission within the specified time. The mission failed. Chapter 8 New plot-killing mission starts. What? Zhao Yedian opened his eyes angrily and got up from the ground. Looking down, I found that I indeed had no wounds. There was just a pool of blood on his chest and hands. The sword in Yizan's hand just now did not pierce his body, but instead pierced his own abdomen. He lay at his feet, dying, and from the depths of his throat, he struggled to utter a few words. Despicable, despicable. Who did it? Zhao Yedian pointed at a group of people nearby and roared. He no longer had any protective magical tools or treasures on him. It was impossible for Yizan to stab himself with a sword for fun. It was obvious that someone was secretly helping him. He successfully stopped Zhao Baji, Chu Tianlong, Chu Jiayao, Dulong, the 5 guardians of Zhaoji Palace and the people of Wuji Palace from helping him. The painstaking planning was ruined in an instant. Zhao Yedian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. That was 1 trillion. Everyone in the hall looked at each other in uproar and shock. Tonight, they were shocked so many times that their faces were distorted. From Yizan's Earth-level martial arts battle, the battle between two late-stage nascent soul cultivators, to Chu Tianlong marrying his daughter Zhao Yedian, and the battle between Chu Tianlong and Zhao Baji, two late-stage spirit transformation cultivators. In the end, the genius Yizan was killed by the good-for-nothing Zhao Yedian. It's full of twists and turns and is very exciting. It's just a little strange at the end. Zhao Yedian clearly won the duel. But his face was full of pain and he was talking nonsense. They saw it clearly just now. The moment Yizan stabbed Zhao Yedian's body with a sword, a white light flashed. Instead, the sword pierced Yizan's abdomen. It was obvious that Zhao Yedian was using some powerful martial arts. There was no way it could be someone else who could help from a distance. Seeing that no one admitted it, Zhao Yedian sighed helplessly. It was useless to say anything now. The money is gone. Detecting host Zhang Chen, not completing the plot kill, specially activating the automatic treasure looting function. Please continue to complete the designated plot killing tasks. Once completed, you can return to the original world and receive a trillion bonus. Next plot killing mission, killed by the nine-tailed fox demon within 3 days. Countdown, 2 days, 23:59. Woohoo, Zhao Yedian turned sadness into joy and danced with excitement. There is still a chance, that's great. This time there is no restriction on location or scene, as long as the fox demon is killed at any time within 3 days. Nine-tailed fox demon, it's a demon clan. There is a natural conflict between the demon race and the human race. It will definitely not be difficult to die this time. Yuner, well done, you've made a lot of progress. Suddenly, Zhao Baji's voice of praise came to my ears. At this time, Zhao Baji and Chu Tianlong had already walked out of the formation. After Chu Tianlong gave the dying Yizan a pill, his condition stabilized a lot. Haha, brother Zhao, you have someone to succeed you. Zhao Zi is making rapid progress and will surely become a great man in the future. Immediately, he raised his hand and pulled Chu Jiayao, who was about to help Yizan, over. We've been delayed for quite some time today, so you two should just go straight to the bridal chamber. Chu Jiayao looked at the injured and unconscious Yizan, then looked at her father. A hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes, but she nodded obediently. She took heavy steps and walked towards Zhao Yedian again. Never mind, Zhao Yedian saw everything and snorted coldly. Since your heart is not with me, I don't like being a minotaur. I won't marry you. Break off the engagement. Besides, a troublesome woman will only hinder my path to becoming stronger. Having said that, he walked out of the hall without looking back. A beautiful woman with the blood of an ancient mythical beast is the partner that many people dream of. But at this time, Zhao Yedian actually abandoned her on his own initiative, which was simply not a human being. Everyone in the hall was shocked and saddened. Minotaur, haha, this guy has great ambitions, but we underestimated him. Although Chu Tianlong didn't understand some of the words, he knew what Zhao Yedian meant from his resolute eyes. Then, he said to Zhao Baji with a smile, don't worry, Zhao Yao and Yizan have been childhood sweethearts and are as close as brother and sister. I hope brother Zhao doesn't misunderstand. Chu Jiayao will only marry Zhao Yedian. Zhao Baji looked at her son's receding back and inexplicably felt that he had changed and become much taller. It seems that my son has the qualities of a strong man. It's time to let him grow. Immediately, he nodded indifferently. Well, it won't be too late to talk about marriage when my son reaches the peak of the late foundation building stage and strives for the core formation stage. Cold Palace. A white light quietly appeared under the stone steps. A young man appeared. He looked to be in his 20s, but his hair and eyes were white. It was Bai Xing, the white-robed elder of Wuji Palace, whose cultivation had reached the early stage of the refined void realm. Bai Xing, you're back. How's the situation at Jiaoji Palace? Chen Shui Luohan's voice slowly drifted over. Don't worry, Queen, I will act secretly and no one will notice. It's just that my subordinate is a little strange. Bai Xingchang replied respectfully. It's not surprising. Zhao Yedian is too weak, so it's normal for him to lose. Chen Shui Luohan stretched lazily, revealing a proud body, and said nonchalantly. No, he didn't lose, but I think he wants to die. Oh, Bai Xing did not hesitate and simply recounted the twists and turns of the wedding banquet. That kid is indeed interesting, but I didn't expect it to be Chu Tianlong. Chen Shui Luohan's blue eyes flashed. They are a clan of divine beast bloodline, and they are very proud. Now they are willing to submit to Zhao Zhigong and even agree to marry their daughter. Bai Xing understood what he meant and said, do you need someone to investigate? No need. A little white mouse that just came out of its hole can't stand being frightened. We have to wait until it catches our prey, then we can kill it with one strike. Although Chen Shui Luohan's voice was soft, every word she spoke was full of murderous intent, which made people shudder. And now, we are focusing on dealing with the demon race. She pursed her beautiful red lips, and a hint of interest appeared on her fair and cold face. By the way, Zhao Yedian has already promised me that he will come to exorcise the demon. I guess he will go to Zhao Baji to plead with me tomorrow. You should go and capture him as soon as possible. Jiaoji Palace, Zhao Yedian requests an audience. Suddenly, a young man's voice came from outside the hall. They were both slightly stunned. After all, both of them thought that Zhao Yedian was afraid of the demon killing people, so he deliberately got injured and escaped at the wedding banquet. I didn't expect that he would come here on his own initiative at this time of night. Come in. Chen Shui Luohan regained his composure and preached. Bai Xing bowed and said, it's inconvenient for me to be here, so I'll take my leave first. Why are you panicking? I'll discuss exorcising the demon with you later. Chen Shui Luohan raised her eyebrows. Are you afraid that a foundation establishment realm kid will realize that it was you who saved him just now? Bai Xing was stunned and hurriedly explained. Only a cultivator in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm could detect my attack. But at that time, Zhao Baji, the only cultivator in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm, was in the formation and couldn't possibly know, so. Okay, explanations are just covering up. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Just stay away. Bai Xing lowered his head and stood aside silently. He knew in his heart that he had acted secretly because Everest Chen Shui Luohan had specifically instructed him to do so. If he was discovered, the consequences would be serious. I think of the black armored demon guards who were killed a few days ago. Unconsciously, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After a while, a young man wrapped in a thick coat walked in quickly. It was Zhao Yedian. What brings you here so late at night? Qian Shuiluo asked coldly. Zhao Yedian took a deep breath and was about to step forward to reply. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a white shadow out of the corner of my eye and my whole body shuddered. I couldn't help but rub my eyes and look carefully. It's you. Suddenly, Zhao Yedian pointed at Bai Xing and shouted in shock. Bai Xing panicked and spoke quickly. What is me? No, not me. It's you. It can only be you. You are white. Zhao Yedian affirmed seriously. Bai Xing broke out in a cold sweat, remembering that when he helped him, he did release a ball of white light. He immediately took a few steps back, feeling guilty, and quickly waved his hands to deny it 3 times. No, it's not me. There were so many people, I didn't go out. How dare you? What are you arguing about? Chen Shui Luohan shouted angrily, interrupting Bai Xing who was about to say the truth in panic. Zhao Yuntian knew that angering the queen would have serious consequences, so he immediately confessed, I once saw someone with white pupils who could cast an ability called White Eyes. I was so excited, I hope you will forgive me. Hearing this, Bai Xing and Chen Shui Luohan inadvertently breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Xing was afraid of punishment, while Qian Shui Luohan was afraid of losing face. After all, she was the empress, and she said she would not interfere in the affairs of Zhaoji Palace, but she also sent people to help secretly. If discovered, you will lose all face. Zhao Yuntian continued, I have come here late at night to join the black armored soldiers and set out to eliminate the demons overnight. I hope your majesty will grant me this. Suddenly, the two were shocked again. Chapter 9 Joining the Demon Slayer Guard. It was dawn. Black armored soldiers, demon slaying troops. Bang bang. The carriage galloped past the door at high speed, and the sound of horse hooves broke the tranquility of dawn. Zhao Yuntian sat in the carriage, sorting out the documents, clothes and magical instruments that he had just received from the Demon Slayer division. Why go through so much trouble? Why not just do it directly? Zhao Yuntian complained in dissatisfaction. Not long ago, under the leadership of Elder Bai Xing, he quickly went to the Black Armored Demon Slayer division to take up his post. Officially became a junior demon slaying guard of the demon slaying department. The demon slaying guards were a department established not long ago to fight against the invading demon tribe. The purpose is to recruit talented monster hunters on the Xingji continent and kill monsters more efficiently. The primary demon slaying guards are composed of cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Intermediate, composed of Jinden realm cultivators. The advanced level is composed of cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above. However, the processing time is too long. It was not until dawn that the process was completed. It was a complete waste of several hours. He only has less than 3 days. Having learned from the previous experience, he prepared to make a quick decision this time. The more preparation you have, the greater the variables. So this time, he did not reveal his identity to anyone except the Empress and Elder Bai Xing, including people from Zhaoji Palace. Only in this way would he be killed silently by the fox demon, and no one would come to his aid. He also specifically requested Elder Bai Xing to send him a colleague who was smart, simple-minded, and had low cultivation. On the one hand, it allows him to find the fox demon quickly and accurately. After all, the demons that invaded this time either possessed mortals or directly transformed into humans. Extremely difficult to distinguish. On the other hand, my only colleague has a low level of cultivation and cannot help me. Thinking back to last night's wedding banquet, the little cannon fodder next to me, all of whom were in the late nascent soul stage, made my scalp tingle. Fortunately, this time my colleague is only in the middle stage of foundation establishment realm. Hey, you're the most professional monster catcher. Zhao Yuntian looked into the carriage and saw another person who was concentrating on looking at the map and asked in a rough voice. First, my name isn't Hey, it's Lu Shuang. Second, I'm a demon slayer now, with an official rank, not some savage monster hunter. Lu Shuang raised her head, revealing a fair oval face with fair skin and delicate features. Huh, this is obviously a little girl. Zhao Yuntian rubbed his eyes. If she took off her hat and black clothes and put on a blue tulle dress, she would be a tall and pure girl. Compared to Chu Jiayao's charming lowly and Chen Shui Luohan's cold and arrogant queen, she is the pure and beautiful girl from a small family. It's like the sweet and sour taste of first love, especially those pure and flawless eyes. You fall in love at first sight. Gurgle gurgle. No, Zhao Yuntian shook his head suddenly and became a little more sober. Could it be that I have immersed myself too much in this role and turned into an ISP? There are only 2 days left, and I still want this. It disturbs my mind. Once we get $1 trillion bonus, we can invite Lolita, young women, and mature women to join us in playing sports and ball. By the way, this little girl is so arrogant. You're even dressing up as a man. Do you really think I'm a mentally retarded male lead in a costume TV drama? Are you blind? No, a man of 7 feet tall cannot be suppressed by a woman. I have to press on and show my manliness. Zhao Yuntian narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Brother Lu, don't be offended. I just joined the Demon Slayer guards today. I'm just a greenhorn, so don't bother with me. As he spoke, Zhao Yuntian turned his hips, sat next to Lu Shuang, and put his arms around her shoulders. They behaved like brothers and good friends. Suddenly, Lu Shuang pushed Zhao Yuntian away like a furious cat, shouting in panic, What are you doing? Zhao Yuntian spread his hands innocently. I didn't do anything. You and I are both men, what are we afraid of? As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Shuang with a half smile. Could it be that you are still a woman? I don't know. Lu Shuang frowned and denied it. That's good. I just took a quick look at the Demon Slayer Guard manual. It seems that Article 23 stipulates that women cannot become Demon Slayer guards. Once discovered. Zhao Yuntian showed a panic expression, did not say anything else, just made a gesture of wiping his neck. As he said this, he took advantage of her unpreparedness and put his arm around her shoulders again. I sighed in my heart, it smells so good and is so soft. Please don't hate me, I'm a villain in the book, so I have to fit in with the character. Otherwise, who knows if the system will first eliminate me, a villain who is too serious. Lu Shuang bit her teeth lightly, a blush flashed across her face, and she struggled hard for a few times. Seeing that it was useless, he pried Zhao Yuntian's hand apart and placed it on the map. He hurriedly changed the subject and said, according to the information, I already know the approximate location of the nearby fox monster. It's right here. As she spoke, she drew a circle on the sheepskin map with her finger. Zhao Yuntian stared at the spot, a complex smile appearing on his face. Are you sure, is this the place? Going there is very tiring. Lu Shuang took out a bronze disc that emitted a faint yellow light from the storage bag on her waist. There were densely packed strange characters engraved on it, and a diamond-shaped pointer was shaking left and right, pointing to the direction the carriage was moving. It gives me such a strong sense of déjà vu. It reminds me of the movie Monster Hunter, where they also used a compass-like tool to determine the location of the monsters. But, Zhao Yuntian grabbed the storage bag that the Demon Slayer division had just distributed and poured it out. There were no other items inside except clothes, documents, and a Zon-level primary magic weapon, the demon slaying sword. There is no such powerful-looking compass magic weapon at all. Don't look for it anymore. This demon-catching plate of mine is a top-grade Zon-level magic weapon passed down to me by my master. It can track down the location of demonic energy. Lu Shuang stroked the monster-catching plate, and unconsciously, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she glanced at Zhao Yuntian. Yo-yo, this arrogant little expression makes me, the young master of Zhaoji Palace, feel as if I am being despised. So that's how it is. Zon-level top-grade magic weapons are still rare among Foundation establishment cultivators like us. This is the first time I've seen one. Zhao Yuntian stared at the compass, his eyes sparkling with envy. I bet Brother Lu must be very knowledgeable. Perfect. Immediately, he took out a storage bag and casually took out a few things. Suddenly, in the dim carriage, spiritual light flowed and it became as bright as day. What is this? Lu Shuang opened her mouth in surprise. Not bad, not bad. That's the effect, a small expression of shock mixed with a hint of restraint. Zhao Yuntian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, I got it accidentally when I was fighting with a kid before. Brother Lu, please help me identify it. Lu Shuang picked up a small sword with trembling hands, eyes flashing. This is a top-grade Earth-level magic weapon, the Green Soul Sword. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling with excitement. I heard that this sword can absorb one's own essence. Combined with secret techniques, it can become one with the sword. The power of one strike can reach the Golden Core Realm. Unless there is a heaven-grade magic weapon to protect the body, cultivators below the Golden Core Realm will die. Wow, so powerful. Oh, right, is this the secret technique you mentioned? Zhao Yuntian picked up two martial arts books and handed them to Lu Shuang. One is called Wind Instant Star Picking Steps, and the other is called Heaven Man Harmony Sword Technique. Two local level top-grade skills. This is too precious. Lu Shuang felt that she had lost her composure, so she immediately suppressed her surprised expression and pretended to be calm, saying, this technique is not something that a cultivator like me in the foundation establishment stage can practice, and it wouldn't be a good thing if I obtained it. What if I say that I have already learned these two techniques? Zhao Yuntian smiled helplessly in his heart. Not long ago, his treasure plundering function automatically plundered the treasures of Yizan, with whom he had fought. Moreover, he forced the skills into his body. He taught himself the Wind Instant Star Picking Step, and Man and Sword become one. Zhao Yuntian actually didn't want to learn. After all, the stronger he became, the harder it would be for others to kill him. So this time, he must let the fox demon kill him. Otherwise, who knows what this system will force you to plunder in order to become stronger. Chapter 10 Death Under the Peony Flower. However, since he came into contact with the demon clan, he could only be killed by the nine-tailed demon fox. Once you encounter other monsters or enemies, life-saving means are a must. He brought two heavenly grade magic weapons from Jiaji Palace. One of them is the Qilin Armor, which is very useful in saving lives. Another thing is the Demon Spirit Pearl. This is much more powerful than the Zon-level demon catching plate. As long as the demons appear, they will not only glow. The illumination of the demon spirit bead can also make the demon race show its true characteristics. The demon race is good at possession and transformation. This is extremely helpful in identifying whether a demon is a fox demon or not. After all, there are so many species of monsters, and it would be a huge loss if they died in vain. In addition, the plundering function was in Yizan's hands. Not only did he plunder two kinds of martial arts, a green soul sword, but also three Sky Thunder Pearls. He is truly worthy of being the protagonist, possessing such a powerful and lethal magic weapon. This bead was refined by several nascent soul cultivators using the condensed internal magic power. If three missiles hit simultaneously, they can instantly kill Yuanying level cultivators and demons. That is the 5th level demon clan. The monster race is ranked from strong to weak, from level 1 to level 10. Those below level 8 are all monsters that have not yet awakened their intelligence. The 8th level demon race is equivalent to the human chi training stage. From this level upwards, they are Foundation Establishment Realm, Golden Elixir Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Spirit Transformation Realm, Void Refining Realm, Fusion Realm, and Mahayana Realm. The nine-tailed fox demon is estimated to be at least at the Jinden Realm or above, that is, a level 6 demon. It is also very likely that she has transformed into a human woman. In an instant, the alluring image of the charming fox spirit from movies and games emerged in Zhao Yuntian's mind. Little fox demon, please charm me to death. Yunyang City. Zaishanlu, night. A carriage stopped at the gate. Two young men came out from inside. They were wearing black clothes, red cloaks and tall round-brimmed hats. One of them had a handsome face, with a sinister look between his brows. The other person had fair skin, a small and delicate face, and eyes as pure as water. It was Zhao Yuntian and Lu Shuang who rushed all the way from Xingcheng to Yunyang City. The two men dismounted and headed straight for Zaishanlu. In the past, Zaishanlu was the most prosperous place in Yunyang City. At night, the lights are bright and there are crowds of people. There are many literary gatherings, poetry gatherings, and courtesan singing and dancing parties. But at this moment, it seemed cold and deserted. It was quiet and empty in front of the door, with only two red lanterns hanging under the door plaque. Dark, deserted and bleak. Zhao Yuntian's originally excited face became dull at a speed visible to the naked eye. When I met Lu Shuang before, she said on the map that there was a fox demon in a brothel. He was still thinking about enjoying himself in the name of slaying demons, but in the end he died under the spell of a fox demon. But now, it seems too late. The entire Zaishanlu looked like it was about to close down. Bang, bang, is anyone there? We are the demon slayer guards. Lu Shuang stepped forward, knocked on the door and shouted. Crack, the door opens. A beautiful woman who was no more than 30 years old and wearing an open-chested silk gown walked out. She grabbed Lu Shuang's arm and cried, oh, you're finally here. That monster is causing trouble here, and many people have died. Bang, Zhao Yuntian, who was standing behind him, was also furious. What a shame, a girl who could play the flute and the instrument died. What a pity. The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment, then waved her hands. It's not the girls who died, it's the guests who came here, many of them died. When did he die? How did he die? What did the monster look like? Please describe it in detail. While Lu Shuang was helping the beautiful woman into the hall, he took out a demon tribe atlas from his storage bag. Zhao Yuntian did not hesitate and followed him into the hall. The hall was dim, with only a few red lanterns lit above the table in the middle. The red light reflected, eerie and strange. The beautiful woman lit a candle and poured a pot of hot tea. Pour 3 cups for each. Then he sat down, sighed softly, and continued, a few days ago, my Zaishanlu was one of the best brothels in Yunyang City. Countless talented men and women have been here, reciting poems and engaging in lovemaking with the top courtesan. Stop talking nonsense, my time is precious, let's get to the point. Zhao Yuntian interrupted impatiently. Rather than just listening to you, it would be better to watch an art film from Japan. Now he only has 2 days. Brother Zhao, finding clues based on the details and identifying the demon race is a one-stop job, so don't rush. Lu Shuang said seriously. Zhao Yuntian smiled brightly. Brother Lu is also a fellow traveler. Then please let mom tell you in detail how men and women enjoy sex. When Lu Shuang heard this, she immediately reacted and her face turned slightly red. Then, she glared at Zhao Yuntian and continued to ask, who is the deceased? How did he die? The beautiful woman sighed softly. The first person to die was a demon-slaying guard. What? Lu Shuang frowned, a little surprised. After all, to be chosen to become a demon-slaying guard, one must be a cultivator at least in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Anyone who can easily kill a monster in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm must be at least a level 6 monster. That is an existence comparable to that of a Jinden realm cultivator. Just 3 nights ago, a demon slayer guard passed his assessment and was about to take off his post in Star City the next day. So the first night, I stayed at Zaishanlu with Anmaran. At this point, a trace of fear flashed across the beautiful woman's face. As a result, the next morning, the demon-slaying guard turned into a dried corpse. Where's the courtesan? Zhao Yuntian asked. The Warren passed out and when she woke up she had no memory of last night. I wonder what happened. Demon possession. Lu Shuang and Zhao Yuntian guessed at the same time. After all, this kind of incident happened on the carriage coming here. Zhao Yedian has read a lot, and Lu Shuang has also talked about a lot. Immediately, Zhao Yedian waved his hand, indicating that he should continue. The second and third people who died were a black-armored soldier and a wandering cultivator. They died in the same way. Their blood was sucked dry and they became mummies. The fourth person to die was a guardian of the Niu family. I heard he was in the late stage of foundation building, but he died without any signs. The fifth. The beautiful woman's eyes flickered and her tone was horrified. Those who died were not weak scholars or ordinary people, but people with great cultivation. And he is a cultivator with a fairly high level of cultivation. This made Lu Shuang's expression even more solemn. This means that the previous speculation was correct, and the demon's cultivation level is at least above level 6. That is, the cultivator's Jin realm and above. This was definitely not something that the two of them, the junior demon slaying guards, could contend with. Suddenly, Lu Shuang felt a light pat on his shoulder. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Yedian looking at him with a serious look. This made her a little uncomfortable. After all, along the way, Zhao Yedian was always laughing and cynical. Brother Lu, it's up to you from now on. Zhao Yedian's tone was serious and urgent. On me, Lu Shuang raised her eyebrows, and a hint of realization flashed in her pure eyes. As expected, no wonder he was so formal. It turned out that he wanted me to deal with the level 5 monster alone. But the gap in strength is too big. I'm only in the middle stage of foundation building, and he's so cruel. Hurry back to Star City and ask for a mid-level demon slaying guard. After all, the one that appeared might be a level 6 demon. Suddenly, Zhao Yedian said in an unquestionable tone, this is definitely not something we can handle. Go. Lu Shuang was startled, a trace of guilt flashed across her face, and she said hurriedly, then you. I will cooperate with this mother and continue to search for the monster. Please go quickly and come back soon. I think you will be back by noon tomorrow. At this moment, Zhao Yedian seemed like a different person. From a cynical young master, he transformed into a cautious, wise and reliable colleague. Lu Shuang wanted to say something. After all, the monster appeared silently this time, which was very strange. But at this moment, she suddenly saw Zhao Yedian, who raised a thumb and revealed a row of white teeth. Said with extreme confidence and Tsunere, finding monsters is your forte, but saving lives is my skill. Don't worry about me. Lu Shuang was stunned, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. A demon-slaying guard did not boast about his skill in killing demons, but confidently said that he was very good at escaping. It was the first time she had seen such a person. However, in this situation, she needs such a person. Saving your life is the most important thing. Although along the way, he was very disgusted with this man's cynicism, greed, lust, and frivolous behavior. But at critical moments, he appears to be very reliable. Wait until I come back, I will go there and come back soon. Lu Shuang spoke in a firm tone and moved as fast as the wind. She ran out of the hall and got on the carriage. After a burst of loud horse hooves, silence returned to the surroundings. Hey, now, there are only two of us left. Zhao Yedian chuckled and squinted his eyes at the beautiful woman with a plump figure and beautiful appearance. The beautiful woman curled her lips, pretending to be frightened and taking a few steps back. Oh. Sir, I've been working very hard to provide you with clues about the demon race. You can't do this. What's with all the talk about monsters? It's annoying. I just want to die under the peony flowers, and even as a ghost I'll be a romantic. As he spoke, Zhao Yedian closed his eyes, breathed rapidly, and slowly walked towards the beautiful woman. Just inadvertently, he squinted and glanced at the storage bag. Inside, there's a bead emitting a dazzling red light. It is the demonic spirit pearl. Chapter 11. Sorry, I recognize the wrong demon. Zhaoji Palace, main hall, late at night. Nonsense, going to slay a demon all by yourself, don't you know your own weight? Zhao Baji shouted angrily, but her eyes were full of worry. Poison Eyes on the side swallowed his saliva and said soothingly, maybe the young master really wants to go out and gain experience and improve himself. Besides, this is the promise the young master made to the queen. It's hard to disobey. Experience, Zhao Baji snorted coldly. Does he even know how powerful the demon race that appeared in Xingzhou this time is? Du Yan was stunned, touched his bald head, and then remembered something, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I remember a few days ago, a shocking news came from Zhuji Palace. 5 black armored demon guards in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, plus 30,000 elite black armored soldiers, were defeated in the fight against the demon clan. In a rage, the queen even executed a black armored demon guard on the spot. Later, Zhuji Palace transferred the 5 guardians of Zhaoji Palace and formed the demon slaying guard to eliminate demons. This shows that Queen Chen Shui Luohan has taken this group of monsters seriously. However, the cultivation level of our young master is only at the late stage of foundation building. He even relied solely on demonic energy to force his way to the later stages. They have an unstable foundation and are the weakest among their peers. With this kind of cultivation, getting rid of the monster would be a waste of time. No wonder Palace Master Zhao was so angry. Immediately, he bowed and said, Palace Master, please rest assured. I will go find the young master and bring him back safely. Zhao Baji shook her head and said, you can't do it alone. Go to the palace and find 2 more Yuanying realm late stage cultivators to accompany you. Poison Eyes was shocked. Could it be that the demon tribe that appeared this time is so powerful? After all, his cultivation level is at the late nascent soul stage, plus the 7 evil demon ape skill. Even among cultivators in the late nascent soul stage, he is considered outstanding. According to Yunar's demonic energy, he should be heading to Yunyang City. Zhao Baji slowly closed her eyes, which were surrounded by purple black mist. She said in a low voice, there are several level 5 monsters in Yunyang City. Level 5 demon race. Poison Eyes was stunned. Yunyang City is just a small city, but there are several demons with the strength equivalent to that of nascent soul cultivators. Although I am also in the nascent soul stage. However, there is a natural difference in physical strength and bloodline between humans and demons. One demon clan is enough to deal with at least 2 human cultivators at the same level. If several level 5 demons appear at once, then several times the number of nascent soul cultivators will be required to fight against them. Realizing the critical situation, Dian immediately left the hall. He selected 5 nascent soul cultivators and quickly rushed to Yunyang City. Zhao Baji looked towards the direction of Yunyang City and sighed softly. He lowered his head and looked at the diamond-shaped token in his hand that was emitting red light. 2 big red words, conscription, appeared on it. It was the conscription token of the Queen of Zhuji Palace, Chen Shui Luohan. This also means that he will also lead the people of Zhaoji Palace to the neighboring Yunzhou to eliminate monsters. Yunar, you must come back safely. Zhao Baji regained her composure on her face and walked out of the hall with firm steps. Afterwards, he led a group of elite soldiers from Zhaoji Palace to join up at Zhuji Palace. At the same time, Chu family, the candlelight flickered. Chu Tianlong held a letter in his big hand with a serious expression. In the letter, it was from his daughter Chu Jiayao, who left a few short words. Yaoer is out gaining experience, don't worry. Elder Chu, Yizan just left Taishuan sect and said he wanted to go down the mountain to slay demons and gain experience. At this time, a man holding an ice fan appeared silently. It was Li Qinghan from Taishuan sect who was at the wedding banquet last night. Chu Tianlong is not only the head of the Chu family, but also an elder of the Taishuan sect. They've come down the mountain to train again, and their injuries haven't healed yet. Aren't the Chu family and Taishuan sect enough for them to train? Chu Tianlong squinted his eyes in annoyance, with golden light flashing in his eyes. Perhaps the two of them suffered too much of a blow at the wedding banquet last night. Li Qinghan analyzed. At the wedding banquet last night, the genius Yizan was defeated by the loser Zhao Yedian and lost face. After Chu Jiayao chose to marry Zhao Yedian proposed to cancel the engagement in front of everyone, which made her feel ashamed and embarrassed. Both of them wanted to become stronger through experience and avenge their previous humiliation. Forget it. Go out and suffer a little, maybe you'll really grow. As long as it doesn't affect our plans. Chu Tianlong closed his eyes, shook his head, and went to the secret room. Li Qinghan was a little worried. After all, this time the demon tribe outside was so troublesome that even the Juji palace found it difficult to deal with. Yizan is his junior fellow apprentice, and they are as close as brothers. Thinking of this, he walked out of the Chu family. He followed the direction Yizan left and disappeared into the night. Zaishenlu. Zhao Yedian lay sideways on a soft big bed, looking at the beautiful woman beside the bed with a smile on his face. What are you waiting for, little goblin? Come and have some fun. The beautiful woman twisted her charming body, took off a soft coat, and smiled seductively. Oh, I'm scared. As she spoke, she slowly climbed onto the bed, her voice soft and charming. Many people have died here. Sir, aren't you afraid? Zhao Yedian chuckled. Life is nothing but a lie. From the moment you take a breath, you are slowly dying. As she spoke, she hugged the beautiful woman's waist and said with a wicked smile, please let me die of ecstasy, okay. Immediately, he added, by the way, I still prefer girls. Can you become that type? Change. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. You fox demons are naturally good at transformation. You can disguise yourself as a loli or a black-robed queen. I can do it all. Very good. Zhao Yedian patted his thick chest and twisted his waist to show that he was full of energy. Fox demon, sir, what are you talking about? I don't understand. A red light flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes, and she punched Zhao Yedian in the chest with her pink fist. Hey, I'm going to get angry if you say that. Can't we just be honest? Zhao Yedian shook his head helplessly. Just now when you said so many people died here, I saw a hint of excitement under your fearful expression. Just because of this, you doubt others, but, suddenly, the beautiful woman's voice stopped. A red light flashed by. Her beautiful face and smooth body suddenly cracked into fine lines, like a piece of porcelain about to break. Bang! The next moment, her whole body shattered and a monster emerged from her body. Its body is covered with brown and yellow fur, its eyes are blood red, and its mouth is protruding, revealing sinister and sharp fangs. Several long furry tails fluttered slowly in the reflection of the moonlight. It looks exactly like an enlarged version of a fox. Zhao Yedian was playing with a bead that glowed with a fiery red light and was startled. It really is a fox demon. After saying that, he put the beads back into the storage bag and smiled gently. I just wanted to confirm. Excuse me, please continue to transform back into a beauty. Damn human, you actually have a magic bead that can make me appear. The fox demon brandished its sharp claws, its tone sinister and filled with murderous intent. Fine, I'll make your death more painful. Zhao Yedian waved his hands hastily. No, I still want to die beneath the peony flowers, even as a ghost cough. Suddenly, a long yellow tail came flying towards them. He wrapped his arms around Zhao Yedian's neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. Although Zhao Yedian felt a little uncomfortable, he still had a happy smile on his face. The mission of being killed by the nine-tailed fox can finally be completed. This tail is furry and warm, probably worth a lot of money. I can collect a few more when I go out. Suddenly, Zhao Yedian seemed to remember something. He quickly opened his eyes and looked at the fox demon's tail, counting silently in his heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You are not the nine-tailed demon fox, you are the six-tailed fox. Zhao Yedian shouted with all his strength, choking. Hey, Kyubi, are you talking about my sister? The fox demon laughed wildly, his eyes flashing red, and sneered, as for you, a piece of trash, you are lucky to die in my hands. You still want to die in my sister's hands. Wait for the next life. You useless thing, die. Bang, zizi. In an instant, there was a violent explosion. Thunder roared and flames flew everywhere. The entire room was rocked by a violent explosion, and debris was scattered everywhere. The entire Zuxian building collapsed with a loud bang. The fox demon fell to the ground with a bloody hole the size of a head in its abdomen. The foul-smelling yellow blood gas spread out. Her whole body trembled slightly, and she was dying. A trace of despair flashed in her red eyes. No, impossible. You still have the magic weapon Heavenly Thunder Pearl. Zhao Yedian put away the protective shield on his body, slowly drew out a long sword with a green glow, and walked towards the fox demon step by step. Sorry, I recognized the wrong demon. He walked up to the fox demon and smiled gently. Then, as compensation, I'll let you die quickly and painfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down with a sword. Chapter 12 Shocking. The Nine-Tailed Fox. Under the moonlight, the night breeze caresses. Zhao Yedian stood in front of the fox demon with a look of pity on his face. What a pity, out of the three, Sky Thunder Pearls, only two are left. This thing is more powerful than I imagined. However, the shortcomings seem to be obvious. If it hadn't been for the fox demon, she would have let her guard down by wrapping her tail around it. I guess the Sky Thunder Pearl was dodged before it was thrown in front of her. Oh, I actually recognized the wrong demon race. Host detected, fox demon killed, plundering function activated. Congratulations to the host, the plunder was successful, and you have obtained the ability of the six-tailed fox demon, Thousand Faces Illusion Body. Thousand Faces of Illusion, you can freely change your voice and appearance based on your imagination. Zhao Yedian, it started again. This plundering function seemed to be becoming more and more active. As long as you fight with or kill others, you can plunder their abilities, skills, and treasures. This seems amazing, but, Zhao Yedian was in agony. I don't want to become stronger at all. I just want to be killed by the fox demon, believe this bloody book, and get the $1 trillion bonus. Oh, I was so careless tonight and wasted another night. Zhao Yedian's expression of pain intensified. It's almost dawn, and there are less than 2 days left. There is no time to delay. The nine-tailed fox demon must be found as soon as possible. Judging from the tone of the six-tailed fox demon just now, it seemed that it was very familiar with the nine-tailed fox and even called her sister. We should be able to find some clues from her. Immediately, Zhao Yedian leaned over and began to feel up and down the fox demon whose head had been cut off. After a while, he found a well-preserved yellow paper map. Longmen auction. Zhao Yedian read out a few words on the paper. How could a fox demon have a map of the auction? Longmen should be Longmen Inn. He recalled seeing this place name on Lu Shuang's map while in the carriage. A desolate and remote inn located on the border of Yunyang City. What a familiar movie scene. Zhao Yantian closed his eyes and tried hard to think about the titles of the following chapters of the novel. After all, this is the only thing he can do now. He has only read more than 50 chapters. If I had known this earlier, I would have read a few more chapters of the novel before entering the book. Suddenly, a chapter title related to the nine-tailed fox came to mind. I think it's the title of chapter 66, shocking. The nine-tailed fox demon at the Longmen auction is actually. Zhao Yantian clenched his fists, bared his teeth, and roared, fuck. I hate shockmongers the most. Those bastard titles. Can this author come up with a simple, clear, and complete title? Fortunately, we roughly know where the nine-tailed fox might appear. Bang bang. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves and wheels came from the distance. Under the moonlight, the shape of the carriage could be vaguely seen. It was the one that Lu Shuang left in. It's been less than an hour, and you're back so soon. The black-armored soldiers who went to Star City to slay demons will not be back until at least tomorrow noon. Could it be? It seems this girl is a stubborn person. This won't do. She must be made to see the dangers of society. Zhao Yantian sighed softly, a ghostly smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Ouch. Lu Shuang pulled the reins and stopped the carriage. He exclaimed, what's going on? Before my eyes is a ruin. In less than an hour, the huge building Zaishenlu was turned into a pile of ruins. Apparently, there was a fierce battle. A look of horror appeared on her fair little face, and she quickly dismounted and ran over. As we got closer, a foul smell wafted over, making people want to vomit. In the dim moonlight, she vaguely saw a huge creature lying on the ruins not far away. Approach carefully step by step. The creature was as tall as two people, with yellow-brown blood flowing all over its body. Its tail was broken, and its limbs were bent. A shocking bloody hole was left in the abdomen, and the entire head was cut off by a sharp weapon and rolled to the side. Demon, a demon clan. It's a fox demon. A level 6 demon clan. So powerful. Who did this? Lu Shuang exclaimed in surprise. A 6th level demon race, whose cultivation level is the human's golden core realm. Even a Jindan realm cultivator, even in the late stage, would not be able to kill this monster easily and efficiently by himself. Could it be that there are mid-level demon slaying guards nearby, or high-level cultivators? Lu Shuang guessed, but immediately, she thought of something. He looked around and ran around, shouting anxiously, Zhao Yantian, you. Suddenly, she tripped over something and fell to the ground. She rubbed her buttocks in pain, and when she was about to get up, her expression suddenly froze. In an instant, her eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Before my eyes was a broken corpse. There is no intact part on his body. Dozens of scratches and wounds covered his cheeks, neck, chest, and legs. The skin was ulcerated, blood was dripping, and the wounds exposed the white bones. The left arm and right leg are empty. The broken limbs were scattered all over the ground, which was shocking and extremely miserable. Lu Shuang trembled all over, her voice hoarse and choked with sobs. Zhao Yantian, didn't you say you would run away? You lied to me. I remembered the new colleague who was full of confidence and made strange gestures to me an hour ago. At this point, it's too late to die. Judging from the wounds, it was obvious that the fox demon had scratched his entire body with its sharp claws. Even though we've only been colleagues for one day. Although he is greedy for money, lustful, frivolous and bold, his whole body reveals the dandy demeanor of a young master. But she could feel that this handsome young man had justice and kindness in his heart. Before dawn, he dragged himself along and rushed hundreds of kilometers to Yunyang City to eliminate the demon. He asked questions along the way and learned about the demon race. He took the initiative to undertake the dangerous task of pursuing the demons, and let himself go to ask for reinforcements. I still come back, late just like that time. She buried her head, sobbing and crying loudly. My mind is filled with that similar night 10 years ago. One night 10 years ago, the young girl was reading an ancient book about catching monsters, full of strange stories, by candlelight. Suddenly, her father hurriedly called her out, gave her some silver, and asked her to attend a lantern festival. She was very happy and also very surprised. After all, my father has always been strict with me and won't let me go out to play easily. But this time, he was so generous that he not only let her participate in the annual lantern festival, returned the silver to her so she can buy candy and puppets. At her father's urging, she went out without thinking much. She even remembered that her father had a warm smile on his face at that time. Little did she know that was the last time she saw her father. The monster was rampant, slaughtering the entire Lu family. Except for her, no one in the family survived. From then on, she disguised herself as a man and became a monster catcher. Now, he is a demon-slaying guard. While killing the monsters, he was also looking for the monsters that massacred the Lu family. During this dangerous mission, she inadvertently thought of the past and instinctively did not want to abandon her colleagues. So I turned around and wanted to come back to be with him and face the danger together. However, she still came back late. Still can't even protect a colleague I just met. It's the demon clan again, it's the demon clan again. From now on, I, Lu Shuang, will kill all the demon clans. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and let out a long roar towards the sky. The voice was filled with anger, unwillingness and pain. Only, she didn't notice that Zhao Yantian's body trembled inadvertently the moment she roared. It's over. I didn't expect her to react so strongly. I just want to try out this, 1,000 faces, ability and transform into a corpse for fun. If I were to suddenly resurrect now, I don't know if she will be scared to death or beat me to death. Chapter 13, Undercurrents at the Dragon Gate Inn. The carriage moved forward rapidly again. Outside the carriage, Lu Shuang pulled the reins hard, her face ashen and her eyebrows raised. In the carriage, Zhao Yantian laughed awkwardly. Brother Lu, it was just a joke, don't be angry. Don't talk to me from now on. I won't believe anything you say. Lu Shuang's voice was cold and emotionless. Pretending to be a corpse is also one of my life-saving skills. Brother Lu, why are you so stingy like a woman? Zhao Yantian did feel a little regretful. You shouldn't deceive such a simple girl. If you were to die in the modern world, I guess the woman next to you appears sad on the surface, but is secretly happy in her heart, calculating how much inheritance she can get and how many benefits she can gain. Although he is a character in the book, he is cute, simple, and very affectionate. After Zhao Yantian decided to go out, he had to give this character a good review and give tens of thousands of love letter gifts. However, she was not too persistent and did not explain too much to ask Lu Shuang to forgive her. After all, he is a man ready to die at any time. You cannot have too deep a relationship with the characters in the book. Zhao Yantian smiled indifferently, closed his eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Seeing no sound for a long time, Lu Shuang turned his head to look. She became even angrier when she discovered that the man who had just deceived her was sleeping so shamelessly. Thinking back to just now, I cried inconsolably in front of him. An embarrassed blush appeared on her face. Master once said that men are a scourge and a beast. A lying man is even more hateful. Lu Shuang, if you say you can't trust him, then you can't trust him. She covered her slightly heaving chest and made up her mind. Noon, Dragon Gate Inn. The Gobi Desert is covered with raging sand. An inn stands in the wind and sand, unharmed and extremely solid. Looking closely, the inn was covered by a protective shield emitting a faint blue light. It is just a simple protective formation, although it is located in a remote area and the environment is harsh. But there were quite a few people gathered near the inn. There were more than a dozen at this time. Everyone is dressed in strange and bizarre clothes. The methods of travel are also different. Some are riding on flying swords, looking majestic. Some people also ride on giant walking and flying animals, looking very majestic. Others rode ordinary horse-drawn carriages, struggling to make their way across the Gobi Desert. It was Zhao Yuntian and Lu Shuang's carriage. Damn it, I am at least a follower of Empress Chen Shui Luohan of Xingzhouji Palace. The young master of Zhaoji Palace. With this status, are you only qualified to ride in an ordinary carriage? Zhao Yuntian immediately shouted in disbelief, Brother Lu, don't let those people look down on us. After all, you and I are both renowned demon slayers in Xingzhou. Take out your flying mount or magical weapon, make a domineering appearance, and shock everyone. First, the junior demon slayer guards aren't famous in Xingzhou. Second, there aren't any. Lu Shuang said coldly, dismounted, hitched the carriage to a wooden stake, and walked alone towards the long men inn not far away. This little girl is still angry. But didn't she say she wouldn't talk to me? It seems that this woman is really gentle. If it were the real world, if you made a girl angry, you wouldn't buy her a bag, give her a red envelope, take her out to eat or watch a movie, go shopping, or give her a gift. There is no one to be seen at all. Zhao Yuntian immediately ran up with a grin and put his arm around Lu Shuang's shoulders. Brother Lu, you're so concise and clear. I really like the way you talk more and more. If you can speak well, please say more. Lu Shuang raised the corner of her mouth, pushed Zhao Yuntian away, and quickened her pace. Zhao Yuntian shamelessly chased after him. After a while, the two pushed the door open and entered the Longmen Inn. Unexpected. Inside, the house is brightly lit and spacious. It is as big as half a football field. The house was filled with square wooden tables, which were laden with delicious food. The beef head, mutton and fish are steaming hot and the aroma is everywhere. You two are here to attend the Longmen auction, right? This way, please. A tall, thin, middle-aged man warmly invited the two to table No. 23. Can we eat as much as we want? No entrance fee or money required. Zhao Yuntian grabbed a chicken leg and chewed it, asking politely. Tickets. It's either an admission ticket or paying spirit stones. Zhao Yuntian swallowed a mouthful of chicken and spoke in simple terms. Haha, that's not necessary. This auction is open. As soon as the 30 tables are filled, the bidding will begin immediately. The tall and thin man said this with a smile, and ran to the door to receive another guest. Zhao Yuntian was a little surprised. In fantasy novels, high-end auctions are usually held in secret. And they also have to wear masks or shields to prevent their identities from being discovered. This is to prevent him from killing people and stealing treasures after he gets out. But this auction seems very casual. Everyone opened their faces and ate and drank freely. This feeling is like attending a banquet at a wedding or funeral. He likes to sit at the children's table the most and have the food all to himself. Fortunately, this time, there was only one girl dressed as a man sitting at my table. Just looking at this small body, I can't eat it. Zhao Yuntian saw Lu Shuang looking at him in surprise. He immediately protested, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy eating chicken? Lu Shuang smiled indifferently, squinted at the food, and spoke slowly. I want to remind you that if you eat without testing, there's a 50% chance of poisoning. What? Zhao Yuntian cried out in panic, picked up a chicken leg suspiciously and looked at it carefully. Immediately, he took advantage of Lu Shuang's unpreparedness and stuffed it directly into her mouth. You scoundrel. Lu Shuang gave a delicate cry and quickly took the chicken out of her mouth. Haha, the first rule in the Demon Slayer Guard's manual states that when the Demon Slayer Guards carry out their missions, they must live and die together. Being poisoned alone is worse than being poisoned by many. Zhao Yuntian thought it was quite fun to tease this serious and innocent little girl. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open. 3 men in purple robes and conical hats walked in slowly. In an instant, everyone in the room looked at these people. Although I can't see his face clearly, but the aura emanating from these 3 people had reached the terrifying late Jindan realm. Most people in the house are only at the foundation building stage. Even if there are 1 or 2 people in the Jindan realm occasionally, they are only in the early stage. The sudden arrival of 3 powerful late Jindan masters immediately caused everyone to feel uneasy. After all, the stronger the strength, the more voice one has. If there are rare treasures at auction later, they will most likely be given to these 3 late Jindan masters. Lu Shuang looked at the 3 of them with a serious expression. She sat at the table opposite her and moved her lower lip nervously. Relax, Brother Lu, we are not here to auction things, come and taste this papaya. Zhao Yuntian continued to enjoy the food in a relaxed manner, fearless. Time passes slowly. There are 30 tables, and 28 are already occupied. Only the last 2 tables are left. At this time, a slim woman wearing a white gauze skirt and a white hat walked in from outside the door. Although the face was covered, Zhao Yuntian still felt vaguely familiar. Chu Jiayao. She came to the auction alone. Zhao Yuntian was actually a little curious. Immediately afterwards, a handsome man appeared outside the door. He was dressed in a green robe that fluttered in the wind, his eyes were firm and steady, and he walked straight to the last table number 30. As expected, he is the protagonist Yizan. Any venue, always show up last. There is also the 9-tailed fox demon that has never appeared. It is probably hidden among these people. It seems that this auction is becoming more and more interesting with undercurrents. Chapter 14. In the world of cultivation, only the strong are respected. Now, the Longmen auction officially begins. At this time, a middle-aged man with a sturdy build and wearing a tan short shirt walked onto the wooden platform and announced loudly. This man has thick eyebrows and big eyes, a sturdy and strong build, and his eyes are wide open, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. The spiritual pressure emanating from his body has reached the peak of the late foundation building stage. My name is Hutong. I'm the organizer of this Longmen auction and the owner of the treasure. Hutong stood on the log platform and introduced with a smile. The round wooden platform is located in the center of the entire hall, 10 feet high and 3 feet in diameter. There were 30 tables and more than 50 people present, all looking at the wooden platform. Generally, an auction house is just an intermediary. He is only responsible for auctioning off other monks' treasures and earning intermediary fees. In the treasures auction this time were all tiger eyes. It is indeed rare that he is the one who presides over the auction. This shows that this person is worth a lot of money. Good idea. Zhao Yuntian drank the fish soup and nodded in agreement. I thought that when I got out, I would be a billionaire. But we can indeed learn from this money-making trick. After all, once something is auctioned, its value will increase several times. Look at Brother Tiger on the stage. He has a broad back and strong arms, and a ferocious look on his face. At first glance, he is a ruthless man with strong limbs and a simple mind. In addition, this auction was held in this remote place and was covered by a formation. Surreptitiously, most likely he had killed someone to steal the treasure, or he had stolen the treasure and wanted to sell it quickly. However, there is a place where the nine-tailed fox demon, the protagonist Yizan, and the heroine Yizan all appear. The items being auctioned may be really valuable. Zhao Yuntian's attention also fell on the wooden platform. I have 3 treasures in total. I'll start the auction after I've introduced them one by one. Hu Tong said this and waved his hand decisively. In an instant, a ray of light flashed on the wooden platform. A square wooden table suddenly rose on the round wooden platform. 3 discs covered by colorful light appeared on the wooden table one after another. 7 colored glass cover. It is said that this shield can not only conceal the spiritual energy emitted by all things, but also block the spiritual sense of any cultivator from exploring. It is a great thing for hiding treasures. Indeed, the cover covering the treasure alone is a Zon-grade, top-grade treasure. A group of people who knew the origin of this cover started discussing it. Everyone showed expectant eyes, but no one noticed, just as the colorful glass cover appeared. Outside the Longmen Inn, there was the light blue shield that previously blocked the wind and sand. It suddenly turned red, covering the entire inn. Immediately afterwards, the entire Longmen Inn disappeared in the Gobi Desert, leaving no trace. Even the nearby carriages, footprints and some traces disappeared. As if it had never appeared, the Gobi Desert has returned to its former desolation and is deserted. Inside the Longmen Inn, however, there was a bustling atmosphere and it was extremely lively. Everyone's mouths were dry and their eyes were fixed on the wooden table. Because at this time, Hu Tong had already unveiled the first colorful glass cover. A pill is suspended in the disc. It is only the size of a thumb, and the whole pill is wrapped in green light, yellow light, and purple light, blending into one, full of spiritual power. 3 lifelike demon beast patterns were engraved on the surface of the pill. They are the blue ox, the yellow snake and the purple deer. 3 pattern spirit purifying pill. No doubt about it, it's the elixir ranked 18th on the Danaling list. It is said that once this kind of elixir is taken, even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage can break through to a new realm without any bottlenecks. More than that, using it only to break through realms is a waste. This elixir is made from the essence, bones and blood of 3 kinds of monster beasts. After taking it, practicing body refining techniques will achieve twice the result with half the effort. It is enough to make your body strong enough to rival the monsters. Many monks were amazed. The Danaling list is a ranking of elixirs recognized by cultivators in the 9 continents. All the elixirs that can make the list are extremely precious. And this is one of the top 20 inches 3 pattern purifying pills. The method of refining this pill comes from the demon clan. After all, ordinary cultivators rarely see demons, let alone research methods for making elixirs. Even if you encounter it, it is unlikely to be dangerous. Whether it is to improve cultivation or practice bodybuilding exercises. These are the things that practitioners value most. Especially practicing bodybuilding exercises. The physical strength of the demon race, especially the high-level demon race, is comparable to the heavenly grade defensive magic weapons. If you take the elixir, your body can be as strong as that of the demon race, which is equivalent to owning a heavenly magic weapon. You should know that heavenly grade magic weapons are extremely precious and rare. There are even fewer defensive ones. Even the Juji Palace, which dominates the 9 provinces, does not have many defensive heavenly grade magic weapons. Not to mention that these people are just independent cultivators or people from small families and small sects. This 3 pattern pure spirit pill, I want it. Suddenly, a short and fat old man stood up and shouted. No, this is the one I saw first. I'll give you 10,000 spirit stones. I'll give you 20,000 inches. In an instant, after a scramble, the value of a spiritual pill was argued up to hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. I told you, wait until I've introduced the 5 magic weapons one by one before making an offer. Hu Tong snorted coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes, and what I want is not a spirit stone. Spirit stones can not only be used to purchase magical instruments and elixirs, but also to replenish the mana that cultivators lack. It is a common currency among monks. At this time, Hu Tong did not want the spirit stone, which meant that he wanted to barter. Exchange it with treasures he needs of those that are even rarer. For a moment, everyone began to calculate what treasures they brought and what would be suitable for exchange. After all, there are elixirs that can directly break through bottlenecks or improve skills. Once it appears, it is priceless. Zhao Yuntian sat on the stool, his whole body restless and his heart like a cat's claws. The fight for it was so intense that he wanted the pill too. At an auction, the person who can most incite people is not the seller. But it's the buyer's crazy consumption. Even in the real world, this is called mass consumption psychology. If many people think something is good and rush to buy it together, then most people will think that this thing is good. Even dog shit smells good. Therefore, there are generally many people who use shills to hype up the market. I don't know if there are any shills among this group of monks. But this time it's different. Everyone felt the powerful aura of the elixir, which was enough to prove that this elixir was truly extraordinary. There are indeed many treasures in Jiaji Palace. But most of them are just some magic skills, or raised magical beasts, and some formations and talismans. Palace Master Zhao Baji has always felt that practicing magic to improve oneself is much more reliable than using some external objects such as magic treasures and animals. The only better heavenly grade defensive magic weapon, the Qilin armor, is still worn by Zhao Yuntian himself. Brother Lu, what do you think of this pill? Zhao Yuntian asked in a low voice. At this time, Lu Shuang still looked alert, paying attention to the 3 late Jin and cultivators at the table next to him. She frowned slightly and said, didn't you say just now that you were here to trade treasures? Zhao Yuntian shook his head seriously, don't be so stubborn. If you don't want good things, what's the difference between you and a fool? Such a treasure must be coveted by many people. How many spirit stones and treasures do you have? Lu Shuang kindly reminded him, but saw Zhao Yuntian looking at her with a smile. Suddenly panicking, he grabbed the storage bag tightly and said with a vigilant face, don't try to hit on me. I am just a junior demon slayer like you. I only get 10 spirit stones a month. I am also preparing. Exchanging spirit stones for treasures is the proper thing to do. I'm not that pedantic. Zhao Yuntian smiled mischievously and looked at Yizan and Chu Jiayao. Although Yizan had no expression on his face, he remained calm and composed. But he still couldn't hide the heat in the corner of his eyes. Chu Jiayao couldn't see her facial expression clearly, but her body was shaking slightly, obviously due to excitement. Although both of them had amazing talents and were born into prominent families, they both fell into decline. This elixir can quickly improve strength, which is quite tempting to them. So, are you planning to rob it by force? Lu Shuang guessed with a complicated expression. Zhao Yuntian, I'm a villain after all. How can I highlight my character if I don't rob? Thinking about it, he opened an interface of the system in his mind. This interface has been there since the beginning. However, one value has only recently appeared and has dropped significantly. Zhao Yuntian villain value, 51. The lower the villain value, the less consistent it is with the character setting. If it reaches 0, he will be erased from this book. This is obviously forcing him to be a bad guy. The meaning of erasure is self-evident. That means being truly dead, leaving the book alive, and receiving $1 trillion bonus. Everything is nothing. Zhao Yuntian narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a deep voice, in the world of cultivation, there is no such thing as robbing. Only the strong are respected. Chapter 15. The Nine-Tailed Fox was. Oh, then I'm curious, how strong are you? Lu Shuang held her chin with her hand, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, blinked her clear eyes, and stared at Zhao Yuntian. Obviously, this is a teasing expression as if one is ready to watch a good show. Zhao Yuntian was unhappy at that time and wanted to pounce on her to prove how tough he was. But what he said was true. Tiger eyes, his cultivation has reached the peak of the late foundation building stage. There were also 3 guards standing under the log platform. Judging from the fluctuations of spiritual power, he is even stronger than the one at the peak of the foundation building stage. Obviously, he also has the Jindan realm cultivation. It is almost impossible to steal the treasure openly. That's just that I don't want to become stronger. I want to become so strong that even I'm afraid of it. Zhao Yuntian told the truth. Yeah, I believe it. Lu Shuang was talking about the letter, but her expression of trying not to laugh betrayed her. The happier you laugh now, the more miserable you will cry in a moment. Zhao Yuntian was not in a hurry to argue or prove himself. His system's treasure plundering function is divided into passive and active plundering. According to his analysis, every time you kill or defeat an enemy, or every time you fail a mission, the passive treasure looting function will be triggered. However, there are no restrictions on active plundering, and you can plunder other people's things at any time. Zhao Yuntian doesn't want to become stronger, he just wants to be killed by the plot and get $1 trillion bonus. However, he doesn't mind becoming stronger when necessary to complete plot-killing missions. At this time, Hutong also unveiled the second one, the colorful glass cover. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, and a scorching air wave swept through the entire inn. The temperature suddenly rose. Even among this group of people, the weakest one is in the early stage of foundation building, and the strongest one is in the golden elixir stage. But everyone was still burned by the high temperature, with dry mouth and hot skin. This rare phenomenon clearly indicates the emergence of another treasure. Everyone couldn't help but look closely. The flames dimmed, and a 10-foot-long spear appeared on the disc. The entire gun body is carved with a lifelike fire unicorn in a spiral pattern. The tip of the spear is not the sharp iron blade of an ordinary spear. But it was a long, thin tongue of burning fire. From a distance, the entire spear looked like a fire unicorn spitting flames. It seems to be coming out, lifelike and full of spirit. Ah, such a powerful spiritual power fluctuation, this must be a magic weapon. A magic weapon is a treasure that can only be sacrificed by cultivators at the Golden Core realm, but this spear seems to be different. Oh, this is incredible. This time, the people in the inn could only utter various exclamations and shocks. But he couldn't tell the specific name of this spear. After all, most of the people here are cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Magical weapons are something that only those at the Golden Core stage can possess. For a while, no one recognized this thing. Seeing this, Hutong chuckled and calmly introduced, this is a heavenly grade magic weapon called the Red Scale Fire Tassel Spear. It was forged using a 6th level fire attributed Qilin Fire Snake as its spirit. Ah, is this the Scarlet Scale Fire Tassel Spear, ranked 24th on the Xuantian ranking? Suddenly, an old man with the cultivation level of the early Golden Core stage shouted in a somewhat inappropriate manner. The Xuantian ranking, like the Danaling ranking, is a recognized ranking list of magic weapons. The magic weapon that can be on the Xuantian list must at least be a heavenly grade magic weapon. The better ones are even the best among the heavenly grade magic weapons. Even for a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, it is difficult to have a magic weapon that can leave its name on the Xuantian list. Everyone went crazy again. Their eyes were bloodshot, their lips were dry, and their faces were red. Part of the reason is that the heat brought by the Red Scale Fire Tassel Spear causes a physical reaction. But more than anything else, it is the desire for this treasure that creates an excited physiological reaction. Hutong looked at the reactions of the group of people and nodded with satisfaction. Without any hesitation, he directly uncovered the last colorful glass cover. He took out 2 treasures from the Danaling list and the Xuantian list in succession. Everyone present was looking forward to the final treasure. They couldn't wait to look over, but what came into view was beyond everyone's imagination. The one who responded the most was Zhao Yuntian. When he saw this thing, his relaxed expression suddenly froze, his breathing became a little rapid, and he muttered in horror, is there such a thing? Under the last colorful glass cover, there was nothing else but a small cage. Inside the cage, there was a 9-tailed fox lying. It is about 1 meter long, with snow-white fur, eyes as bright as rubies, and 9 fluttering tails. If it wasn't put up for auction, if it wasn't breathing and its tail wasn't moving. Zhao Yuntian almost thought that this was just a puppet of a 9-tailed fox demon. But at this time, this was obviously the true form of the 9-tailed fox demon. This is very different from Zhao Yuntian's impression of a 9-tailed fox demon that can destroy the world and kick a village with 1 kick. There is no coin grid at all. It was actually caught by someone, put in a cage, and sold as a pet spirit beast. Or who is this tiger-eyed person? Based on Lu Shuang's demon clan map and calculations. The 9-tailed fox demon that appeared in Yunyang City is at least a level 5 demon. It is equivalent to the nascent soul stage of humans. And he is just in the late stage of foundation building. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian remembered the novel he had read and finally understood. It turns out that the plot of the chapter title is the Longmen auction, where the 9-tailed fox demon was locked in a cage at auction. 9-tailed demon fox. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The 9-tailed fox is a level 5 demon beast. How could it be beaten back to its original form and locked in a cage? Could this be a species similar to a fox demon? For a moment, everyone was confused. After all, the strength of the 9-tailed fox demon is well known among the demon clan. It's impossible to be caught easily. Everyone, don't doubt it, this is the true form of the 9-tailed demon fox. Hutong grinned grimly, but at this moment, her demonic power is only 1/10 of what it once was. She has been sealed with a secret technique, so there's no need to worry. I believe that the demon core of a 5th level demon beast, as well as its claws, fur, and other materials, would drive people crazy even if they were placed throughout the entire JoJo. And it's a living creature. This is a favorite pet and furnace of high-ranking monks. If you take it out to exchange or sell it, you can get a lot of benefits. Seeing that everyone was a little shocked and afraid, Hutong began to introduce. All the monks who spoke revealed greedy looks again. Okay, let's start the auction. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Hutong said decisively, but my auction method is a little different. As he spoke, he picked up the first treasure, the 3-pattern purifying pill, plate, and slowly said, if you are interested in this item, follow me to the secret room to discuss it. There's only one condition for those who come here. That is, you can exchange everything for this item. After saying this, he took the elixir and decisively walked down the wooden platform to a dark room with underground stairs. Although everyone was surprised, this was a very common thing at auctions. This is for the safety of the treasure and everyone, and needs to be done in private. Immediately, more than 10 monks hurried to the secret room. When Lu Shuang saw Zhao Yuntian, he was still sitting steadily on the stool. Immediately, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his eyes wandering. Brother Zhao, don't you want to go and grab the treasure? The strong are respected, what a good opportunity. Zhao Yuntian squinted at Lu Shuang and found that this girl seemed to be influenced by him. From being serious at the beginning, he became more and more naughty. I will definitely take the treasure, but it's not just a pill. Zhao Yuntian said disdainfully, but Lu Shuang saw it and thought it was just tough talk. She smiled with interest and said, could it be that Brother Zhao is still interested in that fox demon? Zhao Yuntian stared at the fox demon, then looked at the demon spirit bead in the storage bag that was always lit. Who says it's not? Chapter 16, Don't marry if you don't love me. Half a quarter of an hour later, Hu Tong had a happy look on his face and slowly walked out of the secret room. Walked onto the wooden platform again. Everyone, the 3-pattern purifying spirit pill has been auctioned successfully. And for safety reasons, everyone who just entered the secret room and went through the auction has already left the dragon gate and through the back door. Hu Tong said, then picked up the red scale fire tassel spear, and said with a smile, the rules are the same. Anyone interested, please enter the secret room. Having said that, he walked into the secret room again. In this time, it is obvious that this magic weapon is even more tempting. More than 20 people entered the secret room one after another. Zhao Yuntian was still sitting steadily on the stool. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't tempted by that heavenly magic weapon. However, compared to this 9-tailed fox demon and the $1 trillion bonus, it is still far behind. Moreover, he also felt a vague sense of inexplicable uneasiness. This uneasiness is most likely due to the appearance of the protagonist Yizan. Zhao Yuntian has read many novels, and once the protagonist appears, trouble is bound to arise. Immediately, he turned his head and looked at the last table. Table number 30 was empty. The protagonist Yizan also followed into the secret room. He truly is the protagonist of justice. As soon as he notices something is wrong, he wants to investigate. I am different. The villain only cares about his own interests. However, perhaps Yizan really wanted that red scale fire tassel spear. At this time, Lu Shuang on the side suddenly stood up and took a few steps. Judging from the direction, it seems that he is also preparing to go to the secret room. Zhao Yuntian frowned and said jokingly, Brother Lu, the toilet is not over there. You're vulgar, who wants to go to the toilet? Lu Shuang's face turned slightly red, and she picked up a round plate from her hand. It was the monster catching disc she had used before. But at this moment, the pointer on the monster catching disc was spinning violently. No location was determined. Hey, what's going on? Are there monsters everywhere here, and your monster catching disc is confused? Is it malfunctioning? Zhao Yuntian asked with some surprise. I sighed in my heart, it turned out to be just a Zon-level magic weapon. The heaven-grade magic weapon, the demon spirit pearl, is very stable and always glows. This is also the reason why Zhao Yuntian has always been sure that there's a 9-tailed fox demon here. There are generally 2 reasons for this. Lu Shuang's face was serious. First, there are indeed many demons nearby, and they are very powerful, so the demon hunting compass is affected by this and is so erratic. Secondly, we are now inside a formation. Formation. Didn't we see the formation when we came in? It's just a simple protective formation. Zhao Yuntian also felt something strange. No, it's impossible for a normal formation to not be able to determine the direction. This formation must have a special spatial barrier restriction that blocks the direction from the outside world. Lu Shuang's expression became increasingly serious. After all, this kind of space barrier formation is equivalent to a secret cage, which is easy to enter but difficult to get out. Once you are in such an environment, it is equivalent to handing half of your life over to the person who casts the formation. Then your monster catching disc has been spinning non-stop, hasn't it? Zhao Yuntian asked seriously. Yes, this has been happening since the auction started. Lu Shuang said frankly, so, I have been looking for the center of the formation since just now. But I guess the center of the formation should be in that secret room. I see. Zhao Yuntian's nervous expression suddenly relaxed, and he said indifferently, what a dark heart. He's very patient. It seems he has a strong desire to play. Him, playful. Lu Shuang was a little surprised. It doesn't matter. Someone has already gone to investigate. Let's just wait and see. Zhao Yuntian poured a glass of wine and continued to drink calmly. Lu Shuang had a face full of questions. For the first time, she felt that her thinking could not keep up with the man in front of her. Zhao Yuntian, it really is you. Suddenly, a woman's voice came to Zhao Yuntian's ears. The voice was familiar, filled with anger and unwillingness. Turning around, I saw a woman wearing a white veil and a snow-white corseted skirt with thousands of pleats, which highlighted her curvy figure. Immediately, she lifted her veil, revealing a fair and delicate oval face. There was a hint of anger in a pair of peach blossom eyes. It was Chu Jiayao. Hey everyone, come sit down and have a drink. Zhao Yuntian put on a forced smile and picked up a glass of wine and started drinking. Lu Shuang on the side was looking at the two of them with interest, as if she was enjoying a melon. That night why did you break off the engagement? You even broke off the engagement in front of everyone, you. She questioned with a trace of aggrieved tears in the corners of her eyes. These words attracted the attention of the remaining people in the inn. There were less than 10 people left in the entire inn. Except for the 3 purple-robed men in the late Jindan stage, who were sitting motionless on the tables and chairs, as if meditating. Everyone else gathered around to watch. After all, a beautiful woman with a perfect figure can always attract men's attention. But they didn't expect it. A man actually broke off the engagement with such a beautiful woman. It's a waste of resources and not worthy of being a human being. Immediately, they all cast jealous and sad glances at this handsome young man. Even Lu Shuang, who was standing beside her, had a complicated look on her cute oval face. Zhao Yuntian smiled faintly. If you don't love me, then don't marry me. It's that simple. Boom, a light sentence, like a thunderclap, struck everyone's heart. There are still people who don't love this extremely beautiful woman. Is this fair? In particular, she is not only beautiful, but also has a high level of cultivation, reaching the middle stage of foundation building. She is simply the most suitable dual cultivation partner that this group of foundation building cultivators have always dreamed of. Everyone was furious and ready to teach a lesson to this young man who was so full that he didn't know the hunger of the hungry and didn't feel the pain in his waist while sitting and talking. Chu Jiayao's whole body was trembling slightly, and her eyes were unfocused, as if she had suffered a huge blow. At the beginning, she was really unwilling to marry him, Zhao Yuntian, even if she died. But later, she gradually changed her opinion of this young man. He is bold and careful, has courage, magnanimity, and has the same determination as her to be recognized by the world. Finally, there's the request of his father Chu Tianlong and his daring behavior at the wedding banquet. She thought that marrying Zhao Yuntian might not be a bad idea. But he never expected that his engagement would be broken off. She has always been proud and has always wanted to find an opportunity to ask Zhao Yuntian clearly. So she went out to look for Zhao Yuntian on the pretext of going out for training. But now, I met Zhao Yuntian by chance and asked him clearly. But the result made her sad. If you don't love, don't marry. I used to be like a little princess, loved by everyone. It was the first time that she heard the word, I don't love you, from a man's mouth. Feelings of unwillingness, disappointment, and sadness linger in my heart and cannot be shaken off. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the person next to Zhao Yuntian. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on Lu Shuang, and she said in a sudden realization, no wonder, it turns out that Mr. Zhao has a beautiful woman by his side. With a woman's keen insight, she could tell at a glance that Lu Shuang was a girl disguised as a man. Even looking at her facial features and looks, she is not inferior to hers. She is a naturally beautiful woman. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuntian looked at Lu Shuang with pretended confusion. Lu Shuang was startled and quickly waved her hands, explaining in a gruff voice, Miss, you're joking. Although I've been pale and thin since I was a child, I'm indeed a man. Yes, we even slept in the same carriage. I couldn't have been wrong. Zhao Yuntian agreed seriously. It would be inappropriate to reveal her identity so early. He wanted to tease this innocent girl some more. The most important thing is that Lu Shuang is still a demon-slaying guard. If her identity as a girl is discovered, at the very least, he will be expelled from the demon-slaying guard, and at the worst, he will be charged with the crime of deceiving the emperor. It is very likely that his cultivation will be abolished and he will be exiled to the border. A beautiful little girl who is obsessed with slaying demons. Zhao Yuntian is very curious and unconsciously wants to protect her. At least until he died and got out, he would not take the initiative to expose Lu Shuang's identity as a woman. Sleeping together. Chu Jiayao wrinkled her nose, looking shocked, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Haha, alright, the scarlet scale fire tassel spear has been auctioned off successfully. At this time, Hutong was alone again, slowly walked out of the secret room, and announced with a smile. Then, let's begin the final auction of the nine-tailed fox demon. Anyone interested, please come to the secret room. As he spoke, Hutong picked up the cage and prepared to walk towards the secret room again. Wait, suddenly, a young man's voice disrupted Hutong's pace. He squinted and looked. It was a young and stern man. I want this nine-tailed fox demon. Zhao Yuntian said calmly and arrogantly, besides, I don't intend to trade, I'm going to get it for free. As he spoke, a rampant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 17 Level 5 Monster Clan, Tiger Monster. So, that little brother wants to rob Luo openly. The tiger's round eyes stared at Zhao Yuntian, and his muscular body emitted a yellow light. Zhao Yuntian was not afraid at all, and shook his head and said, no, it's not a robbery. Haha, Hutong thought he was scared and sneered. But the next moment, he was stunned. Zhao Yuntian stretched out his hand and said calmly, I want you to hand the nine-tailed fox over to me. What an arrogant boy, I have to teach him a lesson. Since you're here to participate in the auction, you must abide by the rules. I've disliked him for a long time. He's such a heartless man. I'll help that girl teach you a lesson. Before Hutong could speak, the remaining cultivators spoke in a sweet voice. The spearheads were all directed at Zhao Yuntian. Zhao Yuntian was not angry but happy. Being ridiculed is the passive skill of the protagonist Yizan. I am now treated like a protagonist, not bad, not bad. Seeing that Zhao Yuntian had angered everyone, Hutong sneered and continued walking towards the secret room. He only left behind a familiar sentence, if you really want the nine-tailed fox, follow me to the secret room. In an instant, the remaining people rushed to the secret room. Only the three late Jindan cultivators, Zhao Yuntian, Lu Shuang and Chu Jiayao were left in the inn. There's something strange about that secret room. I'll go check it out. Lu Shuang finally couldn't help it and stood up. Zhao Yuntian sighed softly, there's no need to go. There will surely be rivers of blood and corpses there, and the stench will be awful. Lu Shuang and Chu Jiayao were slightly stunned. Corpses, you mean those people who went to the secret room before became corpses? Lu Shuang was the first to react and asked hurriedly. Chu Jiayao's face turned pale and she shook her head in denial. Impossible, those monks have already left, there are no corpses, don't scare us. No, maybe not. Lu Shuang looked at the monster catching plate in her hand and said, the monster catching plate shows that we are trapped in the barrier formation. There's no way they can get out. Maybe there's an exit to the outside of the secret room. Chu Jiayao's expression tensed and she asked anxiously. Impossible. The pointer of the monster catching disc has never stopped. This means we have been in a closed formation barrier. Lu Shuang thought of Zhao Yuntian's question just now and suddenly realized. At this moment, Chu Jiayao was completely panicked, but that isn't Tiger Eye an auction treasure. How could they kill people for no reason? Also, I just saw Brother Yizan go in. Nothing happened, right? That's not necessarily true. Zhao Yuntian was a little depressed. I was counting on him to go in and fight this Tiger Eye who was in the late stage of foundation building, but he turned out to be so useless and hasn't come out yet. Chu Jiayao became increasingly panicked and asked, but you knew it was dangerous to enter the secret room, so why didn't you stop the last few people from going in? If we unite with them, we might have a chance to fight against Hutong and the three Jin and Realm Masters. Haha, a bunch of rabble, Zhao Yuntian sneered. I'm not a saintly bitch. Anyone who insults me will have to bear the consequences. Besides, I don't think that greedy people like them can be reliable companions. Zhao Yuntian expressed his dissatisfaction frankly. But I think those people might be able to form an alliance. As Lu Shuang spoke, he looked towards the three remaining Jin and Realm Masters in the hall. Although these three people were terrifyingly strong, as soon as they sat on the chairs, they closed their eyes and seemed to enter a state of meditation. Until now, he has not woken up. Hurry, run. Suddenly, a young man in a green robe ran out from the secret room. His green robe was splattered with blood, his hair was disheveled, his face was blue, and he was panting. It was Yizan who had entered earlier. Behind him were two monks who had escaped. The two men had their arms broken and their legs and feet fractured and deformed, looking extremely miserable. Brother Yi, you. Chu Jiayao held Yizan and said with concern. There was endless panic on Yizan's face. He waved his hand and spoke hurriedly. Hurry, it's almost too late. I hid in the secret room before. I found the exit of the formation. Maybe I can escape. Escape. Haha, too late. Suddenly, a tiger roar sounded like a strong wind. I saw Hutong standing at the door of the secret room with a grim smile on his face. You three have good concealment, shielding skills, and body movements, but it's a pity. Your cultivation is too low. Hutong smiled brightly as he walked towards Yizan step by step, sighing softly, you can only refine some inferior pills. Elixir. You lure them with auction treasures, then go to the secret room and kill those people, just to make the elixir. Yizan asked in a cold tone. Of course not entirely. The key is to absorb their essence and souls and turn them into weapon spirits. Tiger Eyes chuckled sinisterly, and they still have to be willing souls. You're using the soul of a human cultivator as a weapon spirit. You're so vicious. Yizan clenched his fists in anger. Vicious. When you humans use the souls of demons and monsters to refine weapon spirits, isn't that vicious? A yellow light flashed in Hutong's eyes, and his tone was filled with resentment. The demon race has no grudges against you humans, and we should stay out of each other's way. But you humans are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. You're waving the banner of justice to eliminate demons, but all you want is to obtain the demon blood to make elixirs, their bones, blood, fur, and claws to refine magic weapons, and their souls to refine spirit weapons. As he spoke, Hutong's face began to gradually twist into form. A black line in the shape of a king appeared on his forehead, and long black whiskers extended from the corners of his mouth. That's great. You humans use the demons to refine treasures, so my demons will also use you humans to refine them, and the quantity we can refine will be 10 times, 100 times. Don't you human cultivators have a lot of you? Then they'll all become materials for me to refine pills and magic weapons. Ha 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 ha. Hutong laughed loudly, and in an instant, his whole body suddenly swelled up. It turned into a huge monster with a tiger head and a human body. Yizan took a few steps back in panic, his expression becoming increasingly ugly. What a powerful aura. This aura is at the nascent soul stage. It is a level 5 demon. Immediately, he glanced at the 3 purple-robed monks who were still meditating and pleaded in a low voice, 3 seniors, a tiger demon has appeared. I hope you, fellow human monks, can help. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 people who had their eyes closed opened their eyes at the same time. One of them waved his hand and said in a hoarse voice, that's what I was thinking. Why don't you come over and discuss it? Yizan was delighted when he heard this. He covered his wound and took a few steps forward. But in that instant, Yizan keenly observed that the purple-robed man's face, which was glowing green, inadvertently revealed a sinister smile. Yizan felt something was wrong and quickly turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, it's too late. One of the purple-robed men punched in the air. The black fist wind formed hundreds of fist shadows in the air and directly hit Yizan. Yizan's body was like a sandbag, with dozens of deep pits in an instant. Puff, puff, he flew backwards, fell to the ground, and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Hee. The 3 men in purple robes smiled coldly at the same time. They slowly stood up and walked to the tiger demon. Obviously, these 3 purple-robed men, who were in the late Jin and Sage, all stood on the side of the tiger demon. Seeing this, Yizan's face was filled with grief and indignation. Why? Why would you, as human cultivators, stand on the side of the demon race? One of the purple-robed men spoke in a hoarse and cold voice, devoid of any emotion, because from the very beginning, those 3 treasures were promised to us. And you are just a bunch of dead material. Chapter 18 Advancement to the Golden Core Realm. 3 people in the late Jin realm, plus a level 5 demon. This made Yizan and others fall into despair for a moment. The gap is too big. Yizan roughly counted the 2 people who came out with him. One is in the middle stage of foundation building, and the other is in the late stage of foundation building. Together with Chu Jiayao and myself, we are all in the middle stage of foundation building. It's impossible to win. There is only one way, only one word. Escape. He was ready to use his trump card, the Sky Thunder Pearl. When 3 are launched at the same time, their power is so great that it is enough to kill a cultivator in the nascent soul realm, which is a level 5 demon. Even if there are 4 people on the opposite side, be prepared. But it always takes up some of their time. This time is enough for them to enter the center of the secret room and escape from the formation. As he thought about it, one of his hands, which was lying on the ground, unconsciously reached into the special storage bag at his waist. The power of the 3 Sky Thunder beads is too great. He had always carefully sealed it in a special storage bag and had never dared to unseal it. This was his first time using it, and he couldn't help swallowing, his fingers trembling a little. Slowly, he opened the sealed storage bag. I was stunned for a moment. The 3 heavenly thunder seeds in the sealed storage bag disappeared without a trace, leaving the bag empty. This is similar to the sudden disappearance of his Qinghan sword a few days ago. The only trump card disappeared without a trace. Yizan, who was always calm, was filled with fear and cold sweat. There's no need to waste time, all 3 of you. Suddenly, the tiger demon laughed grimly and then waved its claws. The 3 treasures dimmed their brilliance and appeared on the wooden table. It was exactly the 3-pattern purifying spirit pill, red scale fire tassel spear, and 9-tailed fox demon from before. Kill everyone in the house, give me their essence and souls to make materials for refining, and all these treasures will be yours. As the tiger demon spoke, his eyes flashed yellow as he stared at Chu Jiayao. By the way, that beauty seems to have the blood of the ancient divine phoenix in her body. How rare. Let you absorb her spiritual energy as well. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 men in purple robes stared at Chu Jiayao, greed suddenly appearing on their faces. The spiritual charm of the divine phoenix bloodline is a great tonic for those in the late Jin realm to help them break through the bottleneck of the Yuanying realm. Chu Jiayao was suddenly panicked and took a few steps back. Yizan tried desperately to stand up and protect him, but he was too badly injured and could only kneel on the ground, spitting blood in anger. In addition, his 3 Sky Thunder Pearls trump cards were missing, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Lu Shuang has already drawn out the demon-slaying sword. She is a demon slayer, and it is her duty to slay demons. However, he was unable to deal with 3 people in the late Jin realm and a level 5 tiger demon at once. He could only stare at them, looking for an opportunity. Third brother, the spiritual energy in that girl's body belongs to you. Second brother, you need the 3-pattern spirit purification pill. I want that 9-tailed fox demon. The purple-robed man with a goatee said to the 2 purple-robed men beside him. The treasures had already been distributed before the 3 brothers arrived. The third one got a gun, the second one got pills, and the eldest one got a fox. However, the elixir and the demonic power of the 9-tailed fox can break through the bottleneck. Only the third brother's gun was a little lacking. But now is just right, the third brother can also use the spiritual energy of the divine phoenix bloodline to break through the bottleneck. In this way, the 3 brothers in purple have a great chance of advancing to the nascent soul stage. This was quite difficult for the 3 of them, who were just independent cultivators and had no background in any large sector powerful force. Excuse me, I want all the pills, the gun, the fox, and the person. A young and unruly voice suddenly echoed throughout the inn. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the person who spoke was a stern-faced young man, Zhao Yundian. At this time, he was holding the cage that trapped the 9-tailed fox in his right hand, and the heavenly magic weapon, red scale fire tassel spear, in his left hand. A 3-pattern spirit summoning pill, with a green glow was floating and slowly entered his mouth. And swallowed it in one gulp in front of everyone. You, the 3 purple-robed brothers let out angry and shocked sounds at the same time. The tiger demon was also slightly stunned. The 3 treasures were clearly placed on the table. How come it was in that boy's hands in the blink of an eye? The 3 brothers in purple robes were already furious. They flashed and pounced directly at Zhao Yundian. But just as they moved, they saw 2 beads flashing with blue light flying towards them. The third and second oldest brother snorted coldly and ignored him. After all, what amazing methods could a little kid in the late foundation establishment stage have? They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the medicinal properties of the 3-pattern purifying spirit pill had not yet dissipated. Kill Zhao Yundian quickly and suck his blood. Maybe it can also make up for the medicinal properties. Get out of the way. This is the Sky Thunder Pearl. Suddenly, the goateed boss let out a deafening shout. The third and second oldest were startled and tried to hide, but it was too late. With a loud bang, a giant blue arc flashed, and huge thunder energy suddenly exploded in the air. The bodies of the second and third brothers instantly turned into smoke and dust and disappeared. Sky Thunder Pearl, did you take my treasure? Yizan looked at Zhao Yundian angrily. In fact, the purpose of his trip was to get the heavenly magic weapon, Red Scale Fire Tassel Spear. After all, his magic weapon, Green Soul Sword, was missing. The second is to find Zhao Yundian and avenge the previous shame. As soon as he entered the inn, he found Zhao Yundian. But at the same time, he discovered something unusual about the auction and thought about investigating it first. That's why he got injured. Facing a powerful enemy, he endured and did not attack Zhao Yundian. But now, he saw that his trump card was in his hand. Finally couldn't help but explode. Yes, these treasures once belonged to you, but now, they all belong to the Zhao family. Zhao Yundian held a gun in one hand and a nine-tailed fox in the other. He closed his eyes, raised his eyebrows, and spoke with great satisfaction and arrogance. At this time, the medicinal effect of the Sanwen Chingling pill took effect in his body. He just felt a tingling and comfortable feeling from head to toe. It's like a human spa. Just now, he used the system's plundering function. He directly plundered the 3 treasures. He even took the opportunity to throw out the remaining 2 Sky Thunder Pearls. As expected, everything went smoothly. I got the treasure and killed 2 late Jin and powerhouses. You can also take a sip of the 3-pattern purifying spirit pill, which was originally the protagonist's opportunity in the book. But I swallowed it too quickly and didn't taste anything. Then you can go die. The goat-bearded, purple-robed monk spoke with deep resentment. Not only did he kill 2 of his brothers in a row, but he was still ambushed by a useless loser. It was such a shame and humiliation. There was blood in his eyes, black air filled his body, and a surge of demonic energy spread into the sky. I want to die too. Suddenly, Zhao Yundian's eyes were startled, and he spoke softly. But I can't die in your hands, I have to die in your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out to open the cage that trapped the nine-tailed fox. Quick, stop him quickly and unlock the cage that seals the nine-tailed fox demon's cultivation. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. The tiger demon finally showed a trace of panic and urge. Since just now, he has been using all his demonic power to reinforce the cage that imprisoned the nine-tailed fox and to control the formation barrier. That's why there was no extra demonic power to use for a while. Just let 3 late Jin and realm cultivators attack. After all, they are just a few small fry in the foundation building stage, and it is not difficult to deal with them. But now the situation seems to be getting worse. Fortunately, the man in purple robe reacted very quickly. With a flash of black light, he was already next to Zhao Yundian. Then, the man in purple robe raised his hand and was about to grab the cage of the nine-tailed fox. But the next moment, his hand grabbed nothing. He only felt a flash of green light in front of his eyes. Zhao Yundian held the cage, and with green light flowing on his legs, he ran more than 10 steps away. Earth-level mastery of body technique. Wind flash start picking step. The man in purple robe and Yizan exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Especially Yizan, his voice was filled with shock and anger. Not only was his trump card, the Sky Thunder Pearl, taken away by Zhao Yundian. He even learned his famous movement skill, Wind instant start picking step, in such a short period of time. Yizan thought to himself that no matter the Yi family, Taishuan sect, or even the Chu family, my own talents can be considered excellent. Unexpectedly, at this time, there was another Zhao Yundian with even more terrifying talent. But it wasn't over yet. He then threw out the Green Soul Sword and Red Scale Fire Tassel Spear in succession to stop the purple-robed man from chasing him. However, Zhao Yundian's magic power was limited. No matter how much magic power he injected or how hard he tried, he was unable to open the cage that trapped the nine-tailed fox demon. Seeing this, the tiger demon's expression suddenly relaxed. Haha, I forgot, you are just a small foundation building realm. My sealing cage cannot be opened without the magic power of the golden core realm. With you. Suddenly, his voice stopped and his whole body turned to stone. Because in the next moment, Zhao Yundian successfully broke through the bottleneck and entered the golden core realm. Chapter 19 Zhao Yundian is braver than you. Zhao Yundian closed his eyes, his body wrapped in a ball of purple black light floating in the air. A stream of spiritual energy shot up into Zhao Yundian's body from the top of the inn. This is obviously the characteristic of entering the golden core realm. Go to hell. The man in purple robe was the first to react, and black energy wrapped around his arms and shot out. In a moment, the black energy transformed into a giant green-scaled python and pounced on Zhao Yundian. At this time, he had just broken through to the golden core realm, and all his magic power was condensing into a golden core. It was also when he was at his weakest, like a patient without any power to resist. Kill him while he is ill. Infinite murderous intent flashed in the purple-robed man's eyes. He pressed down with both palms, and the giant green-scaled python increased its speed and bit Zhao Yundian's neck. Suddenly, a faint golden light appeared on the surface of Zhao Yundian's neck. A few golden scales are faintly visible. The green-scaled giant python bit on it with a pair of sharp fangs. It felt like biting into a fire stick, and a burning smell immediately came. Heavenly grade defensive magic weapon, Keelan armor. The purple-robed man roared in a low voice. How many treasures does this kid have? Every time, it was beyond his expectations. This couldn't help but make him feel sad. You know, heavenly grade magic weapons are hard to come by. Not to mention the heavenly grade defensive magic weapon, even a great cultivator in the nascent soul realm would find it difficult to own one. As independent cultivators, the 3 purple-robed brothers had no background or resources and could only rely on their own hard work. Only then can we achieve the results of our practice today. But today, a useless boy appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he possess so many heavenly treasures, he also killed his brothers and stole his treasures. What a shame. Ah, in an instant, the purple-robed man twitched all over, his face was hideous and painful, his joints creaked, and his whole body seemed to be torn to pieces. Then, a pair of huge green horns extended from his head, and the surface of his skin turned light green and was covered with wrinkles. It turned into a half-demon monster similar to a green ox. His eyes flashed with green light, and he walked towards the place where Zhao Yundian was floating, step by step. It's actually a human demon cultivator, and his aura has already broken through to the nascent soul stage. How terrifying. Yizan took a deep breath, his face gloomy and he took a few steps back. But at this moment, he suddenly found a black shadow beside him, rushing directly towards Zhao Yundian's position. Looking in surprise, he saw that it was Lu Shuang. If a mere mid-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator rushed forward, he would be courting death. He couldn't understand why Zhao Yundian, a lecher and a playboy, had such a loyal colleague. After all, he thought that Zhao Yuntian was surrounded by a group of drinking and eating buddies who would flee when disaster struck. But now, Yizan is becoming more and more strange. Roll. The green bull demon roared in anger and slapped someone. A purple light flashed, and Lu Shuang's body fell heavily to the ground. Puff. A pool of dirty blood spurted out of her mouth. But she just wiped the corner of her mouth, with determination in her eyes, and slowly got up from the ground. Don't go near him, Lu Shuang spoke in a cold voice as she glared at the bull demon. This time, she would not say anything and would watch her colleagues being killed without doing anything. Whether it was the demon-slaying guard, manual, the shadow of her childhood, or the different feeling Zhao Yuntian gave her, she wouldn't allow herself to retreat even a single step. Brother Lu, I admire your bravery, but is it really worth it for such a person? Yizan stopped them from the side and said, why don't you save your energy? I'll wait a while and then we can work together to break through. Lu Shuang glanced at Yizan, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of her bloodshot mouth. You, Yi Tiansai, don't have to worry about us slaying the demon guards. As she spoke, she rushed forward again with the demon-slaying sword in her hand. Chu Jiayao shouted anxiously, Miss Lu, be careful. Miss Lu, Yizan was a little surprised. Why are you so stupid? Lu Shuang is a girl, let's go up and help. As he spoke, Chu Jiayao released red aura from his entire body and prepared to rush forward. But it was grabbed back by a pair of big hands. You. Chu Jiayao frowned and looked at Yizan. Don't you want to live anymore? Acting rashly will only cost you your life. Yizan scolded. Chu Jiayao looked at Lu Shuang, who was knocked down again and again, and got up again and again. His body was already badly damaged, but he still moved forward courageously. Brother Yi, you have changed. Chu Jiayao's eyes flickered, and her tone was somewhat resentful. The brother Yi I knew before was always brave and fearless. Even at the last wedding banquet, you still dared to come and bravely enter Jiaoji Palace. And now, you are so cautious that you even dare to risk your life for a girl like Lu Shuang. Yizan suddenly clenched his fist and said angrily, it's you who has changed. In front of everyone, you chose to marry him, Zhao Yuntian, and Aihe. He gave a sad and bitter smile. He is just an adopted son of your true family, or just a chess piece. Bang! Chu Jiayao bit her red lips and slapped Yizan hard, her eyes bloodshot. My father and I have never treated you as an outsider. Just now, Zhao Yuntian not only killed 2 enemies in the late Jinnan realm, but now he has also restrained the bull demon. He's braver than you. Immediately, she turned around decisively, holding a long sword in her hand, and rushed towards the green bull monster. Yizan stood there in a daze, his face burning and his heart aching. Sister Lu, I'll join forces with you. Chu Jiayao swung her sword and attacked the bull monster's horns. Lu Shuang held the demon-slaying sword in his hand and chopped the bull demon's legs. For a moment, it actually stopped the bull demon from walking towards Zhao Yuntian. You two naughty girls, I originally wanted to be gentle with you and let you experience the pleasure of being a woman. A hint of green light flashed in the bull demon's eyes, and he snorted coldly. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, I'll send you on your way. As he spoke, his body flashed with green light several times, and even his limbs turned into the shape of a bull. The whole person completely turned into a giant green bull monster. He roared wildly and rushed towards Lu Shuang and Chu Jiayao with a pair of huge horns. In an instant, the entire inn shook violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Box. Lu Shuang and Chu Jiayao jointly released 2 layers of orange and red shields. Standing in front of the two of them. However, before the bull demon could get close, the shield was shattered by the bull demon's spiritual pressure. Idiots, I've been practicing the demon way for 20 years. My body is already as hard and strong as a demon. How can a bunch of you losers stop me? I am a demon. Tremble. Be afraid. Ha ha ha. The bull demon laughed wildly and increased the speed of his charge. Despair suddenly appeared on Lu Shuang and Chu Jiayao's faces. At this time, the bull's horns were only 10 steps away from the two of them. Really? A piece of trash like you dares to call yourself a member of our demon clan? Bang! A cold and arrogant yet slightly charming female voice slowly floated over. In an instant, the bull demon's charging figure suddenly stopped. He felt as if his horns were being restrained by a pair of hands, unable to move at all. Impossible. Even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage wouldn't dare to take my blow head on. You. The bull demon tried hard to move his eyes and looked upwards. The first thing you see is a pair of smooth, jade-like, pink jade feet. Then, a peerless beauty with a graceful figure and charming appearance appeared in front of him. Her seductive body was wrapped in a soft purple gauze dress. Beneath her leaf-shaped eyebrows were a pair of captivating, gorgeous deep purple eyes with slightly upturned corners that added to her alluring charm. You are a 9-tailed fox demon. Chapter 20 I bet you won't kill me. Nonsense. Now it's your turn to tremble and be scared. Ha ha. At this time, Zhao Yuntian regained consciousness at some point and walked out from beside the 9-tailed fox. And he shouted with the help of his superiors. The 9-tailed fox glanced at Zhao Yuntian. Zhao Yuntian quickly put on a flattering smile and stepped aside. But then I thought about it and felt that I had lost out. That's not right. I released a 9-tailed fox demon just to let her kill me. Why should I be afraid of him? Forget it, there's still a long time, one more day. Don't worry, let's first see what this 9-tailed fox demon can do. Maybe later I can choose the most comfortable and ecstatic way to die. Hey. Zhao Yuntian looked again at the two women lying on the ground and walked slowly towards them. Hey, if you don't have the ability, don't show off. Zhao Yuntian helped Lu Shuang up and said seriously, besides, if a junior demon slayer guard dies, there won't be much money left for him to comfort his beard or to gain a good reputation after his death. What a loss. Huh, is that all I, Lu Shuang, care about? Lu Shuang raised her eyebrows and spat softly, besides, I said I don't say hello. Suddenly, she found herself still lying in Zhao Yuntian's arms. Suddenly, a slight blush appeared on her face, and she placed her white fingers on his shoulders, pushing hard, ready to push him away. But the next moment, Zhao Yuntian held her in his arms even tighter with his hands. Zhao brother Zhao, what are you doing? Let me go. Lu Shuang tried her best to remain calm and tried to push him away again. But Zhao Yuntian's hands restlessly touched the waist of his pants. You let me go. Lu Shuang became a little anxious and kept patting his chest. Zhao Yuntian is now in the early stage of Golden Core. He was only in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm and was unable to break free for the moment. Don't move. Open your mouth. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian said something domineeringly. Lu Shuang was stunned, confused and at a loss, her heart pounding. Let me give you a taste of my big baby, open your mouth. As Zhao Yuntian continued speaking, he took something out from his pants. Lu Shuang closed her eyes tightly, shook her head repeatedly, and her face became more and more red. No, I don't want to eat. But the next moment, something warm was forced into her mouth. In an instant, she felt a warm current flowing through her body. As the spiritual power circulated, the severe pain coming from all parts of the body was instantly relieved a lot. Even the magic power that had been mostly consumed was gradually restored. She opened her eyes in surprise. Zhao Yedian looked distressed and asked quietly, this is a high-level elixir, the Taiching Yu pill. It can repair injuries and replenish essence to the greatest extent. How does it taste? How did you get this thing? Why did you give it to me? Lu Shuang's beautiful eyes flickered, showing some surprise and touching. High-level elixirs are too precious and are simply not affordable for ordinary junior demon-slaying guards. And Zhao Yedian actually forced it on himself. Consider it what I sold it to you. Don't forget to give it to me when you get your salary next time. I'll do the math. Zhao Yedian snapped his fingers, looking like a profiteer. I'll give you a discount. It's probably 3 years' salary, which is barely enough. 3 years you, Lu Shuang exclaimed in amazement. As expected, you are a greedy and lustful person. Zhao Yedian had a sinister smile on his face. Being judged in this way was in line with his character. Sure enough, he checked the system. My villain value has become 60. It seems that I have gained a lot of villain value from my series of treasure stealing and mischievous actions just now. Not bad, but since I was about to die, all this was meaningless. Zhao Yedian, you are ignoring me. At this time, Chu Jiayao, who was still lying on the side and was seriously injured, struggled to get up and glared at Zhao Yedian angrily. Zhao Yedian then remembered that Chu Jiayao had also helped him just now. Then he smiled awkwardly. You too, who allowed you, a well-known and upright family, to help me? You were meddling in other people's business. As he said that, he casually threw her a mid-level elixir, Qi and blood pill. After all, Chu Jiayao had only consumed some energy and magic power and was hardly injured. Haha, you seem to be very popular with the ladies. Suddenly, a charming voice sounded again. Zhao Yedian was stunned, then he mustered up his courage, put his hands on his hips, and said arrogantly, why? Do you want to join my fish pond? The nine-tailed fox demon's purple pupil shrank slightly, as if it was surprised why he was so brave, and also surprised who gave him the courage. By the way, where are the bull demon and the tiger demon? Zhao Yedian glanced around and found that all his attention was on Lu Shuang and Chu Jiayao. I didn't see the two monsters. The nine-tailed fox demon stretched its slender waist and sneered, those two pieces of trash are worthy of being part of the demon clan. Then why were you locked in a cage and forced back into your original form by those two losers? Zhao Yedian asked directly without any hesitation. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox demon stared at Zhao Yedian with a pair of purple eyes emitting a faint purple light. An invisible spiritual pressure swept across the scene. Chapter 30, the table was instantly reduced to dust. So strong, is this the strength of a 4th-level fox demon? Yizan exclaimed in amazement. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that the fox demon raised his hand and turned the ox demon and tiger demon into ashes. Not even a trace of the soul was left. This overwhelming and terrifying power made him dare not move at all. However, when he saw Zhao Yedian, he was not afraid at all. And walked step by step to the nine-tailed fox demon. Could it be that, as Chu Jiayao said just now, Zhao Yedian is really brave and not afraid of death? But the next moment, he immediately denied this idea. The courage of a common man is crude and reckless. Just wait, he will definitely be killed by the nine-tailed fox because of his recklessness. Yizan analyzed secretly in his heart. At the same time, he was also thinking about his escape route and timing. At this time, Zhao Yedian walked proudly to the nine-tailed fox. He raised his neck and stared back fearlessly. Her eyes are pretty. Are they wearing purple contact lenses? Her eyeshadow and dress are so trendy. Do you really think that I won't kill you just because you saved me? The nine-tailed fox asked in a cold and emotionless tone. Zhao Yedian laughed loudly, slowly raised his right arm, clenched his fist, and raised his middle finger. Then I bet you that you will definitely not kill me. Reverse provocation is the most effective way to deal with the Tsuneri Queen type. Provoke her and kill yourself. Safely return to the real world and obtain 1 trillion, perfect. Sure enough, this common provocative action and provocative words angered the nine-tailed fox demon. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her fair hands were wrapped in strands of silvery flames. The flames gathered towards her palm and gradually condensed into a rotating white ball of light. Yo, this Rasengan looks extraordinary at first glance. It's worth it to die under this move because I love the two-dimensional world. Immediately, Zhao Yedian took off the Qilin armor. He carefully checked his body to make sure he didn't have any protective magic weapon. He looked around again and saw the 3 people looking at him in astonishment. This time, he was in the formation barrier and there were no high-level cultivators to protect him. This time, he finally felt relieved. Zhao Yedian then sneered, adding fuel to the fire, HMPH. You're such a jerk. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? You really think you can kill me with just a white ball? Bring me a few more, and throw them at me. Chapter 21 Let's compete fairly. Bang, the entire inn was filled with a huge gust of air. Then, the inn collapsed, the sky shook, the earth trembled, the mountains shook, the deafening sound was heard, and the lingering sound was heard. Anyway, it was as shocking as a magnitude 10 earthquake, a volcanic eruption, or the end of the world. But why wasn't I hurt at all? Zhao Yedian looked at his intact body in confusion. He looked at the nine-tailed fox again. It turned out that the white ball in her hand was not thrown at Zhao Yedian. Instead, it was thrown to the top of the inn. It actually blew up the formation barrier directly. Zhao Yedian narrowed his eyes and said patiently, I only allow you to make this one mistake. Stop playing with the deception orb here and throw your orb skills at me. As he spoke, Zhao Yedian pointed at his body. The nine-tailed fox had an indifferent expression and ignored Zhao Yedian at all. It leapt up with its slender body. It turned into a wisp of purple dust and dissipated on the spot. Only a cold voice remained. Next time I see you, I will kill you. Don't do it next time. Now is the best day. If you don't kill me, you'll regret it. Zhao Yedian was a little mentally broken and screamed to the sky. However, there was no response. Can't figure it out. Don't understand. He had been playing with eagles for most of his life, but was blinded by an eagle. My reverse provocation method has never failed on girls in real life. The character of the heroine in this book has changed. Transsexuals are inherently contradictory, and they won't even kill me. After much thought, I guess the reason is that I just saved the nine-tailed fox. But if I don't save her, she'll be gone. How can I let her kill me? And seeing that the nine-tailed fox was walking in a hurry, it was probably going to do something. Fortunately, there are still more than 10 hours left. And she just promised that she would kill me if we met again. It should still be in time to catch up with her. Zhao Yedian hurriedly took out a round bead from his storage bag. It is the Demon Spirit Pearl. After some magical power was activated, the round bead floated in the air, emitting a purple light. After a moment, it locked onto a direction and flew away rapidly. This is exactly the function of the Demon Spirit Pearl, a heavenly magic weapon to track demonic energy. As long as you are within a certain range, you can follow and pursue it. And the demonic aura of the nine-tailed fox demon is so huge. I will definitely not lose it. Zhao Yedian immediately turned around and said to Lu Shuang, I have a special mission, so I'll leave first. You go back to the Demon Slayer division to report. I'll be back soon. At the end, he hesitated slightly. After all, if he goes there, he will die, exit the book, and return to his original world. Can't come back, but the opponent is most likely a 4th level demon. Come with me back to the Demon Slayer division and let the senior Demon Slayers take over this matter. Lu Shuang frowned and continued to persuade. If it's too late, I want to go and kill the monster together. You've seen my life-saving method. It's very powerful, and I'm also in the Golden Core realm now. I'll be even stronger, so I'll be fine. As Zhao Yundian spoke, his legs began to glow green. Prepare to perform the wind instant picking new step. Now that he has advanced to the Golden Core realm, both the duration and speed of his attacks must be more sustained and more powerful. Lu Shuang wanted to say something else, but the next moment, Zhao Yundian's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He only left behind one overbearing remark: if you don't have the ability, don't try to show off. You are not allowed to die. You still owe me 3 years' salary. Lu Shuang was stunned, staring blankly at the direction where Zhao Yundian disappeared, her heart surging with emotions. In such a short period of time, it turned out that there was such a huge gap between him and me. From the very beginning, he was just a mediocre late foundation building cultivator who couldn't even distinguish the demon tribe's illustrations. Up to now, he has become a Jindan realm cultivator, and he still dares to act and take responsibility. He seems to be a dandy, greedy, lustful, bold and arrogant, but in fact he is a positive and brave man who is not restricted by rules. Otherwise, he would not have seized the elixir and used it to break through to the Golden Core realm. Nor would he rescue the nine-tailed fox and let the fox demon take action to free himself from the blockade of the formation barrier. Lu Shuang's chest rose and fell slightly, her face flushed, and her thoughts were surging. She pressed her fingers gently on her chest, trying to calm her pounding heart. Maybe the master was wrong, men might not just be a disaster. Sometimes you can become a real hero. My guess was right, you really like Zhao Yundian. Suddenly, Chu Jiayao narrowed her peach blossom eyes, stared at Lu Shuang and said, "You what nonsense are you talking about? I am a man, just." "Alright, we're both girls, I can tell the difference. I can tell." Chu Jiayao stretched out a finger and shook it, interrupting. He then tilted his head and looked in the direction Zhao Yundian had left, but Zhao Yundian has indeed changed. Changed? Lu Shuang asked curiously, but immediately remembered. Previously at the auction, I learned that Zhao Yundian had planned to marry Chu Jiayao. But later she took the initiative to cancel the engagement, and even not long ago, Zhao Yundian once again refused with the reason that, if you don't love her, don't marry her. This is a great humiliation for an unmarried girl. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have left in anger and never had any contact with him again. But looking at Chu Jiayao's expression and appearance now, it seems that it is not that simple. "So, you still like Zhao Yundian?" Lu Shuang asked frankly. Suddenly, a hint of sadness appeared on Chu Jiayao's delicate face. Actually, before I met him, I only heard his reputation, and I really hated him. But later on, with his talent, courage, and responsibility, I felt he wasn't as bad as the rumors said. Even if he breaks off the engagement, I still want to get to know him better. By the end of her speech, Chu Jiayao's face flushed and her voice became smaller and smaller. Lu Shuang smiled inadvertently. She felt that Chu Jiayao, with her arrogant yet shy look, was really cute. Just like her former junior sister. "You, what are you laughing at?" Chu Jiayao frowned, then mustered up the courage to say, "Then let's compete fairly. I am not inferior to you in looks." As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest. But the next moment, he felt a little discouraged. She found that even though Lu Shuang was dressed as a man and was wrapped up, hers seemed to be smaller than hers. Haha, Miss Chu misunderstood. Zhao Yundian and I are just colleagues. I have to go back to the Demon Slayer division, so I'll take my leave first. As he spoke, Lu Shuang walked towards Xingzhou City. Hee, then I'll look for Zhao Yundian. Chu Jiayao smiled and walked towards the other direction where Zhao Yundian disappeared. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang paused, a complex expression appearing on the corner of his mouth. It just circled around a small hill and headed towards Zhao Yundian. In the ruins of the inn and in the desert, only Yizan was left alone. Thinking back to my past self, I was also a favored child surrounded by people. Whether in the Chu family or in Taishuanmen, or in the eyes of Chu Jiayao and ordinary women. They are the focus of everyone's attention. But now, I have become a passerby. No one cares about themselves, even if it was the woman you once loved. And that man took away everything from her, whether it is a martial arts technique or a treasure, or the focus of attention. Even his beloved woman, even his courage. No. Yizan roared to the sky unwillingly. He walked towards Zhao Yundian with firm steps. He wanted to take back what he had lost with his own hands. Chapter 22 Ancient Secret Realm. Ancient City, noon. The golden sun scorches the desert hot. Waves of heat swept in. Zhao Yundian was like a headless fly, jumping around in the desert. It's like I've lost my goal. No, impossible. The location indicated by the demon spirit pearl is nearby. It must be nearby. Zhao Yundian was a little confused. He chased for 5 or 6 hours. From the border of Yunyang City, we arrived at Wanggu City. The city is not only larger in area, but 80% of it is desert. It is said that thousands of years ago, this place was also an oasis with abundant spiritual energy. Many ancient sects were established in the ancient city. Even the secret Taishuan sect where the protagonist Yizan is located comes from here. For a time, the ancient city became the largest holy place for spiritual practice. There are countless forces. There are human monks, Buddhists, demons, devils, and overseas barbarians. But for some unknown reason, a war that lasted for 1,000 years ensued. Many sects perished, declined, and their power collapsed. This is how the Juji Palace came to dominate the 9 provinces today. Before that, the Yi family and the Chu family had been declining step by step since then. Of course, these are not just Zhao Yundian's fantasies. Instead, he recalled the fantasy novel, Xuanyi Zhugong, and remembered some of the background introduction. In other words, it is a big pit dug by the author. Zhao Yundian only read more than 50 chapters and some of the chapter titles at the end, so he had no idea of the specific plot later. Thinking about it now, it's such a pity. If I had known that would happen, I would have watched fewer videos of young ladies. Finish reading this book. This will make it easier to complete the task and get 1 trillion. Wouldn't it be great to watch the girls on live broadcast? What a pity. Zhao Yundian slumped on a sand dune and sighed 3 times. Time passes by minute. Zhao Yundian opened the system and found that there were less than 3 hours left. So miserable. I sent my head thousands of miles away, but no one wanted it. It seems that I am not bad enough, I have to be even worse. Detecting host Zhao Yundian, fighting with Tiger Demon, Ox Demon, and Fox Demon, automatic plundering function activated. Learn to transform into a bull or tiger demon form, can transform into a demon form, strengthen the body's hardness and increase the maximum cultivation level by 2 realms. Gain purple eyes. 1. Soul vision to interrogate the opponent's thoughts. 2. Block or copy the opponent's actions and spells. 3. Cast purple eye demon fire. Suddenly, a voice came from my head. Zhao Yuntian's heart suddenly palpitated. If it were an ordinary protagonist who could plunder and become stronger, he would have died of laughter. But Zhao Yuntian was so sad that he could not even cry. There is nothing wrong with getting some treasures. You can use them if you want or not. But by forcibly plundering and learning martial arts, he became stronger and stronger. Wouldn't this make death in the future more difficult? He actually plundered the demon form that others had cultivated for 20 years. Is this fair? Zhao Yuntian's face was filled with grief. And there is also the purple pupil ability of the nine-tailed fox. A living Sharingan. This author must have watched too much anime. Must die quickly. Maybe this bastard author let himself go and plundered something even more outrageous. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian saw a dark shadow flashing in the distance. In the glaring sunlight, the figure drifted unsteadily with the heat waves. But Zhao Yuntian guessed who that person was at a glance. Stubborn donkey Lu Xuan. She seemed to be relying on the secret marks left by the demon-slaying guards to follow him. This kind of mystical mark cannot be removed unless one dies. But on second thought, Lu Xuan seemed to have always been keen on slaying demons. And the obsession is extremely strong. He even disregarded his own life, which made Zhao Yuntian a little curious. It can't be that she also traveled through time and space and wanted to get out after death. Along the way, he felt that this little girl was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, simple and lovely. It's fun to tease it a little. He risked his life many times and cared a lot about his colleague who loved to take advantage of him. But this time, the reason why she was not allowed to come was that it was too dangerous. They are often level 4 or level 5 monsters. They are all comparable to human nascent soul and spirit transformation realm cultivators. Moreover, the demon race is naturally more powerful. I am afraid that the strength of the nine-tailed fox demon is stronger. She has surpassed Zhao Baji, who is in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. It's okay if you just want to die, but it's a pity that girl died. On the surface, Zhao Yuntian has been trying hard to play the role of a bad guy. But deep down, I couldn't bear it. It seems that we must first eliminate the obsession in her heart before we can solve the problem fundamentally. It's just right, I can also try out the soul vision ability of my purple eyes. It can give you a glimpse into people's inner thoughts. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian's pupils turned purple. At the same time, Lu Xuan, who was walking in the desert, suddenly stiffened. His body was trapped in place, unable to move at all. The next moment, she felt that countless pairs of eyes were staring at her. An inexplicable fear filled my heart. Immediately afterwards, his eyes went black and he passed out. At this moment, Zhao Yuntian came in front of Lu Xuan, and it was like a 3D movie was playing in front of him. The images played were the most important ones in Lu Xuan's mind. On the night of the Lantern Festival, the demon tribe was massacred. It was too tragic. When Lu Xuan was a child, the Lu family was also a big family. Dozens or even hundreds of people were slaughtered alive. Broken limbs, broken brains and bones. This immersive feeling is so creepy. Although the appearance of these monsters could not be seen clearly, they were just a group of black shadows. But its huge size and the half-demon characteristics of horns, beard, and tail are very similar to the previous tiger demon and bull demon. And a special symbol is left. No wonder Lu Xuan is so determined to slay the demon. It turned out to be a family feud that had existed since ancient times. Zhao Yuntian took a deep breath and slowly took out a piece of sound transmission note paper from his storage bag. Whispering something, after a while, he stuffed the sound transmission note into the collar of the sleeping Lu Xuan. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian saw a vague oasis appearing at the foot of the opposite hill. What? Mirage. But immediately, he realized that he was still using the purple pupil. It seems that these eyes see things that ordinary people cannot see. Immediately, he activated his magic power and activated his purple pupils. Sure enough, it is a real oasis. The oasis seems to have emerged from the bottom of the desert. Moreover, it seems that it is about to be covered by the desert again. Ancient secret realm. This is also a background rumor. It is rumored that thousands of years ago, during the final battle between humans and demons, the void was accidentally shattered. A secret space was revealed. It is full of treasures left behind by ancient monks. All of them are ancient treasures of astonishing power. Any ancient treasure is enough to refresh the various rankings today. Could it be that the nine-tailed fox went there? Zhao Yuntian's heart moved and he immediately ran towards the oasis. I don't know how long it took. Lu Xuan woke up from her coma. Just as he was about to get up from the sand, a golden sound transmission note floated out from his collar. Fly into Lu Xuan's hands. This is Zhao Yuntian's sound transmission talisman. Lu Xuan recognized it at a glance. This was a mid-level sound transmission talisman, with a white dragon head icon of a demon-slaying guard in the upper right corner. This shows that this is the sound transmission talisman released by the demon slayer guard. The person who could appear here is most likely Zhao Yuntian. Without hesitation, she injected her magic power and threw it away. This sound transmission note paper was suspended in the air. Lines of small characters with golden light appeared in the air. I, Zhao Yuntian, am on a secret mission with the demon slayer division, so it's inconvenient for you to come along. But I can promise one thing, if we find that idiotic demon, I'll definitely help you slay him. After seeing the words, SB Demon Clan, Lu Xuan's pupils suddenly widened. The anger that had been suppressed for many years gradually turned into bloodshot in the eyes. The symbol, SB, refers to the night of the genocide. The demons left symbols in blood in the courtyard. It was also Lu Xuan who had been tracking down the demon clan for many years, wanting to find the demon clan that killed his people and take revenge. So he knew it all along. He took such a dangerous approach to tracking down the nine-tailed fox demon just for me. Lu Xuan's eyes were sore and covered with a layer of crystal mist. Chapter 23 in the book, How Can I Be Bullied by Other Cannon Fodder? Inside the oasis, towering ancient trees and green grass. The dark pool of water was emitting a faint milky white chill. Many strange-looking birds and butterflies are playing around. It's like a fairyland in a paradise. Zhao Yuntian stood beside an ancient tree, feeling the coolness and abundant spiritual energy that permeated his heart and lungs. From head to toe, there is only one word, awesome. Although monks are not affected by severe cold or heat. But this is much more comfortable than being in the desert for 3 or 4 hours under the scorching sun. If it is indeed a treasure land, it must be the entrance to an ancient secret realm. However, he only had less than an hour now and had no time to enjoy the scenery and grab treasures. Immediately, Zhao Yuntian took out the demon spirit pearl. The pearl spun in the air and flew directly over the pond. Zhao Yuntian walked to the edge of the pond without any hesitation. The pool is diamond-shaped and is 100 meters wide. There are strange weeds growing around the pond, and the surface of the pond is filled with spiritual energy. I guess this is the entrance to the dungeon. Zhao Yuntian took out a water-avoiding talisman from his storage bag and stuck it on his shoulder. Suddenly, a blue spherical cover formed around his body. After taking several water-avoiding pills in succession, I felt much more at ease. After all, I am a landlubber. If someone jumps into the water and drowns, the readers of this book will die of laughter. The villain's son jumped into the water and drowned before the protagonist could take action. How ridiculous. Zhao Yuntian stood on a high stone platform, his sleeves lifted, preparing to do a double-and-a-half somersault followed by a double-and-a-half twist. Young friend, please stay. Suddenly, a hoarse and old voice came from behind. It turned out to be an old man who looked to be over 70 years old and was dressed in a green robe. He has a head full of white hair, a ruddy face, and a kind look, like an immortal with a Taoist temperament. Zhao Yuntian braked suddenly and almost fell down. He then asked in an unhappy tone, "Who are you? Why are you scaring me?" The old man didn't answer. Instead, he stared at Zhao Yuntian for a moment, his eyes filled with deep admiration. It's incredible. At such a young age, you've already reached the golden core realm. You have a bright future. In modern times, if a strange man compliments you when they meet, he is either gay or salesman. But in fantasy novels, if you are praised when entering a dungeon, it is most likely that they want you to be cannon fodder. Although I, Zhao Yuntian, am indeed a cannon fodder in this book. But they are also cannon fodder with ideals, not everyone can be a cannon fodder. However, Zhao Yuntian appeared satisfied on the surface. He smiled and said, not bad, not bad. You can talk more. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Young man, you are here to look for treasure too. Why don't you go together so that you can look after each other? Zhao Yuntian was unhappy at that time. This old man was really impatient. He just licked it once and went straight to the point. So, you know where the treasure is? Zhao Yuntian asked, pretending to be interested. After all, the nine-tailed fox demon is probably also looking for treasure. If I knew the place, I should be able to find her. The old man chuckled and leaned over to whisper, just under the water, there are two monsters' nests. I estimate their cultivation is at least level 5. The demon tribes above level 5, their demon cores, demon power, and essence blood are all valuable. If you can help me, I will definitely give you some. 2. Isn't this the entrance to the ancient secret realm? Could it be that I guessed wrong? This is just an underwater nest of a demon clan. Zhao Yuntian was a little surprised. Could it be that the nine-tailed fox demon was having a secret meeting with another demon underwater? The image of that charming and delicate woman, soaking wet and alluring, suddenly appeared in my mind. Can you confirm what kind of demon it is? Zhao Yuntian asked directly. Being able to build a nest underwater means it must be a water-attributed demon. The old man touched his beard and felt that there was a hint of fiery greed in Zhao Yuntian's eyes just now. He struck while the iron was hot and took out a crystal red ball from his arms. This is the blood-sworn pearl. Taoist friend, once you've entered the water 100 feet below, activate this pearl and it will lure the two monsters out. Then leave it to us. As he spoke, the old man waved the sleeves of his green robe. In an instant, a faint golden net appeared above the pool. Although the large net looked somewhat like a fishing net, it was woven with strange characters that shone with golden light. On the ancient trees on both sides of the big net stood two white-robed monks. The two men were making seals with their hands and chanting spells continuously. Judging from the fluctuations of magical power emanating from his body, he is actually at the terrifying nascent soul stage. Obviously, they were the two great monks who controlled the fishing net formation. Although Zhao Yuntian didn't know what the fishing net formation was, he always felt that it was not very powerful. After all, he is the young master of Jiaoji Palace who has seen the world. Apart from anything else, the golden lot lighting array, controlled by the 23 Yuanying realm masters of Jiaoji Palace was much more amazing than this network special effect. It can also trap cultivators in the spirit transformation realm. But then he thought again, he was only in the early stage of the golden core realm. If I foolishly jump into the water like this, I will become a fish in the net. Isn't this just putting your life in someone else's hands and letting them manipulate you? Moreover, he was not sure whether there was a nine-tailed fox demon in the water. After all, according to common sense and high school biology knowledge, foxes cannot be aquatic animals. It is also impossible to build a nest underwater. If you get into the water and get killed by some other water monster, you're done for. Zhao Yuntian still pretended to be very interested. You are so amazing, my fellow Taoist. You can actually command two nascent soul cultivators to set up an array. I admire you. The old man waved his hand and smiled slowly. The two seniors and I are both independent cultivators, and we have formed a temporary team to search for treasure. This means that the two nascent soul cultivators wanted to use this old man as cannon fodder and dive underwater to force out the monster. As a result, this old man wanted to make himself go underwater as cannon fodder. Damn it, now I have become cannon fodder under the cannon fodder's hands. But I'm not proficient in water, and I have something important to do, so I won't bother you anymore. So Zhao Yuntian prepared to run away. The old man flashed and stood in front of Zhao Yuntian, saying with a smile. My friend, don't be modest. I saw you moving gracefully in the desert just now, and before you went into the water, you had many treasures with you. I think you are the best candidate. As he spoke, his body glowed with white light and emitted a powerful spiritual pressure. The strength is enough to be at the late Jindan realm. It looked like if he didn't agree, he would attack at any time and kill himself first. I am also a villain, and a villain who is seriously seeking death. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. In the book, how could he be bullied by other cannon fodder? Zhao Yuntian raised the corner of his mouth, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and his tone returned to its previous arrogance. Old man, coercion and inducement. You might have found the wrong person. The old man shook his head, still smiling kindly, and said, young friend, why are you so angry? I'm just giving you some advice. Otherwise, if you get into trouble, you'll ruin your bright future. Zhao Yuntian smiled frivolously. My future can be summed up in one word, death. The old man was stunned when he heard this and was about to raise the stakes and persuade him again. But Zhao Yuntian was seen with his fists clenched, his eyebrows downturned, his eyes slightly closed, his expression distorted, and a look of pain on his face. At the same time, a faint green light appeared on the surface of his slightly trembling body. Powerful spiritual energy formed whirlwinds that lingered around the body. The fluctuation of his body's magic power also suddenly rose from the early stage of the golden core realm to the middle stage of the golden core realm. The old man's gray eyebrows twitched, and the corners of his wrinkled eyes twitched. It's incredible. He did know some methods of forcibly increasing his magic power by overdrawing his essence through elixirs. But in just a short moment, without the help of any external objects, he was able to forcibly elevate his cultivation level to a higher level. This is simply too outrageous. It seems that they are either friends or enemies. Otherwise it will definitely be a big trouble in the future. As he thought about it, a hint of murderous intent flashed in the old man's eyes, and all his magic power was released. Although my future is death, it won't be at the hands of a cannon fodder like you. Zhao Yuntian slowly opened his eyes, and his black pupils suddenly turned purple. Chapter 24, Mission Failure Punishment, Forced Realm Enhancement. Bang! At this moment, the originally calm pool of water suddenly exploded. Water splashed and spiritual light emerged. A giant dragon with blue scales rose from the water, roaring like a dragon's roar. The dragon is dozens of feet long, and it looks like this. The dragon's horns are like a deer, its head is like a camel, its eyes are like a rabbit, its neck is like a snake, its belly is like a clam, its scales are like fish, its claws are like an eagle, its paws are like a tiger, and its ears are like a cow. Just like the dragon in our imagination. Receive. Suddenly, the two nascent soul cultivators pinched their fingers and shouted loudly. The 100-foot-long golden net was shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. And from the giant golden net, countless densely packed tiny hooks extended. The seemingly hard blue scales were scratched by countless golden hooks, and azure liquid flowed out. Even though the dragon was extremely ferocious and strong, it kept struggling and swinging. But it seems that the will is there but the strength is not enough. After being covered by the giant net, it fluttered for a few times before wilting. Its huge body followed the shrinking fishing net, getting smaller and smaller. Finally, the giant dragon emitted a dazzling blue light and turned into a humanoid woman. The woman was wearing a blue dress, and she looked beautiful and charming, revealing an indescribable charm. Her long black hair was tied with a colorful headband. The skin has a faint pink hue, which is captivating and alluring. Zhao Yundian was watching intently. This bastard author is really good at YY, and he only writes about some alluring female demons. I am not Tang Sang or Kadri, who can withstand the tests one after another. Haha, well done, you two, good tricks. Seeing this, the old man was extremely excited and hurried to where the woman in blue skirt fell. The woman twisted her proud body, but the golden net bound her tighter and tighter, outlining her S-shaped figure. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at the old man who was approaching with greed on his face. However, the two nascent soul cultivators on the ancient tree did not come down immediately. Instead, he cast a spell again, and a new golden net slowly formed. It seems that they are preparing to use the same trick again to prevent another monster from coming out of the water. Ah my, it looks like a level 5 aquatic dragon monster. Not bad, really good. The old man's beard twitched, his eyes gleamed with fire, and he screamed in surprise. You hateful humans, I have no grudge against you, why are you arresting me? The woman in the blue skirt frowned and clenched her teeth. Hee, no grudges or hatred. The old man showed a hint of sarcasm. You demons took the initiative to invade Xingzhou and slaughtered countless innocent people. Countless monks died at your hands. Especially high-level demons like you are natural enemies to us human cultivators. He was filled with endless greed in his anger. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself as a demon. Humans and demons are natural enemies. Also, I've heard that the blood essence of a 5th-level demon can be used to refine a top grade 3 pattern spirit purifying pill, which is very useful for breaking through bottlenecks and improving realms. I've been stuck in the late Jindan stage for 100 years now, so you're just the right person to refine. Standing on the moral high ground, he talked a lot. The main purpose is still the last 2 sentences. Zhao Yundian rolled his eyes at the old man. Speaking of these monsters, why would they invade for no reason? Wouldn't it be given for free? It's strange though. It is rumored that among the monsters of the same realm, one can defeat several at a time. The 5th-level demon race is equivalent to the human Yuanying stage. Just 2 nascent soul cultivators in a net, and that's not enough. However, Zhao Yundian suddenly remembered the 9-tailed fox, which was also captured. Could it be that they are not used to the local climate or are affected by something else, causing the demon race to become collectively weaker? When I think of the 9-tailed fox demon, suddenly, Zhao Yundian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly opened the system in his mind and checked the task time. Unfortunately, the host, Zhao Yundian, failed to complete the plot-killing mission of being killed by the 9-tailed fox in time. The mission has failed. Failure penalty, forcefully raise the host to a higher realm. The host is currently in the early stage of the Golden Core realm, upgrading to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. New plot-killing mission is now available. If you are killed by a level 5 or 4 demon within 5 days, you will complete the plot-killing mission. Prediction of the next plot-killing mission. 5 days later, there will be a 10-day unlimited killing mission. Anyone or any monster in the book who kills you will complete the plot-killing mission. Seeing this, Zhao Yundian's heart felt like it was on a roller coaster. It's so scary. He is so shameless that he forces himself to improve to a higher level. Others are stuck in one realm for 100 years, but it takes you less than a day to advance to a new realm. I don't want to be a pay-to-win player. I really want to practice seriously step by step to become stronger. I can't imagine what kind of severe punishment I will receive if I fail the next mission. Fortunately, the difficulty of the task seems to have been reduced. The only rule now is that any level 4 or 5 demon can kill you. And next time, even all humans and monsters can kill me. And there are still 10 days left. This is much better than specifying specific people, time and place at the beginning. However, past experiences gave Zhao Yundian a bad feeling. I always feel like someone is playing a trick on me and making it impossible for me to die. Especially that forecast. It was simply luring me to wait 5 days and then do the next simpler plot-killing mission before dying. Who knows what will happen in the next mission? Delay will lead to changes. We must fight quickly and decisively, and this time we must seize the time and opportunity. Just now, I was accidentally mesmerized by the beauty of the dragon demon and wasted time. This time, suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on Zhao Yundian's face again. Isn't the dragon demon a level 5 demon? The chance of death is right in front of you. At this moment, the old man took out 7 nails that were shining with purple black light from his arms. 7 soul nails. You. A trace of panic immediately appeared on the angry face of the woman in the blue skirt. Hee, don't worry, I'm just sealing your soul to make you obedient. I can't bear to destroy your body full of treasures. The old man stretched out his palm, and 7 purple black nails circled around his head and flew towards the woman in purple skirt. The woman twisted her body in panic, but the golden net kept tightening around her. Puff, puff, puff. All 7 nails were embedded into the body of the woman in purple skirt. Suddenly, her demonic power plummeted, her body became weak and she couldn't move at all. She could only stare at the old man with her beautiful eyes, and walk towards her step by step with her hand outstretched. With their primordial spirit sealed, not only can the demons not use their demonic powers, but even their physical movements are blocked. It was completely turned into fish meat on a plate. There was deep anger in her eyes, and she looked like she would rather die than surrender. Hee, that's right, just stay still, I'll be gentle and you'll be mine. The old man released yellow light from his hands and slowly grabbed the body of the woman in purple skirt. But at this moment, a green light flashed. His hand grabbed nothing. The next moment, a young and familiar figure appeared not far from the old man. Boy, do you want to save the demon race? The old man's eyes were cold, as if he had become a different person, without any trace of kindness left on his face. Zhao Yundian let out a wicked smile. Save, haha, do you really think I'm a good person? Old man, you are old. You can't control this dragon monster. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with greed as he squinted at the alluring figure of the woman in the blue dress lying on the ground. Besides, it would be a waste to use such a beautiful woman just to refine pills. I can learn more about her. She should be very tender. The old man and the woman in blue skirt were both stunned. The old man was shocked that this kid didn't even let the monster go. The woman in the blue dress originally thought that she was saved by this handsome young man and developed a good impression of him. Unexpectedly, he just escaped from the wolf's mouth and fell into the tiger's den. What's more, this young man is so bold and lustful, which makes him even more hateful. She stared at Zhao Yedian with anger in her eyes and gritted her teeth. Yes, yes, yes. That's the angry expression that makes you want to kill me. Having learned from the past, I can't be a good guy and save the evil. It will get worse, and then she will be able to kill herself without any scruples. As Zhao Yedian thought about it, his smile became even more evil. Chapter 25, Purple Eye Demon Fire Instant Kill. How dare you, boy, compete with me for something. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Yedian with a cold look. I'm in a good mood. I wanted to spare your life just now, but... Before he could finish his words, he suddenly raised his arm and grabbed at the air. Sizzle, Zhao Yedian felt his whole body tighten as a powerful force bound him. Then, countless tiny brown vines slowly wrapped around his legs and spread to his entire body. After a while, Zhao Yedian was also trapped like a big dumpling. Since you want to die, I'll give you a ride first. The old man smiled grimly and approached Zhao Yedian step by step. With attribute skills, it doesn't seem that good. Zhao Yedian looked at the vines on his body, feeling neither pain nor itchiness, and said nonchalantly. Haha, the wood biting technique is indeed not that great. The old man's eyes showed sarcasm, but to deal with a small waist like Zhao Jigong is like using a butcher knife to crack a chicken. Zhao Yedian was stunned for a moment, then sneered, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known I was so famous or that my fame had spread so far. So, you knew my identity from the beginning, and you had no intention of letting me live. That's right, Jiaoji Palace and even Juji Palace are doing all kinds of evil and oppressing his independent cultivators. As he spoke, a trace of hatred appeared in his cloudy eyes. If I don't join Juji Palace, Chen Shui Luohan and Zhao Baji will drive cultivators like me to such a desolate place. The spiritual energy here is thin and resources are scarce. We can only risk our lives to hunt and kill the monsters in order to barely practice. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have been stuck in the late Jindan realm for 100 years. At the end of his words, his tone was tinged with deep resentment. Chen Shui Luohan and Zhao Baji drove you away. What does it have to do with me, Zhao Yedian? Go find them. Zhao Yedian was also somewhat indignant. Also, if you have poor aptitude, you have to admit it and don't blame it on lack of resources. Look at your two companions, aren't they still in the nascent soul stage? As he spoke, Zhao Yedian showed a smug expression again and continued. And the most important point is, what's wrong with joining Juji Palace? Look at me in Jiaoji Palace, I have a good life, beautiful women everywhere, and abundant resources. Old man, don't be so old-fashioned. You carry a deep hatred all day long, appear to be a gentleman, and yet you keep committing murder. Aren't you tired? In an instant, the old man clenched his fists, puffed his beard and glared, and shouted angrily, I will kill you first, and then kill Zhao Baji and Chen Shui Luohan. You all must die, die, die. If you get provoked, you will get angry, lose your mind, and roar like crazy. My psychological endurance is a bit poor. I am different. I have been baptized by the gaming trolls for many years, and I am very strong inside. The old man pulled out a gleaming golden sword from his storage bag and chopped it towards Zhao Yedian's head. Although my wood binding technique isn't as powerful as the 7 soul nails, it can still temporarily restrain your magical power. You useless piece of shit, prepare to die. Suddenly, the old man stopped talking. The action of raising the knife to chop froze, and his whole body was unable to move at all. It was as if in an instant, he was also imprisoned by some force. No, impossible, how could you untie the magical restraint so quickly? The old man looked at Zhao Yedian in astonishment, his face full of disbelief. At this moment, he saw Zhao Yedian's pupils turn purple. It was obvious that he had broken free from the magical constraints and used some means. Haven't you heard the saying, villains die because they talk too much? Besides, you're really old and blurry. After he finished speaking, Zhao Yedian shouted loudly. His body suddenly doubled in size, a black line in the shape of a king appeared on his forehead, and the surface of his skin turned grayish-white. A white spiritual pressure burst out from his body, reaching the astonishing late Jindan realm. Ha! The vines that were wrapped around his body broke instantly, and he regained his freedom of movement. Half demon, you are a demon cultivator. The old man was shocked and stared at Zhao Yedian who was approaching rapidly with terrified eyes. At this time, he, like himself, had also reached the late Jindan realm. Moreover, he is half demon, and his physical strength is extremely difficult to deal with. No, I have to go to those two for help. The old man took a deep breath, and yellow light flashed wildly on his body several times, but he still couldn't break free from the restraints. Zhao Yedian didn't waste any words. He snatched the sword from his hand and stabbed him. Bang! There was a loud bang. A ball of green mist exploded in front of the old man. From the green mist came the putrid smell of rotten eggs. Wherever the fog passes, the grass and leaves wither and become desolate. It was obviously some kind of poison gas bomb. The people who threw the bombs must be the old man's 2 Yuanying realm companions. Zhao Yedian took several steps back without even thinking. Then he turned around and ran quickly towards the dragon monster's location. Without saying a word, he placed a hand emitting white light close to the dragon demon woman's red lips in front of her surprised gaze in the blue skirt. He mobilized his magic power and sucked in suddenly. The woman in the blue skirt frowned and groaned in pain. After a moment, a nail emitting black smoke was slowly sucked out of her mouth. Unleashed the nail that sealed the dragon demon's voice. But just as he was about to make another move, touching the abdomen of the woman in blue skirt, preparing to suck out the nail that sealed the power of her demon pill. The old man's sneer could be heard from behind. Haha, wanting to forcibly break the seal for her and join forces with her to deal with us. That's wishful thinking. Even if you have the power of the demon race, it will take at least half an hour to forcibly pull out the seal of the 7 soul nail. And during this time, you will become a corpse. The old man's yellow figure reappeared. Next to him, a skinny middle-aged man in white clothes appeared. Obviously, it was one of the nascent soul cultivators who was controlling the fishing net formation. The old man looked at Zhao Yedian's nervous expression and suddenly laughed wildly. With a nascent soul cultivator as his backer, even if this kid is a little weird, he will definitely die. Thinking of the humiliating words that the boy had said just now, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he said directly to the skinny middle-aged man beside him, Brother son, let's join forces and kill that boy with all our strength, and I will divide the dragon demon pill. Suddenly, the old man screamed and rolled to the ground. His legs and torso were burning with a layer of purple flames. The flame was extremely strange, with a hint of white light revealing in the purple. As soon as it stuck to the old man's body, it burned his flesh into white powder. In just a few breaths, the old man's body turned into a ball of white powder and dissipated with the wind, leaving no trace. Purple eye demon fire. How do you possess the bloodline ability of the nine-tailed fox demon? When the skinny middle-aged man saw the fire, his face changed slightly and he stepped back repeatedly, unable to avoid it. He had no intention of saving the old man. Obviously, he knew the terrifying power of this demonic fire. Even if he was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, he would most likely die if he was contaminated by this evil fire. At this time, blood flowed from Zhao Yundian's right eye. His vision became blurry, and most of his magic power was consumed. Holy crap, although it's powerful, the side effects are too much like Amaterasu. Even worse than that, this is like killing 1,000 enemies and losing 99 of your own. Zhao Yundian complained in his heart, and next, he has to face a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage, which is a bit difficult. Chapter 26 Silly and Cute Dragon Demon. You how can you possess the purple demonic fire, you? At this time, the dragon demon woman in blue skirt also regained consciousness and the ability to speak. Shouted in surprise, it turns out that the nine-tailed fox demon was named Xining, which is quite nice. It seems to be closely related to this dragon monster. This way, even if the dragon demon is sealed now, it won't be able to kill me. I can also ask her to take me to find the nine-tailed fox demon to kill me, which will have the same effect. After all, the nine-tailed fox demon is also a 4th level demon. Your good sister Xining is practicing dual cultivation with me, and she gave me a portion of her bloodline demonic fire. Zhao Yundian wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes and lied seriously. Impossible. Xining can't possibly practice dual cultivation with a human cultivator. She can't do that. The woman in the blue dress frowned and shook her head violently, denying the answer 3 times in a row. Zhao Yundian pointed at a pair of purple eyes and said with a smile, can you find a second explanation? Purple-eyed demon fire or some demon bloodline power, except for the descendants of demon bloodline. If human cultivators want to obtain this ability, they can only do so through dual cultivation. This is the Demon Slayer Manual, page 88, which contains some little-known facts. The purpose is to identify the demon clan lurking among human monks. Previously, the purple-robed old man and the long men also gained the abilities of a bull demon. It is estimated that it was the tiger demon who made the connection and allowed him to practice dual cultivation with the bull demon, which allowed him to gain a half-demon ability. No one knows that Zhao Yundian is actually a cheater who obtains his abilities through the system. When Zhao Yundian saw the woman in the blue skirt, he still looked skeptical. Feeling that the time was ripe, he immediately raised the corner of his mouth and revealed an extremely confident smile. He stated his ultimate goal, if you still don't believe me, take me to Xining and I'll confront you face to face. Well, if you lie to me and insult my sister's reputation, I will kill you. The woman in the blue skirt glared at Zhao Yundian and said angrily. When the time comes, I will personally put my head in your arms and kill you at will. Zhao Yundian made this promise solemnly, but I was secretly happy in my heart, because killing me was exactly what I wanted. By then, I don't know whether you will be faster or the nine-tailed fox demon will be more ruthless. Haha, you guys are having a great time chatting. Suddenly, the joking voice of a skinny middle-aged man came slowly. At the same time, 20 steps away, centered around Zhao Yundian and the dragon demon. A green and red mist formed a circle and surrounded the two of them. The skinny middle-aged man and another woman in white robes were controlling the mist. It was obvious that the two Yuanying realm cultivators took the opportunity to perform some strange formation. In this time, it is much more terrifying than the golden fishing net special effect. In the red and green mist, there were faint sounds of ghosts howling and wolves howling. Countless suspended skulls appeared and disappeared, making a crackling sound of chewing bones. 3 rounds of ghost evil formations will trigger 3 rounds of ghost fog. Each round of ghost fog carries evil energy, and a ghost king will appear. If you're not careful, you'll be invaded by evil spirits, driven mad and killed. Or you'll be eaten alive by the ghost king. The woman in the blue dress explained with a gloomy look. Obviously, it would be difficult for the two of them to withstand 3 rounds of attacks from the ghosts in their current state. Hurry, hurry. Suddenly, Zhao Yundian put his head close to the red lips of the woman in the blue dress. What do you want to do? The woman in the blue dress was stunned and wanted to avoid it, but found that her body was still unable to move at all. I have a remarkable skill called rebirth from death. If you kill me, I will be reborn stronger and defeat those two. Zhao Yundian explained seriously, you only have your mouth to move now. Use it to kill me. Kill yourself and you can return to the real world. To do this, you just need to find the original author of the book and have him rewrite the plot. If he lets the dragon demon live, it won't be considered cheating her, and he will also receive $1 trillion bonus. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, achieve mutual benefit, reciprocity, and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Zhao Yundian thought in his heart. He put his mouth close to the red lips of the woman in the blue dress. The woman in the blue skirt was wondering how there could be such a strange martial art when she saw a mouth approaching her. Suddenly she yelled, shut up. Zhao Yundian saw the fog getting closer and closer, and he became anxious. It's already this late, why are you still fussing about this? I'm not taking advantage of you. If you want to live, use your teeth or tongue, bite, suck, or lick me to death. It's all fine. I don't. The woman in the blue dress pouted and closed her mouth tightly, looking extremely reluctant. Zhao Yundian felt that this monster was shy. After all, she was still a young and beautiful woman. It seems a bit embarrassing to do it directly mouth to mouth. It was also his fault for being anxious for a moment. After all, he thought he was the softest mouth and would be easily bitten to death. Immediately, he put his neck in front of the mouth of the woman in the blue skirt. Then bite my neck. My neck is very soft. Bite accurately and bite the aorta. Zhao Yundian also kindly pointed to the thick blood vessels on his neck. The woman in the blue dress still couldn't bring herself to eat it. What's going on? You're a demon after all, so you haven't killed anyone yet. At this time, the ghost fog was only 2 or 3 steps away from the two of them, and Zhao Yundian shouted anxiously. I've never killed anyone. I don't like the taste of blood. The woman in the blue dress whispered something. Zhao Yundian was stunned. For a long time, whether it is the background of this book or previous film and television dramas, humans and demons have different paths and are born enemies. It is common for demons to kill people. For example, at the Long Men Inn before, the tiger demon killed nearly 100 people. The vicious impression of the demon race has always been engraved in Zhao Yundian's mind. But later, he first encountered a 9-tailed fox demon who refused to kill him. Now, we encounter a dragon monster that has never killed anyone. Is this the system or the author playing a trick on me? Woo woo. At this time, the green and red mist had already covered the two of them. A gust of eerie, biting and creepy wind swept over. Zhao Yundian quickly grabbed the storage bag and threw it. Suddenly, colorful spiritual energy covered Zhao Yundian. The brilliance faded. It was the 5 colors of yellow, blue, red, gray and brown, forming a 5-layer shield that protected Zhao Yundian's entire body. They turned out to be 5 defensive heaven-level talismans. They are the Gold Shield Talisman, Water Escape Talisman, Fire Spirit Talisman, Earth Wall Talisman, and Wood Spirit Talisman. Zhao Yundian looked at the woman in blue dress who was still lying in the ghost fog, unable to move at all, and was attacked by the ghost dance with a painful look on her face. Sigh softly. What a silly and cute dragon demon. Then he exerted force with his arms, hugged the slender waist of the woman in the blue skirt, and pulled her into the 5-layer light shield. Thanks. A blush appeared on the fair face of the woman in the blue dress. The space in the light shield is not big, and the two people are facing each other, their bodies close together. She couldn't move her body, so she could only let Zhao Yundian hold her waist. Although it was her first time to be so close to a strange man, she felt a little embarrassed and unhappy. But she could tell that it was this man who saved her. Don't get me wrong, I'm just in a good mood today and don't want to see blood. And you can't die either. We just made an agreement. Zhao Yundian's tone remained cold, but his head was looking towards the giant monster that was slowly approaching not far away. It was a giant skeleton that was 4 or 5 meters tall. I think it was the Ghost King from the first round of fog. That kid has quite a lot of treasures. He actually took out 5 chapters of heavenly grade defensive shields in a row. Outside the ghost formation, the woman in white robe was slightly surprised. The skinny middle-aged man sneered, a trace of jealousy and bitterness flashed in his eyes, but his mouth was as calm as water. The son of Zhao Baji of Zhaoji Palace, some of his methods are not surprising. A heaven-level talisman can only withstand 2 waves at most. Use all your strength. If he dies, all the treasures on his body will belong to us. Chapter 27 Princess Tactics. Inside the ghost array. The sky was dark and there was a nauseating stench of decay everywhere. Countless skulls and ghost heads, with bared teeth, rushed forward. Zhao Yundian and the woman in blue skirt hid in the 5-colored light shield. After gusts of evil wind and attacks from the skull ghost head. There were originally 5 layers of shield, but only 3 are left. Next, as long as we can survive the first round of attacks from the skeleton giant Ghost King, we will have survived. At this time, the skeleton giant clenched his fist and punched the light shield again and again. Boom boom, each time, there was a deafening sound and violent shaking. The two of them were inside the light shield, their bodies swaying left and right, and they stuck closer together. This is not a solution. I will eventually be unable to bear it. How about you help me suck out the other soul nails embedded in your body, and I will mobilize my demonic power to assist you. The woman in the blue dress frowned and suggested. And it was really awkward to be hugged by him all the time. But the next moment, she suddenly felt that her body could move. Looked in surprise. I saw that Zhao Yundian had held his hands, and at some point, he had sucked out 2 more black soul nails. It turned out that from the very beginning, he had no intention of taking advantage of me. He hugged his waist not only to save himself, but also to use his magic power to suck out the soul nail. Unconsciously, the blush on the blue-dressed woman's face turned into a fiery red of guilt. Thanks, don't get me wrong, I don't have much mana left, so I can only suck out 3 soul nails. The rest is up to you. I have to lie down. Zhao Yundian's face turned pale and he interrupted. Then, he forcefully sucked out the soul nail that was blocking the dragon monster's abdomen. This soul nail is also the soul nail that seals most of his demonic power. Including what happened just now, a total of 4 soul nails were pulled out. Even if the dragon demon cannot use all its demonic power, it should have no problem dealing with the Ghost King. Zhao Yundian shuddered, gasped, and sat down on the ground exhausted. Just now, when he used the purple-eye demonic fire, he had already consumed most of his magic power. Now he sucked out 3 soul nails in succession, and his magic power was almost gone. The blue-dressed woman's eyes hardened, and a blue flame appeared all over her body. Leave it to me from now on. Thank you anyway. Immediately, she turned around and transformed into a blue dragon, charging towards the skeleton Ghost King with great momentum. Before the figure got close, a huge demonic power dispelled most of the nearby ghost fog. Countless skeletons and ghosts saw this and howled like ghosts, trying to escape. The skeleton Ghost King seemed unconvinced and refused to believe in evil, so he raised his fist to hit the dragon's head. Bang! There was a loud bang. The blue dragon's horn collided with the skeleton Ghost King's fist. The skeleton Ghost King trembled all over, scattered to the ground, and turned into white dust and dissipated. The blue dragon circled, regained its human form, and returned to Zhao Yundian. Yo, yes, you're really stubborn. From now on, I'll call you stubborn. Zhao Yundian half praised and half teased. Headstrong. That doesn't sound good. My name is Yao Lan. What's your name? The woman in the blue dress frowned slightly and introduced herself readily. Cradle. Then you are a good baby in the cradle. Zhao Yundian stood up, opened his arms, and introduced himself seriously. My name is Zhao Shuaibi, please give me your guidance. As he said that, he was about to pick him up. Yao Lan subconsciously wanted to dodge. Zhao Yundian explained frankly, hugging is a first-time etiquette in my hometown. It's okay. Yao Lan was half stunned and half hesitant as she was hugged. Just now I seemed to hear the person from before say, your name is Zhao Yun, what is Zhao Shuai coin? Yao Lan asked doubtfully. Zhao Yundian is my real name, Zhao Shuaibi is just my nickname. Zhao Yundian patiently explained, besides that, I have quite a few nicknames, like Wazai, Yuyan, and Handsome Man. I won't tell anyone. Puff. Yao Lan covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud. Although I can't tell what those titles are, but she knew he was a handsome man. It means to praise one's handsome appearance, although the Zhao Yundian in front of him was indeed handsome. But it was the first time for her to see such a shameless person praising her in person. Ahem, the second wave of Ghost Kings depends on you. Zhao Yundian noticed the change in Yao Lan's eyes and hurriedly changed the subject. Outside the big formation, the white-clothed woman's brows revealed a hint of annoyance. Damn it, how did that dragon demon break the seal? She's a level 5 demon beast. This is a bit troublesome. The skinny middle-aged man remained unconcerned. Have you forgotten that any demon who comes to Xingzhou will experience a decline in their cultivation? In serious cases, they may even fall into a dormant or comatose state. Brother, do you know the reason for this? If you know, perhaps you can control the demon race. The woman in white was a little excited and expectant. After all, being able to control the demon clan's cultivation is equivalent to controlling the demon clan's weaknesses. It won't be so difficult to catch monsters next time. I'm not sure, it might be related to the opening of the ancient secret realm. Okay, don't be distracted, summon the next 2 waves of Ghost Kings at the same time. The skinny middle-aged man smiled grimly. Even if they are lucky enough not to die, they will be our dead souls after they leave the formation. Immediately, the two stopped talking. He aimed his hands at the ghost fog formation, releasing a red light and a green light respectively, which merged into the ghost fog that had mostly dissipated. Suddenly, the dark ghost fog roared and enveloped the two of them again. In the ghost fog, there were 2 larger Ghost Kings slowly approaching. Although his appearance could not be seen clearly, the evil aura emanating from his body and his red and green eyes were extremely creepy. "2, are you okay?" Zhao Yundian asked nonchalantly. There was a sense of solemnity in my heart. The aura of the 2 Ghost Kings had reached the late golden core realm of human cultivators. Although the dragon demon is a 5th level demon and has reached the nascent soul stage. But there are still 2 sealed soul nails in the body. Plus being injured and weak at the beginning, dealing with 2 of them can be a bit tricky. I became even weaker and could hardly muster any magic power. This situation seems not good, even if he knows several powerful skills. But there's no blue. You can't just go up and rely on normal attacks or verbal attacks. Yalan didn't seem to be afraid at all. Her body turned into a dragon again and rushed forward directly. Headstrong kid, don't just use physical headbutts. Use some water, fire, or magic damage. Zhao Yuntian reminded loudly from the side. After all, just now, the blue dragon smashed the skeleton monster to pieces, although it looked intact on the surface. But Zhao Yuntian inadvertently saw the pain in her eyes that she was trying to endure and the decline of her demonic power. I'm afraid that the dragon-shaped collision is also a move that kills 1,000 enemies but injures 800 of your own people. Bang, a familiar voice came. The blue dragon still headed for the kill and crashed into a monster with green eyes. This time, it wasn't a monster that fell, but it's Yalan. She fell to the ground, turned into a human form, her face turned pale, and she vomited several mouthfuls of blue blood. Zhao Yuntian quickly stepped forward to support him, sighing softly, now you've met someone even more stubborn. By the way, you really can't use magic to cause harm. Yalan's beautiful eyes were fixed on the giant creature that was approaching quickly. His body trembled, and he was ready to rush forward again. But Zhao Yuntian grabbed him and said, don't be impulsive, let me test the depth of this monster. Yalan was stunned and felt a little strange. Now the aura on Zhao Yuntian's body has dropped from the late stage of the half-demon realm to the early stage of the Jinnin realm. It is very difficult to test the strength of two ghost kings at the peak of the late Jinnin stage. But then he thought again, he had just seen Zhao Yuntian, who had extraordinary body movements and the ability to become a half-demon. Maybe there really is a way. Yalan looked at Zhao Yuntian with some anticipation. Zhao Yuntian shook his sleeves, his eyes flashed with brilliance, and he looked very imposing and majestic. Prince's fighting method. Immediately, he shouted loudly and grabbed the storage bag at his waist with one hand. Throw out a handful of fierce, colorful, and variously shaped spell attacks. There were actually hundreds of Zon level and Huang level talismans, including fire bomb talismans, ice cone talismans, thunder talismans, earth spike talismans, water flow talismans. Chapter 28 Fusion of the Ghost King, Godzilla. Suddenly, huge explosions erupted from the monster one after another. The giant monster with green eyes just staggered a few steps at first. Then, despite the explosion, he approached step by step as if nothing had happened. And the aura on it is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that a lot of anger has been accumulated. As the distance got closer, flames exploded. Zhao Yuntian and Yalan finally saw the appearance of the giant monster clearly. It turned out to be a scaled-down version of Godzilla that was about 20 to 30 meters tall. It does look like a giant dinosaur, and is the product of the fusion of two ghost kings. The surface of its body is bumpy. Many wriggling dark holes appeared, and something was rotating inside the holes. It was like a big black mouth with tongue stirring inside. And those spell attacks were like food being sucked into the mouth. It seemed as if I had really become its food, and became stronger after being absorbed. Oh shit, should I turn into a giant of light to defeat it? A monster that absorbs energy. This ability is not bad. It seems that now, only monsters can defeat monsters. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian had a flash of inspiration, and a charming smile inadvertently appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he grabbed out 100 more powerful earth-level spell attack talismans and smashed them directly at Godzilla. Yalan on the side opened her mouth in surprise. Why is Zhao Yuntian so rich? He could actually take out hundreds of powerful talismans in succession. You have to know that ordinary cultivators only have a few or a dozen earth-level magic talismans at most, which is already very impressive. He immediately took out 100 bills. Could he be a talisman maker? Outside the formation, the man in white and the skinny middle-aged man were so jealous that their teeth were itching. They both knew Zhao Yuntian's identity, that he was the young master of Jiaoji Palace. But I didn't expect that this kid was more extravagant and wasteful than I imagined. The way he casually waved around hundreds of earth-level talismans made him look like a dissolute prodigal son. Both of them wanted to rush in immediately and beat him up. Humph, if the ghost demon formation is easily defeated by the talisman, we will be too ashamed to see master. The woman in white said with gritted teeth. Don't worry, junior sister, the reputation of our Xuanzhen twin devils doesn't come from Master Bai Qi. The skinny middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said, I'm just curious why he keeps throwing talismans. He must have discovered that the two fused ghost kings have the ability to absorb spells. And after absorbing it, it can also enhance the power of evil spirit. The woman in white didn't take it seriously. Brother, you think too highly of that prodigal son and good for nothing. He only knows how to squander treasures, but doesn't realize that even a single earth-grade talisman is extremely precious to casual cultivators like us. We'll definitely make good use of it, and... She wanted to say something more, but the more she spoke, the more sour the taste in her mouth became, so she shut up immediately. Don't underestimate this man. Although he appears unruly, don't forget that he just used the demonic fire to kill Elder Zhao. The skinny middle-aged man felt that the young man's behavior was increasingly strange. Old Zhao is even more useless. He was scared out of his wits when he saw the half-demon cultivator. Don't worry, senior brother. With the combined strength of the two ghost kings and the fact that we are surrounded by the ghost demon formation, we won't be in any danger even if we face a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Not to mention those two, they're already injured and weak. The woman in white, however, looked even more contemptuous, a trace of pity flashing in her eyes. My only worry is that the boy has no self-control. If he uses up or damages the treasure, we won't be able to take it back and use it for ourselves soon. Could it be that he deliberately fed the ghost king in order to burst it? Suddenly, the skinny middle-aged man speculated. Haha, ridiculous. The white-clothed woman's voice became even more arrogant. The evil spirit of ghosts exists between heaven and earth. We are just using the power of this evil spirit to condense the ghost king. To explode the evil spirit within the ghost king's body, one must possess the powerful strength to explode the laws of the power of heaven and earth. Even if Chen Shui Luohan, who is in the late Mahayana stage, came, it would be impossible to do it. After these words were spoken, the skinny middle-aged man said nothing more. He also agreed with this statement. It was ridiculous to simply blow up the ghost king with some talismans. Sure enough, at this moment, Zhao Yuntian stopped his wasteful behavior and did not continue smashing the talismans. Instead, he spread his legs, clenched his fists, and looked painful. Then there was a roar of rage. It's like squatting on the toilet, it's painful like constipation. But the next moment, Zhao Yuntian's body, which had been exhausted of magic power, was suddenly filled up. He instantly went from the early stage of the Golden Core Realm to the peak of the late stage of the Golden Core Realm. And it is still rising. No, absolutely impossible. His magic power has recovered, and even become stronger. The woman in white took a few steps back in horror, her face turning pale instantly. Not only that, I also feel that the power of the Ghost King's body has also decreased a lot. Could it be? The skinny middle-aged man's face was extremely gloomy. Could it be that the boy also has some kind of absorption technique or ability? After these words were spoken, the two of them suddenly fell silent. Indeed, this is the only way to explain the strange scene before us. But this kid is too perverted. Not only does it have the ability to become a half-demon, it also has purple-eyed demonic fire. After taking out so many top-level talismans in a row, it now has the ability to absorb. This is completely different from the good-for-nothing young master of Jiaji Palace is rumored. He is somewhat like the legendary genius of the Yi family, Yi Zan. For a moment, the two of them had this illusion. Boom! A huge thunderclap resounded through the sky. The desert sky, which was originally clear, suddenly darkened, and countless thunderclouds gathered above the formation. In the thunderclouds, electric arcs jumped and thunder roared continuously. The woman in white and the skinny middle-aged man were awakened by this. They all shouted in unison, "Thundercloud! You know, it's rare to have a rainy season in the desert." This thundercloud with jumping golden arcs looks very much like the thundercloud that occurs when entering the nascent soul stage. After all, they had encountered this before when they entered the nascent soul stage. In addition, at this time, there was the terrifying magic power in Zhao Yedian's body. He has reached the peak of the golden core realm. Could it be that he is about to enter the nascent soul stage? Looked hurriedly. At this time, Zhao Yedian's body underwent tremendous changes. A pair of huge blue horns extended from its head, and fine blue lines appeared on the surface of its body. The limbs and body size also grew dozens of times larger, and it was also turning into the form of a cow. The monster has transformed into a complete form. Once again, the two cried out in shock. The complete transformation of the demon beast is a form that only the demon race can change into. This form can maximize the advantage of the demon race's hard body. The dragon demon just now transformed into this form and was able to defeat the first round of Ghost Kings. However, for human cultivators who want to transform into a complete monster, the conditions will be more stringent. Not only does one need to practice the art of magic for at least several decades, but one must also have enough magic power to support the transformation. Moreover, this transformation is not long-lasting and consumes a lot of mana. But now, Zhao Yedian not only transformed, but even entered the nascent soul stage in this state, which was simply terrifying. Before the two of them could finish being shocked, Zhao Yedian transformed into a giant blue bull, with a pair of huge horns wrapped in golden lightning, and charged towards Godzilla. At the same time, arcs of electricity fell from the sky, densely packed, like an electric thunderstorm. A lot of evil ghost fog was dispersed instantly, and also hit the bodies of Qingyu and the Ghost King. Flames burst out and lightning flashed. Bang! The thunder is so powerful that it pierces the clouds and splits the rocks. All that was left before my eyes was a blinding fire. Chapter 29, You don't deserve to know about the ancient secret realm. I don't know how long it took. The skinny man and the woman in white slowly woke up. The woman in white touched her head and then remembered herself and her senior brother. They were all stunned by the huge spiritual power collision and explosion just now. Looking up, I saw a mess. Broken wood, gravel, gullies and cracks. The oasis that was once full of vitality has turned into a wasteland with only a few dead trees left. This shows how shocking the collision between the two spiritual forces of heaven and earth was. After all, one is the Ghost King formed by the evil energy of heaven and earth, and the other is the thundercloud of the laws of heaven and earth. Plus the kid who is the complete form of the monster. If the two of them had not changed their formation in time to protect themselves, I'm afraid they will all be seriously injured. But even so, she and her senior brother consumed most of their magic power. Brother, that kid is too cunning. The woman in white frowned, ran over to help the skinny middle-aged man up, and continued speaking with gritted teeth. That kid hasn't even entered the nascent soul stage. He just used the demon beast's complete transformation to improve his cultivation and broke through to the top of the late golden core stage. Then he deliberately provoked the lightning clouds formed by the laws of heaven and earth to fight against the Ghost King who had gathered the evil energy of heaven and earth. As a result, he was lucky enough to break the formation. The skinny middle-aged man shook his head, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Not only that, he's truly a ruthless man. He dares to casually provoke thunderclouds without even reaching the great perfection of the late Jinnin stage. Is he truly not afraid of death? Another strange thing is that he and the dragon demon have disappeared without a trace. Where do you think they went? Upon hearing this, the woman in white closed her eyes and released her spiritual consciousness. Every movement within hundreds of miles, even the every move of every grain of sand, appeared in her mind. This is exactly the powerful spiritual awareness possessed by cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Able to see everything within a radius of hundreds of miles. After half a cup of tea, she still didn't detect the breath and figure of Zhao Yedian and the dragon demon. Impossible. Even if they escaped the formation, they would have been affected by the explosion and seriously injured. The woman in white closed her eyes tightly, still unwilling to give up, and said, "It's absolutely impossible. In such a short time, he could have used some kind of concealment method or escaped hundreds of miles away." No, they didn't run away, nor did they hide. The usually calm, skinny middle-aged man seemed to recall something, his face pale. Just now, at the moment of the explosion, I seemed to see a crack in the dark sky, sucking those two people in. I guess that's ancient secret realm. The woman in white also came to her senses and her breathing became rapid. For a long time, the ancient secret realm of the ancient city has been passed down in the Xingji continent for thousands of years. But for thousands of years, there has been no record of anyone actually entering. Over time, people generally regarded it as an ancient strange story. But not long ago, someone spread a piece of news in Xingji continent. It is said that the ancient secret realm is about to open. And indeed, there was a slight movement in the ancient city, which had always been peaceful. High-level cultivators from both the human and demon races rushed over and gathered in the ancient city. The skinny middle-aged man and the woman in white are known as the double evils of the mysterious formation and are famous for their use of formations. Therefore, he came to the ancient city in advance and set up a barrier formation, intending to wait and capture a few monsters. Everything went smoothly and we found the dragon demon's oasis. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yedian suddenly appeared. Not only did he disrupt their plan, but he also rescued the dragon demon. And now it seems to have escaped into the space crack of the ancient secret realm. It is rumored that the ancient secret realm exists in a space crack, which requires the power of heaven and earth to break through. This would require at least dozens of nascent soul cultivators, or several spirit transformation cultivators using special methods to accomplish. There is absolutely no way that the two of them can do it now. Moreover, their goal was not to search for treasure in the ancient secret realm, but to catch monsters. Damn it, that guy is lucky. I will kill him next time I see him. The woman in white said bitterly. The skinny middle-aged man regained his composure and smiled coldly. No need for a next time. If that was really the ancient secret realm, it must have been extremely dangerous. There's no way they would have survived. Even if I survive by chance, it's impossible for me to break through the void crack and get out. Upon hearing this, the woman in white also remembered the rumors about the ancient secret realm. So far, no one has been heard to go in or out. This means that even if the ancient secret realm really exists, it must be extremely dangerous and difficult to escape. The woman in white smiled coldly. Haha, that's such a shame. Perhaps they've already regretted their actions. Dying in our hands would be less painful. Yeah, suddenly, a chilling male voice sounded behind the two of them. Thump, thump, thump. The two of them jumped up quickly like cats with their fur standing on end and retreated several feet. The skinny man turned around and saw a man in black robe. His entire body was covered by a black robe and hood, and a layer of black air shield was applied, making it impossible to see his appearance. It's so scary. Although he had the powerful spiritual awareness of the nascent soul realm, he didn't even notice that someone was approaching from behind. This person is either at a higher level of cultivation than himself or is a cultivator of the spirit transformation realm. Or they are extremely proficient in concealment methods. And there was something strange about the aura around him. There are both human cultivators and a hint of demonic aura. Could it be that he is also a human who is practicing demon cultivation? So, you just saw the entrance to the ancient secret realm. His emotionless voice sounded again. The woman in white swallowed her saliva, took a few steps forward, bowed, and said, "Reporting to you, Senior, we did discover just now." "Get out of the way, he's not human." Suddenly, the voice of the woman in white was drowned out by the shouting of the skinny man. She was shocked and confused, wondering why her senior brother was so nervous. But he subconsciously prepared to take a few steps back. But as soon as she moved, she felt a slight heat in her chest and her whole body lost strength. A huge hand as black as ink had passed through her chest at some point. Minced meat, internal organs and blood were splattered all over the ground. What's going on? Her pupils widened, still looking confused. It happened so fast that her consciousness and eyes didn't even notice it, and she... Thump. Then, her eyes went dark, she fell to the ground and lost all consciousness. "You actually killed my junior sister, you woo-woo." The skinny man shouted angrily, but his voice and neck were immediately cut off by the pair of large dark hands. "You are not worthy of knowing about the ancient secret realm." The man in black robe used his fingers to twist off the skinny man's head and threw it away. Then his fingers shone with blood, and beside the two corpses, he left a symbol written in blood, SB. Wow, this tourist attraction is great. Zhao Yetian got up from the ground, rubbed his eyes, and found himself in a deep primeval forest. The breeze blows on my face, bringing with it the fragrance of earth. Green vines are entwined all around, and the ancient tree is 100 feet tall. Before my eyes are all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, and the cries of unknown small animals. It's like entering the African primeval forest. It seems that this is the ancient secret realm. Yao Lan's excited and pleasant voice slowly came. Chapter 30, Demon Basin. You dragons have a very thick health bar. Your defense is amazing. Zhao Yetian saw Yao Lan safe and sound, leaning against a tree, and gave her sincere praise. After the devastating explosion just now, at this time, her blue dress fluttered in the wind, and she was still energetic and beautiful. Compared to the aloof Chen Shui Luohan and the nine-tailed demon fox. As well as the chivalrous woman Lu Shuang who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and the arrogant Chu Jiayao. Yao Lan is a well-behaved and gentle lady. In comparison, I felt a little embarrassed. There were many wounds all over his body, he felt severe pain all over, and he felt weak, as if his body had been drained of energy. The power of the explosion just now was greater than he had imagined. Previously, he used the system's plundering function to plunder the Ghost King's absorption ability, and used the mid-level attack talisman as a medium to absorb the Ghost King's power and turned into a giant bull monster. It also attracted the Thundercloud and the Ghost King to clash head-on. As a result, the unexpected power of the Demon Cultivator's Thundercloud, combined with the power of Evil Spirit, became even greater. If it weren't for the Blue Dragon protecting himself with his demon body just now. In addition, he accidentally broke the void crack and was sucked in. I'm afraid I'll probably be struck to death by lightning. I also want to thank this little blue dragon. Although he is a villain, he also has principles. It's not too much to say thank you to show your gratitude. Thanks. Zhao Yetian was just about to say something when Yao Lan unexpectedly spoke first. She also bowed deeply and sincerely several times. This made Zhao Yetian a little confused, and along the way, Yao Lan, the sweet baby in the cradle, said thank you many times. What a talented dragon demon. This put Zhao Yetian in a difficult position. After all, his original intention was to let this level 5 dragon demon kill him. Now she is grateful to herself. We went astray. No, this can't go on. Zhao Yetian immediately said half jokingly, don't go yet, I'm not dead yet. And I'm the one who should say thank you, don't steal my line. A glint of brightness flashed in Yao Lan's eyes, and she smiled, I really want to thank you. If you hadn't shattered the void rift, I wouldn't have been able to enter the ancient secret realm. Don't make a mistake. Zhao Yetian tried to explain, trying to shake off the credit. I was trying to defeat the Ghost King Godzilla, and shattering the void was not my intention. Anyway, we finally got in. Sister Zining and I have been searching for the entrance to the crack nearby for several years, but we've never found it. Are you sure she's been accompanying you to find the entrance, rather than being locked in a cage and auctioned off as a pet? Zhao Yetian asked doubtfully. After all, not long ago, the nine-tailed fox demon was locked in a cage by the fox demon. PFF, the one you're talking about is Sister Zining's clone, right? Yao Lan covered her mouth and smiled. No wonder the nine-tailed fox demon was locked in the cage, looking so fearless. And it disappeared very quickly. If it weren't for the quick reaction of the heavenly magic weapon, Demon Spirit Pearl, we wouldn't have been able to catch up here. But one clone is so powerful that he can easily kill the tiger demon and the bull demon. Presumably, the original body's strength is even more astonishing. Then where was Zining just now? Why didn't she help us? Zhao Yetian asked quietly. Yao Lan did not answer, but looked at Zhao Yetian strangely. Zhao Yetian immediately realized that he had previously boasted that he and Zining were dual cultivation partners. But now he knew nothing about Zining, so he was exposed. Zhao Yetian immediately covered his head and cried out in pain, ouch. It hurts. It feels like my head was hit just now and I lost some of my memory. My brother Hu Liang Chaowei. Yao Lan looked at Zhao Yetian's poor acting skills and laughed in her heart, feeling that this man was more and more interesting and frivolous. Unlike those barbaric human monks who only know how to fight and kill. Then he said with a slight curl of his lips, I guess you have noticed it too. When we, the demon race, come to Xingzhou, the closer we get to the ancient city, the weaker our demonic power will be. Low-level demon cultivators are fine, but cultivators above level 5 will be more severely affected. Not only does their demonic power weaken, but they sometimes fall into a deep sleep and sometimes lose consciousness, so we usually work in pairs. We help each other. Zhao Yetian suddenly understood. It turns out that the nine-tailed fox demon was sleeping soundly in Yao Lan's underwater lair. I don't know if the thunder just now woke her up. Luckily, a crack appeared just now. I used a secret method to wake up Sister Zining, and she took the opportunity to enter this ancient secret realm. Zhao Yetian nodded. This way, I have one more way out. Either he will be killed by the blue dragon or by the nine-tailed fox demon. But seeing that Lan Yao was so well behaved, she told him everything. She also said that she had never killed anyone, so it would be difficult to get her to do it. But you can try it. So, are you here in the ancient secret realm to look for some treasure? Zhao Yetian asked bluntly. Yes, it's the Demon Gathering Basin. The Demon Gathering Basin, the author's name for this dog is so lame. All kinds of pots came. Zhao Yedian showed an interested look and asked, is it the kind that can travel through time and space, like a treasure bowl? Treasure bowl. Yao Lan shook her head and continued to explain, it is rumored that the demon gathering basin can absorb the power of the demon race, so this is why the demon race's demon power has weakened. It's very likely that the demon gathering basin is in the ancient secret realm of the ancient city. Smart, I'll help you find the basin. Suddenly, Zhao Yedian promised generously, but you have to promise me one thing. What's up? Yao Lan was somewhat surprised and curious. Why would a human cultivator help her one after another? You have to promise me this first, and don't regret it. Zhao Yedian looked mysterious. Yao Lan frowned slightly, and suddenly thought of something. A blush rose on her face and she whispered, no, if you. I won't take advantage of you, and I won't go against your demon heart. It won't be difficult. Zhao Yedian saw her worry at a glance and gave her 3 assurances. Seeing that Yao Lan was still hesitant and nervous, he said pitifully, if you just help me, I can become stronger, I can get rid of the cynicism of the secular world, the life of servility, and I can protect the true love in my heart. Yao Lan was originally very curious, but when she heard the word love, she inadvertently thought of her sister Zining. It seems that this person has a strong sense of self-esteem and great ambitions. After all, Sister Zining has already reached the 4th level of the demon clan, which is equivalent to the human realm of transformation. He wanted to become stronger and be worthy of practicing dual cultivation with his sister. It seems that he really loves Sister Zining. Okay, I promise. Yao Lan smiled slightly. Whoever goes back on his word is a puppy. Bark like a dog. Zhao Yedian stretched out his little finger and hooked her white fingers. Although now, she probably wouldn't kill me, but with this level of guarantee and preparation, further stimulation later should have some effect. But the safest way is to find the cold 9-tailed fox demon. Judging from the way she killed the tiger demon and the bull demon, she should be more decisive in killing people. Then let's go. Can you sense where the demon gathering basin or Zining is? Zhao Yedian said this and strode forward. Suddenly, a white light swept past with a strong wind. Zhao Yedian, who was already exhausted, was hung on the ground. Zhao Yedian cursed, struggled to get up and looked up at the sky. I discovered that the strange spiritual wind revealed several white tails and disappeared into the sky. It seems a bit like a demon race. He turned his head immediately and found that Yao Lan had disappeared. Could it be that was the 9-tailed fox demon that took Yao Lan away? Now his magic power is exhausted and he is injured. What's the point of playing this? Do I have to clear the dungeon alone? Challenge the boss alone. The key is that I am not familiar with the road. As soon as the demon spirit bead entered the secret realm, it stopped working. How can I get out of the secret realm and find other monsters? Don't go. Take me with you to play. Zhao Yedian shouted to the sky, but there was no response. Chapter 31. The more handsome a man is, the more likely he is to lie. Sister Zining, is that you? Only then did Yao Lan see clearly that the one who had just kidnapped her was the 9-tailed fox demon Zining. But at this moment, Zining's pure and flawless face was a little pale. His demonic power was also a little weak, and he fell to the 5th level of the demon clan. But he still pulled Yao Lan and flew rapidly in the air. Sister Zining, what's wrong with you? Is it because of the explosion of the thundercloud just now? Yao Lan asked worriedly. Zining shook her head and said weakly, this cracked space is very strange. It can only accommodate demonic power of level 5 or below. Otherwise, it will be repelled and torn apart by the power of space. Just now, I had to dissipate some of my demonic power and forcibly lower my cultivation level to become a level 5 demon. This is the only way to ensure safety. Yao Lan looked increasingly worried. The demonic power of the demon race comes from hundreds or even thousands of years of practice. To dissipate all the demonic power in such a short time would cause great harm to both the body and the soul. Moreover, it is located in an ancient secret realm, and the dangers ahead are unknown. This is very dangerous. By the way, sister, why didn't you bring your dual cultivation partner with you just now? He has some strength and may be able to help us. Yao Lan asked the biggest question in her mind. Mate, you mean that boy? Suddenly, Zining's brows raised and his face became as cold as ice. Yeah, he also said he could confront you face to face, and... When Yao Lan talked about Zhao Yedian, her eyes brightened up a little and she was ready to continue. But Zining raised a finger to stop the voice from speaking. Yao Lan, you have been cultivating in the demon tribe, and you don't know how treacherous people are. As she spoke, her tone became serious. Do you remember what I told you before coming to Xingzhou? Yao Lan lowered her head, her expression somewhat gloomy. Sister said that the more handsome a human man is, the more likely he is to lie. You must never believe their lies. But sister, she is different. She risked her life to save me before it even opened the crack. Same. Zining's tone left no room for doubt, a hint of hatred curling up at the corner of her mouth, shattering the space rift and opening the entrance to the ancient secret realm was just a coincidence. Also, he actually dared to insult my reputation. If I weren't in a hurry, I would definitely kill him the next time we meet. Yao Lan didn't dare to refute anything, but her heart was a little confused. After a while, the two flew over the ancient forest and arrived at a grassland. At the end of the grassland, there is a huge mountain suspended in the air. The mountain is cylindrical in shape, like a giant pillar, extending to the top of the sky, with no end in sight. Above the sky, among the floating clouds, a faint golden halo emanated. It releases powerful spiritual power fluctuations. Obviously there are rare treasures. According to the ancient records of our demon clan, this mountain is called Tiangan Mountain, and it is the largest treasure mountain in the ancient secret realm. Not only are there corpses and treasures left behind by ancient human cultivators during their battles with the demons in the mountain, but also, at the top of that mountain, is sealed the ancient treasure, Demon Gathering Basin. In recent years, the seal has weakened, so the Demon Gathering Basin has absorbed a lot of demonic power from our outside demon clan, weakening the entire demon clan's strength. While the human cultivators haven't found a way to enter the secret realm yet, let's go get the treasure first. Zining spoke briefly, and took Yao Lan with her as she flew into Tiangan Mountain, which was suspended in the air. However, as soon as they approached the mountain, they were suppressed by powerful spiritual power. It crashed to the foot of Tiangan Mountain and lost the ability to fly. No fly zone. Looks like we'll have to climb up on foot. Zining walked with her bare pink feet, stepped on the rocks, and climbed to the top of the mountain with Yao Lan. While climbing the mountain, Yao Lan looked towards the distant grassland and ancient forest. In my heart, I am secretly expecting something. The ancient forest. Inside a towering ancient tree, a faint purple-black light flickered. In the tree hole, Zhao Yedian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, meditating and recuperating. There were many bottles and jars containing medicinal pills scattered around, as well as several chests and card formations emitting golden light. At this time, Zhao Yedian's magic power, which had been completely consumed, had recovered 60% to 70%. Hey, fortunately, I am the young master of Jiaoji Palace, and fortunately, I am a lackey of Jiaoji Palace. It's good to be rich. Before setting out to be a demon-slaying guard, he didn't bring many magic weapons with him. But there are more than 100 million elixirs, talismans, and formation chessboards. After all, I'm a rich second generation, and Zhao Jigang likes to train formation masters and alchemists. These things are just sitting there anyway, so why not take them out and splurge on them? It's also good to experience it in advance and find out what it feels like to be rich. Look for that kind of low-key but not luxurious, not ostentatious high-end coin feeling. After all, when he gets out, he will be worth over 1 trillion. How can we be like those nouveau riches who only do superficial things like buying luxury cars and wearing luxury goods? But now these pills are indeed useful. It can restore a lot of mana in a very short time. I was just in a hurry just now, thinking about fighting some boss or grabbing some treasure. What am I going out for? You are not the protagonist, so why should you get involved in that mess? I have to be an upright and intelligent villain. First, set up the formation near the big tree. He then hid in the tree hole, took pills to restore his magic power, and had a certain ability to protect himself. Finally, find a level 4 or 5 demon and kill yourself, and that's it. Wouldn't it be nice to just lie down and win $1 trillion bonus? Even in the worst case scenario, no other demon races can be found. There are also the 9-tailed fox demon and the dragon demon. Thinking of this, Zhao Yedian became much more optimistic. But half a day has passed, and I can't keep hiding like this. There are only 4 days left to complete the system task. Just as Zhao Yedian was about to climb out of the tree hole, he suddenly saw 2 figures walking towards him from a distance outside the tree hole. The 2 men had strange appearances, not like humans. A young man who was short, fat and dark-skinned. The other young man was tall and thin, fair-skinned, but had a very long neck. There was still a faint demonic aura emanating from both of them. They were obviously 2 demons transformed into human form. Being able to transform into a human form means it is also a high-level demon. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. This is not just waiting for the devil to appear. Zhao Yedian was a little excited, but the next moment, he immediately calmed down. Because as the 2 got closer, he found that the aura of the 2 monsters was not very strong. It seems to be only a level 6 demon. My system task is to be killed by level 4 and level 5 monsters. These 2 monsters still need to level up. Zhao Yedian was immediately disappointed and decided to wait until the 2 monsters left before going out to avoid trouble. Oh, I wonder how long it will take to reach Tiang'an Mountain. We should get there after passing through this big forest and then across the grassland. We're lucky to be able to enter the ancient secret realm alive. Yes, the entrance opened with dozens of level 5 demons and 3 or 4 level 4 demons, combined with secret techniques and brute force, is too unstable. Let's go. The human race will find a way to break through the realm sooner or later. We must be the first to go to Tiang'an Mountain to grab the treasure. The sound of the 2 demons talking slowly disappeared near the ancient tree where Zhao Yedian was hiding. Demon Clan, Tiang'an Mountain. Could this be the location of the cornucopia? Zhao Yedian thought of the ancient treasure that Yao Lan had mentioned before, and his heart moved. In other words, there will be more level 5 or level 4 monsters appearing in Tiang'an Mountain. And the blue dragon and purple spirit will also appear there. This is convenient. Zhao Yedian chuckled, quickly climbed out of the tree hole, and ran towards the 2 level 6 monsters. Chapter 32 The king asked me to patrol the mountain. Didn't you say that you found a flying magical weapon at the human auction? The short and fat young man said, a little breathlessly. This ancient secret realm is so strange. I've only been walking for a short while and a lot of my demonic energy has been sucked away by something. Quickly grab your magic weapon and fly over. The tall and thin young man sighed. When we entered the ancient secret realm, the magic weapon was already damaged and can no longer be used. Suddenly, the fat young man frowned and stopped. The tall and thin young man was stunned and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be so stubborn, just get through this forest if you don't hurry up. Someone is following us. Suddenly, the fat young man interrupted. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 demons looked behind them vigilantly. I saw that not far behind me, there was indeed a person walking towards me in a swagger. This man has a handsome face and a pair of horns sticking out of his head. He was beating a gong in his hand, smiling and singing a song. The king asked me to patrol the mountains and capture a monk for dinner. The water in this mountain stream is so sweet, I don't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals. What he sang seemed quite cheerful. The fat young man touched the back of his head and asked in a daze. That's easy, just catch him and ask him, and you'll know. The tall and thin young man's face turned cold and he immediately prepared to take action. But at this moment, the handsome man opposite also saw the 2 of them. As if very happy, he ran over with a smile on his face. Great, I finally met someone of the same tribe. As he spoke, he touched the horns on his head. Obviously, this horn, coupled with the traces of demonic power emanating from his body, made it clear that he was also a member of the demon clan. Suddenly, the 2 demon tribes relaxed their vigilance a little. No, when demons enter the secret realm, they usually move in pairs. What about the other one? The tall and thin young man suddenly thought of something and asked sternly. Zhao Yedian, the handsome young man with ox horns, was shocked. So that's why. No wonder Xining and Yao Lan would act together. However, it was quite difficult to deal with the 2 level 6 monsters, and it was a waste of the magic power that had just been recovered. Moreover, he had to rely on 2 monsters to lead the way to Tiang'an Mountain. This time, don't do anything with your hands, but use your brain first. After all, I am the perfect villain with both wisdom and courage. Moreover, these 2 monsters look a little silly. Seeing that Zhao Yedian did not answer for a long time, the 2 demons became more suspicious and immediately became alert and prepared to take action. Well, suddenly, Zhao Yedian sighed heavily, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. The demon who came with me to the ancient secret realm was my dual cultivation partner, the dragon demon. But he was seriously injured when he entered the rift. As he spoke, Zhao Yedian clenched his fist and punched a nearby tree trunk hard. Seems very angry and unwilling. The 2 demons were puzzled and asked, if you're injured, just go and heal. Why are you so angry? And where's your cultivation partner? Alas, I don't have enough demonic power, nor do I have any medicinal herbs or elixirs to heal her injuries. I didn't expect her to. A hint of self-mockery played on Zhao Yedian's lips, and his voice was filled with sadness. She actually ran off with a vixen, without any regard for my feelings. The 2 demons were stunned when they heard this. I feel that he is a little infatuated. For high-level demon races, some skills or special bloodlines do require them to learn dual cultivation like human cultivators. But generally it is just for improving cultivation and increasing strength. And the stronger party will abandon the other party once they find a better partner. Therefore, between the dual cultivation partners of the demon race, there are mostly only interests and not much emotion. But this demon had a look of infatuation on his face. The fat young man patted Zhao Yedian on the shoulder and said, if you want to run away, then run away. I see that you are an extraordinary person. Why not find a partner for dual cultivation? But clearly, not long ago, we helped each other enter this place, but in the blink of an eye, you ran away with other monsters. If you were in my shoes, what would you do? Zhao Yedian's unwilling tears trickled out from the corners of his eyes, as if mocking his uselessness. The fat young man scratched his head and asked the tall and thin young man on the other side, would you do this? Well, there's a saying among human cultivators, a true man never has to worry about not having a wife. I'm open-minded. The fat young man agreed and said, not bad. But the human race has a few more words to say, I wonder if you two brothers know that. Zhao Yundian wiped the tears from his eyes and said bitterly, the thin clouds are playing tricks, the flying stars are spreading hatred, and the Milky Way is far away and dark. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it is better than countless things in the world. Hearing this, a complicated look appeared on the two demons' faces. Although I don't understand the specific meaning of this poem, I can vaguely feel that the artistic conception of the poem is beautiful and expresses a beautiful feeling. But then, line after line of poetry continued to come out of his mouth. A moonlit night brings a dream, a spring breeze brings tenderness. The rain falls on the phoenix tree at midnight, yet it cannot express the bitterness of parting. Leaf by leaf, sound by sound, the rain falls on the empty steps until dawn. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it is better than countless things in the world. That's enough. The two of them stopped talking at the same time, with a hint of sadness on their faces. Obviously, he was also influenced by the great poetry culture. It seems that you have a deep understanding of human culture. This makes me feel sad and desolate. The fat young man rubbed his forehead and said. The tall, thin young man on the side complained, don't say anything to provoke him. Didn't you see that he was a little confused just now, banging drums and singing weird songs over there? How about this? You and the two of us will act together. Once we reach Tianqin Mountain and find a treasure that can elevate our realm, no demon will look down on us anymore. The fat young man suggested. This also won the approval of the tall and thin young man. This time, it was Zhao Yundian's turn to be confused. I didn't expect that these two monsters had such a strong imagination that they could recite a few lines of poetry by themselves. There is no performance yet. Just two monsters can bring up so much. Yet he achieved his goal. I don't know whether they are really smart or really confused. Zhao Yundian immediately smiled and introduced himself. My name is Zhao Shuaibi. I haven't asked for your names yet. Handsome coin, I feel like this name has a domineering feel to it. The fat young man smiled heartily and immediately said his name. My name is Peng Ji. It means huge ambition. I want to advance to the 5th level of the demon tribe and become a demon king. Not bad, right? The tall and thin young man glanced at Peng Ji and said, what's so good about that fat guy? He's superficial. My name is Zhu Xiao. This is what we call cultured. Handsome coin, from now on, we can exchange more about poetry and culture. I've always been interested in this area. Zhao Yundian immediately thought it was great. It is indeed rare to find a demon who loves culture and has lofty positive ambitions. It seems that the demons, like humans, are not all evil demons like tiger demons or six-tailed fox demons who kill people without blinking an eye. So, Zhao Yundian and the two monsters became brothers and talked freely along the way. Went to Tianqin Mountain, desolate desert, above. A large spiral hole with a colorful halo is slowly forming in the void. Dozens of nascent soul cultivators were suspended in the air. He is using all his strength to release magic power of different colors and inject it into the vortex hole. And this place is exactly where Zhao Yundian shattered the void crack before. Below the dozens of nascent soul cultivators stood nearly 100 cultivators. More than half of them are primary and intermediate demon-slaying guards. The other part is the Taishuan sect, as well as the cultivators from several major sects and large families such as the Chu family. On a small sand dune, Zhao Baji and Chu Tianlong were standing side by side. The two looked at the gradually growing vortex black hole in the sky, both showing joy. Chapter 33 Undercurrent. What an unexpected discovery. I didn't expect to find a remnant of a spatial rift here. This must be the rift that leads to the ancient secret realm. Zhao Baji said happily. Not long ago, he was ordered to go to other states to eliminate demons. On the way, they discovered that many high-level monsters were gathering in Xingzhou ancient city. So I just followed him. Unexpectedly, I happened to meet Chu Tianlong who came over. And successfully found the rumored space crack in the ancient secret realm. That's right. Our Taishuan clan's secret history records that this spiritual energy fluctuation is indeed the entrance to the rift in the ancient secret realm. A hint of joy flashed in Chu Tianlong's eyes. Not only are there many treasures left behind by ancient cultivators, but there's also a demon gathering basin that can control the demon race. The only pity is that the rift is now unstable and cannot allow cultivators like me in the divine transformation realm to enter. Zhao Baji, however, was unconcerned. There are many talented people among the younger generation. Let them go and gain some experience. Chu Tianlong nodded and glanced at the crowd. His gaze rested on Yizan and Chu Jiayao. At this time, the two were also preparing to enter the ancient secret realm. Although she was a little worried about her daughter, it was indeed as Zhao Baji said. There are both dangers and opportunities. If they could obtain ancient treasures or elixirs, their strength would increase rapidly. What's more, Li Qingyan and several Yuanying realm elders from Taishuan sector accompanying him to hell. And there's the former genius Yizan. The reason why I say, in the past, is because recently there's a person whose deeds are even more dazzling. According to the news sent back by the Demon Slayer guards. That person killed a 6th level fox demon, eliminated a 5th level tiger demon and 3 late-stage Jindan realm demon cultivators, and even had a conflict with a 4th level 9-tailed fox demon. He is Zhao Yundian. Perhaps this time, it is time for Yizan to learn from his mistakes and undergo a transformation. He is still very optimistic about Yizan and his daughter Chu Jiayao, who has the blood of the divine phoenix. What's more, Zhao Yundian might have entered the ancient secret realm first. Thinking of this, Chu Tianlong's gaze fell on a junior demon-slaying guard with handsome features and fair skin. She was Lu Shuang. At the same time, Zhao Baji's gaze also fell on Lu Shuang. Where they were, they discovered traces of cracks in the ancient secret space. I also received an urgent report from Lu Shuang. Zhao Baji investigated and found out that Queen Chen Shui Luo had assigned Zhao Yundian and Lu Shuang to a group to carry out the mission. Lu Shuang also mentioned that Zhao Yundian was last seen near the desert oasis in Wangu City. Moreover, he also discovered the residual magical fluctuations of Zhao Yundian in the destroyed oasis. Obviously, Zhao Yundian had experienced a great battle with someone in the oasis before. Although I don't know what the battle situation is like, I don't know whether Zhao Yundian is injured. But it was also mixed with the aura of the demon race, as well as the corpses of the two tragically dead wandering cultivators. This made Zhao Baji even more worried. That was why he was able to summon nascent soul formation masters in such a short time and break the remaining space cracks. After several hours, an entrance was finally opened. However, the entrance is extremely unstable, so the monks have not been allowed to enter in advance. Lu Shuang stood in the crowd with mixed emotions and a gloomy expression. Not long ago, she was the first to discover the strange site of the oasis explosion. Then, she found the location of the oasis based on the trail. The two bodies and a symbol were also found. It was after more than 10 years that the symbol, SB, that made her think about it day and night and have nightmares again and again. The enemy who killed his clan appeared again. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely related to the opening of the ancient secret realm. She must enter the ancient secret realm and find the enemy who has tortured her for more than 10 years. Moreover, the sound transmission note Zhao Yundian left for him also had related symbolic events written on it. She had a hunch that Zhao Yundian had also entered the ancient secret realm. When she thought of him, Lu Shuang always felt at ease and secure. Maybe I can really meet Zhao Yundian in the ancient secret realm, and maybe I can fight side by side with him again. Thinking of this, a warm feeling rose in her heart which had been hurt. Everyone, the entrance to the ancient secret realm is about to open. I, Zhao Baji, would like to say a few words here. At this time, Zhao Baji stood on the sand dune and said seriously. Although the sound was not loud, it could be clearly heard by everyone present. Everyone present here is a selected elite warrior. Their strength is unquestionable. However, I believe everyone knows something about the ancient secret realm. That was the place where the ancient demon race and human cultivators fought their final battle thousands of years ago. Inside there are ancient treasures, elixirs, and other unknown treasures that have been lost for thousands of years. Every piece that comes out is enough to shock the entire Xingji continent. And your mission in this secret realm is only one: bring back as many ancient cultivator treasures as possible. 10 days later, the formation master will open the entrance again and wait your return. As long as the monks bring back treasures alive, they will receive corresponding rewards based on the number of treasures they bring back. I hope you all will not let this rare and precious opportunity go to waste. After Zhao Baji gave a brief explanation, she gave an order. Hundreds of cultivators, some flying on swords, some controlling flying magic tools, and some riding flying pets, rushed into the entrance of the vortex with great momentum. No one hesitated. Everyone's face showed ecstasy. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because of this space crack, it may move at any time. It will never be opened unless by chance. The next time it opens may be decades or even hundreds of years later. Perhaps there will never be another day when it opens. Zhao Baji did not mention the Demon Gathering Basin. He has already assigned the task of seizing the ancient treasure, Demon Gathering Basin, to several highly skilled and reliable people such as Dian. After all, this time, Chu Tianlong's people are here. Although on the surface, the two of them were always polite to each other and almost became relatives. But in reality, they are all wary of each other and taking advantage of each other. Just like this time, if Zhao Baji hadn't come back temporarily. I'm afraid Chu Tianlong will open the entrance to the ancient secret realm alone, and Zhao Baji will have nothing to do. After a while, everyone flew into the vortex entrance. The colorful vortex slowly dissipated. Dozens of formation practitioners stopped using their magic power and closed their eyes to meditate and recuperate. In the past few hours, they have almost used up all their magic power. And 10 days later, they will once again mobilize all their magic power to open the entrance to the secret realm. But Zhao Baji and Chu Tianlong did not leave. It seems that he intends to wait. 10 miles away from the two of them, a monk in a black robe looked in the direction of Zhao Baji and others with a ghostly smile on his lips. He was the one who had killed the Xuanzhan twin devils before and left the SB symbol. Zhao Baji and Chu Tianlong, both cultivators in the spirit transformation realm, did not even notice the appearance of this person. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in front of him again. The black shadow knelt and reported, "Master, there are 20 of us who have infiltrated and entered the ancient secret realm." The black-robed man nodded, the smile on his face becoming more sinister. "Very good, we'll just wait for the demons and humans to slaughter each other and reap the benefits. Hee hee." Then, the two figures disappeared from the spotlight ghosts. Chapter 34. Let's go help. Shuai Bai, tell me, when fighting, the demon race is stronger physically. Or are the human cultivators' magic weapons more powerful? Peng Ji shook the fat on his face, glanced at Zhu Xiao, and asked Zhao Yundian. Zhu Xiao was also unconvinced, his frail body trembling with excitement. "I just think that human magic weapons are powerful, especially the heavenly magic weapons, they are very strong." Peng Ji said with a look of dissatisfaction, "That's because your body is too weak and you haven't exercised enough to strengthen it, so you think the magic weapon is strong. You've become so strong after all the exercise that you've become like a ball." Stop. Zhao Yundian's ears were about to explode from the noise. With a meaningful look on his face, he concluded, each has its advantages. One is hard enough, and the other lasts longer. From the very beginning, as soon as the two of them started talking, they kept arguing. From the skills of the demon race, we will discuss the skills of human cultivators. In the end, every move and every form must determine the winner. Especially just now, we were also discussing which one is stronger, the human race's magic weapons or the demon race's bodies. Zhao Yundian found it a little funny. I don't know which demon leader put these two demons together. Like two women quarreling. I remember when Lu Shuang and I were in a group to serve as demon-slaying guards, everything was harmonious. Shuai Bai is right, I think the magic weapon is strong enough. Zhu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. So the demon race's bodies can last a long time, right? Peng Jiru suddenly realized something, and his cheeks turned red with excitement. Although the magic weapon is strong, it will wear out in tear. It will definitely not last as long as the demon's body. Zhao Yundian, I would like to call you two the brain supplements in the King of Daihua. No, I have a feeling they are driving, but I have no proof. Zhao Yundian was also a little anxious at this time. After walking for several hours, the three were still in the forest. It won't just be a rush, it will take several days. No, I don't have any extra time to waste, I must speed up. He immediately reached into his storage bag and said, I almost forgot that I got a flying magic weapon from a human cultivator. Really, why didn't you tell me earlier about handsome coin? I'm so tired. Suddenly, Peng Ji collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhu Xiao's face turned pale as well. Obviously, walking consumed half of their energy, while arguing and driving consumed the other half. Sorry, I'll take you two brothers with me and load up the coins and fly together. Zhao Yundian pulled with his big hand. He grabbed a flying magic tool that looked like a wooden boat from the storage bag, the kamikaze boat. The two of them jumped up excitedly and sat on it. It's not that Zhao Yundian was unwilling to take it out at first. But he was afraid that if he took out the magic weapon casually, these two monsters would suspect his human identity. But after getting along with each other, he finally understood. These two silly little demons are quite cute. With these two monsters calling me handsome coin all the way, I feel a little embarrassed. Zhao Yundian jumped onto the kamikaze boat, circulated magic power with his feet, and the kamikaze boat leapt high into the sky. Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao cheered excitedly like country bumpkins. Zhao Yundian was a little curious. Don't you practice any skills that can allow you to fly? Monsters below level 5 can only cultivate their own bodies or innate bloodlines, unless they are born with the ability to fly. Peng Ji chuckled. It's rumored that the Bull Demon clan has that kind of talent. How's your cultivation going? Which one? Zhao Yundian was a little confused. His mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about biological knowledge. What are the special features of cows? But after thinking about it, I just think that cows are strong, their horns are very sharp, and the beef hot pot and the 5-spice spicy beef jerky taste great. Can't remember what cows are good at. Wait, could it be a bullwhip? Suddenly, Zhao Yundian raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of pride. My talent is naturally great after cultivation. Peng Ji and Xiao Zhu looked at Zhao Yetian with surprise on their faces. The talent they were talking about was the power of the horns of the bull tribe. When one reaches the highest level of cultivation, one can remove the horns and use them as weapons, which are comparable to the heavenly magic weapons of human cultivators. Peng Ji looked expectant. Brother Shuaidi, can you let us take a look? Zhao Yetian was startled, looked down, swallowed his saliva and said, no, it's not convenient. I'm afraid you will feel inferior. Xiao Zhu on the side said nonchalantly, if it's inconvenient, just pull it out and let us see. Pull it off. No, I need to keep it for my dual cultivation partner. Zhao Yetian was shocked and shook his head repeatedly. If this is pulled out, can it be connected again? He immediately changed the subject. Brother Peng, have you seen any other 4th or 5th level monsters? As soon as these words were spoken, Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao looked at Zhao Yetian in confusion at the same time. After all, this time, all the demons knew about the demons that entered the ancient secret realm. At most it's level 5, but Zhao Yetian asked if there was a level 4, which was obviously a bit strange. This made Zhao Yetian feel a little guilty, and he didn't know what taboo he was asking. After a while, Peng Ji sighed softly, patted Zhao Yetian on the shoulder and said, I know that your dual cultivation partner leaving you must have been a huge blow to you, so I understand that you may have forgotten some things due to the pain. Yes, although the Ox tribe is a bit stupid, their physical toughness is among the top few among the demon tribes. Zhu Xiao added, in the ancient secret realm, due to the instability and repulsiveness of the space, only demons of level 5 or below can enter. That way, you have fewer choices. I looked at the system time and it was only more than 3 days. This ancient secret environment is very similar to the outside world, with sky, white clouds, forests, flowers and plants. But there seems to be no night. We have to speed up. Thinking of this, Zhao Yetian injected magic power into his feet and flew in the direction specified by the two monsters. The kamikaze boat turned into a white rainbow and crossed the sky. Finally, it flew out of the dense primeval forest. Came to a vast grassland. At the edge of the grassland, you can vaguely see a cylindrical mountain connecting heaven and earth. Look, that's Tiangan Mountain, and the top of the mountain is where the demon gathering basin is. Peng Ji pointed at the mountain floating in the air and shouted excitedly. Bang! Suddenly, there was an explosion. The kamikaze ship seemed to have been hit by something and was shaking. Immediately afterwards, blue and white flames exploded one after another near the kamikaze ship. The blast waves formed mushroom clouds and flames shot into the sky. It seems to be the explosive power caused by the collision of the 5 elements spell and magic weapon. Zhao Yetian stood at the edge of the kamikaze boat and leaned over to look. Under the clouds, 2 groups of people were fighting on the grassland. One side is the demon tribe, there are 3 or 4 of them. On the other side were human cultivators, also 6 or 7 of them. The cultivation levels of both parties are almost the same, both are at the Golden Core realm and the Foundation Establishment realm. And level 6 and 7 monsters. However, the demon race has a slight advantage over the human cultivators of the same level. But the human race relied on magic weapons such as flying swords and talismans and was able to barely fight to a draw. Unexpectedly, human cultivators have entered the ancient secret realm so soon. However, there are no level 5 monsters here, so Zhao Yetian is not going to intervene. After all, he was disguised as a demon at the moment, and his magic power had not fully recovered, so it was not appropriate for him to help either side. I am a villain, not a saint. Should I help everyone? But the next moment, Zhao Yetian was stunned and saw a familiar figure. Is that the demon-slaying guard Lu Shuang? At the same time, the surprised voices of the 2 monsters were heard in my ears. Hey, that's the little sister Silver Moon from the Sirius clan. Handsome coin, we have to go help her. Chapter 35, Heavenly Phoenix Demon Formation, burning everything. Of course I had to help, but it's hard to say which side to help. Zhao Yetian immediately suggested, the situation down there is unclear. Let's hide first and check the specific situation. The fighting below was extremely fierce. In addition, this place is a must-go place to Tiangan Mountain. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise in a while, which will attract the 5th level monsters. Although Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao were a little anxious, they also agreed with Zhao Yetian's point of view. After all, human cultivators don't fight like demons. The demon race relies solely on their strong bodies for close combat. Human cultivators are good at using various strange skills and secret techniques, as well as different types of magic weapons. Some bells and whistles, so he stood aside first and observed the weaknesses of the human cultivators. It will take a while to catch the enemy by surprise and defeat them quickly. So, Zhao Yetian slowly lowered the altitude of the kamikaze boat and turned on the kamikaze boat's built-in aura concealment function. At the same time, Zhao Yetian and the 2 demons also concealed their auras and looked downwards. If it were under normal circumstances, perhaps humans or demons with strong spiritual awareness would be able to detect the presence of Zhao Yetian and others. But at this time, the great battle was going on and the cultivators and the demons below were fighting a life and death battle, so there was no way to distract them. At this time, Zhao Yetian could see the battle situation between the 2 sides more clearly. On the side of the human race's demon-slaying guards, there is 1 high-level demon-slaying guard at the nascent soul realm, 1 intermediate demon-slaying guard at the Golden Core realm, and 3 low-level demon-slaying guards at the Foundation Establishment realm. On the demon side, all 3 are level 6 demons, which is equivalent to the human Jinnin realm. Whether it is based on the number of people in their cultivation, or the magic weapons, sword techniques, and the coordination of daily training, the human race has the advantage. However, the 3 demons use their hard bodies to withstand the fierce attack, and then counterattack with lightning speed. He fought against the human race's demon guards and ended up in a draw, with the situation at a stalemate. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a dragon head pattern carved on his hat stood out from the demon slayer guards. He is none other than Shu Wei, a high-level demon-slaying guard whose cultivation has reached the early nascent soul stage. Shu Wei's face was gloomy. He waved his hand and commanded, form a formation. Heavenly Phoenix Demon Killing Formation. In an instant, 3 junior demon-slaying guards including Lu Shuang and an old intermediate demon-slaying guard all broke free from the fight with the demon clan. Retreat back to Shu Wei's position. Immediately afterwards, the 4 of them dispersed with Shu Wei as the center. And threw the demon-slaying sword in his hand into the air. The 5 demon-slaying swords gathered together, bursting out with dazzling 5-colored light. The next moment, the flowing light formed a colorful cloud. The colorful clouds were dazzling, and with the infusion of magic power, they gradually transformed into a colorful phoenix. The phoenix is 100 feet long, and every part of its body releases amazing spiritual energy. The powerful spiritual energy fluctuations almost reached a state of transformation. Obviously, this was a killer move used by the 5 demon-slaying guards, using the demon-slaying swords that were uniformly distributed to them. The spiritual pressure has reached the level of the divine transformation realm, which shows its terrifying power. The 5-colored divine phoenix flapped its huge wings, stirring up gusts of milky white wind. Wherever the strong wind passed, the void became flickering. When the 3 demons saw this, they were all horrified and dodged in a hurry. However, this place is located in a flat grassland. There was no shelter at all, so we had to face it head-on. Immediately afterwards, the milky white gale transformed into thousands of sharp ice needles, shooting towards the three demons. Like a rain of ice needles, dense and fierce. Puff, bang. Even though the monsters are extremely fast, they can dodge and avoid some of the ice needles. But there were too many of them, and quite a few of them were shot onto their bodies, making violent impact sounds. After a violent storm, the grass was devastated. Densely packed sand pits were exposed, like a hornet's nest. But the three demons still stood firm, as if they had withstood this terrifying blow. Shu Wei narrowed his eyes and saw that the three demons no longer looked like humans. It actually transformed into its original form of a demon. One of them was a snow-white wolf. The other two appeared to be huge and strong, and they were actually two black-haired giant apes. Continue the attack. The demon race's true form is also their last resort. Shu Wei stood in the center of the formation, commanding the four people around him, with a hint of joy on his face. But at this time, Lu Xuan and the three demon-slaying guards had pale faces, their bodies were trembling slightly, and their eyes were blurry. Obviously, the previous attack also consumed a lot of mana. But they still gritted their teeth, raised their palms to the sky, and injected magic power into the colorful divine phoenix in the sky. Clang, clang, the divine phoenix cried out, circled, and flapped its wings again. Countless balls of red flame shot out from it, like falling meteors and meteorites. White streaks streaked across the sky and smashed towards the three demons. Before the fireball got closed, the temperature in the sky rose and waves of scorching air rushed towards us. The three demons looked up at the sky. The sky was filled with brilliant sparks, the suffocating spiritual pressure of the divine transformation realm, and an area covering hundreds of miles. A trace of fear and panic flashed in their eyes, and they subconsciously took a few steps back, trying to escape desperately. But ahead is Tianqin Mountain. There is a demon gathering basin that is related to the lifeblood of the demon clan. Once the demon gathering bowl falls into the hands of human cultivators, it can absorb the power of the demons at will. The entire demon race will decline and be controlled. In the end, the entire demon race may become playthings or slaves of humans. As members of the demon race, they have the mission and responsibility to protect and revitalize the demon race. The next moment, the panic and fear in the eyes of the three demons gradually faded away. Tenacity, fearlessness of death, and responsibility reappeared in the eyes of the demon clan. Immediately, they rushed madly towards the 5 demon-slaying guards who were setting up the formation. They had only one thought in their minds: even if it means death, we must perish together. Don't be distracted, keep casting the spell. Shu Wei saw 3 demons running towards him and gave the order nonchalantly. At this moment, a hint of doubt flashed across Lu Shuang's face. The 3 demons are extremely powerful, and their body toughness and speed are terrifying. Once someone gets close to you, you'll be in great danger. Especially at this time, several people were still controlling the formation and could not be distracted to fight the enemy. She also had a vague feeling that this high-level demon-slaying guard Shu Wei was a little weird. At such a close distance, a large-scale, powerful killer formation was deployed. There is a high possibility of accidentally injuring yourself. Not to mention, forming a formation in front of several demons seemed to be deliberately giving the demons an opportunity to take advantage. After all, monks who usually form formations are not only far away from the enemy, but also have guardian guards around them. Now this is simply a tactic of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own. She did not forget what Zhao Baji of Zhaoji Palace said before she first entered the ancient secret realm. The only purpose of their trip was to search for more treasures on Tianqin. Instead of wasting time here, or even risking his life, he would actively kill the monsters with extraordinary cultivation. Although she had a deep hatred for the demon clan since she was a child, she had killed demon clan members. All of them are demons who have committed many evil deeds or actively invaded. She has also been investigating the demon clan that was the culprit in killing her own people. However, these demons in front of him had the same fearless and courageous temperament as humans. But, after all, humans and demons have been enemies for thousands of years, and killing demons is her duty and responsibility to slay the demon guards. Immediately, her doubtful eyes became firm, and she concentrated on injecting all her magic power into her body. At the same time, countless flaming meteors followed the flying demons and landed near the people who formed the formation. Bang, boom, paw, flames shot up into the sky, the earth shook, and smoke and dust rose up. At the same time, 3 demons and 5 demon-slaying guards were submerged. Chapter 36 I Want to be a bad guy with principles. On the grassland, the sky was dark, the ground within a radius of dozens of miles is covered with dense pits. There were still traces of heat waves and billowing smoke and dust coming out of the pit. Suddenly, a mound of earth appeared in a pit. A middle-aged man wearing a dragon pattern had emerged from the mound. A layer of khaki protective shield appeared outside his body. It was the high-level demon-slaying guard Shu Wei. He had just used the heavenly great earth shield talisman in advance and hid underground, thus escaping the disaster. Otherwise, even if he had the cultivation base of the early nascent soul realm, it would be difficult for him to avoid the attack of the spiritual pressure of the spirit transformation realm. He looked at the dead and desolate grassland, a smile appearing on his lips. The human race killed the demon guards and fought a fierce battle with the demons, and then both sides were destroyed and died. I believe that this is the only way to Tianqin Mountain. Soon, people from the human or demon tribe discovered this. Then, both sides will accumulate greater anger. Battles broke out one after another, becoming more magnificent and more brutal. Then he can reap the benefits. This was the only order given to him by the chief before he disguised himself as a demon-slaying guard and entered the ancient secret realm. Provoke and intensify the conflict between the human and demon races, reap the benefits, and bring back the demon gathering basin. So, he first led a few demon-slaying guards with low cultivation to ambush 3 demons on the road to Tianqin Mountain. Everything went smoothly. Shu Wei raised his head and glanced indifferently at Tianqin Mountain in the distance. He immediately took a step forward and prepared to move forward. You're just going to leave like this, without any plans to finish off the enemy. Suddenly, a young man's voice came slowly from behind. He was stunned and turned around slowly. Then he saw a young man with a cold and handsome face and horns on his head, staring at him with a smile. He was just in the heavenly phoenix demon formation, and later in the earth shield talisman, which weakened his spiritual perception. For a moment, I didn't notice that there were other monsters. However, although this strange man had horns on his head and looked like a demon, but I could still sense the human aura from him. Human demon cultivator. Shu Wei's originally indifferent expression showed a hint of emotion. Thank you for the reminder, little brother. This place is dangerous. Do you want to come with me? The horned man, Zhao Yundian, was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Is this the fate of traveling with you? As he spoke, Zhao Yundian pointed to the devastated grass behind him. Just now, he and his 2 demon brothers had been hiding in the kamikaze boat and watching the battle. Zhao Yundian always felt that the high-level demon-slaying guard Shu Wei was a little strange. Because he never took action when the human race and the demon race were fighting. Instead, he directed from the side. You have to know that there are only 3 level 6 monsters on the opposite side. With his nascent soul realm cultivation, if he joins the battle, he can end the battle early. But not only did he not participate in the battle, he even commanded several people to use a killer formation to attack the demon clan. This Heavenly Phoenix demon killing formation not only consumes a great deal of magic power from the demon slaying guards. Moreover, if used in this situation, you may accidentally hurt yourself. But he still used it and hid alone underground to escape the crisis. It is obvious that this person is either cruel and ruthless and does not care about the life and death of his subordinates in order to eliminate the demon. Or, they deliberately want both sides to perish together. As a smart villain, Zhao Yedian analyzed two reasons in a short moment. Shu Wei said nothing and slowly walked towards Zhao Yedian with a friendly look on his face. Zhao Yedian became more and more confused. I now look like a demon, even though he can sense my human aura. Such a cruel and ruthless person would kill himself immediately. What's with all the friendly looks now? Is it a smiling tiger? But there was no murderous intent emanating from him. Besides, I am not the protagonist and I don't have the halo of a protagonist. The next moment, Shu Wei walked up to Zhao Yedian and patted him gently on the shoulder. He laughed and said, being a demon cultivator secretly must be very hard. Why not join us? You guys, are you also a demon cultivator? Zhao Yedian asked bluntly. Hee. Shu Wei didn't say anything, but a hint of dark murderous intent appeared on his face. The evil spirit dissipated, and the originally regular facial features of the human race became distorted. It turned into a monster that resembled an eagle. A pair of yellow-brown pupils, a hooked nose, and a sharp bird beak. He is completely a demon cultivator with a human body and a bird face. However, the demonic power in him was well hidden. Zhao Yedian had no idea that he was a demon cultivator. You should know very well that neither the human race nor the demon race can accommodate as demon cultivators. Shu Wei regained his human form and said emotionlessly, so, we can only live in a cold, dark corner like rats. At any time, we may be destroyed by human cultivators or demons. Having said that, he touched his face, slowly closed his eyes, and felt the warmth of the sun. His tone also became excited, but now it's different. As long as you join us, you can live uprightly in the sunshine and feel the warmth and comfort. Zhao Yedian looked at Shu Wei's expression, which seemed familiar. This expression is like a low-level worker who suddenly becomes an upper-class rich person overnight. The comfort and excitement are indescribable. It's a pity that our paths are different. Zhao Yedian sneered, indeed, I used to be a ruthless villain, but now, I want to be a villain with principles. The warmth and sunshine that was pieced together with innocent lives, even the air is filled with the smell of blood, which makes me want to vomit. Innocent. Hee. Suddenly, Shu Wei covered his face and laughed wildly. The laughter was full of deep irony. It seems that you don't know what the human race and the demon race did to the demon cultivators thousands of years ago. Suddenly, bloodshot appeared in Shu Wei's eyes, and hatred and murderous aura enveloped his whole body. Tell me, how would I know if you don't tell me? Zhao Yedian didn't act pretentiously and asked directly. Shu Wei sneered and was about to say something. Suddenly, his expression became a little gloomy and his eyes looked in one direction. I saw a murderous aura appearing in the air not far away. 3 ghost kings condensed in the evil spirit. The ghost king's body was shaking and he fell to the ground. In an instant, the evil spirit dissipated and several figures emerged. It was the 3 demons from before, and 2 unfamiliar demons, one fat and one thin. And the 4 demon slaying guards who just activated the formation. Three-wheeled ghost formation. A gloomy look reappeared on Shu Wei's face, and his tone was filled with anger. It seems that the formation you set up was able to resist the attack of the Heavenly Phoenix demon formation. It protected the cultivators of the human and demon races. Zhao Yedian didn't deny it and said with a smile, I warned you long ago to finish off the enemy, but you were so confident you turned around. Blame me. Good, very good. It seems that as a demon cultivator, you are determined to help both the human and demon races. How foolish. The human race and the demon race have always been enemies. You can help them temporarily, but can you help them forever? Shu Wei sneered, and then a powerful spiritual pressure burst out from his body, and he looked at the human and demon races. Obviously, he was ready to stop pretending and come clean. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the human and demon races over there had not yet recovered and give them a fatal blow. This is also the reason why he has been conserving his strength and magic power and slacking off before. It is to prevent such accidents from happening. How about making a bet? Zhao Yedian said slowly. Chapter 37. He will have to pay back the coins he loaded himself. Even if their cultivation hasn't recovered, you challenging them alone. As he spoke, Zhao Yedian counted the number of humans and demons and said, 1 against 10, it's not that easy. The demon clan has the 3 mentioned above, plus Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao, a total of 5 people. On the human side, there are 3 people in the foundation establishment stage, including Lu Shuang, an old intermediate demon slaying guard, and himself, making a total of 5 people. Exactly 10 enemies. After hearing this, Shu Wei became a little more rational. His cultivation level was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, and he could barely cope with the 5 already weak level 6 demons and 4 demon slaying guards. The key is that the kid in front of me seems to have some strength. He actually arranged the double demons of the mysterious formation for human cultivators in the famous formation, 3-wheel ghost demon formation. Moreover, this person was unfamiliar and was not the demon cultivator who had been lurking in the demon slayer guards or a large family. Obviously, some powerful special means were used to enter the ancient secret realm. Moreover, his body has some strange magical powers, and it seems that he has some killer moves. This is also the reason why he only tried to win over Zhao Yedian at the beginning instead of killing him directly. One is that they are both demon cultivators, and the other is that they are wary of his true strength. What's the bet? Shu Wei asked coldly. Let's bet on whether the demon and the human will stop fighting and make peace. Haha, you naive boy. How can you change a 1,000-year-old feud? Shu Wei sneered. Besides, why should I bet with you? What do you have to bet with me? Just take your life. Zhao Yedian said casually, but I have one request. If I lose, you will throw me into the hands of a level 5 demon you know and let him kill me. As a demon cultivator, I believe you must know many demons of the same level. After these words were spoken, Shu Wei stared at Zhao Yedian's face in surprise. It seemed as if she wanted to find a hint of answer from his handsome face. But I only saw the fearlessness and courage in the face of death. Why? Shu Wei asked directly. Zhao Yedian sighed softly. I once told a demon woman that even if I die under the peony flowers, even as a ghost, I will still be romantic. I am a man of integrity, and I would rather die at the hands of a demon. Oh, I didn't expect him to be such a lovesick person. How sad. Shu Wei said disdainfully, since ancient times, demon women have been unfeeling and unloyal. There is no demon woman who truly likes a demon cultivator. Well, if I lose, I'll bet my life on it. Zhao Yedian smiled confidently. No need, I'll just bet on you and me fighting alone. Having said that, he turned around and walked slowly towards the crowd over there. At this moment, Shu Wei seemed to see in this person a courage and dominance that he could hardly match. It made him inexplicably feel a sense of admiration. But Zhao Yuntian was overjoyed in his heart. I feel like I only make money and never lose money. If he loses the bet, he will be killed by a level 5 demon, thus completing the plot killing mission and obtaining a $1 trillion bonus. Really feel the sunshine and warmth. If you win the bet, you will gain a lot of reputation points from the human and demon races. As for fighting this demon cultivator alone, it was simply because he was too pretentious and didn't have time to break. He didn't think he couldn't defeat this demon cultivator. Even if he couldn't defeat him, why not join forces with the demon clan and the demon slaying guards to fight him together? Didn't Shu Wei want to beat 10 people just now? Sooner or later he will have to pay back the coins he loaded himself. When it comes to storing coins, he is still a little behind me. Zhao Yuntian shook his head helplessly, his face full of an expression of being invincible and lonely. At the same time, the human and demon races, who had just recovered some of their magic and demonic powers, began to oppose each other again. 10 people stood on both sides, separated by a large sand pit. At this moment, their hearts were full of doubts. Who was it just now that saved me from such a terrifying fireball? Little sister Yinyu, it was our new acquaintance, brother Shuai Bai, who saved us just now. At this time, on the demon side, Peng Ji pointed at Zhao Yuntian who was walking in the distance and introduced him with a proud look on his face. That's right, I didn't expect that he is not only well educated, but also knows such a powerful evil spirit formation. He is really a good brother. Zhu Xiao also introduced it from the side and waved to Zhao Yuntian in the distance. Yinyu was the Snow White Wolf demon from before. But at this time, she had returned to her human form. She was wearing a white Snow White dress, looking pure and lovely, like a 15 or 16-year-old girl next door. Her beautiful eyes rested on Zhao Yuntian, and she frowned slightly. Is he a demon cultivator? The Sirius clan has a special sensory bloodline that allows them to distinguish auras more accurately. Demon cultivator. You mean he's a human cultivator, a demon cultivator who practices the demon way? Peng Ji asked in surprise. That's impossible. Demon cultivators have been enemies of the demon race since ancient times, but he is an honest man. He has helped us a lot along the way and even cleared up our doubts. Zhu Xiao questioned. Even if he's a demon cultivator, he's still our brother. Apart from anything else, the evil spirit formation he just set up saved all of his demons. Peng Ji knew the Tinlong clan's sensitive bloodline, which had never been wrong, so he spoke firmly. Zhu Xiao on the side nodded repeatedly, as if he didn't care that Zhao Yuntian was a demon cultivator. Yinyu looked relaxed, as if she wasn't so disgusted with this handsome young man. After all, before, whether in the Tinlong family or the demon clan, only one voice had been heard. That is, demon cultivators are more hateful than humans. The demon cultivators took advantage of the situation and borrowed the power of the demon clan to improve their own strength, but ended up killing many demon clan members. Therefore, the demon race hates demon cultivators even more. But the person in front of him was a demon cultivator who saved 5 demons. This made Yinyu's rigid thoughts change a little. At the same time, among the human demon slaying guards, there was also someone staring at Zhao Yuntian. Zhao Yuntian, it really is him, Lu Shuang murmured softly, with a hint of joy in her voice. But why does he have such weird horns on his head? It's so ugly. But when I think of Zhao Yuntian's previous image, he was cynical and had unconventional ideas. It's no wonder, and just now, he seemed to be talking to Shu Wei. What's wrong, Lu Shuang? At this time, Lao Huang, an intermediate demon slaying guard, noticed something was wrong with Lu Shuang and asked. I think I know who saved us just now. It's him, Zhao Yuntian. As he spoke, Lu Shuang pointed at the young man approaching this side. No way, I thought it was Shu Wei who saved us. Yes, Shu Wei's cultivation is at the nascent soul stage, and the young man is only at the golden core stage. How can he set up a formation to save us? It must be Shu Wei who saved us. Several junior demon slaying guards nearby expressed their opinions. Old Huang waved his hand to stop him, saying, that young man is also a demon slayer, right? I've seen him in the archives. But, I didn't expect him to be a demon cultivator, and he even saved us. I can sense that the evil spirit formation just now contains the mana of that young man. At the end, Lao Huang also had some doubts. After all, demon cultivators are evil cultivators and are rejected by the human race. I have never seen a demon cultivator save a human cultivator. Demon cultivator. Lu Shuang released his spiritual sense to sense him, and found that there was indeed a trace of demonic power coming from him. But I remembered what happened not long ago in the Longmen Inn. During his battle with the demon cultivators, he took a 3-pattern purifying spirit pill, made with the essence and blood of the demon clan, which seemed to explain the demonic power. Never mind that for now, the most important thing is to quickly deal with these monsters in front of us. Old Huang's voice became serious again. Suddenly, several demon slaying guards clenched their demon slaying swords and looked at the demons opposite with murderous intent. The demons sensed the murderous intent and prepared to fight back. The tense atmosphere once again enveloped the place, and things were on the verge of breaking out at any moment. Your body and name will be destroyed, but the rivers and mountains will flow forever. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian's voice of regret was heard. Do you really think that if you die in battle today, you will be praised or gain posthumous fame? Chapter 38, Drag people into the water. Here I come, see, I told you that brother Shuai is very cultured. On the demon side, Zhu Xiao excitedly said, even though I don't understand its meaning, I can still vaguely sense its charm. This is the greatness of human poetry and culture. Yinyu curled her lips and wrinkled her nose in displeasure. I always feel that this person's expression is asking for a beating, especially his name. Zhao Shuai Bai, what a great name. The names Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao chose not long ago look inferior. Peng Ji explained, little sister Yinyu, you need to change your temper. You've already beaten 1,314,519 monsters. That's why I was sent out by the demon elders to train my mind. Yinyu pouted and clenched her fists inadvertently. Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao were so frightened that they quickly shut up. Although they are both level 6 demon clans, the Tinlong clan's Tinlong bloodline ranks among the top 5 even among the demon clans. Yinyu's strength is also far beyond that of the demon clan of the same level. If you really do it, it's quite scary. Yinyu stared at Zhao Yuntian, took a step forward, and shouted, Zhao. Somehow, when Yinyu was about to call out this name, she always felt an inexplicable sense of shame. Perhaps this is due to the serious bloodline and the super strong perception. She changed her words and said, hey, do you think we, the demon race, are here to gain praise and fame? Zhao Yuntian lowered his head and saw a young and smart girl. Immediately, his expression became even more cold and arrogant, and he imitated Lu Shuang's tone before and said, first, I'm not saying hello. Second, I don't know if it's because of those things, but I just feel sorry for you. Tiankin Mountain is right before your eyes, and you haven't even seen the treasure yet you're fighting to the death. It's just the others who are getting away with it. What would the humans or demons say? They'd say, good for nothing, reckless man, with no sense of priorities. Are you sure you want to do this thankless task? Zhao Yuntian's tone is domineering and his metaphors are vivid. For a moment, it really moved many humans and demons. The human race is not as strong as the demon race because they lack Shu Wei, who is at the nascent soul stage. For a moment, I didn't dare to take the initiative. Zhao Yedian just kept paying attention to the expression of the demon leader Yin Yu. If an ordinary dog meets such a young, energetic and beautiful woman, he will definitely lick her. This kind of flattery may instead cause resentment or become commonplace. After all, a girl like this will always have a lot of lickspittle around her. Only someone who is more arrogant and domineering than her can attract her. Of course, the prerequisite is that he has to be handsome or have money and talent. However, in the fantasy world of this book, what matters is naturally handsomeness and strength. Obviously, I have both of these characteristics. Zhao Yedian thought confidently. Sure enough, his answer caught her attention, as well as the bulging veins on her forehead. It seems that this woman is extraordinary and has a hot temper. You're just a demon cultivator, what do you know? Only by killing these hypocritical humans in front of you can you get the treasure more smoothly. As Yin Yu spoke, he glanced at the demon-slaying guard opposite him with a fierce look in his eyes. Then stop talking nonsense and come and kill me. Immediately, a junior demon-slaying guard started to rant in dissatisfaction. Come if you want, I'm afraid of you. Come here if you dare. Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao, who were good at talking, also tried their best to use the art of talking. For a while, there was constant quarreling. The fierce battle between the human race and the demon race has turned into a verbal battle. Not only did Zhao Yedian not stop it, but he looked like a spectator watching a show. Venting out your emotions and having a few words will help reduce the murderous aura in your body. It's just a pity that if these people were trained, they could become talented people who can debate with a group of scholars. Shu Wei silently watched the quarreling human and demon and felt happy in his heart. Obviously, this 1,000-year-old feud cannot be reconciled by a young boy. It's impossible for him to reconcile, but after just a moment, he noticed something was wrong. It seems that both sides only talk and do not take action. Immediately, Shu Wei also walked over quickly. Coming to the small mound where Zhao Yedian was standing, he slowly said, Monster Slayer guards, listen to my orders. Kill the demons with all your might. Yes, the two junior demon-slaying guards who were arguing took the lead in picking up the demon-slaying swords, ready to kill directly. After all, Shu Wei is a high-level demon-slaying guard and their superior, and they must obey his orders. This is also the first rule in the demon-slaying guard manual. However, after walking a few steps, the two discovered that Lu Shuang and the intermediate demon-slaying guard Lao Huang on the side did not take any action at all. He immediately stopped moving forward. They knew their own strength, and the junior demon-slaying guards at the Foundation establishment realm rushed forward. Isn't that delivering food to the demon clan? At the same time, it was also very strange that Lu Shuang and Lao Huang dared to disobey orders. Old Huang, Lu Shuang, what? Do you dare to disobey orders? Shu Wei's face darkened and he stared at the two of them and questioned them. Old Huang smiled and shook his head, saying, I just don't understand one thing. Does Lord Shu really want to kill the monster? What else can we do? The demon race and the human race have a 1,000-year-old feud. If we don't kill them, won't we just keep them as a threat? Shu Wei replied coldly, but please forgive my poor eyesight. From the beginning till now, I have never seen you take action, and you even took the initiative to flee far away. Old Huang narrowed his eyes and said, I thought, Master Shu, you weren't going to kill the monster. Although this sentence was said cautiously, but Shu Wei could hear that he was questioning himself, as he had just escaped alone using the earth-covered talisman. Just about to explain, but then Lu Shuang said, I remember before we came here, the palace master of Jiaji Palace said that the only purpose of our trip was to bring out more treasures. Although it was just a short sentence, it showed his attitude in the goal of killing the demon guards. Humph, what a joke. How can you get the treasure without killing the monster? You naively think that with just one word from this person, you can resolve the conflict between humans and monsters. Don't forget that the demon gathering basin belongs to both the human race and the demon race. Both sides must fight for the treasure, and there will be a battle between the two sides. Shu Wei glanced at Zhao Yedian beside him and said. After these words were spoken, all the people and monsters fell silent again. The ancient treasure, demon gathering basin, is indeed something that both sides must fight for. Haha, yes, he's right, there was indeed a war between the human race and the demon race. Suddenly, Zhao Yedian said with a smile, but do you really think there won't be a third party who will reap the benefits? Everyone was surprised again. However, when they saw the horns on Zhao Yedian's head, they suddenly understood. The two words, demon cultivator, emerged in their minds. The demon cultivator here is Zhao Yedian. Everyone looked at Zhao Yedian warily. Shu Wei on the side twitched his eyes slightly. He never expected this. In order to mediate, Zhao Yedian transferred the hatred between the human and demon races to himself. This is absolutely stupid. In this way, he, a middle-stage Jindan realm cultivator, would have to face the joint attack of the demon race and the human race at the same time. Shu Wei had a ghostly smile on his face. He looked like he was watching a good show and gloating over someone else's misfortune. But the next moment, he felt his hand being grabbed by him. Then, a purple light flashed before my eyes. A glowing bead appeared beside Zhao Yedian. When illuminated by this bead, his appearance as the demon cultivator eagle reappeared. At the same time, Zhao Yedian's arrogant voice came to his ears. That's right. Shu Wei and I are demon cultivators. All the treasures are ours. Whoever has the guts to come up here and die. Chapter 39 The Alliance of Humans and Demons. Shu Wei is a demon cultivator. I didn't hear it wrong. Are you using your eyes to vent your anger? Didn't you see Shu Wei's devilish appearance? I was saying Shu Wei was acting strangely, just watching the battle without joining in. Sure enough, he wanted to destroy us and the demon tribe together so he could reap the benefits. No wonder he keeps asking us to ambush the demon tribe for no apparent reason, instead of seizing the opportunity to search for treasure. The two junior demon-slaying guards looked at the demonized Shu Wei with fear on their faces. Old Huang's expression remained unchanged, he just sighed softly, as if he had expected this. Lu Shuang looked at Zhao Yedian and felt that he was now more arrogant and domineering than before, but also smarter than before. Unexpectedly, Shu Wei's true identity was revealed. The demon clan also looked at the two in surprise. After all, even the Tinlong clan did not sense any demonic aura from Shu Wei. The heavenly grade magical weapon, the demonic spirit pearl. You. Shu Wei stared at the bead and shouted angrily. He immediately activated his magical power and restored his face to a human appearance. A gentleman is open and honest, while a villain is always worried. Zhao Yedian shook his head helplessly. Didn't you just say that joining you guys would be different? I could stay away from the dark corners and feel the warmth under the sun. But since you are a demon cultivator, you still dare not show your true face. This feeling is very similar to going to a company and the boss paints a rosy picture for you from the beginning. As a result, your salary is only enough to buy a pancake. This time, Shu Wei did not make any excuses, because he found that he was indeed not as frank as the young man in front of him. He always showed his pair of horns, appearing as a demon cultivator. Looking at myself, I am more like a mouse hiding in the dark. And he is good at tricks. Inadvertently, the conflict between the two sides was transferred to the demon cultivator's side. It turned out that just now, he had deliberately allowed himself to once again stir up conflict between the human and demon races. It is for now to reveal my true identity. What he just said became the best proof that the demon cultivator was trying to sow discord. Haha, very good. For a silly bet, you actually exposed the identity of our demon cultivators. It seems that you are truly a traitor to our demon cultivators. Shu Wei revealed a cold and cruel smile, and without further pretense, he laid his cards on the table. Since that's the case, I will first clean up the mess for the demon cultivators. Zhao Yuntian was ready to stop pretending and lay his cards on the table, his tone becoming even more arrogant. I forgot to tell you, I'm not a demon cultivator. I'm Zhao Yuntian, the son of Zhao Baji and the young master of Zhaoji Palace. What? He's the rumored good-for-nothing young master of Zhaoji Palace, Zhao Yuntian. But he doesn't look as useless as the rumors say. Indeed, he can actually set up a ghost evil formation and cultivate the power of the demon race, and at such a young age he has reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Not only that, the rumored Zhao Yuntian bullies the weak and fears the strong, but now it seems like he's bullying both the weak and the strong. The two young junior demon slaying guards were shocked. After all, he is now actively provoking a demon cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Demon cultivators not only possess the power of the demon race, but can also transform into half-demon forms, greatly enhancing their physical strength, speed, and hardness. You can also use human skills and magic weapons. Among the demon cultivators of the same level, even if his strength is not the strongest, he is more comprehensive and has no weaknesses. Not to mention, Shu Wei's realm at this time is one level higher than Zhao Yuntian's. It's impossible to win. Lu Shuang, what are you going to do? Suddenly, Lao Huang, an intermediate demon slaying guard, discovered that Lu Shuang was walking towards Zhao Yuntian's position and immediately asked. Demon Slayer. After a brief answer, she quickened her pace. Old Huang looked thoughtful. Lu Shuang is the most outstanding one among this batch of junior demon slaying guards in terms of both strength and ability. And not long ago, he broke through to the late stage of foundation establishment. He originally wanted to train him personally, but if he faced the demon cultivator Shu Wei, he would have no chance of survival. Moreover, Zhao Yuntian is actually the son of Zhao Baji. This news also shocked him a little. After all, the previous information about Zhao Yuntian, except for his name and portrait, was blank. Suddenly he remembered that it was Elder Bai Xing of Zhuji Palace who brought Zhao Yuntian to take up the position. Elder Bai Xing is a close confidant of Queen Chen Shui Luohan of the 9th level palace. Thinking about it this way, it becomes more and more believable that Zhao Yuntian is the young master of Zhaoji Palace. If we can protect young master Zhao Yuntian this time, it will definitely be a greater achievement than obtaining the treasure. Especially the journey to the ancient secret realm hosted by Zhao Yuntian's father, Zhao Baji. In just a short moment, Lao Huang found his life goal. He immediately gave an order. What are you still standing there for? Protect young master Zhao Yuntian. Immediately, two junior demon slaying guards and Lao Huang rushed towards Zhao Yuntian together. Seeing the unusual movements of the human cultivators, Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao from the demon clan also felt a little itchy. Junior sister Yin, everyone is going to kill that demon cultivator Shu Wei, so let's go kill him too. Peng Ji suggested. After all, if Zhao Shuai hadn't saved us just now, Shu Wei's demon cultivator would have almost killed us all. We must take revenge. Yin Yu's eyes flashed slightly. She thought for a moment, nodded and said, okay, kill the Shu Wei demon cultivator first, and then beat the Zhao Yuntian. As she spoke, she brought 4 demon cultivators and approached Zhao Yuntian. In just a short moment, 4 demon slaying guards and 5 demon tribe members gathered around Zhao Yuntian. They all glared at Shu Wei. Ha, ha ha. Seeing this, Shu Wei laughed instead of being afraid. You are just a bunch of rabble, and you really think I am afraid of you. No, you're scared. Zhao Yuntian's lips curled up slightly. What you are afraid of is that the human race and the demon race will join forces to deal with the demon cultivators, just like thousands of years ago. Hee. Shu Wei was slightly stunned, then he laughed. The laughter was full of madness and contempt. It seems that none of you understand the true function of the demon basin and are unable to experience the immersive fear. As he spoke, a huge amount of demonic power burst out from Shu Wei's body, and his face began to deform slightly. You should be thankful that you can die in my hands now and escape that horror. In an instant, Shu Wei had turned into a monster with gray-black feathers all over his body and a bird-like head. It is the half-demonization of the demon cultivator. At this time, after his demonic power was strengthened, his cultivation level had reached the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. This powerful spiritual pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Stop dithering. How would I know if you don't tell me? You're just being mysterious. Zhao Yuntian was a little unhappy. From before, he had been talking about how great the cornucopia was, as if he was just adding more words or playing riddles. No reasons or details. This forced sense of anticipation made Zhao Yuntian want to send a knife to the author. Everyone, don't be shy, come on together. Immediately, Zhao Yuntian spoke to the people and monsters behind him. He is not the protagonist of this book, and he will not ask his friends or teammates to save his grandfather one by one. Then the teammates offered sacrifices to the heavens and burst out with boundless mana. Nor would he go alone to challenge a powerful enemy with great righteousness. In this situation, there is naturally strength in numbers, so it is better to attack together. Chapter 40, Azure Lotus Chaos Sacred Body. On the devastated grassland. Several rays of light flashed, sparks flew, and the sound was deafening. Various precious swords, flying swords and magical weapons can be vaguely seen, and human figures are dancing and flashing among them. This is exactly the attack method used by the demon slaying guards in the demon clan. There is only one target of attack, and that is the half-demon Birdman Shu Wei. However, even in the face of the fierce attacks of 5 demon slaying guards and 5 demons, Birdman Shu Wei only used his body to dodge or resist. Not hurt at all, it was as if these attacks were just scraping. It's just a bird demon cultivator, but its magic resistance and armor are quite high. He wouldn't have all his talents in defense, would he? Zhao Yuntian felt that they could not continue to attack recklessly like this. The demon slaying guards and demon clan on his side had already lost a lot of mana and demon power in the previous battle. If the loss continues like this, it will be exactly what Shu Wei wants. I'm afraid that when our strength is exhausted, it will be time for him to counterattack. But Zhao Yuntian recalled biological knowledge, the animal world, and various animal revealing programs. No obvious weakness of the bird could be found. It seems that we cannot analyze demon cultivators solely from a biological perspective. Perhaps I have overestimated the author of this book. He simply does not have comprehensive knowledge of animals and biology. It may be a birdman said at random. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian remembered what Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao had said on the road. The Sirius clan has special sensing abilities and may be able to sense some weaknesses. Immediately, he ran towards Yin Yu. Get out of the way. Yin Yu was already upset because her attack was ineffective against the demon cultivator. Seeing Zhao Yuntian blocking his way again, he shouted unhappily, I'll come and beat you up later. Zhao Yuntian didn't care and grabbed her snow-white wrist. No matter how Yin Yu struggled, she couldn't get rid of it. I, Zhao Yuntian, have always been the only one yelling at others. This is to give you the courage to yell at me, young master. Zhao Yuntian said this and squeezed her wrist tightly with his fingers. Suddenly, a look of pain appeared on Yan Yu's little face, but she gritted her teeth and didn't cry out. Stubborn and arrogant, she looks a bit like a rebellious girl. However, the situation was urgent, so he did not teach the rebellious girl a lesson. If he has time, he doesn't mind teaching by example. Immediately, he released her wrist. Yan Yu quickly pulled her hand back, rubbed it, and looked at Zhao Yuntian angrily. When I recover my demonic power, I will definitely beat you up. When you become a level 5 demon, it won't matter if you come to kill me. Zhao Yuntian had a frank expression on his face. But now, we are in the cooperation stage. Please sense and see if that demon cultivator has any weaknesses. Yan Yu said unhappily, if there really was a weakness, I would have sensed it long ago. So, demon cultivators really have no weaknesses. Zhao Yuntian stroked his chin, frowning slightly as he fell into deep thought. Could it be that I really have to use the last of the 36 stratagems? No, it seems that this demon cultivator has accomplices. If I don't kill him today, it will be difficult to defend against hidden arrows, and I may be ambushed and killed at any time. He was a perfect villain who was going to die at the hands of a 4th or 5th level demon. How could he die young? It's not like I have no weaknesses at all. As long as my cultivation is higher than his, or almost as high as his, it'll be fine. Yan Yu said, crushing others with higher levels and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger were the old tactics from more than a decade ago. It is now popular to kill enemies of higher levels instantly, or to make yourself invincible and let your subordinates do the killing. Zhao Yuntian complained in his heart. If possible, he really hopes to see through the weakness and then guide these people to kill the demon cultivator. After all, he was plundering the system and becoming more and more overbearing. Whenever they fight with the opponent, they will plunder the opponent's skills and treasures. But now, the other party is crushing us in terms of cultivation level. Relying on system plunder will not work either. Besides, he didn't want the system to plunder him all the time. I'm upgrading too fast. If you continue like this, you will become stronger and stronger. At that time, the more invincible and influential you are, the harder it will be to complete the plot-killing mission. Suddenly, 2 miserable screams were heard. Among the demon-slaying guards, 2 junior demon-slaying guards had a bloody hole on their bodies. 2 sharp yellow eagle claws pierced through the chests of the 2 men. The 2 men's bodies went limp and they fell to the ground, breathless. Immediately afterwards, the birdman Shu Wei's body turned into a yellow light. Like yellow lightning, they shuttled through the crowd. Woo woo, the familiar screams rang out again. Before, the 2 black giant ape demons beside Yan Yu were turned into blood clots by the sharp yellow light. The blood mist drifted and sprayed all over the ground. The air was filled with a thick, pungent smell of blood. Ape-er, damn it, Yan Yu roared angrily and transformed into a snow-white wolf, turning into a white rainbow and pouncing towards Shu Wei. The speed of the Sirius clan can be considered extremely fast. Unfortunately, Shu Wei's yellow flash was obviously faster. He was like playing with Silver Moon, moving around her like lightning, leaving behind a trail of dazzling halos. On the other side, Lu Shuang and Lao Huang, as well as Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao, also launched an attack again. Unfortunately, this time, not only could he not even touch the corner of Shu Wei's clothes, but his body was also covered with claw marks of varying degrees. Haha, is this all you have? Shu Wei sneered, it seems I overestimated you. As he spoke, his figure transformed into a yellow flash again. A pair of sharp claws with a cold glow grabbed Lu Shuang's chest. He planned to start with the weak ones, defeat them one by one, and disintegrate the united forces of this group of people. It was very successful just now, killing 4 humans and demons in a row. Now, he planned to kill Lu Shuang, whose cultivation level was only in the late foundation building stage. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a green light moving rapidly towards him. The speed is so fast that it even far exceeds that of Silver Moon of the Sirius clan. It was Zhao Yuntian who was running towards them using the wind instant start picking step. A hero saves the beauty. Too late, Shu Wei sneered, and his pair of sharp claws were about to penetrate into her body. Lu Shuang's face turned pale and he retreated desperately. It's a pity that I am not as fast as him. It's like a child and a poisonous snake, with no power to resist. The tip of the claw had pierced her outermost layer of clothing, and blood was flowing out bit by bit. It was like a dead rose blooming on her body. Huh. Suddenly, Shu Wei let out a light exclamation and stopped moving. His eyes were filled with surprise and excitement. You have the Azure Lotus Chaos Sacred Body. That's great. After searching for decades, I finally found this physique. This physique can completely absorb or block the demonic power of demon cultivators in the aura of humans, and is much more effective than pills with side effects. In this way, these demon cultivators can hide quietly among the human and demon races. It lays the perfect foundation for future plans. Shu Wei's body trembled with excitement, and he looked at Lu Shuang with greed in his eyes. I thought the Lu family was all useless, and no one had this kind of physique. That's great. Lu family, you mean, it was you who killed our people more than 10 years ago? You are idiots. Lu Shuang glared at him, completely changed into a different person, and asked without any fear. Haha, you're quite smart. You know our symbols. Shu Wei sneered, after all, everyone who knew this symbol is dead. As he spoke, an eagle claw turned into a human hand and grabbed Lu Shuang's arm. But the next moment, a green light flashed. He caught nothing. What a coincidence. My nickname is also Shuaibi. I wonder if your organization is called Shabi or Rat. Zhao Yuntian put his arm around Lu Shuang's waist and asked teasingly. Chapter 41 Summoning Spirit Beast. Ha ha ha, I told you, anyone who knew about us is already dead. Shu Wei showed a crazy smile, and his right hand turned into a lightning claw again, grabbing Zhao Yuntian's neck. Even a nascent soul cultivator of the same level would find it difficult to dodge such a sudden attack at such a close distance. Zhao Yuntian was no exception. When he reacted, the claws had already pierced his neck. Puff, a golden light flashed, and golden scales appeared on Zhao Yuntian's neck. He instantly bounced off Shu Wei's claws. Heavenly grade defensive treasure, Keelan armor. Shu Wei looked at his claws, which showed a red burn mark, and said angrily. Having a heavenly grade magic weapon to protect you is equivalent to having the defense power of a 5th level demon clan, which is higher than the original body. Ordinary claw attacks not only hardly cause damage, but are also very likely to backfire and injure yourself. Shu Wei immediately waved his right hand, and a wolf head sword wrapped in yellow and white light appeared in his hand. The blade is white with black tiger stripes and is surrounded by white mist. A lifelike yellow wolf head is engraved on the handle of the knife. A knife burst out at the same time, to astonishing spiritual powers. That's also a heavenly grade magical weapon, the 5 tigers killing wolf knife. The trembling voice of old Huang, the intermediate demon slayer, came. This sword is made by melting the souls of 2 demon beasts, the tiger and the wolf. Even among the heavenly grade magic swords, it is rare and extremely powerful. Moreover, it is also specifically designed to counter other heavenly grade defensive magic weapons. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the demons realized how difficult this demon cultivator Shui was. Not only has his cultivation reached the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, but he can also transform into a half-demon and use human magic weapons. It's just as the rumors say, demon cultivators have no weaknesses. In an instant, Shui gripped the sword tightly with both hands and chopped down. A huge yellow and white blade energy dozens of feet long slashed towards Zhao Yedian. A hurricane suddenly arose, and grass clippings flew everywhere. The terrifying spiritual pressure was like a tidal wave, darkening the entire sky. Obviously, this knife mobilized most of Shui's magic power. He wanted to use this sword to directly chop the Qilin armor and his men into pieces with one blow. But the next moment, a beam of fire shot up into the sky. At some point, Zhao Yedian also took out a spear. This gun is fiery red and full of spiritual energy, with a lifelike fire unicorn wrapped around the entire gun. The tip of the gun spewed out red flames, like a divine object. As soon as the spear was fired, Zhao Yedian rolled up a scorching air wave, which instantly broke through the majestic sword energy. Ah, this is the red scale fire tassel spear, ranked 24th on the Xuanian ranking. The weapon's spirit is a mythical fire snake. Old Huang's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed repeatedly, in this lifetime, I have been able to see a heaven-level magic weapon ranked on the Xuanian ranking. I have no regrets in this life. Amazing, I was saying before that Shu Aidi gave a brilliant summary of heaven-grade magic weapons. It turns out he has such a powerful magic weapon. Zhu Xiao looked at the fire snake with a look of reverence, unable to open his eyes. Peng Ji lowered his head in shame. I said before that the demon race's bodies are tough, but if they are attacked by this magic weapon, they will be pierced like hedgehogs. The hint of arrogance between Yin Yu's brows had dissipated a lot at this time, and gradually became solemn. She always felt that the demon race was inherently noble. The human race is just opportunistic and can refine some insignificant formations, magic weapons and other useless things. But today, after watching Zhao Yedian fight, I realized how narrow-minded I was before. At least when human cultivators deal with cultivators stronger than themselves, they may be able to turn the situation around with the help of magic weapons. The demon race can only continuously strengthen their bodies, and it is impossible for them to win against powerful enemies. In comparison, Lu Shuang seemed calmer. After all, he had seen Zhao Yedian seize the red Kirin fire tassel spear at the Long Menon before. In addition, he trusted Zhao Yedian in his heart and never doubted his strength. Even though he was facing an enemy at the nascent soul stage. However, this enemy is also her clan's murderous enemy. Even if you are not capable enough, you must do your best to kill this person. She decisively picked up the demon-slaying sword and was about to attack. But the next moment, an even more astonishing spiritual pressure swept over. Shu Wei saw that the sword energy he had used all his strength to chop was easily broken. He roared in frustration, and his whole body became twisted and crazy. A pair of sharp eagle eyes, emitting deep murderous intent. He poured all his magical power and demonic power into the 5 tigers killing wolves sword in his hand. In an instant, the knife separated and 2 giant beasts, black and white, emerged. The two were about 5 or 6 feet in size, with demonic energy flowing through their bodies in astonishing spiritual pressure. It turned out to be a white tiger and a black wolf. The white tiger's eyes glowed with blue light, and its body was covered with black and white stripes. It walked on all 4 legs, turned around and roared, like the king of beasts, overlooking Zhao Yedian. The black wolf was emitting a wisp of black air all over its body, its red pupils revealed a bloodthirsty look, and its pair of sinister sharp claws, each several spikes long, emitted a hint of coolness. I didn't expect him to be able to separate and summon his spirit beast to attack. This time, it's like having 2 helpers who are just as powerful as him. Old Huang's face was as gloomy as water, but summoning spirit beasts is not something that only cultivators at the divine transformation realm can do. Lu Shuang on the side asked in surprise, but don't forget, although Shu Wei is only in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, he is a demon cultivator. The more Old Huang spoke, the heavier his voice grew. It's possible to use demonic power to establish a connection with the weapon spirit, and then inject mana into it to activate it. In judging by the current situation, Shu Wei has injected almost all of his mana into the weapon spirit beast. In this way, although Shu Wei is much weaker, the 2 weapon spirit beasts have the strength of level 5 monster beasts, and Old Huang didn't continue, but everyone knows the urgency of the situation. Before, he dealt with Shu Wei, a demon cultivator in the nascent soul realm. No one had any idea what to do. Now 2 level 5 weapon spirit beasts have appeared, and their strength is equivalent to that of 2 humans in the nascent soul stage. It is even more difficult. But at this moment, Old Huang suddenly saw Lu Shuang and smiled. This is not a self-deprecating or lost smile. It was a smile full of hope. Don't forget, Zhao Yedian is also a demon cultivator, and he. Lu Shuang didn't say anything else, because at this moment, the red scale fire tassel spear in Zhao Yedian's hand also underwent fusion. Chapter 41, the mythical beast Fire Kirin, let's experience the thrill of hunting together. At this time, the red scale fire tassel spear turned into a huge, scorching fireball. Zhao Yedian aimed his palms at the fireball and released a green and white spiritual power. Suddenly, a strange roar came from the fireball. The roar sounds like a cow, a tiger, a snake and a dragon. The surface of the fireball was cracked with blood-red cracks, just like a cracked eggshell. It seemed as if something was about to hatch out of the fireball. Shu Wei's eyes twitched wildly, and he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. An extremely bad premonition lingered in my heart. Although I don't know what it is, I must strike a fatal blow while the opponent is unprepared. Immediately, he grabbed the big knife and swung it at Zhao Yedian. The white tiger and the black wolf pounced on Zhao Yedian. However, after running a few steps, the white tiger and the black wolf stopped at the same time. His body trembled unconsciously and he even took a few steps back. Even though it is a spirit beast, it still has the perception of a demon beast. They also sensed the strong sense of danger coming from the fireball and retreated unconsciously. Don't retreat, attack, stupid beast. Shu Wei roared angrily and used his spiritual sense to forcibly control the actions of the 2 beasts and continued to attack Zhao Yedian. However, the fear from the depths of their souls made white tiger and black wolf fight desperately. Shu Wei had to exhaust his spiritual sense to barely make the 2 beasts move forward a few steps. He was so angry that he started cursing, waste, waste, damn it. Just now, he had exhausted 90% of his magic power and demonic power to summon out the 2 spirit beasts. Unexpectedly, the attack was over before it even started. These 2 stupid beasts are afraid to retreat and are so unworthy of being used. This made Shu Wei even more angry and uneasy, and in that moment of delay, the outer shell of the fireball began to fall off. A blood-red creature slowly walked out of the flames. At the same time, the temperature within 100 miles suddenly rose sharply. Large areas of lush green grass withered in an instant and turned into yellow sand. A brief moment. It's like going from a refreshing grassland into a scorching desert with temperatures of hundreds of degrees. Even if the group of people are all cultivators and demons. I also felt the burning sensation on my skin. Lao Huang and Lu Shuang each released a shield, barely avoiding being corroded by the heat. The three demons, Yin Yu, Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao, also transformed into their original hard bodies to fight against the scorching heat. All the people and monsters had never seen such a strange and bizarre color. For a moment, they all held their breath, looking anxiously at the strange blood-red creature. At this time, the blood-red creature's blood color gradually faded, and its appearance emerged. It is 12 feet long, with a dragon head, deer horns, lion eyes, tiger back, bear waist and snake scales. Its tail is like an ox's tail, its hooves are like horseshoes, its head is round, and its whole body is covered with flames. Fire Qilin, it's the auspicious beast Fire Qilin, oh my god. Cough cough cough. Old Huang was the first to exclaim, and he started coughing because the sound was so loud. This legendary beast, the Fire Qilin, actually appeared. That is a mythical beast that was only recorded tens of thousands of years ago. No, impossible. Shu Wei swallowed, his face turned pale, and he took a few steps back. Even if you have a replica of the Qilin fire tassel spear, you can only summon a fire snake at best. How can you summon a Fire Qilin? He roared unwillingly, his eyes fixed on the Fire Qilin. There was both fear and greed in his eyes. This mythical beast is full of treasures. When the blood falls to the ground, it becomes the rare and unique blood bodhi fruit, which can bring the dead back to life and increase lifespan by hundreds of years. A piece of Qilin piece can be used to refine various legendary ancient treasures, especially the defensive ancient treasure, Qilin armor. But it is more domineering than Zhao Yedian's imitation of the heavenly magic weapon, Qilin armor. It can withstand the attack of a Mahayana cultivator. And those unicorn eyes, horns, and strange fire. Damn, why does he have a Fire Kirin? Shu Wei's heart was extremely twisted, and he was filled with resentment and hatred. But the next moment, the Fire Kirin pounced directly at him. He was awakened instantly. If a divine beast of this level gets close, I, who am now weak, will be reduced to ashes. Without even thinking, Shu Wei flashed a pair of gray-white wings, transformed into a streak of yellow light, and fled from his original location, flying towards Tiangan Mountain. As soon as we get to Tiangan Mountain, we will gather our companions there. We can capture the Fire Kirin and kill that guy. Thinking of this, Shu Wei increased his speed a bit more and escaped hundreds of feet away in an instant. The Fire Kirin also turned into a red meteor and chased after it rapidly. His speed is no less than Shu Wei's. It seems the fusion was successful. Zhao Yedian looked at the flying Fire Kirin tiredly, his voice filled with excitement. Just now, he had an idea and mobilized the Ox and Tiger demonic powers in his body. Plus the Qilin spirit of the heavenly grade magic weapon Qilin armor. Plus the system captures the opposite side, bird, white tiger, and black wolf. As well as the demonic powers of Yin Yu's wolf bloodline, Peng Ji's black bear, Zhu Xiao's deer, etc. Use the fire snake spirit beast in the red scale fire tassel spear as a medium. Forced mutation, it evolved into a Fire Qilin. However, since he is only in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, his magic power is insufficient and he is not proficient. The gathered Fire Qilin has low cultivation level and is difficult to control. Otherwise, he would have killed Shu Wei instantly the moment he appeared. There would be no chance for him to escape. Immediately, he took out the kamikaze boat, jumped on it, and prepared to chase after him. Suddenly, he thought of something and drove the kamikaze boat to Lu Shuang. He extended a hand and said with a smile, "Let's go." Lu Shuang was stunned, and before she could react, Zhao Yedian pulled her onto the kamikaze boat. She was surprised. My own cultivation level is the lowest here. He actually chose only himself to chase after him. Hold on tight, Lu Shuang, I'll take you to kill your enemy. Zhao Yedian smiled gently and spoke in the casual tone of his former colleague. Lu Shuang's heart suddenly trembled and his eyes blurred in an instant. Since we met in the ancient secret realm not long ago, Zhao Yedian has been showing off his abilities in front of everyone, which are beyond her reach. He hadn't spoken to Lu Shuang the entire time, not even in eye contact. Until I heard him admit that he was the young master of Jiaoji Palace. Lu Shuang finally understood. It turned out that he was just a small demon-slaying guard, but he was the young master of Jiaoji Palace. Whether in terms of identity or cultivation, she has drifted further and further away from that man. She was very lost and very self-aware. I thought we could never go back to the relationship we had as colleagues before. But unexpectedly, he still remembered everything. He still treated me as a colleague and even remembered to avenge me. Lu Shuang hugged Zhao Yedian's waist tightly with both hands, feeling extremely at ease and relieved. The cold face that had been shrouded in hatred for more than 10 years now bloomed into a bright and brilliant smile. In an instant, the kamikaze boat turned into a streak of white light and streaked across the sky. Only one person and 3 monsters were left there, all with dull expressions. Still immersed in the shock of the appearance of the Fire Qilin. But the next moment, a familiar, arrogant and domineering voice came from afar. Several people were awakened instantly. Shu Wei was defeated. He was defeated and escaped. What are you waiting for? Let's experience the thrill of the chase together. Chapter 42 Dead, all dead. Vast and boundless grassland. A strange picture appeared. A flash of yellow light streaked across the sky, stirring up huge gusts of air. It was followed by a rapid fireball, mixed with billowing hot flames. Immediately afterwards, an ordinary flying boat-shaped magical weapon followed behind, emitting dazzling white light. Further behind, 3 demons and an old man were crowded on a leaf-shaped flying magical instrument. The speed was neither fast nor slow, and it was even shaky. You are also level 6 monsters, can't you fly? Old Huang stood in front of the leaf-shaped magical instrument and said with some displeasure, my magic power is limited, and with so many people here, I can't fly fast. Yin Yu raised her eyebrows and said arrogantly, you are also a human Jindan realm, so poor. Do you only have this broken flying magic weapon? Look at brother Shuaidi's magic weapon. It flies so fast. We've ridden it before, and it was just as fast even with a lot of people. That's right, your own magic weapon is broken, and you blame the crowds. You can't even run as fast as me. Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao on the side also echoed dissatisfiedly. Veins bulged on old Huang's forehead and his hair stood on end with anger. Several demons were sitting on their own magical weapons, and they were still so domineering. Did you learn this from Zhao Yedian? Damn it, but Lao Huang could only endure it silently. After all, he is not Zhao Yedian. Facing the 3 monsters, he can neither defeat them nor run away. Hurry up, once we get to Tiangan Mountain, there will be a no-fly zone. By then, we'll be able to keep up with them. Yin Yu kept urging. Old Huang groaned inwardly, but he could only use all his magic power. Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao on the side also felt that it was too slow. He immediately injected demonic power into the magic weapon. In an instant, the leaf-flying magic weapon accelerated a bit. Buzz, buzz, woohoo! Suddenly, a strange sound came from Tiangan Mountain not far away. The whole earth trembled. When old Huang heard this, he felt agitated, his chest felt heavy, and his throat felt itchy. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Spiritual attack. Old Huang covered his chest, half knelt on the flying magic weapon, and looked behind him with a purple face. Sure enough, the three monsters spewed out blood at the same time and looked weak. Look forward again. The three yellow, red and white beams of light that had been flying all the way disappeared the moment the sound appeared. It also slowed down a lot in an instant. Obviously, he was also attacked by the Yuenshin. It seems that this is an indiscriminate soul attack, which can attack the souls of humans, demons, and even divine beasts at the same time. But the range and power are too vast. Only one who has reached the late stage of spirit transformation realm or above can release such a powerful sound soul attack. But this time, the cultivators and demons entered the ancient secret realm from the outside world. The highest level of cultivation is only the nascent soul realm in the 5th level demon clan. In judging from the direction of the sound, it came from the top of Tiangtan Mountain. Could it be that some monster guarding Tiangtan Mountain appeared there? Old Huang became anxious and looked towards the top of Tiangtan Mountain, which connects heaven and earth. Above the golden clouds, a colorful divine light appeared, like a rainbow. This made Old Huang, who has always loved studying ancient books and rare books, a little puzzled. I don't know if this strange phenomenon is emitted by an ancient treasure or some creature. Huh, what is that? Suddenly, Lao Huang rubbed his eyes and vaguely saw the top of Tiangtan Mountain in the distance. There seemed to be some black spot falling rapidly. Densely packed, like black sesame seeds. Corpses, human. No, there are also demons. Yin Yu's eyes emitted white light and he spoke with a serious expression. She used the white eyes of the serious clan to gain insight into the details. And obviously those corpses should be the humans and demons who went to Tiangtan earlier. But before he could finish his words, something strange happened again. At the top of the clouds on Tiangtan Mountain, the colorful divine light shattered in an instant and turned into hundreds of tiny stars. Also scattered to the ground, they were in the air, dragging 7 colored tails, and fell like meteors. The spiritual power contained in each ray of colorful starlight has reached the terrifying realm of spiritual transformation. It can instantly release hundreds of light balls with spiritual energy that reach the divine realm. Wouldn't the cultivation level of the person who released him have reached the terrifying realm of refining emptiness or even higher? In an instant, a terrifying atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. What's even more terrifying is that these hundreds of colorful starlights did not fall straight down like a corpse. Instead, it changed direction and scattered in all directions like sparks from firecrackers. Several of them seemed to be sensing something and flew towards Lao Huang. In an instant, Lao Huang and the three monsters were frightened and their hair stood on end. He braked quickly and fled in the direction he came from. The ball of light whose spiritual energy has reached the state of transformation will hit himself. Death is certain. So, the three demons and Lao Huang, without any prior agreement, tacitly poured all their demonic power and magical power into the leaf magic weapon. The magic weapon seemed to have taken hormones, and its speed suddenly increased several times, flying madly. Turned into a green shadow. However, the colorful ball of light seemed to have already locked onto its target, and it was moving at an astonishing speed, following the few people closely. As soon as Shu Wei sensed the terrifying ball of light, he quickly changed direction. But he did not run back. After all, there was a fire unicorn following him. He dodged the ball of light in front of him, circled around from the other side, and continued flying towards Tiangtan Mountain. But this colorful halo seems to have eyes. He locked onto Shu Wei tightly and moved closer and closer. Behind him is the boy's fire Qilin. In front of him was a ball of light that had reached the divine realm. Death is everywhere, but he felt that he could not die in such a cowardly way at the hands of a traitorous demon cultivator. Moreover, although this spiritual energy is powerful, it is a dead object. Immediately, he landed on the ground and took out 3 or 4 heavenly-grade defensive talismans from his storage bag. He mobilized the little remaining magic power in his body and cast 3 layers of protective shields on his body. Finally, activate the extremely precious, earth-covered talisman. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet became like a quagmire. Shu Wei's entire body sank into the ground in an instant. He planned to hide first to avoid being pursued by the ball of light and the fire unicorn. After all, the fire Qilin's intelligence was not very high. And that ball of colorful divine light is a dead object. It was impossible to find him. Bang! Suddenly, a ball of colorful light appeared like an atomic bomb. It hit the ground where Shu Wei sank accurately. The ground shook violently, cracking and forming shocking cracks, like a magnitude 9 earthquake. After a while, a huge pit hundreds of feet deep appeared on the originally flat grassland. Shu Wei's soul had already flown away and melted into a pile of mud, with no trace of his body left. At the same time, the fire Kirin was also hit by the colorful light ball. The fire Kirin turned into a ball of flame and disappeared. Not far away, Zhao Yantian hid in a haystack, beating his feet and stamping his chest, his face full of regret. I really didn't agree to merge with the fire Kirin, but before it could display its power, I had to add some coins. It was destroyed inexplicably like this, it's so unfair. What on earth was this bastard author doing in this secret place? What the hell was this ball of light that he created? It's so outrageous. I can only blame myself for not finishing the book. Otherwise, I would never come to such a dangerous ancient secret place. Don't move, don't release your magic power, or you will be discovered. Suddenly, Lu Shuang's whispered warning came to my ears. Zhao Yantian was stunned and immediately held his breath to hide his magical power. This method is extremely effective. Many mysterious colorful light balls flew over Zhao Yantian and Lu Shuang's heads without noticing their presence. This is definitely not because of my halo. But just now, when the ball of light appeared, Lu Shuang remembered the ancient books he had read when he was a child and hurriedly offered his opinion. If you hide your magical power, you may be able to avoid it. The two of them immediately found a bush and hid there. Unexpectedly, I actually escaped the disaster. It seems that these light balls are locked into position according to the fluctuations of magic power. It was indeed the right decision to bring Lu Shuang along. It turns out that no matter when or where, knowledge is power. Unlike Shu Wei, he continuously activated his magic power, released protective shields and activated talismans. The result is death the fastest. It's just a pity that Lu Shuang can't personally kill this man to avenge himself. Fortunately, that SB's accomplices are still on Tiangtan Mountain. Zhao Yantian glanced at Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang's eyes happened to be looking at him, and suddenly a blush appeared on her face, and she lowered her eyes. Zhao Yantian was stunned. Could it be that she likes herself? No, this must be an illusion, one of the 3 major illusions in life. Also, I don't know what Lu Shuang's Green Lotus Chaos Holy Body is. I always feel it's very cool, and I must learn more about it when I get the chance. After a while, silence returned to the surroundings. The 2 men tiptoed out of the haystack, feeling lucky to have escaped. But just a moment later, fear once again appeared on their faces. The open space in front of me was full of corpses. Broken limbs and blood on the ground created a hellish scene of death. At this time, Zhao Yantian discovered that among the corpses farther away, there were several familiar figures lying. What is that? He took slow steps, approaching step by step. After a few steps, my steps became more and more difficult and heavy. That was the nine-tailed fox Xining, the blue dragon Yao Lan, the attendant poison eyes of Zhao Ji Palace, Li Qinghan of Taishuan Sect, Zhu Jiayao, and Yi Zan. Dead, all dead. Chapter 44. Are you a she-male? You're kidding. Zhao Yedian opened his mouth and looked at the lifeless corpses. The next moment, his eyes fell on the handsome young man Yi Zan. The protagonist of this fucking book is dead, so who would still read it? Could it be that the author wanted me, a villain, to become the protagonist? Who wants to be a villain? Isn't it great to be able to do whatever you want? Also, 3 beauties died just like that, but the nine-tailed fox demon had the strength of a 4th level demon. The loyal one-eye and Li Qinghan from Taishuan Sect both have powerful cultivation in the late nascent soul realm. Died so easily. What kind of horrible monster killed them? Even my father Zhao Baji couldn't kill so many masters instantly. Could it be that the enemy is in the refining void realm or the fusion realm? Zhao Yedian had seen this kind of terrifying existence in many fairy tales and fantasy novels. I think it's mediocre. At most, the special effects are a bit cooler, the names of the skills are a bit more awesome, and the fighting scenes have a bit more empty words. But now, after experiencing it personally and making a comparison, he felt how terrifying it was. After all, he had personally fought against several nascent soul cultivators before, and they all made him feel very difficult. At this time, Zhao Yedian was a little panicked. He took a deep breath and felt that he was overthinking it. Zhao Yedian opened the system and checked the time. There are 2 days left. What he has to do now is to complete the plot-killing mission. Before that, he just needs to protect himself. It doesn't necessarily require fighting and killing. Let the protagonist and the righteous people do that. Thinking of this, Zhao Yedian walked to Yi Zan's side. Looked carefully. They found that there was no injury on his body, but he was no longer breathing. Based on his many years of experience as a bookworm in the title of the book, Xuanmi Zhugong, he had read before. How could the protagonist Yi Zan die? If he dies, who will destroy Zhugong? Yes, it must be a fake death. Hey, stop playing dead. The ball of light got away. Zhao Yedian patted Yi Zan's face and called out tentatively. No response for a long time. Snap, snap. This time, he used a little more force, and the collision made a loud bang. But still, there was no reaction from him. Zhao Yedian frowned slightly, waved his hand, and a small sword with green light appeared in his hand. It was the Qinghan sword that the system had plundered from Yi Zan. Although it is just an ordinary heaven-grade magic weapon, Yi Zan seems to care about it very much. After all, it is a magic weapon that he has hidden in his body and refined for many years. When you use it yourself, it's like rice that has been chewed by someone else, tasteless and disgusting. And it cannot yet exert its full power. It is far inferior to the red-scale fire tassel spear. I'll return the sword to you, take it. As Zhao Yedian spoke, he pointed the sword at his abdomen and threw it directly. If he was pretending to be dead, he would definitely reach out to catch the sword. If you are really dead, I can only apologize. I will definitely erect a tombstone for you and burn some paper money to let you heal your body in the underworld. Don't look for me. Ahem. Suddenly, a hoarse cough was heard. As expected, you were pretending to be dead. Zhao Yedian looked in the direction of the sound and found that the sword was already stuck in Yi Zan's stomach. The person who was coughing was a bearded, one-eyed man, none other than One-Eye. Zhao Yedian hurried over, helped out the one-eyed man who was coughing up blood, and asked hurriedly what happened. The one-eyed man grabbed Zhao Yedian's arm tightly, and his bloodshot eyes revealed deep fear. He trembled all over, opened his lips, moved his throat, and uttered a few words with difficulty. *%. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Brother, speak Chinese. Zhao Yedian smoothed his back and legs and asked in an increasingly urgent tone. Puff. The one-eyed man spat out another large mouthful of purple-black blood and his whole body twitched. Then, his body softened and he closed his eyes. What? Zhao Yedian was stunned. This is totally out of the ordinary. Whether in novels or movies, most people leave behind key information before they die. Even if the information is incomplete, it is not completely incomprehensible. Quick run. Suddenly, the one-eyed man seemed to have a last burst of energy, and tried hard to support himself on the ground with his arms, and squirmed his body. Zhao Yedian helped him up again, speaking faster, fearing he would die again. Hurry, tell me, what happened to you? A monster, a huge monster, everyone is dead. Young master, run away. The one-eyed man had a hoarse voice and was breathing heavily. Obviously, he used the last bit of his strength to loyally remind the young master Zhao Yedian. Zhao Yedian held his trembling hand tightly, but found that his hand was already covered with bloodstains and flesh. It's completely unrecognizable from its original appearance. It was possible for a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage to suffer such serious injuries. How terrifying is the opponent's strength? Zhao Yedian's face darkened. But now, I'm in the ancient secret realm of the cracked space. How can I escape? Where can I escape to? I have a boundary-breaking talisman given to me by Palace Master Zhao Baji. I can get out. As the one-eyed man spoke, his scarred hands trembled as he reached for a storage bag at his waist. However, when he stretched out his hand halfway, it trembled stiffly and fell down. It seemed that due to the pain, he was unable to raise his hand to take out the talisman. Boundary-breaking talisman. That is a top-grade magic weapon of the heavenly grade. Although it is a disposable consumable, it can break any space or formation. At this time, we are in an ancient secret realm, which is an excellent way to break through the boundary. The one-eyed man raised his hand again tremblingly and reached for the storage bag with difficulty. Let me help you. Zhao Yedian gave a gentle smile. He raised his hand and touched the one-eyed man's waist. But at this moment, a cold dagger appeared in Zhao Yedian's hand and pierced into the one-eyed man's abdomen like lightning. Puff, woo woo, a miserable cry was heard. Listening to the voice, it was no longer the voice of a one-eyed horseman, but the voice of a resentful and angry woman. Why bother? Zhao Yedian sighed softly. With so many flaws, you're still trying to cheat like others. That's a bad idea. Suddenly, the one-eyed man's body turned into a ball of green gas, and gradually condensed into a human-shaped woman in green robes. Although the face could not be seen clearly, the protruding parts in the voice confirmed that it was a woman. I just don't know if it's a human, a monster, or something else. How did you find out? The woman seemed to have regained her composure. Her voice was quiet and cold, like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. The performance is exaggerated, there's no acting skills, it is deliberately mysterious, it is deliberately sensational, and most importantly. Zhao Yedian paused and pointed at Yi Zan's body. That's too perfunctory. Why is there no blood when I thrust my sword in? Because you poured all your blood into one eye. He keeps spurting blood. Haha, I was trying to kindly ask you to leave. Suddenly, the woman's voice became emotionless. Kindness, your storage bag isn't a boundary-breaking talisman at all. You're deliberately trying to get me to take it. It's probably something poisonous or forbidden. Zhao Yedian sneered, and you call me dad, and you even dare to call me by my full name. This is not a name a loyal subordinate should use. As he spoke, Zhao Yedian looked at the bodies of Yao Lan and the others and sighed softly. What a pity. If you had used those beauties to lure me, I might have found it hard to resist. I didn't expect that the rumored loser actually had some brains. The woman spoke without emotion, her body ablaze with strange green flames, then, die. As soon as he finished speaking, a green flame seemed to be ignited, roaring from the ground and burning towards Zhao Yedian. Wait, let me see clearly, you should be from that ball of colorful light. Are you a human or a demon? Zhao Yedian asked hurriedly, although he couldn't sense her specific cultivation level. But the intensity is at least level 5. If she was a demon, her death was a worthy one. If not, run away quickly. I believe that someone as powerful as her would not lie because of her identity. Sure enough, she opened her mouth and revealed her identity. I'm a she-male. Chapter 45, A Crooked Smile, Life and Death are unpredictable. She-male, is that what I understand? Zhao Yedian immediately shook his head. Are you also a demon cultivator? Hee. The woman sneered and did not answer. Her entire body melted into a ball of green flame and burned towards Zhao Yedian. Oh shit, a role model villain, he doesn't give his opponent any chances and kills them directly. Zhao Yedian sighed and ran away. I must not die at the hands of this weird monster. However, after he ran a few steps, he found a flat grass land in front of him. It instantly turned into a vast sea of fire, and the entire sky and earth merged into one. Zhao Yedian seemed to be standing on a stone only the size of a palm. There was a sea of burning green fire all around. Illusion. Zhao Yedian's face became increasingly gloomy. He took a step with his right foot and tried to step on the green flames. A burning sensation came from the soles of my feet. Really, this is real fire. It seems that it is not just an illusion, but may also be a mental attack. Or the words of the illusion entity. If I were really burned by fire, I would probably die. Before, Zhao Yedian had been shouting that he wanted to die. After all, there's $1 trillion bonus and a safe return to the original world as an anesthetic. Only then can he numb the fear in his heart when facing death. But at this moment, facing real death, no one is not afraid. After all, when you die, there's really nothing left. A fear from the soul filled my whole body. His face was pale, his lips were dry, and his heart was beating violently. Haha, I thought you really weren't afraid of death. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the sea of fire. It was the woman in green robe. Her face was still hidden by the hood. Sure enough, you created this secret realm based on my inner weaknesses. Zhao Yedian swallowed and said, that's right, I don't know why you want to die at the hands of a high-level demon, but once you face other kinds of death, you'll be just like those ordinary people and be very afraid. The woman changed from her previous calmness, as if her excitement point had been stimulated. His voice became a little crazy due to excitement, and I love to see the fear on your faces before you die. Be afraid, tremble, hee hee hee. You pervert, you lunatic ah. Zhao Yedian was about to spit out a few words, but then a heart-wrenching cry of pain came from his throat. Balls of green flames had spread to Zhao Yedian's thighs. A burning smell came. His thigh was being engulfed by flames bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. It slowly burned and turned black, then turned into bones in a pile of ashes. The woman seemed satisfied with the cry and did not let the flame spread throughout his body instantly. Instead, it burned little by little, from the calf to the thigh and then to the third leg. There was billowing black smoke, crackling sounds, and screams. Haha, scream, scream louder. Only this way can I escape the 1,000-year agony of being trapped here. Ah, the woman laughed wildly towards the sky, and her laughter and Zhao Yedian's screams intertwined into a beautiful music. The music rises and falls endlessly in this blazing sea of green fire. Like a devilish hell song. Ahem. Suddenly, the screaming stopped and a light cough was heard. I've been moaning with you for so long, you feel great. I don't need your water, let me moisten my throat, okay. Zhao Yedian spoke in an arrogant tone, without any trace of fear or pain in his voice as before. What? The woman turned her head and saw that the flames were still burning on his body and had already burned to his waist. The lower half of the body was also empty and burned to ashes. But Zhao Yedian's expression remained calm and relaxed. You. The woman was stunned and raised her right hand to fan. Green flames instantly covered Zhao Yedian's entire body, and his entire body was burned to ashes. The woman felt slightly relieved. Since you like burning, why not burn a few more? Zhao Yedian's voice came again. I saw a handsome man standing next to the place that had just been burned to ashes. It was Zhao Yedian. No, impossible, you. The woman shuddered slightly, but she hadn't finished her words. Zhao Yedian's body shook. Then his body turned into 2, 4, 8. In just a moment, he transformed into hundreds of Zhao Yedians. This time, even the dumbest person would understand. You also know illusions. Did you pretend to be scared just now to lure me out to cast an illusion? The woman asked angrily. Guess. 100 Zhao Yedian smiled smugly at the same time and spoke arrogantly to the woman. Court death. The woman was finally enraged. She waved her arms and a sea of green flames pressed towards Zhao Yedian. In an instant, 100 people were completely engulfed in the sea of fire. In my illusion, how long can your illusion last? You are just... Bang. The woman's voice was interrupted by the sound of a finger snap. In an instant, the surrounding scenery changed drastically. The eerie, fiery green sea of fire instantly turned into a refreshing blue ocean. Zhao Yedian leaned on a white floating cloud, leisurely floating on water. Sorry, this is my fantasy world now. Zhao Yedian smiled crookedly. This made the woman in green robe feel that her life was uncertain. She inadvertently took a few steps back, shouting in shock and anger, impossible, absolutely impossible, how can you control the environment I created? When did you create this illusion? You. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and said in a horrified voice, could it be that you knew from the beginning that you had already started to cast the illusion the moment you saw the corpse? Impossible. A mere human cultivator at the Jinden stage can't possibly see through my illusion. You. Suddenly, he saw Zhao Yedian and raised his head which had been lowered. A pair of purple pupils, emitting a hint of purple light. How did you get the purple eyes of the nine-tailed fox demon? The woman in green robe screamed, as if she saw her nemesis. My guess was right. Your cultivation level is only at the nascent soul stage at best. Zhao Yedian lazily climbed up from the white cloud and slowly said, because the space here does not allow existence above the nascent soul stage. So, before, those colorful balls of light that split into hundreds of pieces were all your clones. This is how you can move freely in the ancient secret realm. Zhao Yedian stretched out his hand, and a spear emitting red flames appeared in his hand. Although you may have been very strong in the past, but now, in the illusion created by the purple eyes of the 4th level nine-tailed fox demon, I, Zhao Yun, am the strongest genius. Anyone I ask to die must die. Suddenly, Zhao Yedian threw his spear. The spear turned into countless tongues of fire, shooting towards the green-robed woman from all directions. The woman sensed that there was a huge fury on fire on the spear. It was just enough to restrain this dark and fiery body, so he immediately prepared to escape. Her clone tried to escape at such a fast speed that no one could stop her below the spiritual transformation realm. Not to mention a Jindan realm, but just as she was about to take a step, she saw two golden lights entwined between her legs. Two heavenly talismans, the confinement talismans, appeared on his legs at some point. It made it difficult for her to extricate herself for a while. This kind of heavenly talisman, once affixed, is very concealed and not easily discovered. But if you don't get close, it's impossible for it to stick to you quietly. But just now, I kept my distance from him. Suddenly, she remembered the time when she came into contact with Zhao Yundian. That's when she disguised herself as one-eye to trick him. Unexpectedly, at that time, he not only saw through his own scam, but also took the opportunity to put a confinement talisman on himself. A young boy like him could be so calculating and cunning, it's simply. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, her body was pierced by dozens of spears. The woman's body trembled and turned into dots of green light, disappearing into thin air. Chapter 46. I have a small goal. Congratulations to the host for defeating the demon clone and obtaining the physical reward, the body of Ghost Flame. Phantom Flame body. The body can be transformed into a flame form, which can withstand any physical and magical attacks. Tip: when the host is detected to have suffered fatal damage, the Phantom Flame body will be automatically activated once. Suddenly, a voice came from the system in Zhao Yundian's mind. This voice is the voice that many time travelers and reborn people have dreamed of. Kill enemies and get rewards. It can even withstand fatal damage once, which is simply incredible. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, at this moment Zhao Yundian laughed loudly towards the sky, but his laughter was vaguely sad and crazy. After a long time, tears streamed down his handsome smiling face. Thank you so much, System Daddy. Not only did you proactively allow me to gain physical fitness, you also proactively and thoughtfully helped me activate it, fearing that I would get injured and die. Zhao Yundian gritted his teeth and thanked him. I felt like I was being toyed with by the author. Don't wait for me to get out. When I get out, I will throw tens of thousands of coins at the author. Zhao Yundian, calm down. If you are 1 foot ahead of others, you must be 1 foot ahead of others. Fortunately, the Ghost Flame body can only be activated once, so that the monster can kill him one more time. He looked at the time and realized that this time he was on a mission to be killed by level 4 and level 5 monsters. There's 1 day, 13 hours, 14 minutes and 52 seconds left. Although after this mission, the next 10-day unlimited killing mission will be activated. But his ominous premonition grew stronger and stronger. Moreover, an unknown demon appeared in this ancient secret realm. It seems that he is neither a human nor a demon cultivator like Shu Wei. They also have some special physiques and special abilities. For example, the green-robed woman before could use the Ghost Flame body and create illusions. This is very tricky because you never know when you might be killed silently and inexplicably. Just now, if the other party had not happened to run into the area that he was good at, I would really be dead. Now I have to go to Tiangan Mountain and find a level 5 monster to kill me and end the battle quickly. Moreover, we must find a cruel and ruthless male demon, like the tiger demon and bull demon before. Never look for familiar female demons such as the nine-tailed demon fox and the blue dragon. As a lesson from the past, he was too handsome after all, which always made the banshee feel soft-hearted. Alas, there was a time when being handsome was a sin. Zhao Yundian sighed softly and waved his hand gently. The originally clear blue sea in the fantasy world returned to its original grassland. Snap, snap. Suddenly, Zhao Yundian heard a series of rhythmic and crisp slapping sounds coming from not far away. He was very familiar with this voice. My father, Zhao Baji, had beaten me like this before. Looking in the direction of the sound, not far away, Lu Shuang sat blankly on the lawn, slapping himself repeatedly. Her eyes were glowing with a faint green light, her eye circles were red, and crystal tears slid down, gathering into pieces of sadness on the grass on the ground. The fair right cheek was red and slightly swollen. The whole person seems to have lost self-awareness and is immersed in great sadness and self-blame. Zhao Yundian remembered that Lu Shuang was also there when the demon cast an illusion on him. Judging from the situation, it was obvious that she was also an illusion. But I didn't expect that even though the demon had been killed, the illusion still existed. It should be that as long as the demon body still exists, the colorful light balls she splits, or the illusions she casts will not disappear on their own. However, I can use my purple eyes to control my own illusion, but how can I enter someone else's illusion? It seems that I still need to consult the nine-tailed fox demon for this kind of advanced technology. After all, he only plundered the ability and had not yet studied it in depth. Hey, if you hit yourself in the face again, you'll be disfigured. Zhao Yundian grabbed Lu Shuang's wrist and tried to stop her. But the next moment, her choked voice was heard. Woo, it's all my fault. I'm useless. I can't kill the monster that destroyed the whole clan. Dad. Hey, Zhao Yundian responded uncontrollably and immediately blushed. It's already this time, and you're still taking advantage of others. How shameless. Although he is a villain, Zhao Yundian feels warm and grateful towards Lu Shuang. She was the first chivalrous woman he met since coming to this world who truly wanted to help him. Regardless of the six-tailed fox demon before, she turned back halfway and cried while hugging herself who was pretending to be a corpse. Still at the Longmen Inn, she was seriously injured, but she still helped me delay time to deal with the bull monster, allowing herself to safely advance to the Golden Core realm. Later, he followed me to the dangerous desert to kill the monster. Not long ago, when she met the demon cultivator Shu Wei, she was the first to stand on her side and offer to help. Immediately, Zhao Yundian's palm emitted a faint purple-black light, outputting magic power into Lu Shuang's body. In this situation, she can only rely on herself to break through the knot in her heart. However, he could provide her with magical support so that she would not be easily backfired by the power of the illusion. Suddenly, a breeze blew across her face, and a green halo lit up from within her body. A seven-petaled green lotus emerged from her dantian, slowly floated out of her body, and hovered above her head. Green light flowed, covering Lu Shuang's entire body. She was like a little green figure, sitting cross-legged in meditation, spinning on the ground. Zhao Yundian was stunned for a moment. What's this? Such a strong sense of déjà vu. I'm really afraid that someone will suddenly say, let him be strong, the breeze blows over the hills, let him be arrogant. After a while, Lu Shuang's originally painful expression in the wound on his right cheek began to recover. The strange green light in his eyes was absorbed into the green lotus on top of his head by the green light, and gradually returned to normal black eyes. The spiritual energy in the body also seems to be increasing. He actually reached the late stage of foundation building. Zhao Yundian remembered that Lu Shuang had just advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment not long ago. Now it's the late stage peak. Unexpectedly, she also died. It turns out that this is the green lotus chaos body, which can not only heal itself but also absorb various negative energies and transform them into its own magic power. This is a bit like an enhanced version of Nine Yang magic art and star absorbing art. However, it seems that her cultivation level is too low. It cannot be opened by itself and requires the injection of magic power from the outside. If she becomes a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage or the spirit transformation stage in the future, her future will be limitless and unfathomable. What am I doing? Suddenly, Lu Shuang regained consciousness, and the seven-petaled green lotus on his head returned to his body. She felt that her palm was being held tightly by Zhao Yuntian, and a hint of surprise and blush flashed across her face. Brother Zhao, thank you, thank you. Lu Shuang quickly withdrew his hand, regained his composure, and expressed his sincere gratitude. It seems that Lu Shuang is still very smart. He instantly realized that he was an illusion and thought that I helped him. Just saying thank you isn't enough. Zhao Yuntian teased, rubbing his thumb and index finger greedily. You have to pay more. I'll give you another half-year's salary. You. Lu Shuang wrinkled her nose, then thought of something, and said in a low voice, you're the young master of Zhaoji Palace, why are you teasing me? Good. Zhao Yuntian frankly admitted, I used to be the dandy young master of Zhaoji Palace. But. As he spoke, his tone became serious, I have a small goal. Establish a mind for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the people, carry on the lost knowledge of the ancient sages, and bring peace to the world for all eternity. The sound was like thunder, resounding and powerful. Like a bolt of thunder, it streaked across the sky, breaking the barrier in Lu Shuang's heart. Lu Shuang stared at Zhao Yuntian in a daze. According to rumors, the man with a bad reputation is the young master of Zhaoji Palace, the largest force in Xingji continent. Such a great idea. Originally, when Lu Shuang knew Zhao Yuntian's identity, she thought he was just a temporary novelty and was just a demon-slaying guard for fun. Compared to a lowly demon-slaying guard like himself, they are completely on two different paths. But I never thought that he had the same idea as me. No, he is even more idealistic than me. I just want to kill the demon for the sake of my family revenge, but he also cares about the world and all eternity. No wonder he tried his best to slay demons every time, and even dared to face the powerful nine-tailed fox demon and demon cultivators. The gap that originally separated Lu Shuang's heart slowly healed. She looked at Zhao Yuntian with a gleam in her eyes. I have a growing fondness and respect for Zhao Yuntian. But at this time, Zhao Yuntian's eyes were vague. Oh my god, I accidentally boasted too much. I don't know what happened just now, but my mind got hot and I thought of that blue dress and I recited it out loud. And this bragging is just to narrow the distance. I don't want to bully my acquaintances by taking advantage of my status as a young master. He wants to conquer it by his own hard power. Zhao Yuntian blushed slightly and quickly said, ahem. However, the world and the eternity are too vast. I can only start with small things and serve the people. At this point, Zhao Yuntian's eyes flashed with determination. I will definitely kill all the evil demons, even if I have to be killed by the demons. Although the main point is that he was killed by a monster, it is half true, and it finally reduces some of the guilt in my heart. Let's go. To Tianqin Mountain. Immediately, Zhao Yuntian took out the kamikaze boat, pulled up Lu Shuang, who was still in a daze, and headed to Tianqin Mountain not far away. Chapter 47 Wudang Tianzong, walking is so easy. Bang. The moment it approached Tianqin Mountain, the kamikaze boat was pulled by a huge force. He was forced to fall at the foot of the suspended Tianqin Mountain. This should be the no-fly restriction. Lu Shuang calmly analyzed. It seems that we have to climb the mountain on foot. On foot. Haha. Zhao Yuntian tilted his mouth and looked up. I saw that the mountain was cylindrical in shape and had layers upon layers upon layers, and the end of the mountain could not be seen at a glance. It's like a big green layered cake. Each level seems to be arranged in a way that there's a rugged mountain road. It's like a path to a small dungeon, and there must be a small boss on it. Immediately, he grabbed Lu Shuang's arm with one hand and released a green light from his legs. Then he stepped on his left foot and then his right foot, crossing them. Suddenly, he pulled Lu Shuang upwards. Wow, so awesome. Lu Shuang covered her mouth in surprise. She had seen Zhao Yuntian use this move before. It was the earth-level movement technique, with instant start picking step. But I didn't expect that there is such a usage, although his foot movements are a bit funny. But in this case, it is not based on flying or magic tools, but on the use of body skills for vertical movement. Freed from the restrictions of the no-fly zone. But the next moment, Zhao Yuntian heard another name that seemed to be a martial arts technique. Wudang Tianzong, walking is so easy. Zhao Yuntian watched himself flying higher and higher from the ground and shouted excitedly. Sorry, Mr. Newton, the Chinese fantasy world is not yours to manage. Dear readers, please help hold down the lid of his coffin. Time is running out now. We have wasted a lot of time before and cannot climb the mountain on foot. It is even more impossible to go through small dungeons one level at a time. And if all the monsters in Tianquan were really killed, it would be troublesome. After a while, the two of them were like entwined butterflies, flying in the air, and leapt up to a mountain several thousand meters high. Tianquan Mountain, somewhere on the edge of a cliff. There were piles of corpses, the ground was covered with scarlet blood foam, and broken arms and limbs. 5 men in white clothes, holding long swords, looked grim-faced and looked at the black-robed man opposite them with extreme vigilance. The man in black robe was tall and sturdy, with a face covered with scars and eyes emitting a faint blue light. What, you, more than a dozen people, were only capable of this. You are so weak and powerless. He glanced at the corpses on the ground and sneered. Then he took a step forward and walked over slowly. In an instant, the 5 men in white retreated anxiously like frightened birds. So strong, the monster in front of me is too strong. Just after a brief encounter, he used his strange body movements and extraordinary strength to tear his companions' bodies into pieces one by one with just his hands. Such tyrannical, brutal and bloody methods clearly show that he is a crude demon. Although these 5 men in white are the most proud disciples of Taishuan sect. 3 of them are in the late Foundation Establishment realm, and 2 of them are in the early Golden Core realm. However, facing this black-robed demon, he had no power to fight back. Karma. Suddenly, one of the men in white suddenly discovered that there was a cliff behind him. If you take another half step back, you will fall off the cliff which is several thousand meters high. At this time, flying in the air is prohibited, and the magic power and magic weapon on his body are almost exhausted. If you fall down, you will definitely die. Hee hee. Why are all the cultivators of the human race so cowardly? The black-robed man laughed sinisterly. If people knew that a dignified cultivator had fallen off a cliff and died like a mortal, I wonder how many people would die of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Stop, monster, stop being so presumptuous. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard. A woman in flowing white clothes, a veil on her head, and a graceful figure, holding a long sword with flowing white light, shouted loudly. The black-robed man raised his lips slightly when he heard this. He instantly turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the 5 men in white. Awoo, puff, puff, there were 2 screams, mixed with the sound of flesh being torn by scratches. Blood and flesh were everywhere. 2 white-clothed men in the early Jindan realm had their chests pierced by the black-robed men's hands. He held 2 still beating blood red hearts in his hands and played with them. Puff, immediately, he began to eat the 2 hearts in front of the woman. He ate with gusto, completely ignoring the blood stains that splattered on his face. Bloody, cruel and terrifying. The other 3 men in white felt their stomachs churning and began to vomit. The woman in white was startled and frowned slightly. You. The black-robed man licked the blood on his hands, a faint blue light flashing in his eyes. Such a delicate beauty, she must be delicious and juicy. Thank you very much for bringing her to my door. Run, junior sister Chu. His strength is at least at the nascent soul stage. Ah. Suddenly, one of the men in white recognized the woman as Chu Jiayao from Taishuan sect and shouted loudly. But then he screamed in pain. The man in black robe pulled his arm off at some point. It was like pulling out a clay figure, and blood gushed out like a fountain, washing all over the ground. Then, his legs, body, head, and internal organs were pulled out and thrown to the ground. Court death, Chu Jiayao shouted angrily, and spirals of red light appeared all over her body. Between the eyebrows, a lifelike red phoenix appeared. The little phoenix turned into a shadow, flew out of the body and turned into a red flame phoenix, flying towards the man in black robe. Hee, the body of the divine phoenix, the ancient bloodline, quite interesting. The man in black robe chuckled. He opened his mouth wide, releasing a foul-smelling black smoke that made one want to vomit. The red flaming phoenix plunged into the black smoke. No matter how the red flame phoenix spewed out red flames and struggled, it could not break free. Finally, he was wrapped and entangled by the tentacles formed by black smoke. It was directly sucked into the body of the man in black robe. The black-robed man touched his stomach and said with a satisfied smile, "It's a little hot, but it tastes good. Let me try anything else." Thump, thump, thump. Chu Jiayao's face turned pale. She took a few steps back and fell to the ground. This move, Divine Phoenix Red Shadow, is the most powerful move she has mastered recently. It can perfectly integrate his Divine Phoenix bloodline, which is extremely strong and masculine, and can restrain all monsters. However, she still couldn't escape from his strange black smoke. Could it be that this thing is not some kind of demon? Chu Jiayao was a little panicked. If not, I'm going to eat your body. The man in black robe licked his black tongue greedily, and with a shake of his body, he came in front of the panicked Chu Jiayao. Base, a green shadow flashed by. The Chu Jiayao in front of him disappeared. The next moment, a handsome man in a green robe slowly put Chu Jiayao down from his arms. Brother Yi, you. Chu Jiayao recognized the young man as Yizan. I treated him like this before, but he still came to save me. Immediately, she shed tears of shame. Now you know who treats you well. Where is your Zhao Yundian? There was a hint of bitterness in Yizan's cold words. But there's a sense of relief in my heart. Finally, it's my turn to show off my skills in front of my beloved. Bang, bang. Suddenly, Yizan felt a burning pain and severe cramps on his face and abdomen. Immediately afterwards, the man flew backwards. He hit his head against a tree, rolled to the ground, and spurted blood. The mocking and sneering voice of the man in black robe slowly drifted over. Remember the last time I crushed hundreds of heads of that disgusting man who was playing the bear saving the beauty game in front of me? Chapter 48 Awakening of the Ancient Tyrant. Yi brother Yi, are you okay? Chu Jiayao's face was full of panic, and she was about to go over and help Yizan who had fallen to the ground. Don't come over here, Yizan roared, wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of unwilling anger. Why is it that I am the one who gets beaten every time? Since I was a child, I have been the pride of the Yi family and a genius of the Yi family and Taishuan sect. Respected by senior brothers, and appreciated by Uncle Chu and Chu Jiayao. It is the focus of everyone's attention. Why am I so embarrassed now? Suddenly, he clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, causing waves of piercing pain. Zhao Yundian, it's because of him, the man who stole the love at the wedding banquet. From then on, he became like an ordinary person, even vomiting blood many times and losing his luster. Today, I, Yizan, will prove to you what it means to be PFF'd. Suddenly, the man in black robe punched Yizan in the abdomen again. A mouthful of painful blood spurted out uncontrollably. Tisk tisk, I heard you are the genius of the Yi family, hee hee. The black-robed man grabbed Yizan's head, his face full of disappointment. No wonder the Yi family was wiped out. This genius who is almost at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. I'm dying of laughter, ha 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 ha. The unbridled sneers were like sharp needles. It pierced Yizan's fragile and sensitive heart. Damn it, let our brother go. Senior brother Yizan is our Taishuan sect genius, you. The remaining two men in white wanted to say something. But seeing the current situation, he hesitated to speak. After all, the reality is that the genius senior brother Yizan was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. You two, go find other fellow disciples for help. I'll hold them off first. Suddenly, Chu Jiayao took out a sword, blocked the front, turned around and shouted hurriedly to the two fellow disciples. It would be best if we could find Uncle Li Qinghan. She added, but her voice was a little lower. After all, judging from the situation just now, even the senior brother in the Jindan realm could not withstand a few moves. Only Uncle Master Li Qinghan can fight against him. Uncle Li is a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, but he has a secret mission assigned to him by his father. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find in a short time. Suddenly, Chu Jiayao thought of another person. Thinking of him, my heart suddenly beat fast, followed by a hint of sadness. That man, in full view of everyone at the wedding banquet, had amazing courage and strength, defeating brother Yi, but in the end he wanted to break off the engagement with himself. That person said in person at the Longmen Inn, if you don't love me, I won't marry you. This crushed my arrogant heart, and I felt angry and unwilling to accept it. That person once relied on his own strength to fight against 3 late Jindan realm cultivators and a level 5 Tiger demon. Although he is only a Jindan realm cultivator, he always gives people an inexplicable sense of security. And before entering the ancient secret realm, Daddy also said that he might have entered here. Immediately, she hesitated, but also shouted with a hint of expectation, if you find Zhao Yundian, please be sure to ask him for help. He will definitely be able to. Boom, a burst of rage, mixed with an extremely unwilling roar, came from one side, drowning out Chu Jiayao's voice. Zhao Yundian again, it's him again. Why do you always believe him and not me? Suddenly, Yizan, who had been caught by the man in black robes, beaten continuously and almost lost consciousness, suddenly woke up and roared. Furthermore, the originally weakened energy in his body was rapidly strengthening. The black-robed man was slightly stunned, then a ghostly smile appeared on his lips. He has some potential. But he is just a useless, jealous person. Waste, who are you talking about? Yizan's voice was filled with murderous intent, golden light flashed in his eyes, and a layer of ochre color was condensing on the surface of his body. The next moment, the man in black robe felt that Yizan's body, which he was holding in his hand, seemed to be gradually hardening. Suddenly, Yizan used brute force to break free from the black-robed man's hand. What? The man in black robe was slightly startled. But before he could react, a yellow-brown figure appeared behind him like a ghost. Bang! A heavy punch hit the black-robed man on the back. Then, 2 punches, 10 punches, 100 punches. Fist shadows filled the sky, and the sounds were like thunder, bombarding the man in black robes like cannonballs. Yizan waved his fist vigorously while roaring crazily. Waste. He, Zhao Yundian, is a waste. I, Yizan, am a genius, a genius. With each roar, the fist shadows became more and more dense, and the spiritual pressure soared into the sky. The earth and rocks collapsed and dust rose up. For a moment, the man in black robe was submerged in the fist shadows and had no power to fight back. Wow, so powerful. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen Senior Brother Yizan use it. This is just an ordinary boxing technique. The key is the aura of Senior Brother Yi. Can you sense it? It seems that he has broken through to the early stage of the Golden Core realm. How is this possible? Senior Brother Yi was only at the peak of the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm before, but he was able to break through a small realm and a large realm in succession. No, it's possible. Have you forgotten the rumor? The two men in white from Taishuan sect talked in horror and looked at Yizan carefully. Yizan's entire body was covered with a layer of earthy brown substance. It doesn't look like a protective shield, nor does it look like any kind of martial arts or magic weapon. Could it be the ancient tyrant body? It's rumored that the Yi family only awakens one ancient tyrant body every 1,000 years. It turned out to be Senior Brother Yi. The two men screamed in horror, as if they had seen a ghost. It is rumored that the Yi family has a special physique called ancient tyrant body. In ancient times, this physique was a holy body that was unprecedented and invincible. If one cultivates to perfection, he will be immortal, able to absorb and utilize the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and possess endless magical powers. Whether in terms of speed, strength, or physical hardness, he is invincible. Just relying on his own body, without the help of any magic weapon, he can withstand the terrifying power of the 900 million thunder tribulations of the Tiangong in the late Mahayana period. Overcome the tribulation and ascend to the fairyland. Although it's just a rumor, but in front of him, the layer of earthy brown substance covering Yizan's body was exactly the first level of the ancient domineering body, the domineering body entering the body. You can call upon a small amount of spiritual energy nearby, enter your body, and forcibly stimulate your body's potential. Temporarily break through several realms and condense a layer of domineering outer armor. Obviously, this is Yizan's current situation. Chu Jiayao and her two fellow disciples looked at Yizan in astonishment, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Senior Brother Yizan, who has awakened this physique, will definitely not lose. Yizan is indeed a genius, and he is a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. Bang! Suddenly, a black shadow approached Yizan silently from behind. Immediately afterwards, he punched Yizan hard with black smoke and red light. Yizan's body flew out wildly, crashing into hundreds of large trees. At the same time, the earth-brown armor that had just formed on his body also fell off in large pieces. Blood flowed out of his mouth like a river. The man in black robe covered his right arm and walked towards Yizan unsteadily. There was a flicker of blue in his eyes, and a hint of ferocity and anger appeared on his scarred face. Obviously, Yizan's attack just now also caused him considerable damage. If you advance to the Golden Core realm, it would be quite troublesome. But unfortunately, I'll wait for that in my next life. Go to hell. The man in black robe stopped talking and limped towards Yizan. But suddenly, two white shadows flashed. Two men from the Taishuan sect stood in front of the black-robed man with swords in hand. Junior Sister Chu, quickly take Senior Brother Yi away. He has just awakened his ancient tyrant body. In the future, he will surely promote the Taishuan sect and puff. A blood mist dissipated, and the two men's bodies exploded at the same time. Body parts were scattered all over the ground. A huge fear suddenly invaded Yizan, who was lying on the ground, and Chu Jiayao beside him. So strong. The black-robed man in front of me is too strong. They have tried their best, but still have no chance of winning. Sure enough, is this the only way it can go? I'm very angry now, none of you can leave. The black-robed man shouted angrily, and his pace quickened a bit. I will tear you into pieces, and then make you into jerky, and chew you bit by bit, I want. Bang! Suddenly, two figures fell from the sky. It fell right on the limping man in black robe. Then, the two people who were pressing on the man in black robes began to quarrel. Oh, Brother Liu, what was that thing on your chest just now? It was so big and soft that it hit me and made my legs stiffen and fall down. You don't talk nonsense, I don't have anything, I'm a man. Chapter 49, Plundering the Ancient Tyrant Body. Man. Zhao Yantian was a little suspicious and deliberately looked at Lu Shuang's chest. I don't believe it, let me touch it. You're vulgar. Lu Shuang blushed and tried to get up from the ground. Suddenly I realized that my feet seemed to be stepping on something soft and it was a bit painful. Is this a person? Lu Shuang quickly jumped to the side. He discovered that it was indeed a man in a black robe, who was pinned down by himself and Zhao Yantian. No wonder I felt some warmth and softness before, unlike the cold ground. Only then did Zhao Yantian notice the person under him. Just now, I was distracted by Lu Shuang's big chest. But immediately, he also discovered another woman in a white dress not far away. He was looking at himself and Lu Shuang with a blank expression. The ground was covered with blood and body parts, as well as a man lying and struggling on the ground not far away. It was Yizan and Chu Jiayao. Apparently, there had been a battle involving them here before. He waved his hand and said hello, we're acquaintances. Go on. As he said this, he was about to pull Lu Shuang and continue on his way up. Zhao Yantian, can you really bear to watch someone die without helping? Chu Jiayao's voice trembled, and her eyeballs fell to the ground from her eye sockets. She looked so pitiful. Immediately, she ran to the side and grabbed Lu Shuang's sleeve. Sister, Brother Zhao helped you, you won't be angry, right? Lu Shuang was stunned. She wanted to hide her identity as a woman, but she didn't know where to start. And from the very beginning, Lu Shuang had a feeling that Zhao Yantian seemed to know that she was a woman. However, instead of asking Zhao Yantian for help, Chu Jiayao came to ask for help from herself. Could it be that others have already regarded me as his? Thinking of this, a blush appeared on Lu Shuang's face again. You're blushing like a bubble teapot. Zhao Yantian walked up to Lu Shuang with an unhappy look on his face, and glanced at Chu Jiayao again. You came to the ancient secret realm, you have to rely on your own experience. As he said that, he pulled Lu Shuang aside and said, also, I'm not from here. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up, planned to continue spiraling upwards. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in front of Zhao Yantian like a ghost. It was the man in black robe from before. His scarred face was filled with anger and resentment. Want to leave? Leave your life behind. Zhao Yantian said fearlessly, why? You're blind, and you're a cultivator. Fortunately, you are quite strong. If others knew that a cultivator was crushed to death by two people, wouldn't that be ridiculous? You hee. The man in black robe laughed in anger. Thinking back to the similar words he had just said, it was him mocking several Taishuan sect monks. I didn't expect that now, I would be ridiculed by an unknown boy. Suddenly, his body turned into a black smoke and appeared behind Zhao Yantian. He raised his hand and grabbed Zhao Yantian's heart like lightning. Such a close distance, plus a sneak attack. There was almost no reaction time. Chu Jiayao was so frightened that she called out hurriedly. After all, several fellow disciples had just died from this move. Zhao Yantian seemed completely defenseless, and his heart would surely be pierced. Chu Jiayao suddenly saw that the black-robed man's hand had indeed inserted into Zhao Yantian's chest. But for some reason, Zhao Yandian's body was like a ball of strange green flame. The man in black robe reached in, but was burned and pulled back. What's this? The man in black robe looked at his right hand, which was burned black by the flames of his body, and shouted in shock and anger. So you didn't know. It seems you are not a demon, nor a demon, so. Zhao Yandian didn't answer but asked, are you the SB demon cultivator? The black-robed man was slightly startled, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. Anyone who knows our symbol is already dead. Immediately, he reached out his left hand to grab Zhao Yandian's abdomen. Hiss, a burst of scorching golden light instantly bounced away the black-robed man's left hand. On Zhao Yandian's abdomen, beneath the punctured clothes, a layer of light golden scales emerged, and golden light flowed. Heavenly grade magic weapon, Keelan armor. You. At this moment, the black-robed man finally took it seriously and asked in a deep voice, who are you? You know Shu Wei, right? You both like to play lurker. Zhao Yandian continued to ask questions instead of answering. This made the man in black robe unhappy, but he could only be led by Zhao Yandian. Because Shu Wei, not only did he know him, but he was also his companion. However, he infiltrated the human race's demon-slaying guards and took the initiative to kill the demons. He disguised himself as a demon and killed human monks. The purpose is to provoke conflicts and wars between the human and demon races. And this kid in front of me actually knows everything. It would be even more impossible to let him live. The murderous intent of the man in black robes raged again. Although I was seriously injured just now and consumed some of my energy. But the one in front of him was just a kid in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. His own cultivation was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, even though he could only exert the strength of the late Golden Core realm now. It's more than enough to deal with him. The man in black robe opened his mouth wide, and thick black smoke with a pungent and foul smell rolled towards Zhao Yandian again. Even though he had the heavenly magic weapon, the Keelan armor, he had cultivated the soul-devouring smoke using thousands of poisonous substances. It can corrode and refine all treasures, even the human spirit. Hoo-hoo, black smoke filled the air, and thousands of tiny black tentacles stretched out, instantly wrapping around Zhao Yandian's body. The man in black robe opened his legs and sucked suddenly. The black smoke wrapped around Zhao Yandian's body, was sucked into the black-robed man's mouth, and swallowed into his stomach. He just felt a heat in his abdomen, and nothing else happened. The black-robed man showed a satisfied smile on his scarred face. After all, just now, he felt a panic that he had not felt in many years. This was the first time that his identity was exposed. And that kid always gives people a sense of danger. Fortunately, all this is over. Immediately, he prepared to make a concerted effort to absorb the other people who had heard his identity as well. It stinks. How long have you not brushed your teeth? Suddenly, that familiar voice came. At the same time, Zhao Yandian's body appeared in its original position again. The black-robed man's face changed drastically. He took a few steps back and shouted in panic, how could you? How did you get out? I clearly sucked it in. Immediately, he took another deep breath and created another cloud of black smoke, which bound Zhao Yandian again. Inhale forcefully into the abdomen. Moreover, he also used his spiritual sense to investigate everywhere. There was nothing unusual, there was no sign of Zhao Yandian nearby. His spiritual sense at the nascent soul stage cannot be wrong. You smell like you're addicted to lifting your arms. The familiar voice and the familiar figure appeared in the same place again. But this time, the man in black robe noticed something strange. His eyes had turned purple at some point. It was obvious that he used some ability to get rid of the smoke. Immediately, a black-robed man flashed and approached Zhao Yandian. While attacking with his fists and feet, he took the opportunity to use black smoke to corrode the heavenly magic weapon Keelan armor on his body. Whether it was the body's magic weapon being broken, or being slowly corroded by his own smoke. He couldn't hold out for long. Humph, a Jindan realm brat, let's see how long you can keep showing off. As a result, Zhao Yandian was knocked down and sucked in again and again. But he stood up again and again and appeared again and again. Fall again, appear again, in and out, standing firm. Outside the illusion, Zhao Yandian looked at the man in black robe covered in black smoke and shook his head helplessly. Compared with Shu Wei, the man in black robe is obviously much smarter. Confident and reckless, without any brains. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to lurk among the demon tribe, whose IQ is equally low. After all, humans are all smart. At this time, more than half of the black-robed man's body had been corroded by the black smoke he had exhaled. After a while, all that was left of him was a pool of disgusting and smelly white liquid. It was detected that the host killed the black-robed man and saved Yizan and Chu Jiayao, so Yizan's physique, the ancient hegemony body, was plundered. Chapter 50 My destiny is in my hands. He killed the man in black robe and plundered Yizan's ancient and powerful body. Mysterious operation. Sure enough, this system is a bit broken. Anyway, they just need to find various reasons to plunder things. This is such a severe punishment. What is the ancient tyrant? Zhao Yandian knew very well that it was Yizan, the protagonist of this book, who was destroying the Juji Palace step by step. Because of the incident at the wedding banquet, Yizan only awakened his domineering body now. Now it is being plundered by itself. Yizan didn't know how long it would take before he could awaken the ancient hegemony body again. I think the protagonist of this book, Yizan, is also a bit pitiful. Detect the host and kill the black-robed man to get the reward, soul-devouring smoke. Soul-devouring smoke. Thousands of deadly poisons are used to fuse and refine this poisonous smoke, which can corrode and pollute everything, making the host immune to all poisons. It turns out that rewards are only late, not absent. Zhao Yandian sighed softly. He was one step closer to the road of invincibility and rolled back from the road of being killed. He had also thought about taking advantage of the situation. Relying on the plundering system, he became the overlord of this book. But he knew very well that this was the world of the book, and everything was controlled by the author's pen. Even if I become stronger here, what if one day, the author's book has significantly fewer readers and his income decreases? If you just write yourself to death or become a eunuch, then you will be gone too. So everything here is just a passing cloud. Beauties, martial arts, realms of cultivation, and even one's own life are all firmly controlled by the author. There is a suffocating feeling as if someone is strangling your own destiny by the throat. My destiny is in my own hands. The only way to achieve this is to complete the mission, return to the original world safely and receive the $1 trillion bonus. So now, I want to die as soon as possible and never give the system any chance to make me stronger. Let's go to the next place. Zhao Yandian snapped his fingers, ready to grab Lu Shuang's arm and continue to take her spiraling up to heaven. But at this moment, Lu Shuang was staring blankly at the black-robed man who had turned into a white paste. A trace of sadness and resentment flashed in his eyes. Zhao Yandian thought of something and gently grabbed Lu Shuang's hand. He said in a serious voice, there are more than one or two idiots. Catch their leader and I will kill them with my own hands. Lu Shuang trembled slightly and looked at Zhao Yandian with gratitude. But I won't help you for free. You have to agree to one request of mine. Zhao Yandian's tone changed and he looked at Lu Shuang with curved eyebrows. Lu Shuang only felt that he had bad intentions, but pretended to be manly and generous. No problem, but it won't be too difficult. Don't worry, it's definitely not difficult. I'll tell you when the time comes. Zhao Yuntian chuckled. So where are we going now? It seems like we've already flown very high. Lu Shuang looked down the cliff. The ground was already foggy and unfathomable. At least we flew over most of Tianqin Mountain. Zhao Yuntian looked up at the peak of the clouds and said, let's go directly to the top of the mountain. The legendary demon gathering basin should be right there. The demons, humans, or that bunch of idiots must have all gone there by now. Moreover, the most important point is that in a few hours, the task of killing the 4th and 5th level monsters will be completed. The next task is to be killed by any creature within 10 days without any restrictions. In other words, on the top of Tianqin Mountain, no matter if you anger the human race, the demon race, or even the demon cultivators or human demons, you will surely die. Hee, this time, there won't be any mistakes, etc. Suddenly, Yizan got up from the ground and came in front of Zhao Yuntian. Although he wiped the blood and tended to the wound, he still looked weak. This time, I owe you, but next time we meet, I will definitely challenge you to a duel. Yizan said with a resolute look and full of confidence. Zhao Yuntian raised his eyebrow and said in a cold tone, if I were you now, I would only say one sentence. Yizan sneered, thinking that Zhao Yuntian would say something sarcastic again. After all, he had heard countless villains say this kind of thing since he was a child. I don't care anymore, but the next moment, what Zhao Yuntian said made him a little confused. It's over, barbecue. As he spoke, Zhao Yuntian leapt up, decisively pulling Lu Shuang with him, stepping his left foot on his right foot, and continued to spiral up into the sky. Yizan stared blankly at the two people who had disappeared overhead, feeling somewhat confused. It's over, barbecue is gone. What does this mean? Judging from the tone, there seems to be something wrong. However, he survived the disaster and awakened his ancient domineering body, so the situation is very good. After my injuries are fully recovered, I will fully activate my dominant body and sooner or later I will be able to break through to the Golden Core realm. Moreover, as long as the ancient hegemony breaks through the 2nd level, it will be possessed by domineering aura. Even when facing the nascent soul realm, he is not afraid at all. Thinking of this, Yizan showed an extremely confident smile. I never thought that Zhao Yuntian is already a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Chu Jiayao looked up, the sunlight left halos of shock and admiration on her fair face, making her look extremely charming. I remember that not long ago at the Dragon Gate Inn, he had just broken through to the Golden Core realm. It had only been a few days, and this terrifying. That's enough. Yizan stopped him, his tone very calm. There was no anger or disgust as before, although before, he had always been brooding over the hatred of Zhao Yuntian for stealing his love. After all, he thought Chu Jiayao was coerced by Zhao Yuntian. But now, even a fool can see that Chu Jiayao likes Zhao Yuntian. There is no need for me to delay my cultivation and become stronger for the sake of a woman. Moreover, it was just a coincidence that Zhao Yuntian angered him and awakened his ancient domineering body. In addition, he was indeed rescued by Zhao Yuntian later. So for a moment, Yizan felt less hatred towards Zhao Yuntian and more of a feeling of challenging his opponent. Just wait, Zhao Yuntian, I will definitely surpass you. Use the ancient domineering body to regain the world's attention. Let's go, we're going to the top of Tianqin Mountain too. Yizan spoke to Chu Jiayao in the tone of a senior brother. Chu Jiayao didn't notice the change in his tone, and frowned slightly. Brother Yi, you are injured now, and there must be many strong people on the top of Tianqin Mountain. It's dangerous. It will be dangerous for you to go there, and... Do you really think that my ancient tyrant body is only as strong as it was just now? Yizan sneered, I blocked the attack from the black-robed man with my tyrant body. I only suffered minor injuries, and I've already recovered almost completely. As he spoke, he looked towards the top of the mountain, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented radiance of confidence. And the ancient tyrant body is meant to fully awaken during a battle with a powerful opponent. Your divine phoenix bloodline is so precious, but it's because you have so little actual combat experience that it's so weak. At the end, there was a hint of contempt in Yizan's voice. Chu Jiayao was stunned. She never expected that brother Yizan, who had always loved her, had become a little arrogant and even mocked her. Sure enough, Zhao Yuntian is better. Although he sometimes speaks arrogantly, he does have real ability, courage, and is very calm. Even if I don't like myself, I will say it directly. Brother Yizan hasn't said anything lately, but when he opens his mouth he talks nonsense. Chu Jiayao sighed softly, and suddenly her tone became more serious. Don't worry, I'm not as weak as you think. No need to worry about it, senior brother Yi. As they spoke, the two of them, one in front and one behind, with a gap between them in their hearts, hurried towards the top of the mountain in silence. At the same time, the exact opposite is true. Zhao Yuntian and Lu Shuang leaned closer together, laughing and playing in the air, and leapt to the top of Tianqin Mountain. Chapter 51, The Final Battle at the top of Kunshan Mountain I. The top of Tianqin Mountain. At the top of the steep peak stands a giant stone platform. There were clouds and mists nearby, and a colorful glow rose. It's like a fairyland. In the center of the stone platform, one jung above the ground, an object is suspended. This object looks like a round tripod and rotates slowly. It is engraved with various rare and exotic animals and emits a dazzling colorful halo. The mouth of the cauldron is full of spiritual energy, and it is a vast expanse of white with no bottom in sight. On the outside of the tripod, there's an upside-down half-bowl-shaped golden ring cover. The light shield shone with golden light, and bean-sized silver white characters appeared on the wall of the shield, like blooming silver flowers. But at this time, the golden light shield was already surrounded by people. Among them, there was the one-eyed Zhao Zhigong who led more than 10 men. There were more than 20 Taishuan sect disciples led by Li Qinghan and the two families' independent cultivator elders. There were dozens of demon-slaying guards wearing gray and black uniforms. On the other side, the nine-tailed fox demon Xining and the blue dragon Yalan also led a dozen demons. The lowest level of cultivation among those present was at the peak of the late Jinden realm, and a level 6 demon. All high-level humans and demons tacitly agreed to do only one thing. Use various means to attack the golden light shield. On the human side, magic weapons, flying swords, talismans, and various spells were used to hit the golden light curtain. On the demon side, a giant ape several dozen feet tall waved its fists, which were glowing red, and punched the light curtain again and again. At the same time, a giant red fire python coiled around him, a dark tiger swung its claws, a purple lightning leopard bit him, and a howling wind's joyful laughter shook him. For a moment, countless golden ripples exploded on the surface of the golden light shield, but it still did not break immediately. However, the originally thick wall of the cover was becoming thinner, and most of the strange silver characters had disappeared. Damn it, I didn't expect the Buddhist Sumeru Vajra formation to be so tricky. I've already wasted 4 days here. The one-eyed man started cursing with an unhappy look on his face. At this time, a man in tight purple clothes, a black mask, and only a pair of silver white eyes exposed, appeared indifferently in front of the one-eyed man. It was Shadow, the high-level demon-slaying guard. His cultivation level is the same as Dian's, and he is in the late nascent soul stage. Both his strength and intelligence are excellent. He is a high-level demon-slaying guard, one of the 6 elite guards. He is also the leader of all the demon-slaying guards who entered the ancient secret realm this time. He said in a low voice, although Buddhism has been extinct for 1,000 years, 8,000 years ago, the Sumeru Vajra formation was one of the most sturdy formations in Buddhism. I just didn't expect it to appear on the top of Tiangan Mountain in the ancient secret realm, and it also sealed the demon gathering basin. The one-eyed man was a little impatient. Don't worry about that. Don't forget what Palace Master Zhao told you. We must seize the demon gathering basin. That's all. Shadow chuckled. On the way up the mountain, I didn't find a single ancient treasure. As he spoke, he squinted at the demon gathering basin in the Vajra formation, his pupils turning white and emitting a faint white light. The one-eyed man scratched his head, then a smile lit up his face. He asked in a low voice, could it be that your white eyes have seen the ancient treasure in the demon gathering basin? Although the Buddha's light from the Vajra formation obscures my view, I think there should be more than one ancient treasure. Great, ancient treasures are extremely rare. Even in the vast Qingji continent, there is only one in the hands of Empress Chen Shui Luohan. The one-eyed man rubbed his hands, his face full of greed. If we can get it, it will definitely satisfy the palace master and the young master. Especially the young master, if he could bring back an ancient treasure that could improve his cultivation. Then he will not only break through the Jindan realm, but he will even be able to form a baby. Thinking of the young master, such a precious person, he secretly became a small demon-slaying guard. Apparently, he was stimulated by the wedding banquet that night and wanted to become stronger. Alas, the young master's cultivation is not high, and slaying demons is tiring. He must have suffered a lot. I must bring back an ancient treasure and present it to the young master. Thinking of the young master's kindness in the past, the one-eyed man became even more determined. But, Shadow withdrew his gaze, his tone somewhat depressed. The demon race possesses all kinds of strange talents, and they should have also noticed the ancient treasure in the light shield. Although we temporarily reconciled with the demon clan a few days ago and used brute force to break the Zumi Vajra formation, I'm afraid that when the formation is broken, the chaos will also begin. The one-eyed man said disdainfully, we humans far surpass the demons in both numbers and strength. What is there to be afraid of? As he spoke, he lifted his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Remembering what the young master had said before, he blurted out, just do it. What about Taishuan sect and the Chu family? Shadow asked back. The one-eyed man was stunned. I remember that Chu Tianlong of Taishuan sect had a good relationship with the palace master, and Chu Tianlong even took the initiative to marry his daughter to the young master. He immediately smiled nonchalantly. Brother Shadow, you demon slayers think so much every day, won't you become bald? Although the Taishuan sect and the Chu family are righteous people, they have long since returned to our Jiaoji palace. Did they dare to rebel and compete with us for the treasure? Shadow was still worried. It's important to be on guard against others, especially when faced with the temptation of ancient treasures. So what do you mean? Since it was a matter of competing for ancient treasures, I also became cautious. Shadow seemed to have made plans in advance and released a soundproof shield. It's been 4 days. I estimate that the diamond barrier will be broken within half an hour at most. Cooperate with our demon slayer guards and set up the hidden killing formation in advance. Once the diamond barrier is broken, activate it immediately, and then. At the same time, Li Qinghan of Taishuan sect and 5 Yuanying realm elders were whispering, as if they were discussing something important. But even as he spoke, he couldn't hide the fanaticism and greed in his eyes. After a while, only more than 10 people were left out of the original 20 or so people from Taishuan sect and the Chu family. Sister Zining, look, there's something unusual happening over there in the human race. Yao Lan looked towards the direction of the human race with a vigilant look and kindly reminded them. The nine-tailed fox demon Zining Han raised her eyebrows and said in a cold tone, a bunch of stupid humans, you really think that you can fight against us demons just by having more people? Yao Lan. Suddenly, Zining looked at Yao Lan and his tone became serious. You are now the only 5-level demons left. The formation will be broken soon. You must be ruthless and kill the demons. As Yao Lan's elder sister, she knew very well that her younger sister was kind-hearted and soft-hearted. So far, not only has he not harmed his own kind, he has not even killed a single human being. But this time it's different. The demon gathering basin is related to the survival of the demon clan, so she must take action. After all, the number of demons is relatively small. Fortunately, everyone has strong cultivation. Yao Lan and several other level 5 monsters can destroy the group of humans in front of them. Yao Lan lowered her head, a little hesitant, but sister, can the human race and the demon race really not live in harmony? The human Zhao Yuntian I met before, he seemed. Shut up, Zining interrupted sternly. The human race and the demon race have not only been enemies for thousands of years, but also countless of their own kind have been slaughtered in recent years. Do you know? If the demon gathering basin and the ancient treasure inside were obtained by a human cultivator, do you know the consequences? Do you really want to destroy our demon race forever just for a stinky man? Her voice was resounding, and the 3 deafening questions made Yao Lan tremble slightly all over. I was speechless for a long time. As a demon, she is born with corresponding responsibilities. Even if she wanted to say something else, she was suppressed by her identity as a demon. She slowly raised her head and looked in the direction of the human race with her beautiful eyes but did not see that person. I breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is up to my sister. Time passes slowly. Half an hour is about to pass. Tiny cracks as fine as spider threads have appeared on the Sumeru Vajra formation. Both the human and demon races increased their offensive. At the same time, there were 3 parties, the demon slayer guards in Jiaoji palace, the Taishuan sect and the Chu family, and the demon clan. They all made preparations secretly, and turned against each other as soon as the formation was broken. Squeak, the golden light appeared, and the Sumeru Vajra formation was consumed after 4 days of continuous attacks from the human and demon races. Finally, it shattered into golden fragments and scattered. The dazzling golden light made it impossible for a group of humans and demons to open their eyes. But it's also a great opportunity to prepare. Shadow waved his hand, and one eye immediately prepared to activate the assassination array. Li Qinghan held a small fan in his hand and fanned it gently. He glanced at the dozen or so people who disappeared behind him, with a look of confidence that he had won. The nine-tailed fox demon Zining and Lanlong have transformed into their true forms and are ready to launch an attack once the golden light dissipates. A 3-way melee is about to break out. Everyone here is garbage. These things belong to this young master, and even Jesus can't take them away. I'm telling you. Suddenly, an arrogant voice came from the light. Then, the golden light dissipated, and a cold and handsome man appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 52, The Final Battle at Kunshan Mountain, Part 2. Zhao Yuntian stood in front of the suspended, demon gathering basin, and looked at the surprised expressions of the people and the monsters. Nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This wave of hatred is great. There are less than 2 hours left until the unlimited killing mission. During this period of time, I will first attract some hatred. If he could be killed by a level 5 demon, he would just complete the current mission. If you can't, then pretend to be done again and persist for an hour or two. Go to the next unlimited killing mission and be killed by any person or monster. Still able to complete the task. The unlimited killing mission lasts for 10 days. I believe that with so many people and monsters present here, they will not let me go. It's just nice. Either way, it's a win-win for me. Thinking of this, Zhao Yedian put his hands on his hips and laughed arrogantly. Young master, One Eye was the first to react and hugged him. Zhao Yedian waved his hands in disdain. She's not a woman, she's a hunk, why would you hug her? The one-eyed man's face was filled with worry, and he immediately knelt down. Young master's whereabouts were unknown before, and now I see that he is safe and sound. How wonderful. I was a little excited, please forgive me. Alright, Zhao Yedian saw that although Dian did not look like a good person, he was always loyal and was a good subordinate. He then turned around and continued to address the crowd and the demons. Today, both the demon gathering basin and the treasures within it belong to me, Zhao Yedian. Do you have any objections? As he spoke, he deliberately looked in the direction of the demon clan. I hope the demon tribe will not accept it and be the first to fight. This way you can complete the task sooner. Sure enough, the nine-tailed fox demon Xining seemed very angry, with a cold light in her eyes. However, there was no further action. Looking at Lan Long Yaolan standing beside him, not only was he not angry, but he smiled at him, as if saying hello. What a sin. He had accidentally saved the nine-tailed fox demon Xining and the blue dragon Yaolan before. Apparently, they are still the leaders of the demon clan. It is estimated that for a while, it will be difficult for the demon clan to attack him. The formation was broken by everyone working together. Why should you, a person who didn't contribute and has low cultivation, be the only one to break it? Yeah, you don't really think that just because you're the young master, do you? Everyone here is at the late Jinnan stage or above. It's not your turn to act wildly here. In the distance, beside Li Qinghan, more than 10 young monks in white clothes were chattering. Damn it, we've contributed the most, and Zhaoji Palace has the most influence, so what's wrong with that? Before Zhao Yedian could say anything, the one-eyed man roared in dissatisfaction. The group of people over there were afraid that the one-eyed man was a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, so they were speechless for a moment. Get out of here. Zhao Yedian ripped open the one-eyed man and said, damn it, I've taught you so many times to speak politely. We in Zhaoji Palace are well-mannered people. Don't interfere for a while. What's the point of you bullying the weak? I need to stretch my muscles today. The one-eyed man bowed hurriedly and said with a smile, yes, the young master has already broken through to the middle stage of the golden core. He will definitely show his might. I will never interfere. Zhao Yedian nodded with satisfaction, raised his eyebrows, and looked at the young monks around Li Qinghan. Obviously, those people were cultivators from Taishuan sect, and their cultivation was in the late Jinnan realm. You guys, do you think it's fun to gossip like women? Real men should come out and do it. If you don't agree, come over here. Zhao Yedian hooked his finger out of habit. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed by, and a gentleman in a white robe with a handsome face appeared in front of Zhao Yedian. Since brother Zhao is so generous, I will teach you a few things. Although he was smiling and spoke in a gentle and easygoing manner. But as soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into a shadow. 2 fingers carried a grey-white sword energy and pierced directly into Zhao Yedian's vital point on the top of his head. It was obvious that he had already had the intention to kill, and he looked like a deadly scholar and a hypocrite. Great, it's senior brother Shunjin Li. Not only has his cultivation reached the peak of the late Jinnan realm, but his body movements and swordsmanship are also unparalleled, especially his speed, which is almost as fast as brother Yizan's earth-level body movements. However, I think that senior brother Li's sword intent is astonishing. He can instantly unleash sword skills and sword brilliance with just a flower or a leaf. That's right, look at senior brother Li now. He's actually using his fingers to unleash sword energy. This kind of power is enough to penetrate ordinary shields and zone-level defensive magic weapons. I feel a little sorry for that kid. Look at him, he's just standing there stupidly. He obviously doesn't know how powerful senior brother Li is, and he can't keep up with his speed. I think if this sword strikes, that kid surnamed Zhao will have his head rolling on the ground. Several fellow disciples of Taishuan sect marveled at brother Li's swordsmanship and physical skills while mocking Zhao Yedian. But only a moment passed. Their faces were stiff and their voices seemed to be stuck in their throats. He showed a look of astonishment and pain, as if something was stuck in his throat. Zhao Yedian just stood there and dodged senior brother Li's fierce sword attack by just turning his head slightly. Immediately afterwards, senior brother Li twisted his toes and flashed as fast as the wind. He walked around behind Zhao Yedian and used the 10 fingers of his hands to unleash 10 sword beams. 10 sword beams of grayish-white energy were aimed at Zhao Yedian's 10 exposed fatal points. If hit once, the person will die on the spot. Senior brother Li smiled confidently. To dodge 10 sword energy shot out instantly at such a close distance, one must be at the nascent soul stage. Otherwise it would be impossible. Not to mention, this arrogant boy is only in the middle stage of the golden core realm. Sure enough, 10 sword energies hit Zhao Yedian's body accurately. Senior brother Li shook his head and smiled. Without looking at the result, he turned around and walked back. In his opinion, the outcome was already decided and he would definitely die. Experts generally don't look back to see the results that have already been determined. Be careful, senior brother Li. Look behind you, no, on the left. Suddenly, he saw his fellow disciples, who cried out in alarm and looked flustered. Senior brother Li, who has many years of practical experience, reacted immediately. I thought to myself that this was not good. Without even turning around to look, he turned into a shadow and moved to the other side. But before he could move, he felt a heat in his chest. Looking down, I saw a thumb-sized bloody hole inexplicably appearing from my left chest. The blood was steaming and flowing like scarlet liquid. His face changed drastically, and without thinking, he mobilized all his magic power and used his body skills to escape to the other side again. But soon after, blood holes appeared one after another on the abdomen, chest, arms and legs. Finally, he fell to the ground with severe pain all over his body. His face was full of shock and panic. Impossible. No one can keep up with my agility. I didn't even see you. How did you do it? Senior brother Li screamed in shock and anger. He really didn't see it. He didn't even see Zhao Yedian's figure just now. His fingers had pierced so many bloody holes in his body. It's unbelievable. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be broken is speed, and nothing is indestructible. And you're neither fast nor hard. Suddenly, Zhao Yedian's voice echoed from the void. The next moment, a green light flashed, and Zhao Yedian emerged. In an instant, someone in Taishuan Gate screamed. It's senior brother Yi's earth-level body movement technique, the wind instant start picking step. Not only has he mastered it, he's even made a breakthrough, achieving an invisible body. Rumor has it that for hundreds of years, only the person who created this body technique could achieve an invisible body. No, senior brother Yi practiced this move because his family has the bloodline of the ancient tyrant body. As long as you awaken the ancient tyrant body, you can elevate your Feng Shun Jai Xing Bu body skills to another level. That's the heavenly level body movement technique, Invisible Instant Instinct. Not only can you not see a single trace of your figure, but you can also teleport to any place within a predetermined range. But Zhao Yundian doesn't have the bloodline of the ancient tyrant body. How did he do it? Chapter 53, The Final Battle at Kunshan Mountain Part 3. Just as everyone was shocked at how Zhao Yundian could use the Taishu insect's body movements. And when you reach another level, his another action made Li Qinghan frown slightly. Zhao Yundian just waved his hand and a small sword with green light flowed out. He held it in his hand. It is the Qinghan sword. How did you get this sword? What did you do to junior brother Yi? Senior brother Li was stunned. Zhao Yundian said indifferently, you should be worried about yourself now. From what I understand, your swordsmanship is not yet perfect. It's too delicate and weak. I'll show you a big one. The next moment, he threw the Qinghan sword into the air. He formed seals with his palms, aimed at the Qinghan sword floating above, and injected magic power into it. The Qinghan sword grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short moment, it was dozens of feet long, covering the sky and the sun, like a small mountain, and erupted with astonishing spiritual pressure. Senior brother Li lay on the ground, looking up at the sky, his whole body trembling slightly unconsciously. So scary, he even knew how to use junior brother Yizan's unique skill, the giant sword technique. And the power he used was dozens of times that of junior brother Yizan. The powerful spiritual pressure caused the ground to cave in. His face was pale and his whole body was pressed down by a huge gravity, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. At this moment, his heart was full of regret. You're fine, so why would you step forward and provoke this brat? And just now, he was determined to kill the other person. I was wrong, very wrong. No, I can't die, I want to live. The fear that seeped into his bones made him desperately want to grasp the last straw, Uncle Master Li Qinghan. He tried his best to raise his head, and made a hoarse sound in his throat, trying to call for help from his uncle Li Qinghan beside him. Base, boom, after a devastating sound, he fell into endless darkness. The entire giant stone platform at the top of Tianqin Mountain is reinforced with ancient prohibitions. This earth-shattering blow of the giant sword technique created a deep ravine in the air. Senior brother Li's body was chopped into pieces by the terrifying power of the giant sword technique, leaving no residue. Ah, young master, this is simply amazing. The one-eyed man stood by, grabbing Zhao Yundian's arm and howling excitedly, like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. He completely lacked the domineering demeanor of a late nascent soul cultivator just now. He does have some skills. The nine-tailed fox demon opened her purple red lips slightly, revealing a soft look on her cold and beautiful face. But the tone was still cold. Yao Lan also nodded slightly excitedly. Before, I have only seen him use methods such as half-demon transformation and even complete body form. As she spoke, her eyes brightened again. I didn't expect that he could even master the human race's body movements and swordsmanship to such an extreme. Haha, after all, he's in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. I guess he won't be able to hold on for long. Xining said coldly. Yao Lan was worried at first that Sister Xining would be the first to take action and kill Zhao Yundian directly. But judging from her appearance, she obviously had no intention of taking action. Sure enough, my sister is still the good sister who says one thing and means another, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. That's right, after all, Zhao Yundian saved one of his sister's clones from the hands of a demon cultivator. If that clone were to be destroyed, my sister's cultivation would also be greatly reduced. Although she didn't mention it, she must have kept it in mind. Yao Lan's lips revealed a charming smile as she said, although Zhao Yundian is a human cultivator, he saved us without hesitation. I think it's okay. Yao Lan, suddenly, Xining interrupted her and said in an undeniably stern tone, when you have the chance, go deal with Zhao Yundian. Yao Lan trembled all over and looked at Xining blankly. Damn it, how dare you kill fellow Taoist Li, you've pissed me off, I'll make you pay with blood. At this time, an old man in a yellow robe walked out from the direction of Taishuan Gate. He has a pointed face, small eyes, and talks a lot about revenge and other righteous words. It was the outer sect elder of the Chu family, Huangdu. But those who were familiar with it know it. He had only met senior brother Li a few times, and their loyalty was not as deep as he said. Everyone knows it. The world of cultivation is cruel, and death and the disappearance of one's cultivation path are very common occurrences. Especially just now, it was senior brother Li who took the initiative to step forward and challenge others and was killed. It is also very common in the cultivation world. But Huangdu, who had only met him a few times, was clamoring for revenge. It is totally false. After all, most people practice cultivation for the sake of profit. Huangdu's interest was that he didn't want Zhao Yundian to monopolize the treasure, so he wanted to seize it. Revenge is fake, treasure hunting is real. You are so young, your cultivation is still lacking, yet you are so arrogant and domineering, looking down on the heroes of the world. You have such a guts. Compared to senior brother Li, Huangdu did not take action immediately. Instead, he walked up to Zhao Yundian with foam flying in his mouth and a righteous look on his face, spitting and cursing. Zhao Yundian didn't care at first. I thought he was just a hypocrite who claimed to be righteous and was just trying to make a move in the name of justice. Unexpectedly, this old man was so arrogant that he pointed at him and spit at him for a long time. How the hell can you tolerate this? You know, when I was in school, I couldn't stand it when the teacher scolded me. I immediately asked to run 20 laps around the playground to make him shut up. You damn troll. Zhao Yundian spat and was about to start a war with trolls as a keyboard warrior back then. But I found that my mind was full of national quintessence. Compared with this old man, his criticism is neither as specific as his, nor as gimmicky and hate-inducing as his. If you speak out your own words, you will lower your quality and offend the readers. It may even be blocked. I decided not to talk too much and just get started. Thinking of this, Zhao Yundian raised his fist and was about to swing at the old man. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and swayed with an unstable center of gravity. He had completely lost all his strength and couldn't even muster a trace of magic power. You poisoned me, despicable. Zhao Yundian's face changed and he pointed at the old man and shouted angrily. Hee, you green-eyed brat, do you really think Huang is only capable of cursing? Huangdu chuckled, squinted his triangular eyes, and his face was full of cunning. Haha, it's not his fault, he's too short-sighted. Old Huang is a well-known poison cultivator. Yeah, not to mention getting close, even if he speaks, he carries a deadly poison. Furthermore, the poison gas is colorless and odorless. Even ordinary high-level cultivators cannot detect it. This kid is still too naive. He actually scolded Mr. Huang, not knowing that he has already been deeply poisoned and there's no way to save him. The disciples of Taishuan sect and a group of elders from the Chu family all burst into laughter. Huangdu narrowed his eyes and shook his head. What a pity. He has good strength, but unfortunately his brain is dull, so it's no wonder that we can't blame others. Young master, take the pills. Wanling poison removing pills. The one-eyed man on the side hurriedly took out a pill from his arms and prepared to feed it to Zhao Yundian. It's useless. My poison uses the poisonous gases of hundreds of poisonous insects and plants, refined and fused with the fire of my golden elixir, and spreads throughout my body. And as my magic power fluctuates, it fuses into different toxins. Huangdu looked at his body with a smile, then shook his head helplessly. Even I can't detoxify. Alas, if he had released a protective shield in advance, my poison wouldn't have been able to penetrate him. What a pity. This person is so disgusting. He's full of pity, but his heart is full of malice. He's sweet on the outside, but he's a snake in the inside. Yaolan said angrily, haha, now you know how sinister the hearts of humans are. They are clearly outnumbered by his demons, tens of millions of times more. But Xining chuckled softly, but still, they can only be evenly matched with our demon race. If the seal of the demon gathering basin had not weakened this time, absorbing a lot of demon power and weakening the high-level demons, we wouldn't have to rush to invade the human race. Because the human race's intrigue and slaughter is more useful than our invasion. In a few hundred years, they will kill each other for their own benefit and destroy their own vitality. Xining looked at Zhao Yuntian, a strange look flashed in her eyes, and she spoke slowly. But I always believe that demons are kind-hearted, and humans are no exception. Yaolan was about to say something, but suddenly noticed something strange in Xining's eyes, and immediately turned her head to look. At this moment, Zhao Yuntian, who had been poisoned, was slowly getting up from the ground. The pain on his face disappeared completely. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spewed out a cloud of foul-smelling black smoke. Old man, your poison isn't good enough. Try mine. Chapter 54, The Final Battle at Kunshan Mountain, Part 4. What kind of poison is this? Damn it! Huangdu had already knocked Zhao Yuntian unconscious due to the poison, but he got up as if nothing had happened, shocking Lian. Unexpectedly, he also spewed out a foul-smelling black smoke. The pitch-black color and foul smell all indicate the extreme toxicity of this poisonous smoke. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but found that 2 balls of black smoke had already wrapped around his legs. Only then did he realize it and broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that Zhao Yuntian had just pretended to be poisoned. In fact, it was to let herself relax her vigilance so that he could secretly release the black smoke in advance to entangle herself. I have been vicious all my life, but I didn't expect that in the end, I would be played around by a kid. Haha, since the day I established my foundation, I have been refining poisons for 50 years. My body is already immune to all poisons. What are you talking about? Huangdu pretended to be calm, and mobilized all his magic power to transform his poison into water, which absorbed the black smoke poison that was entangled with him. But I found that this poisonous smoke was like a ball of oil. Water and oil will never mix together. It also slowly covers up his own poison, making it impossible for him to use poison and magic. Huangdu lost his magic power and the resistance to the poison outside his body. Zhao Yuntian's poisonous smoke was eroding Huangdu's body unscrupulously. Oh, what kind of poison is this? Huangdu howled in pain. I only felt the excruciating pain of being melted by the red flames all over my body. The body was corroded by the poisonous smoke and turned into a pool of disgusting and smelly white liquid. Zhao Yuntian covered his nose, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You are so vicious. You are so vicious, so vicious, so vicious, so vicious, woo woo woo. As he spoke, he began to sing, shaking his head. The tune is weird, with a hint of magic. This made the monks present feel inexplicably embarrassed. Some people even embarrassed themselves by digging through the soles of their shoes with their toes. But Huangdu unbelievably turned into a pool of white pulp while singing. I will never understand until I die. You are so poisonous. What kind of poison is it? How terrifying. This person is not only proficient in body skills and a sword cultivator, but he is also a poison cultivator. You're so toxic. I've never heard of this before. You can turn a person into a pool of poison. It's so toxic, so toxic. It's incredible. He's just a kid in the middle stage of the golden core stage, but he actually has so many tricks up his sleeve. Is he really going to give up the treasure? You're overthinking it. Uncle Li and a group of nascent soul realm elders haven't made a move yet. Why are you panicking? The disciples of Taishuan sect and the independent practitioners of the Chu family immediately looked around. Look at the next one, who is going to go on stage to deal with that kid. But for a moment, no one took the initiative to stand up. After all, this kid named Zhao Yuntian is not only the young master of Zhaoji Palace. Moreover, he was ruthless and cruel. Not even a hair was left of the 2 people who had just come on the scene. Without absolute confidence, no one dared to take the initiative. Even though there were several nascent soul realm elders, they did not dare to move for a while. They can cultivate to the nascent soul stage, and each of them is very shrewd and calculating. Seeing that Zhao Yuntian could easily kill 2 people in the late Jin realm. Strength is by no means simple. Zhao Yuntian did not look in the direction of Taishuan and others, but instead looked towards the demon clan. There is less than an hour left before the mission ends, and I have enough coins. It's time to put an end to this and let the level 5 demon take action and kill me. Immediately, he swaggered up to the demon clan. He raised his hand and waved, then called out with a lecherous look, 2 beauties, long time no see. Yaolan smiled serenely and praised, Brother Zhao, you're amazing. This made Zhao Yuntian's eyes twitch. After all, not only was Yaolan's tone too gentle, but her appearance was also increasingly sweet and lovely. Damn it, his eyes were narrowed by the beauty, making it impossible for him to find words to be fierce and provocative. But I think Yaolan won't attack me. Change the target immediately. Zhao Yuntian stared coldly at the 9-tailed fox demon Xining and asked, do you still mean what you said last time? Haha, I won't say anything to a useless human being. Xining sneered, raised her head arrogantly, and didn't take Zhao Yuntian into consideration at all. Zhao Yuntian said bluntly, you said before that you would kill me if you saw me again. Now I'm giving you a chance, come on. Since you are the leader of the demon tribe, you won't break your promise. Zhao Yuntian deliberately raised his tone to provoke. Sure enough, this sentence seemed to anger Xining. On her charming, snow-white face, the weather turned from cloudy to snowy at a speed visible to the naked eye, making the situation even worse. Sister Z, don't listen to him. He just wants to come over and help the human race consume your demonic power first. Suddenly, one of the demons behind Xining shouted a warning. I guess it was all an act just now. The ultimate goal is to join forces with the human race and deal with this together. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar among the demon clan. They all nodded in agreement with this point of view. After all, the demon clan now relies on Xining alone. Although she was a level 4 demon, she lowered her cultivation to level 5. But on the human side, there are Li Qinghan, One Eye and Shadow, 3 people in the late nascent soul stage. If this troublesome guy suddenly appears now and consumes another wave of demonic power, then it is very likely that Xining will be defeated before the battle even begins. Not to mention fighting over some treasure later. Xining obviously understood the deeper meaning behind the words, and her angry face regained its composure. There was no intention to take action at all. Who the hell? You are such a talented person, so damn smart. Zhao Yuntian cursed in his heart and looked around, trying to find the smart aleck demon. But suddenly he found that a familiar voice appeared before his eyes. Judging from its appearance, it is actually a sheep monster. He was short and dressed in white wool. There are 2 brown horns on its head, and its big, bright and intelligent eyes are staring at Zhao Yundian. There was a smile on his face that showed he had seen through everything. Happy, joyful. Zhao Yundian was stunned. They looked too similar. Huh, how do you know my name? The sheep demon opposite also looked a little strange. Xiangyang, just go and test his strength, don't force a fight. Zining ordered slowly. After all, Xiangyang is only a level 6 demon. But he is highly intelligent and knows how to formulate corresponding tactics based on the enemy's weaknesses. It is very suitable to deal with this strong but somewhat arrogant boy in front of him. There was no fear on his happy face and he stood up immediately. Zhao Yundian recovered from his shock and immediately shouted disdainfully, I've been fed up with you for a long time. You bully wolves all day long. An innocent smile appeared on Xiangyang's face. You are anxious, ha 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 ha. Laughter increases anger by plus 1000. Don't be angry. Think more about delicious roasted whole lamb, lamb pot, spicy grilled lamb skewers. Zhao Yundian was thinking in his heart, saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his mouth was filled with the aroma of meat. No, its laughter should carry a kind of magical power. It can disturb people's minds. It is necessary to use the power of the demon race to restrain it. Immediately, a green light emerged from Zhao Yundian's body and a pair of horns grew on his head. Still laughing, I will defeat you in your most proud area, using the power of the demon race. As he spoke, the fluctuations of mana in Zhao Yundian's body actually broke through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Ah, Zhao Yundian, not only is he a sword cultivator and a poison cultivator, but he's also a demon cultivator. Not only that, I heard that Zhao Zhigong's technique is a demonic cultivation technique. That's incredible. This is the first time I've seen someone so young master 4 different cultivation methods. This time, not only the people from Taishuan sect and the Chu family were surprised. Even the demon-slaying guards were in a state of agitation. After all, their mission is to slay demons. It also includes killing demon cultivators who possess the power of the demon race. But unexpectedly, the young master of Zhaoji Palace in front of him was also a demon cultivator. Then let me experience Brother Zhao's methods. Suddenly, a dark black light flashed. At some point, a man in purple quietly appeared behind Zhao Yundian. He wore a black mask, revealing a pair of white eyes, and exuded a strange, dark aura. He is truly a high-level demon-slaying guard, Shadow, one of the 6 elite guards. His cultivation level is at the late nascent soul stage, and he has never been defeated since he started slaying the demons. Chapter 55, Poison Eye vs. Shadow. Shadow, what are you doing? At this time, Poison Eye stood up and reminded him dissatisfiedly, this is my young master. Zhaoji Palace is the #1 force in Zhuji Palace. The demon-slaying guards were also established by the Zhuji Palace not long ago. In other words, the demon-slaying guards and Zhaoji Palace both belong to the Zhuji Palace. However, Shadow, a high-level demon-slaying guard, actually came out to fight the young master of Zhaoji Palace. Moreover, he is a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. It's simply bullying weak. This made Dian unable to bear it. Shadow chuckled and spread his hands. Poison Eyes, don't be nervous, I'm just playing with your young master. For fun, Poison Eyes' tone grew increasingly angry. A person in the late nascent soul stage is looking for someone in the middle golden core stage to play with. Especially now, with treasures in front of us and in such a chaotic situation. He might have other ideas. I'll play with you. Poison Eyes snorted coldly and stood in front of Zhao Yundian. He immediately turned around, put on a flattering face, and about to ask for instructions. Young master is so wise and brave, killing 2 people in a row. Let me share a little of the burden for you. This time, Zhao Yundian did not stop him. Instead, he was touched by Poison Eyes' loyalty. Don't worry, when I get out, I'll threaten the author with a razor blade and ask him to give you a few more years of life. Now, there's still 1 hour left before the mission of being killed by level 4 and level 5 monsters is completed. He couldn't risk his life to deal with a demon-slaying guard in the late nascent soul stage. If you get killed by a demon-slaying guard, you're done for. After all, he is still far from the late nascent soul stage. Especially this kind of high-level demon-slaying guard, who is not only good at tricks and scheming but also has top strength. But if it's an hour later, I can let go and do whatever I want. Unlimited kill mission as long as it is activated. No matter who kills me, my IQ instantly drops to -100. Just go ahead and do it, then I'll give you a chance to load up your coins. Don't let me down. Zhao Yundian patted Dian's shoulder and slowly stepped aside to deal with Xiangyang. But who would have thought that Xiangyang had no intention of fighting and said, the battle between you late nascent soul cultivators is very exciting. How about we watch it first? If you're scared, just tell me. I'm planning on eating a whole roasted lamb. Zhao Yundian sneered, but he sat aside, stroking his wool while watching the fight. It is estimated that for a while, the demons will not take action because they are afraid of the strength of the human race. Well, I'll take a half-time break and watch the game to get through this hour. Seeing that the young master was watching the fight in person, Dian felt like he was injected with chicken blood and pounded his strong chest. He waved his hand and called out, young master, I will never embarrass you. Hey, actually, we should join forces to deal with the demon clan. Shadow said reluctantly, if either of us gets hurt, wouldn't that give Li Qinghan and the fox demon a chance? Stop talking nonsense. I care more about the safety of the young master than the treasure. Poison Eyes regained his serious expression, staring coldly at Shadow with one eye, and when you walked up to me just now, I could clearly sense your murderous intentions towards the young master. Shadow didn't hide anything and said bluntly, we've known each other for so long, you should know the goal of our demon slayer guards, or my goal. A hint of realization flashed across the bearded man's face. Before entering the ancient secret realm, Poison Eyes had known Shadow for several years. Although we can't say that we have a very good relationship, we are still acquaintances. Naturally, we know that the reason why the demon slaying guard was established is for one goal, to kill the invading demons. At the same time, some demon cultivators must also be eliminated. Because the demon cultivators are infected with demonic energy, they are considered an alien species. Especially some demon cultivators who transformed into half-demons, became non-human in appearance. However, the general demon slaying guards may only carry out their official duties when it comes to slaying demons or killing demon cultivators. But Shadow is different. Their family was killed by demons and demon cultivators when they were young. The price of his survival was that his skin was burned and disfigured by the evil fire. He lived in a dark corner all his life, until later he gradually became stronger and became a demon slaying guard. He has a pure heart and only one goal, kill all demons and demon cultivators without any reason. Just now, he saw a trace of demonic power on Zhao Yundian, and he was a demon cultivator. That's why they didn't care about his identity and wanted to attack him. Poison Eyes thought of this and said disdainfully, if you want to kill our young master, you have to kill me. Actually, Shadow, have always considered you a friend and thought you would understand me. Shadow seemed reluctant to take action, but seeing Poison Eyes pressing him, he said helplessly, well, everyone has their own agenda. I won't be polite. You're polite. Are you looking down on me? Poison Eyes suddenly burst out with an astonishing demonic energy from his entire body. The dark demonic energy in the sky gathered above his head and condensed into the appearance of a 5-meter-tall demon ape. It's so big, it's even bigger than the wedding banquet. Zhao Yuntian exclaimed, I recall the giant ape golem that when I used the 7 evil ape skill at the wedding banquet not long ago. It's only about 3 meters in size. At this time, not only was it 5 feet long, but a layer of ink black armor had also formed on the demon ape's body, emitting a faint bloody glow. It's really high-end. Thinking back to my own martial arts skills, most of them were plundered. In addition to the Fengshen Jiaxing step, the ancient tyrant body, obtained through plundering was upgraded to a heavenly level body technique, the invisible instant step. Most other skills can only exert less than 50% of their original power. However, Zhao Yuntian also discovered the purple pupil that he had previously plundered from the nine-tailed fox. But her eyes were still purple. It seems that plundering can only take away other people's magic weapons, talismans and some tangible things. As for the skills or talents that others have already learned, they can only be considered as copies. For example, he can still use Yizan's previous, wind instant start picking step. It's just that his Qingyan sword, Tianlei Pearl and other magic weapons were taken away by himself. Wow, amazing. The 7 evil demon ape technique has reached the 6th level, condensing into a demonic armor. Xiangyang on the side said with some surprise, you know a lot. Zhao Yuntian squinted at the lamb leg and licked his tongue. Of course, I have studied all the techniques of the human and demon races. A hint of pride appeared on Xiangyang's lips. Then we're almost there. Zhao Yuntian smiled brightly. I have in-depth knowledge of frying, deep frying, boiling, stewing, and stir-frying. Happy, he immediately moved his body backwards. At this time, the black armored giant ape with poisonous eyes had already formed. It was like a 5-meter-tall, armored giant ape. Poison eyes leapt from the ground to the top of the giant ape's head and sank into the center of the giant ape's eyebrows. It's like operating a giant black ape mecha. So cool, it seems that magic skills are really domineering. Zhao Yuntian was watching from the side, feeling a little excited. Suddenly I felt a little regretful that I had not learned a trick or two before, such a magical skill of making money. Zhao Yuntian looked at the shadow on the other side again. He was still standing there, seemingly without using any special effects. Haha, if that's all you have to say, then you're doomed. Suddenly, Shadow sneered. Chapter 56, what a big punishment. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present sighed. Even the demons didn't quite believe what Shadow said. After all, the demonic energy emitted by Poison Eye at this moment was truly astonishing. It even almost crushed the demonic aura that was innate to the demon race. Who do you think will win? Li Qinghan, who had been watching the battle calmly before, asked Elder Wu, who was in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm and was standing beside him. The methods and strength of the high-level demon-slaying guards have always been unknown to outsiders. Elder Wu said pertinently, but there should be some special methods. The 7 evil demon ape technique is also a heavenly level technique. The two are evenly matched. Hee. Li Qinghan waved his small fan and said slowly, at the last wedding banquet, I fought Poison Eyes, but it was only a draw. However, at that time, he was only performing the 5th level of the 7 evil demon ape technique. Huh, so, senior brother thinks Poison Eye will win. Elder Wu was a little surprised. After all, senior brother Li Qinghan has ice attribute magic power, plus the heavenly magic weapon, 9 cold ice mandarin duck fan. It ended in a draw, not to mention that Poison Eyes was already at the 6th level of the 7 evil demon ape technique at this time. You should know that with every level of practice of heaven level skills, the power increases greatly. Especially the last few levels, it is almost impossible to practice. Some people spend their entire lives trying to perfect a complete heavenly level technique. Obviously, Poison Eye's strength is much stronger now than before. Already surpassed Li Qinghan. Haha, are all of you demon slayers just talking nonsense? Poison Eyes laughed loudly and immediately swung the black ape's giant fist, hitting Shadow directly. Call. The huge black fist rubbed against the air, causing sparks and sharp sounds. The fist wind whistled like a storm. It swept across all the people and monsters present. Bang, bang, the fist smashed down, shaking the sky and the earth. On the top of Tiangan Mountain, the huge rock platform shook violently. Each punch left a deep dent and was extremely powerful. Although Shadow was agile, he kept dodging left and right, appearing extremely passive. And from time to time, the huge wind from the fists would blow his body. At the same time, the giant ape swung its fists even faster. Shadow seemed unable to withstand the attack anymore and retreated again and again. Poison Eyes becomes more courageous and stronger as the battle goes on, becoming stronger and stronger. Haha, you're just running away, you. Suddenly, Poison Eyes' voice froze. He found that the speed at which he controlled the giant ape's fist seemed to have slowed down a lot. This is definitely not the exhaustion of magic power or evil spirit, it seems that there's something else. It is absorbing the evil energy from the armor of his giant ape golem. Poison Eye stopped attacking and looked around, but still found nothing unusual. As someone with rich experience in fighting, he naturally sensed that something was wrong. Immediately prepare for a quick battle and use the 6th level of 7 evil ape skill, special move, Xie. Poison Eye, watch your step, there's something. Suddenly, he heard the young master's voice. He immediately looked down. Sure enough, there was a group of dense black spots crawling all over the giant ape's feet. Is this a bug? Although Poison Eyes was an acquaintance of Shadow, he had never met him in person or used any techniques or methods on him. Unexpectedly, he was actually an insect cultivator. Generally, the insects cultivated by insect cultivators need to be fed by their own magic power in essence. It may take at least hundreds or even thousands of years to cultivate before it matures. It seems that the families before Shadow were all insect cultivation families, passed down from generation to generation. Immediately, Diane became more serious. Insects that can absorb evil spirits are rare. Suddenly, a ball of evil fire gathered on the surface of the black ape's body and burned towards the point on its right foot. At the same time, lift your right foot and swing it continuously. Haha, you lose. Suddenly, Shadow's voice came again. Duyan was stunned and suddenly felt a tearing pain in his chest, arms, and legs at the same time. Look down. The dense swarm of black insects had crawled all over his body without him noticing. Even if it sucks the magic power and flesh of Poison Eye. After a while, the black giant ape golem disappeared, and Poison Eyes half knelt on the ground, with a layer of black demonic energy cast all over his body. Trying to stop the black bugs from gnawing, but obviously, the movement is too slow. Quite a few bugs had already crawled onto his arms, biting through them and leaving bloody holes. Fortunately, Diane is a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage after all. With amazing magic power and evil spirit, he prevented the bugs from entering his body. Otherwise it might be really dangerous. Everyone nearby was amazed. I didn't expect the result to be so bizarre. I originally thought that the battle between the two late nascent soul realm cultivators would last for several hours and take up several chapters. But in less than a cup of tea, Dian was defeated. As expected, the strength of the Demon Slayer guards should not be underestimated, and their methods are extremely cunning. Elder Wu looked at the dark figure wrapped in purple clothes with fear. Li Qinghan also had an ugly expression on his face, but he didn't say anything. Obviously, this result was beyond his expectations. There were more and more bloody holes on Poison Eye's body caused by insects. He couldn't help but groan in pain. Shadow just looked at Poison Eye indifferently and seemed to have no intention of waving his hand. No one present intended to intervene. Even the other people in Jiaoji Palace could only look at the demon-slaying guards and the demon clan in frustration. After all, they can only consider the overall situation. If a conflict breaks out with the demon-slaying guards at this time, the only ones who will benefit are the demon clan or the people of Taishuan sect. Several of Dian's close confidants clenched their fists and wanted to rush forward to help Dian. But he was held tightly by his companion beside him. But at this moment, a young and stern figure walked quickly towards Poison Eye. He released streams of black smoke, blowing away the insects crawling on Poison Eye's arms. Young master, I'm ashamed to have brought shame upon you. A look of guilt appeared on Dian's face. He endured the pain and kowtowed to Zhao Yundian to apologize. Zhao Yundian's tone was icy. Instead of helping him up, he scolded him coldly, you are indeed wrong. But it's not because you're embarrassing me, but because you're embarrassing yourself by blindly trusting a man. As Zhao Yundian spoke, he looked up at the shadow not far away, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. You should have already released your bugs on Poison Eye. How could a bug like you break through the 6th level 7 evil's demonic ape armor in such a short time? I guess you've already secretly placed bugs on Poison Eye while you were climbing Tianqin Mountain, or as soon as you entered the ancient secret realm, or even earlier. It's just to prevent you from doing that in the future. You're such a scheming man. As he spoke, he looked again at the insects covering the black smoke. It seemed that the insects were more interested in the black smoke and all of them were attracted to it. He was smoking black cigarettes non-stop. Shadow just stared at Zhao Yundian indifferently without saying a word. Poison Eyes, you disappoint me so much. Zhao Yundian glared at him and said angrily, you look like a bad guy, but you only do good things that you trust. This won't do. This young master will punish you and show you what a true villain is. Dian's heart tightened and he quickly kowtowed to admit his guilt. I'll punish you. Zhao Yundian raised his eyebrows and said sternly and domineeringly, I'll punish you for 3 months. You're not allowed to go to the brothel or eat. Also, get out of the way now and see how ruthless this young master is. As soon as these words were spoken, there was chaos everywhere. They all felt that this punishment was insignificant. People who practice cultivation, especially high-level cultivators, have long been practicing fasting and not eating. Not to mention being greedy for women. He is indeed a kind-hearted human. Yaolan covered her mouth and laughed. I also feel that this punishment is too lenient. But he saw that the man named Poison Eyes seemed to be in more pain than before. He crawled over obediently, with an empty look on his face. People eat color, especially for people with such strong blood and qi. It's really a great punishment. Xiangyang was standing aside, explaining Yaolan's doubts. Hey, I've been waiting for you. When Shadow saw Zhao Yundian accepting the challenge, he chuckled, and a hint of excitement flashed in his white eyes. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yundian seemed even more excited and excited. The murderous intent in his eyes was clearly revealed. Immediately, he curled his lips and uttered a firm voice. You are not a bug cultivator, nor a demon slayer. You are the leader of the SB demon cultivators. Chapter 57 Is it true that I am going to die? What did you say? Shadow seemed puzzled and stared at Zhao Yundian indifferently. Your bugs seem to like this black smoke. Zhao Yundian looked at it dimly, and saw densely packed black insects crawling on the black smoke. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and this black smoke of mine was taken from a demon cultivator. That means the bugs you control also like the demonic aura similar to that of the demon cultivator. Although you hid your demonic energy very well, it was unfortunately exposed by these bugs. As he spoke, Zhao Yundian's purple pupils flashed and he looked at the insects on the black smoke. In an instant, a layer of strange purple flames burned on the bodies of the densely packed insects. The insects in the black smoke were burned to ashes. Purple-eye demonic fire. Suddenly, Shadow and the demon tribe in the distance made shocked sounds at the same time. They all turned their heads and looked at the nine-tailed fox demon. After all, the purple-eye demonic fire is the innate bloodline of the nine-tailed demonic fox clan. But now, it was actually performed by a human boy, which was simply unbelievable. Could it be that the nine-tailed fox is practicing dual cultivation with that human man? After all, the human race wants to obtain the bloodline abilities of the demon race. There is only one way. You're so brave. If any one of you continues to think like that, you know the consequences. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox demon raised his eyebrows coldly, his purple pupils emitting light, and looked at the group of demons under his command. The demons shuddered, realizing that the purple pupils still had the power to see into one's inner thoughts, and immediately gave out their absurd guess. After all, the nine-tailed fox demon is so noble. How is it possible to practice dual cultivation with a human boy? Shadow had regained his composure at this point. He looked at Zhao Yundian and said quietly, you truly are a demon cultivator. Demon cultivators have committed many evil deeds, colluding with the demon race and disrupting the pure bloodline of our human race. Demon cultivators who betrayed the human race are more hateful than the demon race itself. Regardless of your background, even if I'm not a demon slayer, I will kill all the demon cultivators. Shadow said righteously, today, I will kill you, the demon cultivator. Oh shit, this guy is quite good at pretending, even better than Shu Wei before. Extremely hypocritical and shameless. With just a few words, he placed himself at the pinnacle of human morality and accused me. Give yourself a legitimate reason to start a war and let the thief cry, stop thief. He is clearly a demon cultivator, yet he speaks in a righteous manner, even more hypocritical than Shu Wei. In this way, before going into battle, the momentum has already damaged the enemy by 3 points, in seconds. I will learn this trick in the future. Sure enough, as soon as this sentence came out, except for Dian and the people from Jiaoji Palace. Almost everyone seemed to agree silently. On the other hand, the demons shook their heads and sneered. It seemed as if the shadow was farting and it smelled terrible. However, if it were an ordinary person, he would never argue again. After all, in this world where the strong are respected, even if Zhao Yundian has an extraordinary identity. But if there is no protection and one is facing an enemy alone, only the strong will have the right to speak. Everything else is just passing clouds. Just like in the real world, rich people speak with confidence and others are more likely to believe them. However, Zhao Yundian is not ordinary. When it comes to talking, I've never been afraid of anyone. Immediately, he yelled, Lu Shuang. The next moment, a junior demon-slaying guard with fair skin and delicate features walked out from the demon-slaying guards. With a gleam in her eyes, she walked quickly towards Zhao Yedian. Just now, Lu Shuang and Zhao Yedian flew to the top of Tianjin together and watched him load the coins quietly. I feel that although Zhao Yedian is crazy, he seems to have temporarily prevented a melee. Because the situation at this time was that he was single-handedly fighting against 3 forces. He also killed 2 people, which made many people begin to fear him. Even now, when facing a late nascent soul realm cultivator, he is not afraid at all. However, just now, Zhao Yedian said it himself. When she saw that the high-level demon slaying guard Shadow was actually a SB demon cultivator, she tensed up. She believed that Zhao Yedian would not admit his mistake. No matter how strong he is, he still wants to go on the battlefield to avenge his people. Just then, Zhao Yedian called her name. Naturally, she would not back down. Lu Shuang, what are you doing over there? Are you trying to kill yourself? Come back quickly. Do you still want to be a demon slayer? How dare you become an enemy of a high-level demon slayer? Alas, what a pity. He is the best demon slayer guard of our class and has already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Soon, the intermediate demon slayer guard vacancy will be given to him. Many colleagues were shouting anxiously. You should know that even if a mid-level demon slaying guard has reached the golden core realm, he may not necessarily be promoted. Need to be assessed and judged. Lu Shuang's performance is enough to allow her to be promoted to a higher position in the late stage of foundation establishment. This great opportunity was ruined by her own hands. What a pity, what a pity. Lu Shuang's footsteps did not hesitate at all, and she walked faster and faster towards Zhao Yedian. Even though she knew that every step she took at this moment would take her further away from her dream. Her dream has always been to slay demons, especially after joining the Demon Slayer Guard. He wanted to become a mid-level or senior Demon Slayer Guard. Uphold justice and kill more evil invading demons. She has always worked very hard, until I met Zhao Yedian and formed a team with him. Only then did I realize that what I really hated was not the demon race. But it was the demon or demon cultivator who killed her people. This time, even if she can no longer be a demon slaying guard, she must stand up. He personally killed off his enemy of more than 10 years. Thinking of this, Lu Shuang's steps became more determined, and she gave Zhao Yedian a knowing smile. Bang! Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past Lu Shuang. Immediately afterwards, her body was hit hard and flew out, rolling to the side. People nearby can hear it clearly. The moment her body was hit, there was a sound of bones breaking. This shows the terrifying power of this attack. It is estimated that even if Lu Shuang is not dead at this time, his bones are broken and he is dying. A mere junior demon slayer dares to betray us, you're courting death. Shadow said coldly. Too fast, too strange. Zhao Yedian took a breath of cold air. Shadow was clearly standing there just now. What is that black shadow and when did it appear? Even if Zhao Yedian discovered the black shadow and wanted to save Lu Shuang, it was too late. And Zhao Yedian's whole body trembled slightly, his eyeballs bulged, and he tried his best to move them downwards. I found that there was a black shadow connected to my own shadow. At this moment, my whole body was being pulled by a huge force and I couldn't move at all. What is this? Shadow binding. This bastard author must have watched too much anime, so he can even mess around like this. But, this is really powerful. Is this the strength of the late nascent soul stage? In a moment, the host became the guest. Not only did he have a legitimate reason to start the war, but he also firmly subdued himself. Don't give yourself any chance to make a move. I underestimated the enemy. Only then did he understand that Poison Eye's fight with Shadow had seemed simple just now. In fact, it is full of crises. The one-eyed man on the side seemed to be controlled by the Shadow as well. He kept cursing and shouting, unable to provide any help. After all, he was injured just now. Zhao Yedian looked over there and saw Lu Shuang, who was already dying. His eyes froze and he felt very guilty. Originally, I wanted her to come out and confront Shadow about his identity. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to silence the witness. Hateful, haha, where did your arrogance go? Shadow chuckled and appeared in front of Zhao Yedian indifferently. Very good, that's the look of fear. I really wanted you to be afraid for a little longer, but it's over. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a spiral, rope-like black shadow tightly wrapped around Zhao Yedian's neck. A feeling of suffocation followed. Damn, there's still more than half an hour left. Only then can you enter the next mission with unlimited kills. However, even if the unlimited kill mission is activated, I'm so unwilling to accept this. He actually died at the hands of such a sinister and despicable villain. Is it really going to die? As expected, I'm so unwilling. Chapter 58 Little Demon. Huh, I'm not dead. Zhao Yedian felt warm all over. The feeling of suffocation disappeared, and I even felt a little comfortable. He opened his eyes and found a dazzling blue light flashing before his eyes. The shadow connected to his body disappeared, and he was able to move freely again. This must be someone helping out. I don't know if it's the poisonous eyes or the demon race. Huh, not far away, I saw a beautiful figure sitting cross-legged on the ground, her body slowly turning. There is a 7-petaled green lotus on the head, emitting a dazzling light. It was actually Lu Shuang. She activated the green lotus hybrid holy body again. This time, not only can you heal yourself, but you can also remove the negative effects on others. It's really a good assistant. Zhao Yedian praised. Haha, Qinglian mixed holy body, I didn't expect that someone would actually have this kind of physique. Shadow's voice also became excited. The same reaction as that of the black-robed demon cultivator not long ago. However, judging from the condition of your Qinglian, you've already used it once. Shadow sneered, your cultivation is only at the late foundation establishment stage, yet you forcibly use the Azure Lotus Chaos Light twice. You're simply courting death. After using this, at best you'll lose all your cultivation, at worst you'll die. What's the point? Is it just to save this kid? Shadow glanced at Zhao Yedian, his white pupils full of sarcasm and pity. How foolish, you had the Azure Lotus Chaos Sacred Body, and I was planning to spare your life. Since you have become a cripple, let's send you off together. Bang, the same voice came again. However, this time, it was not Lu Shuang who flew backwards. But Shadow. Zhao Yedian stood in front of Lu Shuang, glaring at her and saying, you're unworthy enough to be a high-level demon slayer, you idiot. I'll send you off first. Shadow narrowed his eyes and slowly got up from the ground. I touched my abdomen and felt a burning sensation. Moreover, at this time, a layer of gray-brown substance condensed on the surface of Zhao Yedian's exposed skin. The first level of the ancient tyrant body, the domineering spirit entering the body. Shadow narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you from the Yi family? Only the Yi family can truly use the ancient tyrant body. And only then can you use the heavenly level body movement technique, invisible instantaneous intention. Obviously, Zhao Yedian in front of him can use it. But according to his understanding, the entire Yi family was exterminated more than 10 years ago, leaving only Yi Zan. And he was fostered in the Chu family. Could it be that Zhao Yedian was the one who slipped through the net more than 10 years ago? For a moment, Shadow was a little confused. He simply stopped thinking about the fact that the person who killed his companions Shu Wei and He Yao was Zhao Yedian. Today, he must die. Thinking of this, Shadow's body shook and transformed into more than a dozen black shadows, attacking Zhao Yedian. His own body quietly sank into the ground, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This shadow spectroscopy technique is one of his unique skills. Except for those at the same nascent soul stage, it is impossible for anyone to crack it and find out his true form in an instant. In an instant, more than a dozen figures formed a circle, moving around in a flash. Zhao Yedian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, raised his right hand, and held a long spear with a red flame in his hand. It is the heavenly grade magic weapon, the red scale fire tassel spear. Immediately, he crossed his hands and danced with his spear, which flew like a rocket, rolling up red tongues of fire and attacking a dozen black shadows. Crack! At this moment, the soil and rocks under Zhao Yedian's feet cracked. A pair of large black hands grabbed Zhao Yedian's feet. At the same time, more than a dozen black shadows turned into sharp arrows and shot towards Zhao Yedian's chest. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, blood foam flew everywhere. Zhao Yedian was hit by several arrows and fell to the ground on his back. No, it's an illusion. Shadow suddenly came to his senses and immediately flew out from the ground. Just at this moment, a nauseating black smoke filled the ground where the shadow had just emerged. Shadow was slightly startled and looked at Zhao Yedian's fallen corpse. There was nothing there, no trace of Zhao Yedian. I didn't expect that he would use the purple eye illusion to this extent. I didn't meet his eyes. However, he can transform his body and reality into an illusion. Then secretly place poisonous smoke underground. It turned out that he had realized early on that his real body was hiding underground. If I had reacted a little later, it would have been really troublesome. No one knows how he got the black demon's poisonous smoke. Even he would suffer considerable harm if he were to be exposed to this poison. Also, those purple eyes are really troublesome. As he thought about it, a white light flashed in Shadow's originally white pupils, and veins on his temples bulged. Found it. Immediately, Shadow's body turned into a black light and attacked in one direction. Bang, 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 boom. In the void, bursts of muffled explosion-like sounds were heard. The huge spiritual power collided, causing waves of air to erupt. All the people in Monsters Present just looked up at the sky above the giant stone platform, feeling bewildered. Because most of them could no longer see the two of them. All you could hear was the sound of continuous collisions. Amazing. Zhao Yedian's speed is on par with Shadow. The invisible and instantaneous nature of the heavenly rank movement is truly terrifying. Furthermore, he has also activated the first level of his ancient domineering aura. With this aura entering his body, his strength, speed, and even the toughness of his body have all increased significantly. But after all, he is in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Whether it's physical strength or magic power, he can't compare with Shadow. On the side of the human race's demon-slaying guards, many people who were familiar with Shadow began to discuss the matter. Although many people were surprised by Zhao Yedian's strength, most still believed that Shadow would win. After all, Shadow is the most outstanding high-level demon-slaying guard, known as one of the 6 elite guards. He is also the spiritual leader of a group of demon-slaying guards. Even just now, Zhao Yedian questioned whether Shadow was a demon cultivator. However, no one in their group believed it except Lu Shuang. At this time, the colorful blue lotus above Lu Shuang's head had disappeared. She fell on her back, her face pale and bloodless. I felt as if I had lost all my strength, my magic power was exhausted, and I felt as if I could die at any time. But she still gritted her teeth, forced her heavy eyelids to look at the two figures that kept colliding in the sky. I must insist on seeing Zhao Yedian defeat Shadow with his own hands. Lu Shuang, you must persevere. At the same time, shocked voices were heard from Taishuan Sect and the Chu family. I originally thought that Yizan was already a genius, but I didn't expect this Zhao Yedian to be such a monster. Elder Wu said excitedly, this is totally unlike the strength of a mid-stage Jin and realm cultivator. Li Qinghan on the side shook his head, also with a look of horror. Giant sword technique, poisonous smoke, purple pupil demon fire, phantom body, ancient hegemon body, heavenly level body movement invisible instant intention, heavenly level magic weapon red scale fire tassel spear, and half demon transformation, hee. It's this, the Taishuan Sect and the Chu family, who have always underestimated Zhao Yedian. So the rumored reputation of being a loser was all a lie to deceive the world. This is his true strength. Li Qinghan revealed a serious expression. It seems that from now on, we have to pay attention to this little evildoer. On the demon side, Yao Lan clenched her fists, shook her head and looked up at the sky. Her bright big eyes showed surprise, admiration, and a hint of worry. If you can't see, then don't be as hypocritical as the humans. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox demon Xining said coldly. Obviously, the speed at which the two fought had exceeded the capabilities of a level 5 demon. Even the current nine-tailed fox demon can only barely lock onto the movements of the two. Not to mention, Yao Lan has no fighting experience. Yao Lan's face flushed red as she whispered, I also want to learn some human fighting techniques. The fight between the two just now was truly spectacular. It's much more powerful than us demons who only rely on brute force. The nine-tailed fox demon sighed softly, and a hint of peppering appeared in his originally cold purple eyes. Are you watching a fight? I'm embarrassed to point it out to you. And the methods of high-level demons are not just brute force. The nine-tailed fox demon Xining said, looking up into the sky, but I didn't expect how he got the purple pupils and developed them to this extent. Maybe he is really from our demon clan, Yao Lan explained with a smile. Alright, now let's take advantage of the internal strife among the human race and seize the demon gathering basin. Suddenly, Xining's tone became cold again, but Zhao Yedian intercepted the enemy alone, while we were trying to steal the treasure from behind. It's too unfair. Too unfair. Xining took over Yao Lan's words and said, don't forget your identity. You are a demon, and he is only human after all. It's impossible for you to succeed. And look, suddenly, Xining looked towards Li Qinghan. I saw a group of white-robed monks from the Taishuan Sect and the Chu family starting to approach the demon gathering basin. If we don't fight for justice, there is still the human race. If we don't go and seize the treasure, the demon gathering basin will be taken away by those human race. As she spoke, her enchanting body turned into a puff of dust and flew towards the cornucopia. Chapter 59, Team Battle begins. Near the demon gathering basin. Li Qinghan, Elder Wu, and a dozen disciples quickly gathered around. At this time, the demon gathering bowl was still emitting a faint golden light and floating in the air. Elder Wu, there seems to be a layer of restriction on the surface of the demon gathering basin. Ignore it for now and use the spirit storage box to take it away. Li Qinghan ordered. Elder Wu did not hesitate and took a white square box from the back of a disciple. This thing is exactly the soul storage box. Treasures of any attributes can be sealed and taken away without damaging their spiritual charm. This allows the treasure to be preserved intact to the greatest extent possible. After all, such an ancient treasure is very likely to contain other ancient treasures and evil spirits. Hidden mystery. If it is destroyed or any restrictions are triggered, it will be troublesome. Elder Wu did not hesitate. He stretched out his hands and released a burst of yellow spiritual power with all his strength to open the lid of the box. Suddenly, a milky white light emerged from the box and extended towards the demon gathering basin. Then, he raised his hands and aimed them at the suspended demon gathering bowl. Mobilizing magic power and coordinating with the spirit charm of the spirit storage box, he moved the demon gathering basin towards the box little by little. Boom! A flash of red dust passed by, and more than 10 disciples in the late Jindan realm who were guarding the Dharma were instantly knocked away. Put down the demon basin. I'll let you die quickly. Suddenly, a woman's voice that was icy cold was heard. The nine-tailed fox demon Xingning appeared beside Elder Wu at some point. She stared at Elder Wu indifferently with her pair of enchanting purple eyes. Keep getting the treasure, I'll deal with her. Li Qingyan held the 9 cold ice mandarin duck fan in his hand and waved it. Suddenly, the 9 ice mandarin ducks turned into a piercing silver white storm and flew towards Xingning. Are you worthy enough? Xingning's beautiful face and red lips outlined a hint of contempt. Immediately, her body transformed into a puff of red dust and rushed towards the storm. The originally raging storm was instantly dispersed. Li Qingyan's expression changed slightly. I was surprised. This 9-tailed fox demon has clearly suppressed its cultivation and become a level 5 demon. Yet still so powerful. Is this the only power of the heavenly grade magical treasure 9 frost ice mandarin duck fan? Xingning regained her enchanting figure and looked at Li Qingyan coldly. You humans don't cultivate your own essence and magic power, but always rely on magic weapons. It's ridiculous. What someone from your human race said just now makes some sense. Xingning said this, looking up at the sky, where Zhao Yedian was fighting against Shadow on equal terms. At such a young age, he already possesses so many skills. Although he is a human, he is still considered decent enough in the eyes of his demons. What he just said was right. Among the humans present, everyone except him is garbage. As soon as she finished speaking, Xingning suddenly turned around and transformed into a giant 9-tailed fox, leaping towards Li Qingyan. Li Qingyan's face turned pale, and he seemed to have made a great decision. Simply fold the fan and insert it into your chest. The blood flowed into the fan, emitting a red glow. At the same time, Li Qingyan's body turned into a ray of white light and drilled into the fan. Boom! The 9 ice mandarin ducks reappeared and merged together to form a huge red ice phoenix. It flapped its huge wings and pounced towards the 9-tailed fox demon. The white 9-tailed fox demon and the red ice phoenix were fighting each other. A huge spiritual wind blew up. For a moment, there was no clear winner. I didn't expect Uncle Li to use that move. 9 Revolutions Blood Wind technique. This move, 9 Revolutions Blood Wind art, consumes Uncle Li's blood and essence. Even if he can defeat the 9-tailed fox demon, his own chi and blood will be depleted. Not only will he need decades to recuperate, but he will also be at risk of falling back to a lower realm. The Taishuan sect cultivators and Chu family cultivators nearby were all worried about Uncle Master Li Qingyan. But the next moment, they each took out their magic flying swords and joined the battle. Because the monsters on the opposite side also flew over. The demon-slaying guards on the side also drew their demon-slaying swords to fight against the demon clan. In an instant, magic weapons, flying swords, and spells flew everywhere. The flames shot up into the sky and the sound was like thunder. Although the number of demons is not as large as that of humans. But they are physically strong and can almost beat 2 people at once. All of a sudden, it was in a stalemate. On the huge stone platform at the top of Tiangan Mountain, almost all the humans and monsters joined in the battle. A melee began. In just a short moment, a large number of humans and demons suffered injuries of varying degrees. Zhao Yedian was in the air, fighting with the shadow. At the same time, I found that the whole place was in chaos. It went from being a solo battle to a team battle. What made Zhao Yedian most angry were the people from Taishuan sect. Among them was an old man in white clothes, who was about to put the demon gathering bowl into the box. Damn it, I was soloing the strongest enemy in a team fight, and this guy actually went around and stole my base. The team battle can be lost, but the one who steals the base must die. Even though I am not very interested in the demon gathering bowl. But we can't let others get away with it. Still such a scheming villain. Immediately, Zhao Yedian's figure flashed and changed direction. His body turned into a gray light and flashed towards Elder Wu of Taishuan sect. Quick, guard! Elder Wu also noticed that Zhao Yedian was running towards him angrily. Immediately an order was given. 5 or 6 disciples in the late Jindan realm nearby broke away from the fight with the demon clan and immediately stood guard in front of Elder Wu. He then breathed a sigh of relief. He was using all his strength to mobilize his magic power to move the ancient treasure, cornucopia, into the box. If you are interrupted, all your efforts will be wasted. It's strange. There seems to be some powerful force inside this demon gathering bowl that is resisting his magic power. Even though Wu Changlai had the mana of a mid-stage nascent soul, most of his mana was consumed when he used almost all of his strength. However, he could only move the demon gathering basin a little bit at a time. Could it be that this basin has absorbed a lot of demonic power before? Various demonic powers merged together to form a monster in the basin. Immediately, Wu Chang increased the speed of his magic power. Get out of here! A loud shout. 5 or 6 late Jindan realm cultivators, even though they joined forces, were unable to withstand Zhao Yedian's attack. He slapped her and sent her flying. Then, he continued to rush towards Elder Wu in a hurry. Elder Wu's face was filled with horror, and his heart was shaken. Unexpectedly, he was even more evil than he had imagined. The 5 late Jindan realm cultivators were unable to stop him for even a moment. But the demon gathering basin is about to be taken in. Giving up now is absolutely not an option. He raised his right hand and threw the white spirit beast bag at his waist towards Zhao Yedian who was approaching. Suddenly, a red poisonous snake and a human-faced demon spider flew towards Zhao Yedian. Although the cultivation levels of these 2 poisonous beasts are not high, their poison is extremely difficult to deal with and can be restrained for a while. This short moment is enough for him to put away the demon gathering bowl. Pa! Suddenly, Elder Wu felt a hard object hit his right cheek. Under the severe pain, the person can't help but fly backwards. At the same time, his magical connection with the demon gathering bowl was forcibly cut off. The demon gathering bowl shook a bit, then slowly floated back to its original position. Elder Wu was furious. He glared at Zhao Yedian and said, damn it, no matter who you are, you deserve to die today. The reason why the people from Taishuan sect and the Chu family had always tolerated Zhao Yedian killing people was because of this. They were just afraid of Zhao Baji of Zhaoji Palace and the power of their Zhuji Palace. However, we are now in the midst of a melee in the secret realm. Even if we kill this guy, no one will know. That's right, if you Taishuan people had realized this earlier and joined forces with me to deal with this kid, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Suddenly, the shadow appeared beside Elder Wu at some point, grinning grimly. Zhao Yedian raised the corner of his mouth, not fearing at all. Indeed, times have changed. A late and middle nascent soul realm cultivator has to join forces to deal with a middle stage golden core cultivator. If I were you, I would have died of embarrassment. As he spoke, he glanced at the two of them, his tone filled with deep mockery. No wonder, one of you covered your face and dared not see anyone. The other one hid in the back and stole the house. Chapter 60. You are not qualified yet. Upon hearing this, Shadow and Elder Wu looked at each other and said nothing. Still looking calm, Zhao Yundian was slightly stunned. What on earth did they go through? Was it the same as mine? I have experienced the baptism of national quintessence trolls. I became stronger inside. In other words, I have quit being a keyboard warrior for a long time and can no longer spray as brilliantly as I did in the past. My words are no longer harmful. Well, in this fantasy world where strength is respected, it still depends on strength. I'll help you. Suddenly, a blue light flashed. A woman wearing a blue long dress, with a graceful figure and gentle appearance, appeared in front of Zhao Yundian. It was Yao Lan. She turned around and stood side by side with Zhao Yundian, staring at Shadow and Elder Wu. The well-behaved oval face was filled with seriousness. A layer of fine, crystal-clear beads of sweat faintly appeared on his full forehead. This was the first time she took the initiative to fight a human. The thought of the nauseating smell of blood and the bloody wounds made her feel uncomfortable all over. However, Zhao Yundian had saved her before. We can't just watch him being suppressed by two high-level monks. Yao Lan took a deep breath, bit her lip, and frowned fiercely. She had seen Sister Xining make this fierce expression before every fight, which seemed to intimidate the enemy. Little did she know that this expression was actually kind of cute. Haha, where did this little demon come from? You haven't seen a real battle yet. Elder Wu saw something and immediately started to mock him. This is no joke. If you come forward, you'll pay with blood. Foolish witch, are you sure you want to take the blame for this kid? At the end of his speech, there was a hint of coldness in his tone. Yao Lan, who had never experienced a battle, couldn't help but feel a little scared. But she still looked resolute and mustered up the courage to say, I can do it, I want to help him. Suddenly, a pair of warm and strong hands stopped on her shoulders. It made her feel a little warm in her heart, and most of her tension disappeared instantly. Go, stop cheering for me, this isn't for you, Zhao Yundian said indifferently. Cheerleaders. Yao Lan looked at Zhao Yundian with some confusion. Just watching the game from the sidelines and cheering them on. But I also want to help, you can handle it alone. Suddenly, Zhao Yundian moved his head closer, almost touching Yao Lan's face. Yao Lan panicked and subconsciously took a few steps back, avoiding his gaze. Zhao Yundian stared into Yao Lan's pure eyes and said seriously, my dear. What that old man said just now makes some sense. As he spoke, his eyes flicked to Elder Wu. Now that you're standing on this battlefield, now that you've drawn your gun, you're risking your life and blood. The battlefield isn't just a place to scare people. After saying this, Zhao Yundian glanced down at his body and grabbed it immediately. The red scale fire tassel spear spewed out tons of fire and flew out from the storage bag on his waist, tightly grasped in his hand, but whoosh, puff, a gentle breeze blew by. The bloodline cut through the void and turned into blood raindrops, spilling all over the ground. At some point, Zhao Yundian teleported in front of Elder Wu. The red scale fire tassel spear had already pierced into his abdomen. Blood was splattered wantonly, but you are not qualified to say that to her because you are not qualified. Zhao Yundian looked at Elder Wu coldly, as if he was looking at a dead person. Wu, you are so fast. Elder Wu's face turned pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Zhao Yundian with his round eyes, then took a few steps back. Until now, his body still hasn't reacted, but in my heart, I already understood most of it. Heavenly level body movement, invisible and instantaneous. Moving at such a close distance is like teleportation, and it is impossible to defend against. There is also the heavenly grade magic weapon, the red scale fire tassel spear, which is also a heavenly grade magic weapon on the Xuanian list. In addition, he had just used up most of his magic power to activate the demon gathering bowl, and he was not good at close combat. The wrinkles on Elder Wu's face were filled with despair and unwillingness. But the sour, salty and fishy taste of blood in his mouth and the burning pain in his abdomen forced him to accept this fact. It turns out that there is such a huge gap between me and this little monster. It turns out that Shadow has been unable to deal with this kid and has to join forces with me, not because he is holding back his strength. It turns out that he cares so much about this little witch. Puff, the spear's flames flashed across the head. Elder Wu lost all his thoughts and turned into a headless corpse. Just a breath, an elder of the Taishuan sect in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm was killed so easily. This caused the nearby Taishuan sect disciples to scream in fear. Flee in panic. Even Shadow, who was always calm, frowned slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to rescue Elder Wu just now. It was indeed because Zhao Yundian was too fast. Even if he rolled his eyes, he could only barely lock onto it. There was no time to make a move. Moreover, when he was fighting with Zhao Yundian in close combat just now, they seemed to be evenly matched. But in fact, I have always been slightly behind in speed. At first, I thought that the other party was only in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm and had limited magic power. I want to wear him down through a protracted war. I didn't expect that this kid was covered with pills and spirit stones to replenish his energy, blood and magic power. I have resisted for so long. Instead, it made him feel a little overwhelmed. When I met Elder Wu just now, I simply thought of joining forces with him to deal with Zhao Yundian. After all, Elder Wu is proficient in long-range attacks from poisonous insects and spirit beasts. Combined with his close combat skills, it was more than enough to defeat Zhao Yundian. But the result, come on, Zhao Yundian. At this moment, Yao Lan was like a competent cheerleader. However, she still couldn't bear to look at the corpse on the head, so she turned her head away. Next, help me feed these pills to Lu Shuang. Suddenly, Zhao Yundian's voice sounded in my ears. Then a medicine box flew towards Yao Lan. Yao Lan caught it steadily and looked at Lu Shuang who was dying not far away. I remembered that she was injured just now while saving Zhao Yundian. He ran over without hesitation. He fed the pills in the box to Lu Shuang. Zhao Yundian finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was being entangled by the shadow just now, and now I have found an opportunity. Although these pills cannot completely heal your injuries. But these are top-grade elixirs. I hope this can give you some relief. Hang in there. Lu Shuang, don't forget, you still owe me 3 years' salary. Zhao Yundian shouted rudely towards Lu Shuang. He immediately turned his head and looked at the shadow beside him, and said slowly, now you're the only one left. Haha, what can you prove by killing an old man with very little magic power left? Shadow sneered, there aren't many people who can push me to this point. It's time to end it. As he spoke, Shadow's body began to split apart like a ghost. This time, there are not a dozen, but hundreds. It's like playing a mini-game, split the little man x100. Furthermore, each body radiates extremely strong spiritual pressure, almost like a physical entity. It seems to be stronger than the previous dozen clones. Zhao Yedian raised his lips slightly and said, splitting villain, take it from me. Immediately, he activated the system's plundering function. Zhao Yedian's body count x 100. So, 100 shadows and 100 Zhao Yedian started a fierce team battle. Chapter 61, Sudden Change. Zhao Yedian's real body was looking at 100 of his selves nearby, fighting hard. I felt a sense of comfort in my heart. If I return to the real world, I will still have so many clones. Wouldn't it be possible to do a lot of things, such as having sex? Although the plundering function of this system is very scary when it becomes an enemy. But when they become friends, they are very powerful. However, the system seemed to have noticed his bad intentions. Not long ago, a cooldown was added to the function of actively plundering the opponent's energy. The length of time varies. This is also why Zhao Yedian did not directly plunder the opponent's abilities just now. After all, this shadow is full of cunning tricks. Whether it's shadow bug, white eyes, or shadow binding, they're all very good. But he didn't really care, since he would be going back soon anyway. There is still half an hour left until the next unlimited kill mission. It just so happened that he killed Shadow and then took the demon bull, attracting some hatred. Maybe there's no need to attract hatred anymore. After all, at this time, so many people and monsters were fighting, and he took the initiative to use his face to take their attacks. Just die casually. As for why we have to go through the trouble of killing Shadow. Because he is an idiot. Immediately, Zhao Yedian threw the red scale fire tassel spear in his hand. It condensed into a huge burning fireball in the air. He spread his legs and pointed his palms toward the sky. He mobilized the demonic powers of the ox, tiger, deer, bear, etc. in his body and released them into the gun along his palm. Then inject the spiritual energy of the Qilin armor into the gun. After a while, a small beast with flames all over its body was slowly forming. The temperature nearby suddenly rose. The scorching air waves burned all the people and monsters present. However, at this time, the battle between the crowd and the monsters was already in full swing. There was no time to distract him for a moment, but the shadow on one side could be seen clearly. He felt a strange spiritual pressure from the monster whose whole body was burning. This is the mythical beast, the fire Qilin. A hint of surprise flashed in Shadow's eyes. As a high-level demon-slaying guard, he is naturally familiar with the information of various rare and exotic beasts. Including ancient mythical beasts. It is said that the ancient mythical beasts were pets raised by mortals who came down to Earth. Later, because the immortal left, the pet was left alone in the human world and turned into a divine beast. The spiritual power contained in the mythical beast, when activated, will break the laws of heaven and earth, causing strange phenomena and immeasurable power. This mythical beast, the fire Qilin, was obviously created by Zhao Yedian using the fusion of the spirit and demonic power of a heavenly-grade magic weapon. Although it is only a pseudo-divine beast, the terrifying fire-attributed spiritual energy contained in it has reached the realm of divine transformation. It is definitely not something that he, a late nascent soul cultivator, can contend with. There is only one realm between the spirit transformation realm and the nascent soul realm. But the strength is very different. Thinking about Shadow, who was usually calm, also looked a little flustered. It seems that we have no choice but to retreat first. Shadow looked at the demon gathering bowl with some reluctance. Unexpectedly, this careful plan was disrupted by a kid in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. But fortunately, the task of alienating the human and demon races has been completed. Shadow turned around and looked at the entire Tianqin Mountain stone platform. At this time, the human race and the demon race were fighting fiercely. Almost half of the humans and demons have been seriously injured. Everyone was bloodthirsty and looked like they were filled with deep hatred. You still have time to look elsewhere, go ahead. Fire Kirin. Zhao Yedian's voice came to my ears. The fire unicorn that condensed into a shape dragged a long trail of fire. He went straight through dozens of Shadow's clones and attacked Shadow himself. Shadow's clones were almost all burned to ashes by the flames carried by the fire Kirin. He was about to pounce on the Shadow's body, but Shadow's body melted into a pool of black liquid. Then, the liquid gradually evaporated and disappeared like water. Only Shadow's cold voice remained. I admit that you have some skills. But next time we meet, you will definitely die. You won't have a chance next time. I'd be dead a long time ago. If you're a man, don't run away. Come and have a hard fight with swords. Zhao Yedian yelled. Thump. A black shadow flashed by and emerged from nowhere and fell in front of Zhao Yedian. He hung his head and trembled all over. He seemed a little excited. Oh shit, you don't really want the fencing. However, looking at the shadow, it seemed that it was repelled by something. At this time, Shadow raised his head and looked at the demon gathering bowl in the distance. A hint of panic and excitement appeared in his white pupils. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a strange sound came, gradually growing louder and louder with a lingering sound. It's somewhat similar to the sound of insect wings fluttering. Zhao Yedian felt vaguely familiar. Puff. Suddenly, Zhao Yedian felt a heat in his chest and an itch in his throat, and he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. All the magic power in his body surged. It's like a drunken stomach, churning like a tumbling river. Zhao Yedian covered his chest and fell to the ground, his face pale and his whole body weak. Soul attack. I remember now. This sound was also heard from the top of Tianqin Mountain when we were approaching it. At first, I thought it was some high-level cultivators fighting on the top of Tianqin Mountain. But now that I think about it, this soul attack is too terrifying, both in terms of power and the range of its impact. Zhao Yedian raised his head with difficulty and looked around. I was stunned. Almost all the people and monsters were shocked the moment the sound appeared. His body was swaying from side to side and he was spitting blood. It's like a group of people getting drunk and vomiting together. However, in the former case, some people vomit white food, while others vomit yellow bile. The latter vomited blood. Human blood is almost always red. The blood vomited by the demons was colorful. What is even more shocking is not just that. Many level 6 demons and late Jindan cultivators who were injured in the previous fights had their bodies explode. The kind that explodes on the spot. It was just like the special effects in the movies he had seen before, where his body was parasitized by some alien creature and exploded. Intestines, broken flesh, broken arms and limbs were scattered all over the ground. The air was filled with a blood mist mixed with a pungent smell of blood. Obviously, this time the soul attack is more powerful. It can actually directly attack the monk's body. Zhao Yedian then looked at the nine-tailed fox demon, Li Qinghan, Poison Eyes and other powerful Yuanying realm late-stage cultivators. I saw that they were all like me, slumped on the ground, looking weak and spitting blood. It can attack so many humans and demons in an instant. Even my father, Zhao Baji, who is in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, cannot do it. Then it is very likely that it is an old monster in the realm of refining emptiness. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The demon gathering bowl trembled slightly, and a woman's strange and sinister laughter came from inside. The laughter is captivating and soul-stirring. Everyone in the monster vomited blood again. All the people and monsters looked at the monster gathering basin with horror. Only Zhao Yetian relaxed his brows and smiled happily. So strong, it would be worth my trip if I could die at the hands of such a powerful monster. No matter who you are, just hold on for another half hour. Activate the unlimited kill mission, even if it is a female fairy from the upper realm or a female ghost from hell. I am very brave and dare to let you take maternity leave. Chapter 62, 1,000 years ago, the abandoned demon cultivator. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The sinister laughter grew louder and louder. A ball of green flame appeared above the demon gathering bowl. A woman with 4 wings on her back and wearing a green dress walked out of the flames and appeared in the sky. Her wings have black patterns, are thin and transparent, and somewhat resemble the wings of a dragonfly or cicada. Her appearance is almost exactly the same as that of a human woman, or even more beautiful. A pair of big green eyes, a high nose bridge, and 2 soft and plump lips, bright and attractive. Like a Jingju queen from the western regions, she exuded a strange aura all over her body. This aura contains both the magical fluctuations of the human race and the demonic aura of the demon race. The more Zhao Yetian looked at the woman, the more familiar she seemed to him. Isn't this the woman in green dress who was killed at the foot of Tiang'an Mountain? Although the one killed before was a clone, I couldn't see her face clearly. But there was no mistake about the aura she carried. It looks a bit like a demon cultivator, but its aura is even richer and more harmonious than that of a demon cultivator. After all, most demon cultivators, under normal circumstances, have the aura of human magic power fluctuations on their bodies. The demonic energy can only be stimulated when the half-demon transformation is activated. But she seemed to be born with these 2 auras, and they blended perfectly. After 1,000 years, I finally came out of the seal. She half closed her eyes, opened her arms, and looked very comfortable. Like a girl who just woke up, she didn't feel like she was in any danger at all. But her next words made everyone present tremble. I have to thank you guys. The woman in the green dress opened her eyes and glanced down. Then as a thank you, I will let you die without pain. She spoke in a calm tone, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. The next moment, 2 of the 4 wings behind her flapped. Buzz, the familiar vibration sound came again. Bang, bang, this time, even the cultivators in the early and middle stages of the nascent soul realm, as well as some level 5 demons, exploded instantly. There was indeed no pain at all. Because the explosion happened so quickly, there was almost no resistance. You know, a cultivator in the nascent soul stage has a thick protective light shield condensed on his body. The 5th level demon clan transformed into a hard original form. But it still couldn't stop the vibration of her wings. Even the humans and demons who barely survived became even weaker at this time. Almost half of the people were lying on the ground, dying. Like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Zhao Yetian covered his entire body with 10 heaven-grade defensive talismans and tried his best to activate the Qilin armor to protect his body, and only then was he barely safe and sound. He suddenly felt that if he had not been born in Zhaoji Palace, he would be a wealthy young master with so many talismans and magic weapons to protect him. With his dandy and arrogant character, he would not survive more than 500 words in the world of cultivation. Immediately, Zhao Yetian looked at Lu Shuang and Yao Lan not far away. Just now, when he took out a handful of heavenly-grade defensive talismans, he also gave them some. At this time, the 2 leaned on each other and resisted the spiritual attack just now. However, these heavenly-grade talismans are also Zhao Yetian's last possessions. If this woman uses another extremely powerful method, I won't be able to withstand it. There are still more than 20 minutes left, we must hold on. Haha, it seems that after 1,000 years, not all humans and demons are useless. The woman in the green dress looked down at the dozen or so people still alive on the stone platform and laughed sinisterly. Among these more than 10 people and monsters, there are Zhao Yetian and Lu Shuang. Among the human race, they are all top cultivators in the late nascent soul stage, or in the middle nascent soul stage who possess special magic weapons or defensive means. There are only 3 left in the demon clan, Xining, Yao Lan and Xiangyang. In addition, all humans and demons were blown into a pile of mincemeat. Then I wonder how much longer you can hold out. There was a hint of interest in her green eyes. Immediately, the 4 wings behind him moved slightly and were about to flap. All the people and monsters below were terrified. Yuan Shang's attack with a pair of wings just now was enough to make them unable to hold on. Now you can imagine the power of the 2 pairs of wings. Immediately, several cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm controlled their escape lights and fled down the mountain. But before he could run far, his body froze and he rolled down the cliff. Obviously, this woman had set up some kind of restriction outside the stone platform of Tiang'an Mountain. It seems to be used to counter the spiritual power restrictions of this space. That's why she can appear with the strength of the void refinement realm. So the people here can't escape at all. The woman in the green dress smiled faintly and began to flap her 4 wings. Old ancestor, I finally waited for you. An excited and trembling voice came from not far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, the person who spoke was actually Shadow. He tremblingly got up from the ground and took off his mask. A face that was different from that of a human appeared before everyone. Sharp fangs, no nostrils, a round skin hillock on each side behind the nostrils, and short trachea. Some resemble bats, or human vampires. At the same time, a huge demonic energy emanated from his body. Ah, as expected, he is a demon cultivator. Damn it, how despicable. He actually hid among the demon slayer guards for so long. Just now, we misunderstood Zhao Yetian. What he said is true. How could that be true? He even calls that witch, Grandma. Several demon-slaying guards nearby spoke indignantly. Who are you? The woman in the green dress looked at the Shadow with some interest. I am an idiot. Shadow pointed at himself and explained excitedly, his face full of excitement. There was no trace of the calmness he had before. But when he saw the woman in green skirt, it seemed that she couldn't remember it for a moment. He immediately added, more than 1,000 years ago, you took in a group of demon cultivators and asked them to carry out a plan, which you named SB. The plan is to alienate the human race and the demon race and destroy both races. I am the descendant of that group of demon cultivators back then, and I have been carrying out the great SB plan. So even though our clan is spread across the human and demon races and has different names, we all share the same title, SB. Shadow became more and more excited as he spoke. The scene of my childhood more than 100 years ago also emerged in my mind. He was born as a descendant of a demon cultivator and has been ridiculed and isolated by everyone. In the end, he was even hunted down by both the human and demon races. Many members of the tribe died. The rest of them infiltrated the human and demon races, still carrying out that stupid mission. And from childhood to adulthood, the tribe members made them remember one fact. Thousands of years ago, demon cultivators were already hated by both humans and demons. They were also hunted down at one point. Although the world at that time was vast and there were many forces, almost none of them could accommodate them, the demon cultivators. But at this time, a kind woman appeared. She not only taught demon cultivators various top-level human skills, but also taught them how to transform into a half-demon in a complete form. He also helped the demon cultivators to conceal their aura. The demon cultivators who have been abandoned by the whole world can shine and emit heat even if they are given a little bit of gentle light. So, when the woman said that SB plan, all the demon cultivators voluntarily carried out the plan without hesitation. Unfortunately, at that time, not only the human race but also the demon race were too powerful. Moreover, there are many forces rampant among humans and demons, such as Buddhism, Taoism, barbarians, and witchcraft. The demon cultivators live in dark corners and can only gradually infiltrate those forces and wait for opportunities. Later, the gentle woman disappeared. While the demon cultivators were anxiously searching for her, they continued to resolutely carry out their stupid plan. 1,000 years passed. Now the only thing left of the human race is the Juji Palace, and the demon race is also in disarray. They, the demon cultivators, began to make big moves. This time, Shadow will lead the way to the ancient secret realm to steal treasures and provoke conflicts between the human and demon races. Unexpectedly, he found the gentle woman his tribe had been looking for thousands of years. The portrait that has been passed down by the tribe for thousands of years and the unique aura she exudes. There will be no mistake. She is the great benefactor and ancestor who saved the demon cultivator clan. Really? So you're still alive? The woman in the green group said calmly, her expression changing slightly. Then do you know the true meaning of SB? Chapter 63. I want to talk about my last words. Of course I know. Shadow thought that the ancestor was testing him and answered hurriedly. The S in SB refers to the human race, because the human race is cunning and changeable, just like the S symbol, twisted into form. B refers to the demon race. Most demons are stupid and only use the brute force of their bodies and fists. Therefore, the symbol B looks like two fists punching out. And the dot between the two symbols represents isolation and separation. So what this SB means is to separate the human race and the demon race, that is, to alienate the two races and let them be destroyed. That's why we've always been proud of SB. We leave this symbol next to the bodies of the humans and demons we kill. Puff, haha, Zhao Yuntian couldn't help laughing at the side. He has not received any professional training, but he can laugh out loud no matter how unfunny the thing is. What a refreshing idea. If you were to explain SB like this in the real world, getting a beating would be the least of your worries. I'll definitely send you to a mental hospital. However, Zhao Yuntian suddenly discovered that he seemed to be the only one laughing. It seems like I am the one with the mental illness. The clown is actually me. Zhao Yuntian's laughter also attracted the attention of the woman in green skirt. This made Zhao Yuntian immediately cover his mouth and stop laughing. The movements are so skillful that it makes people feel distressed. Could this be the after effect of being a lackey for too long? I remember that when I was beside Queen Chen Shui Luohan, I was also like a lackey. Even after so much time has passed and he's been so arrogant for so long, he still can't forget his lackey instincts. Could it be that I am set up as a lackey and a follower? Does that mean that once you meet an extremely powerful empress or queen, you will automatically obey? No, I am a villain. When I get out, I will be a trillionaire. How can I be a timid little puppy? Fortunately, there's only a dozen minutes left. Wait for the unlimited kill mission to activate. I laugh however I want. It can also stain your face with liquid. Fortunately, at this time, the woman in green skirt just glanced at Zhao Yuntian and continued to look at the shadow. There seemed to be some trance and pain in her eyes. She rubbed her head and said angrily, wrong, all wrong. Shadow was horrified and looked surprised. He hurriedly bowed and said in a hurried tone, I know I was wrong. I hope that the ancestor will make it clear what I mean. I will definitely reflect on my stupidity and carry forward my stupidity in the future. Puff, Zhao Yuntian covered his mouth and tried his best to suppress his laughter. At the same time, I am also curious about what this means. It can make demon cultivators stupid for 1,000 years. However, Shadow's misinterpretation of the symbol apparently touched a nerve in the woman in the green dress. Her previously calm face began to twitch and twist slightly. And at a speed visible to the naked eye, it became dark and full of hostility. Like the dark sky before a storm. Whoosh! Suddenly, she raised her right hand and shot a green beam of light from her fingertips, instantly piercing through Shadow's eyebrows. Green liquid slowly flowed down from his brow, streaking across his wide-open pupils and astonished bat face. Bang! Then he fell on his back, convulsing and dying. He just couldn't figure it out. He and his tribesmen had been searching for the ancestor for thousands of years, but before they could even say a few words, he died in her hands. But then, the astonishment and confusion on his face gradually disappeared, revealing a happy smile. The ancestor saved the lineage of demon cultivators thousands of years ago. Now, not only can he meet the ancestor, but he can also die at her hands with his own hands. He should feel honored and happy. Because the lives of all the demon cultivators were given by her. And it lasted for thousands of years. During these 1,000 years, they, the demon cultivators, still failed to complete the great SB plan. Even now, if she wanted to take the lives of all the demon cultivators, she believed that her tribesmen would do the same and obey. The birth of the ancestor will definitely make it smoother and complete that stupid plan that has been delayed for 1,000 years. Thinking of this, he slowly and peacefully closed his eyes and stopped breathing. The humans and demons nearby became even more nervous. Shadow, a peak late nascent soul realm cultivator, one of the 6 elite demon slayer guards. He was killed easily. However, in comparison, Shadow's identity and the identity of this unknown old woman are more confusing and fearful. From the conversation between the two just now, everyone roughly understood that there was actually a secret driving force behind the 1,000-year-old feud between the human race and the demon race. They have infiltrated into the human and demon races. And there are also some means to conceal the breath so that it will not be easily detected. And the instigator is the woman in front of him. Zhao Yuntian also had many doubts in his mind. For example, thousands of years ago, various forces developed, but why did the human race and the demon race inexplicably form a 1,000-year feud from that time? Why do the materials for magic weapons, spirit weapons, magic weapons, elixirs, etc. refined by humans all come from the demon race? And before that, at the Longmen Inn, where did the bull demon cultivator and the tiger demon clan learn how to use human souls and flesh to refine elixirs? It turns out that all of this was secretly instigated by someone. There, SB. And the woman in front of me, this SB leader. I had promised Lu Shuang that I would capture the leader of SB and help her get revenge, and I have already done half of it. But she is too strong right now. The remaining half can only be solved by his money power after his death and return to reality. Go directly to the author of the book, pay him money and teach him how to rewrite the plot. When others skip levels, they only skip 1 or 2 small realms. It's okay that I'm only at the golden core stage now, but the protagonist Yizan is only at the foundation establishment stage. You created an ancestor who is in the realm of refining emptiness. What kind of crap is this? Who can withstand it? And this SB symbol is the biggest complaint. However, just now I saw the woman's reaction and expression. This symbol seems to have a deeper meaning and is not as superficial as I thought. Could it be that it has the same explanation as my nickname, and is similar to Shuai Bai? Indeed, the woman was extremely beautiful and had a pair of wings. In the real world, she should be called Angel Sister. But in this book, she is a dragonfly demon. It is rare to see an insect-like demon that is so beautiful. After all, most insects in reality look inexplicably creepy. Suddenly, Zhao Yedian keenly discovered that the woman in green skirt had just released a green light and killed a shadow. His originally distorted expression suddenly froze, and a hint of realization appeared on his face. It was as if he had just lost his mind and killed Shadow by mistake, and he looked a little regretful. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. Hypocritical humans, stupid demons. Suddenly, the woman in the green dress screamed madly. I've changed my mind, I'll let you die in pain. The woman in the green dress showed a cruel smile. Suddenly, a layer of strange green fire burned all over his body. A surge of spiritual pressure rushed straight into the sky. It made all the people and monsters present breathless. At the same time, the entire sky seemed to be on fire, with burning green fire clouds emerging. Obviously, she was about to use some large-scale AoE high-damage skill. What the hell, it was you who killed your men by mistake, but you blame us. This is a good way to pass the blame, Zhao Yedian complained in his heart. But there are still more than 10 minutes left, and this fire cloud move seems extremely powerful. I have no way to save my life, so I have to drag it out. It only took a dozen minutes. Wait, I have a few last words to say, please give me a little time. Zhao Yedian stepped forward and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. I believe that as a great senior who lived thousands of years ago and possessed both strength and beauty, you wouldn't care about these 100 million seconds. Chapter 64 Choose one from 3, who do you choose to live? You're quite good at talking. The green-dressed woman's expression remained impassive, but her eyebrows raised slightly unconsciously. Are you the guy who just fought against all the demons in the crowd single-handedly? Zhao Yedian had been paying attention to her expression and naturally observed her subtle mannerisms. It's just like a real goddess being praised, feeling happy in her heart, but having to maintain her aloof personality. It is true that women dress up to please themselves and love to hear sweet words. Zhao Yedian immediately seemed to have opened the door to a new world and continued to praise, compared to the beautiful senior, I can't even compare to your little fingernail. Moreover, I also realized that I had made a big mistake. The woman in the green dress looked at Zhao Yedian with interest. Zhao Yedian sighed softly, in the past, I always thought that time was the biggest killer of a woman's appearance. Even if a woman is very beautiful, time will carve wrinkles on her face. But today, I saw what my senior sister looked like. I realized I was wrong, so wrong, so wrong, I'm so ashamed. It turns out that in the face of absolute beauty, time becomes a brilliant color, depicting women in a more vibrant and beautiful manner, dazzling and stunning the world. Zhao Yedian took a deep breath and exclaimed in an even more excited tone, and now, senior sister is such a beautiful woman. As soon as these words were spoken, the tension that had originally surrounded the surroundings began to ease a lot. The nine-tailed fox demon Xening was stunned at first, then a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth. You slick-tongued, cowardly kid, the human race is really hypocritical. Yaolan frowned slightly, muttering to herself, with a hint of bitterness on her lips, Zhao Yedian never said that to me. Not long ago, Lu Shuang took the top-grade elixir given by Zhao Yedian. At this time, the body has recovered a lot of qi, blood and magic power. She half leaned over, squinting at Zhao Yedian not far away, her pale lips curled slightly, he still likes to lie so much. Chuckle, the woman in the green dress giggled. She was laughing so hard that her body was shaking and her face was full of joy. There was no trace of the serious expression from before. Laugh, laugh, laugh a little longer and time will pass. Zhao Yedian immediately increased the intensity of his licking. Senior sister, even your smile is so charming. Please allow me to recite a few lines of poetry to ease the pain in my heart. She has a charming smile and longing eyes. One smile brings out all the charms, and all the beauties in the palace pale in comparison. The clouds resemble clothes and the flowers resemble beauty, the spring breeze blows over the threshold and the dew is gorgeous. He recited a series of quatrains, which amazed everyone. Even Li Qinghan from Taishuan sect, his attendant Dian, and the demon-slaying guards were amazed. And an educated and uncultured dandy not only understands poetry, but can also recite such meaningful verses. Even if there were many writers in Xingzhou today, it would be impossible for anyone to create such a masterpiece in an instant. He is simply a rising star in the poetry world, but when I think that such beautiful poems are used to please a monster, I just feel it is a pity. Among the demons, Xening Han raised his brows, his face showing surprise, anger and disdain. Yaolan covered her ears and kept shaking her head. She didn't want to listen to Zhao Yedian praising other women with such beautiful verses. But the next moment, he couldn't help but eavesdrop on a few words. He felt his heart fluttering and pounding. Although Lu Shuang was weak, the veins on his forehead bulged slightly, and his fists clenched unconsciously, enough is enough. However, he soon realized that Zhao Yedian must have a purpose for doing this. Thinking back to the past, his ideas were always unconventional, but they always worked wonders. Could it be that he is stalling for time? But what is the purpose of delaying? This place is in an ancient secret realm, and high-level cultivators were killed by her at will, but there is no reinforcement. Lu Shuang fell into deep thought. Chuckle. The laughter of the woman in the green dress came one after another. Zhao Yedian laughed along while keeping an eye on the time. There are exactly 10 minutes left. When the time comes, they immediately turn against each other. Let her experience what reality is. What does it mean to give a candy and then slap someone in the face? You're stalling for time. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. The woman in the green dress returned to her cold voice. Zhao Yedian was shocked and felt that he had been a little careless. This is an old monster from thousands of years ago. How could he be fooled by these flattery? However, it did delay it for a few minutes. Zhao Yedian immediately laughed and said, delaying time. Haha, this is an ancient secret realm. What's my purpose in delaying time? As he spoke, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. There's no such thing as delaying time. I just want to tell a few truths before I die. Okay, the woman in the green dress sneered, but from now on, every time you say a word, I will kill someone on the spot. Maybe what you said won't be nonsense then. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. They all stared at Zhao Yedian with nervous expressions. Zhao Yedian opened his lips, closed them, and opened them again, but no sound came out. Deliberately pretending to be very conflicted. It's not that he is a saint, as greedy as the protagonist, who wants to save everyone and all the people in the world. But now, every second you can delay is a second. I'll hesitate for 3 minutes, then say something and think for a few more minutes. Time will pass. The woman in the green dress looked at Zhao Yedian with interest and continued, you are only in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, yet you were able to kill my clone and even drive away a shadow from the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Have some strength, then I'll give you another chance to live. Let's play a game. Suddenly, he pointed at Lu Shuang and Yaolan and said quietly, these two women, I just saw that they both have a good relationship with you. Choose one. Choose one to live, choose one to die. Or, you can choose for yourself to live, and for them both to die. Choose one of three. Don't worry, I won't deceive a junior. The person you choose to live, I will not only not kill, but I will also personally escort him out of the ancient secret realm. Oh shit, this bastard author wrote such ridiculous plots that he even played with an old monster. This is simply a murderous and fatal question. No, there are still 8 minutes left, we have to drag it out. The woman in the green dress seemed to see through Zhao Yuntian's thoughts and said coldly, I don't know why you're delaying, but my patience is limited. I'll count to 3. If you don't make a choice, you'll die. As she spoke, the woman in the green dress extended a finger. 1. Zhao Yuntian was in a state of confusion. The best choice now is to choose to live on your own. Then delay time and die after 8 minutes. Finally, return to the real world and let the author rewrite the plot. This can also save Lu Shuang and Yao Lan. Yes, this is the best choice, no doubt about it. 2. The woman in the green dress said this and extended another finger. At this time, Lu Shuang and Yao Lan looked at each other. They both got an answer from each other's eyes. Immediately, Lu Shuang shouted in a weak voice, Zhao Yuntian, I'm already dying. Don't worry about me, just remember our agreement. The agreement was to help Lu Shuang find the enemy who wiped out her clan and then avenge her. Obviously, the current leader of the genocide enemies is the woman in the green dress. So Lu Shuang hopes that Zhao Yuntian can survive, become stronger step by step, and fulfill that promise. She believed that Zhao Yuntian had the potential and strength. After saying that, she lay down peacefully with her eyes closed, holding her chest calmly, a relieved smile on her lips. Yao Lan was stunned for a moment, then she mustered up the courage and called out in a gentle voice. Zhao Yuntian, I'm just a demon. The human race and the demon race have been enemies for thousands of years, so. When she said this, Yao Lan felt a pang of sadness, her vision blurred, and tears rolled down her face uncontrollably. She bit her lip, blood flowing into her mouth, and she shouted bitterly with a choked sob, so that's why we were born enemies. I don't need your help. 3. With the last cold digital exit, a ball of green light appeared at the fingertips of the woman in the green dress. Just wait for Zhao Yuntian to speak and make a choice. This ball of green light will instantly kill 2 of Lu Shuang, Yao Lan and Zhao Yuntian. I choose that the living are. Zhao Yuntian spoke in a low voice, lowered his head, and slowly raised his trembling hand, pointing his finger at. Chapter 65 I am a villain, infinitely arrogant. Zhao Yuntian raised his hand and stretched his fingers forward. Finally, the fingertips fell on himself. He, as expected. I originally thought you were a lovesick person, but it turns out you're also a coward. The woman in the green dress sneered, her voice tinged with regret and sadness. Whether it was 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years from now, the human race has always only cared about its own interests. An inferior race like the human race is not worthy of existing in this world. She gave Zhao Yuntian a sarcastic look and waved her hand, saying, come here. I'm going to keep my word and I'll see to it that you survive. Next, I'll let you see with your own eyes how these people die step by step right in front of you. Bang, bang, suddenly, 2 balls of purple flames flew towards the hands of the woman in green dress. In an instant, it defeated the green light ball that was about to be shot out. Purple-eyed demonic fire, you, the woman in the green dress looked at Zhao Yuntian in surprise. The ball of purple flame was exactly what Zhao Yuntian was walking towards. Unexpectedly, it shot out from his eyes. Moreover, it seems to be quite powerful. It seems that he had been planning this for a long time. He just deliberately delayed time, mobilized all his magic power and activated his purple pupils. However, there was something that concerned her more. On the contrary, this kid dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Not only did he dare to deceive himself, he also dared to attack himself directly. You must know that even thousands of years ago, both the human race and the demon race, the moment they saw me, they will just run away in panic. Haha, you're such a brave dog. Do you know your choice? The woman in the green dress rubbed her wrist, her tone filled with cold murderous intent. At the same time, the large green fire cloud above her head began to roll and boil. Choose your sister. Only children make choices. I, Zhao Yuntian, will naturally choose to take them all. I want all 3 to live. A trickle of blood flowed from Zhao Yuntian's right eye. He was still breathing heavily and roared with full confidence. If I really had to choose, I would choose. He pointed his finger at the woman in the green dress and said word by word, I choose your death. Chuckle. The woman in green dress laughed coldly, filled with endless murderous intent. I thought you just wanted to be a hero and save those 2 beauties. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. You're so stupid. Zhao Yuntian took a deep breath and said in a high-pitched voice, I'm not a hero, Guangwu is unparalleled. I am a villain, infinitely arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, he held a red scale fire tassel spear that emitted red flames. Green light flowed all over his body, the horns on his head became thicker, and a powerful demonic power burst out from his body. Immediately afterwards, a layer of dark brown condensed on the surface of his body. The fluctuation of his entire magical power suddenly rose from the middle stage of the golden core realm to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Then, without any hesitation, he rushed towards the woman in the green dress. Oh my god, the half-demon transformation, coupled with the ancient hegemon body, has temporarily forcibly raised my cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Forcing yourself to reach a higher realm without even consolidating your own spirit is too terrifying. Uncle Li Qinghan, I think we should also join forces to attack this demonic woman. But she is in the void refinement realm after all. I'm afraid that even if we charge at her, we may be willing but not strong enough. The 3 survivors from Taishuan sect began to argue anxiously. They all looked at Zhao Yuntian, wanting to take a look at the situation first. But immediately, the situation became clear. Bang, boom. After the earth-shaking sound, the bluestone ground trembled and sank into countless deep pits. Zhao Yuntian's body was knocked down again and again, sinking deep into the ground. But he still flew forward again and again. I'll help you. Yao Lan wiped the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes and said decisively. Although she had said it decisively just now, her body did not hesitate at all at this moment. It transformed into a blue dragon and pounced forward. Lu Shuang gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, and wanted to help. Unfortunately, her body was too weak now. Not only could she not muster any magical power, but even standing up was difficult for her. I can only stand aside and cheer for him silently. A man in a dragon pounced on the woman in green dress with great momentum. But the woman in the green dress just waved her hand lightly. The 2 of them fell down. The gap in strength is huge. After a while, the blood dyed the deep pit on the ground red and exploded into dazzling scarlet sparks. Both of them were already covered with wounds, but their courage and spirit are like a spark. It ignited the hesitation in everyone's hearts and drove away the last trace of fear. Then, the one-eyed man dragged his injured body and led 2 demon-slaying guards to join the battle. Damn it, let's fight. I'm going to die sooner or later anyway, so why wait here to die? Why not just give it a try like Zhao Yuntian did? Yeah, screw that bullshit ancestor, what's so great about that? I'm going to meet this bitch. We humans are not cowards. Don't let your stinky bitch underestimate me. I'm a big man. Disciples of Taishuan sect, listen to my orders. Kill. The disciple of Taishuan sect seemed to have been suppressed for a long time and started cursing, which was uncharacteristic of him. Under the leadership of Li Qinghan, they joined the battle. The nine-tailed fox demon Xining raised her eyebrows, a complex look flashed in her eyes, but her tone remained cold and arrogant. You have some backbone. Let's go. Don't let the human race look down on us demons. As she spoke, she joined the battle with joy. The human race and the demon race, two races that have been enemies for thousands of years, once again joined forces to fight the enemy. The first time was not long ago, when demon guard Zan Yaowei and other demons including Yin Yu worked together to deal with the demon cultivator Shu Wei. Both times, Zhao Yandian took the lead. Ha ha ha, good, very good. I never thought that after 1,000 years, the human race and the demon race would become so stupid. They don't even value their lives. The woman in the green dress said, pointing her palm to the sky, even 1,000 years ago, few people dared to fight me. Die. In an instant, the originally rolling green fire cloud began to roll down burning green flints. Like a brilliant meteor shower. It's just more dense, like a rainstorm. The spiritual pressure contained in each flint and rain, even the smallest one, has reached the realm of spiritual transformation. It has already crushed the cultivation of all humans and demons present. If they fall, they will have no power to resist and will surely die. Zhao Yandian saw the rain of stones falling, but there were still 5 minutes left for the unlimited killing mission. It's too late. Zhao Yandian chuckled and murmured softly, sure enough, no matter how much of a villain you pretend to be, you still can't be cruel. At the same time, a familiar lyric rang in his ears, you are always too soft-hearted, giving away everything. If I had chosen to live just now, perhaps I could have ended everything. However, Zhao Yandian never had any regrets. He looked at the group of humans and monsters fighting side by side and laughed. Amidst the laughter, a shocking sentence was shouted. Born as a hero, even after death, I will be a ghost hero. We are demons, so why should we hesitate to fight? As he spoke, Zhao Yandian took the lead and rushed towards the woman in green skirt, facing the falling green flame stone rain. The human and demon races also rushed forward without hesitation. Rushing towards certain death. Chapter 66 The Demonic Buddha. Ding, 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 a long bell rang out, and everything was silent. Layers of golden ripples appeared in the air. In the sky, the green firestone rain that was originally falling rapidly suddenly stopped and hovered in the air. Immediately afterwards, a golden light containing a terrifying spiritual aura fell from the sky. The green fire clouds were instantly dispersed and the stone rain in the air melted. It's you again, you're not dead yet. Suddenly, the woman in the green dress pointed at the light and screamed and roared. Her originally calm face was now filled with a turbulent wave. His tone was filled with deep resentment. Zhao Yandian only felt that his body was being controlled uncontrollably by someone and slowly landed on the bluestone ground. He also saw Yao Lan, Duyan, Xining, Li Qinghan and a group of people who had just rushed up with him nearby. They seemed to have lost control of their bodies and were slowly sent to the ground. This feeling of being the master of one's body, yet still feeling pain all over the body. But the feeling of not being able to control my own body is simply unbelievable. This is not an illusion or a dream, because everything is too real. So strong. However, why would such a strong person take action at the last moment? The atmosphere was so tense just now, but in the end he didn't die and was rescued. Isn't this deceiving the readers? This feeling is like a boy making a grand confession to a girl who has no hope of success. Heart-shaped candles, balloons, roses and onlookers were all prepared, and even a love song was sung on a loudspeaker. The atmosphere was set to perfection. As a result, the girl did not agree, but her best friend took the initiative to pursue the boy. Worrying about gains and losses, and being in a dilemma. But the ending is finally good. At this moment, the golden light disappeared. In front of the woman in green skirt, there was a monk standing. He clasped his hands together, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. He had a handsome face, and his bright eyes radiated golden light as he stared directly at the woman in the green dress. The woman in the green dress seemed very frightened and took a few steps back. Being able to frighten a demon at the void refinement realm, could it be that this monk's cultivation is even more incredible? Moreover, Buddhism has been extinct for 1,000 years. Why does this monk appear here? Could it be that he and this woman were sealed here together thousands of years ago? In other words, the monk is the one who seals the demon woman. I remember the Buddhist Sumeru Vajra formation that sealed the demon gathering basin before. As the saying goes, all things are interdependent and mutually exclusive. Seconds, Zhao Yandian analyzed it in his mind with great interest. At this moment, his imprisoned body regained its freedom of movement. The time for unlimited tasks to be activated is coming soon. He was calm and his hands were steady, ready to watch the show. At this moment, the monk suddenly raised one hand and pointed his palm at the woman in green skirt. A large golden, wand-shaped handprint slowly formed. Fu, the monk's voice is as loud as a bell. In an instant, a huge golden palm print burst out with tremendous spiritual pressure and rushed forward. It's been 1,000 years. Why? Why do you still want to seal me? The woman in the green dress roared unwillingly, then flapped the four wings behind her and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, she appeared in the distance. However, before she could steady herself, a golden light followed closely behind her. Then, two figures, one green and one gold, flashed in the air. I exist in this secret space just to seal you away. Green dragonfly, submit. The monk said slowly. The lingering sound is as powerful as a rainbow. Zhao Yandian felt that his voice was like a loudspeaker. Just by relying on this momentum, he feels very awesome. Next time I go on stage, I will also carry a speaker. No, how long are you going to seal me? What gives you the right to seal me? The woman in the green dress shouted hoarsely, becoming more and more unwilling and angry. The monk's voice came faintly, seal it for 10,000 years, and it will never stop until it is destroyed. Chuckle. Suddenly, the woman in the green dress laughed instead of getting angry. Although her laughter was sad, she did not continue to run away, and her figure appeared high in the sky. Do you really think I'm still the same person I was 1,000 years ago? That I'll still obediently allow you to seal me? The fear in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a look of fighting to the death. The monk didn't say anything and just stretched out his right palm. The golden seal with the character, wand, crushed it again. The woman in the green dress snorted coldly and did not run away again. Instead, he formed seals with his hands, slightly opened his lips, and chanted a strange spell. Then she bent her arms forward, stretched her 5 fingers naturally, and faced her palms outwards. A large handprint emitting black air was slowly pushed out. The black handprint faced the large golden, wand, handprint. 2 rays of light, one black and one white, erupted with a huge wave of spiritual pressure. For a while, the two sides were at a stalemate. Finally, the collision melts away. The terrifying power of the explosion instantly collapsed more than half of the Tiankin mountain stone platform. Who is this woman? Who on earth is this woman? How could she know the Buddhist magic seal? Poison Eyes shouted in surprise at the sight. Zhao Yuntian thought of Poison Eye, who also practiced magic, and immediately asked, isn't Buddhism a righteous sect? How could it have magic? Poison Eyes hurriedly explained, a demon-possessed Buddha can not only use demonic Buddhist techniques, but their power is even greater than theirs. A demon-possessed Buddha, so this woman was also a Buddhist nun before. Zhao Yuntian became more and more curious. Poison Eyes shook his head, you don't have to become a Buddhist monk to learn the demonized Buddhist techniques. It could be that he learned it secretly, or perhaps he was instructed by a high-ranking Buddhist monk who had become possessed by demons. He continued, more than 1,000 years ago, the great war between the holy monks of Buddhism and the demonic monks was one of the reasons that led to the demise of Buddhism. As for other reasons, I don't know. Zhao Yuntian was very curious. The identity of this woman named Green Ting in green skirt is becoming more and more confusing. I used to think that she was a demon cultivator, but her cultivation was at a higher level, able to integrate demonic power and human magic power into one. But now it seems that the skills she uses are related to Buddhism. He might be a disciple of a Buddhist monk who was possessed by a demon 1,000 years ago. In this monk, he looks familiar to me. What is his identity? Zhao Yuntian felt that the deeper he dug into the matter, the more confusing it became. But I couldn't help but delve deeper. This is probably the after effect of watching Conan solve cases for 700 or 800 episodes. I was brainwashed by the saying, there's only one truth. At this moment, the monk launched a new round of attacks. This time, a 5-meter-tall golden statue appeared behind him. The Dharma image is surrounded by golden light, and 5 golden lotus petals extend from under the sea, full of spiritual energy. However, at the same time, a phantom image about 5 meters in size appeared behind the woman in green skirt. The same black arrows entangled, and there were 5 black lotus flowers under the seat of the Dharma image, and the demonic energy was overwhelming. The appearance, size and release magical fluctuations of the Dharma image are exactly the same as those of the clone. It's just that the skin is different. One is gold and the other is black. Ah, this is impossible. They are both using the same Yuan Shen Fa Shang technique. Poison Eyes screamed and cried out in surprise. Why are you howling? Can't you be more mature and steady like this young master? Zhao Yuntian slapped his poisonous eyes and said, if you keep making such noise, others will think that we in Jiaoji Palace are ignorant and country bumpkins. Besides, isn't it normal that the techniques are the same? It's just that one is the original version, and the other is a modified version. Poison Eyes was horrified. However, the forms of the Yuan Shen Dharma images cultivated by Buddhists are naturally different for each person. There's only one possibility to achieve something so similar. He took a deep breath and said slowly, then we are related by blood. Chapter 67 I want all the Buddhists to vanish into thin air. Blood relationship, brother and sister, father and daughter, or... Zhao Yuntian looked over with some confusion. I found that the monk had a handsome face and was not very old. The woman in the green dress also looks very young, and the father and daughter don't seem to look alike. However, in the fantasy world, one cannot usually tell a person's specific age from their appearance. In particular, the higher the level of cultivation, the longer the lifespan, and the less likely one is to age. Female cultivators also have some methods of absorbing yang and replenishing yin, or some beauty-enhancing elixirs and secret techniques. Therefore, there are almost no ugly or old women among the high-ranking female monks in this world. This is simply good news for female time travelers. However, there are people like Lu Shuang, Yao Lan, Zining and Qian Shui Luohan who have naturally beautiful looks. But it is rare in the world. This is not like the 4 evil spells in the real world. Especially now, when the beauty filter is turned on, everyone feels like a fairy who has come down to earth and looks down on men. Haha, after 1,000 years, your Vajradharma image is still only a 5-petal golden lotus. Green Dragonfly chuckled, that's it, you still want to seal me. During the 1,000 years I was sealed, I could only stay in the demon gathering basin and could not move freely. But it was a blessing in disguise. I absorbed a lot of demon power and have been cultivating my Yuan-Shen demon statue. The next moment, she clenched her fist and a demonic energy exploded in her body. Suddenly, the Vajra demon statue expanded from its size of 5 meters to 6 meters in an instant. At the same time, the 6th magic lotus petal bloomed under the seat of the Vajra demon statue. 6-leaf demonic form. Rumor has it that once the Dharma form cultivated by Buddhists reaches 6 leaves, it is equivalent to possessing the strength of the fusion realm. Poison Eyes exclaimed. It goes without saying what the late stage of the refining void realm is like. In the entire Xingji continent, Jiuji Palace is almost the only place that has cultivators in the fusion realm. However, even among the elders of Jiuji Palace, there are dozens of them in the realm of refining emptiness. However, there are only 3 or 4 people above the fusion realm. But now, an unknown monster from thousands of years ago has reached the late stage of the void refinement realm, which is really too shocking. Not to mention those powerful figures who were active in various forces thousands of years ago. He often reaches the fusion realm or the Mahayana realm, which is so terrifying. And now in Xingji continent, there's only one person who has reached the Mahayana realm. Empress Chen Shui Luohan. Then who is she? Do you know her identity? Zhao Yuntian asked curiously. Poison Eyes thought for a moment, then shook his head helplessly, having no idea at all. After all, the time is too long ago, and it is difficult to find clues based on appearance and some magic skills. At this moment, Yao Lan, who was standing nearby, had a strange look in her eyes. Could she be the famous biting fairy from 1,000 years ago? Zhao Yuntian quickly leaned over and asked anxiously, how famous is he? Tell me about it so I can have a taste of this great melon. When Yao Lan saw Zhao Yuntian, he almost put his head close to her face. She could feel his hot breath, her face flushed slightly, and she stammered in a low voice, this. What? Zhao Yuntian didn't hear clearly, so he moved his face closer to her, almost kissing her. Yao Lan subconsciously closed her eyes shyly and raised her head slightly. 2 thin red lips, slightly upturned, looked like a ripe little cherry. Ha ha ha, Sister Yao Lan is thinking about love. Suddenly, I heard joyful and teasing laughter. She bit her red lips with her blue teeth, frowned, and turned her head away with a blush. Little lamb, which do you think is more delicious, braised lamb trotters or roasted whole lamb? Zhao Yuntian licked his tongue, looked straight at Xiangyang, and laughed. Xiangyang was stunned, and took a few steps back nervously, hiding behind the 9-tailed fox demon Zining. You are bullying the sheep. Sister Zining, you have to help. She can't be the fairy biting. Zining's attention was not on those people at all. Instead, she looked coldly at the woman in the green dress over there. Just as Zhao Yuntian was looking at Zining with anticipation, wondering what she was going to say next. But she was so cold and arrogant that she was speechless. What a seductive fox indeed. It's like someone seduced someone and then acted irresponsibly, which is really infuriating. It's rumored that fairy biting was one of the 5 demon saints of the renowned Shinran demon race 1,000 years ago. But I don't know why she suddenly disappeared. At this time, Li Qinghan on the side also interrupted. Zhao Yuntian felt that he was just there to grab the spotlight. It seemed like he hadn't said it. At this moment, everyone looked at the 9-tailed fox demon Zining at the same time. After all, her status in the demon clan is not bad, so she should know more information. But Xining just shook her charming body, smiled seductively, and kept silent. This feeling is like saying, please beg me, but I don't even need to say, please me. Marxism-Leninism, so infuriating. I really want to press on her and conquer and train her with my huge pillar. Zhao Yuntian thought while panting. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, a dull sound erupted from the monk and Lu Ting's side. Everyone's attention was drawn back. It's just that the battle scene seemed to be a little beyond everyone's expectations. I originally thought that Green Dragonfly was a 6-leaf golem that could suppress the monk's 5-leaf golden body. The result is just the opposite. Green Dragonfly cooperated with the 6-leaf golem to launch a series of huge punches, palm prints, and light ball attacks formed by various demonic energy. However, the monk's 5-leaf golden Dharma image covered his entire body like a thick shield. The Green Dragonfly's various attacks were like eggs hitting a stone. Not only did it not cause any damage, it also left behind pools of unknown liquid. No, impossible, you are only a 5-leaf Dharmakaya, how could you possibly withstand my... The Green Dragonfly panicked and started attacking with both palms. As a result, it still didn't work. Amitabha, your evil thoughts are too deep, and your heart is not devoted to the Buddha. How can you comprehend the true secret of the Buddha's golden body? The monk gently pushed with his right palm, and a large golden palm print burst out with dazzling golden light and flew towards the golem. Bang! The 6-jong-tall golem was transformed into a ball of demonic energy and dissipated by this palm strike. Puff! At the same time, the Green Dragonfly spat out a mouthful of green blood and fell to the ground. She trembled all over, clutching her chest, and shouted unwillingly, no, impossible, it's not true, you didn't teach me this 1,000 years ago. Back then, you were so carefree and proud, but now you... At this point, a trace of pain flashed in Lu Ting's eyes, and tears rolled down unconsciously. She held her head with both hands, her hair flying and tangling. It was like events from thousands of years ago, entangled in a series of messy pictures in her mind. You said, if the sky crushes me, I'll split it open. If the earth restrains me, I'll crush it. I want all sentient beings to understand my intention, and I want all Buddhas to disappear into thin air. Chapter 68, Buddha and Devil are one, good and evil are just a thought away. Monkey brother, or Jin Golden Cicada, Zhao Yuntian muttered softly and looked at the monk in surprise. I almost thought that this monk was also a senior who traveled through time and space in the book. He was also a madman who once stood at the top, but then I thought, Buddhist concepts are similar. It is also not difficult to guarantee that the people in this world will have similar thoughts as those in other books. Moreover, Zhao Yuntian felt that these words were very domineering. Humans are indeed hypocritical. This monk appears to be practicing Buddhism, but in reality he is a demon-possessed Buddha. Xining said coldly, since ancient times, Buddhism has been about respecting and practicing Buddha. But this monk was full of words that would destroy Buddhism. Not to mention 1,000 years ago, even now, it can only be classified as the magic path. I think what the monk said before was very domineering and straightforward, which is in line with our Zhaoji palace. Poison Eyes praised from the side. Immediately, he turned his head and said to Zhao Yuntian with a smile, young master, what do you think? Poison Eyes, that's a good point. Take note of it, remember to remind me to use it next time I need it. Zhao Yuntian nodded in agreement. Xining glanced at Zhao Yuntian, snorted coldly, and said nothing more. After all, although Zhao Yuntian is a human, he is not hypocritical. On the contrary, he has always been honest, open and straightforward. He is a bit thick-skinned and indeed very arrogant. But compared to those hypocrites, those two-faced people, and those extremely cunning people, they are much better. You haven't forgotten, you really haven't forgotten. Green Ting pointed at the monk and shouted excitedly in a sad voice. Because at this moment, since she said that, the monk froze and stopped attacking. He slowly closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and chanted Buddhist mantras. It seems that only in this way can the disturbed Buddha's heart be calmed down. Green Dragonfly got up from the ground, staggered towards the monk, and said with a sad smile, haha. You talk so nicely, about Buddha and justice. It's just a trick you use to deceive the world. Weren't you Buddhists the same 1,000 years ago, fighting for power and establishing a Buddhist kingdom? What's the difference between you and the demons? If it weren't for this, you wouldn't have chosen to become a demon from a Buddhist monk. As soon as these words were spoken, the monk frowned slightly and his body trembled. A Buddhist holy monk, is he the Buddhist holy monk Shixin? Yaolan let out a cry of surprise. Even Xining, who was usually cold and arrogant, showed a look of surprise. Zhao Yuntian became increasingly unhappy, as if every person and demon around him knew more than he did. The most annoying thing is that everyone likes to only tell half of the story. I have to ask like a fool, it's so bullying. Yaolan seemed to see Zhao Yuntian's anxiety and took the initiative to introduce. Thousands of years ago, the highest level of the Buddhist cultivation system was the holy monk. A holy monk is equivalent to a cultivator in the Mahayana realm. The difference is that you, the Mahayana cultivators of the human race, need to withstand the divine thunder of tribulation before you can ascend to the immortal realm. And the holy monks of Buddhism need to overcome the tribulation of the heart. Once you cross this path, you will ascend to become a true Buddha. According to the ancient records of the demon race, over the past few thousand years, there have been only 5 holy monks in Buddhism. Among them, the monk named Shixin is the only one who was possessed by a demon. Ever since Zhao Yuntian traveled through the book, he has been focusing on how to commit suicide. Only then did I truly understand the vastness of this world. It turns out there is a fairyland. Moreover, the monk in front of him had already achieved the same terrifying cultivation level as Empress Chen Shui Luohan 8,000 years ago. However, at this moment, it seemed that his cultivation level was only at the void refinement realm. Could it be that this is just one of his clones or something? But why did he not become a Buddha but instead became a demon? Zhao Yuntian asked doubtfully. Yaolan was obviously not very clear about this issue. She turned her head and looked at her sister, the nine-tailed fox demon Xining. Unexpectedly, this time Xining did not keep silent like before. She looked at the monk with a complicated expression, and said with her red lips slightly parted, because she fell in love with the demon saint of the demon race, the fairy biting. Bang! Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian and others had not had time to digest this big news. At this moment, the monk Shixin suddenly opened his eyes, with golden light shining in his eyes. He released a powerful radiance from his body, and said in a cold, resounding voice, monster, stop talking nonsense and surrender. Then, he clasped his hands together and recited some obscure Buddhist scriptures. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A huge golden palm print fell from the sky, like a huge fire meteor, pressing down. This golden palm print was 100 feet in size and covered the entire Tianqin mountain. Tianqin began to shake violently. If the green flint shower of the green dragonfly before was a meteor shower, then this golden palm print is a huge meteorite that is powerful enough to destroy the world. Before this, monks used a golden handprint with a swastika. The former was just to seal her, but now, he wanted to destroy her in the entire Tianqin mountain. It doesn't even matter whether other people are implicated. Good man, he really wants to kill. He even used a palm technique that came from the sky. I just don't know, is it the Tathagata palm or the Heart Sutra of Vairocana Tathagata? It seems that the monk is still troubled by what happened 1,000 years ago. His Buddhist heart was once again disturbed. Zhao Yuntian thought with a complicated expression. He looked up at the sky again and at the huge palm print pressing down. There was both expectation and a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He is not afraid of death now, because just a few minutes ago, the unlimited killing mission has been activated. Dying is just the right time to complete the mission and get a bonus. But I didn't expect that I would die at the hands of a monk in the end. And it was the monk who had just saved him, in the hands of a highly respected Buddhist monk. This is so fucking annoying. It would be better to die at the hands of an upright villain or hero. But it's just a thought. After all, they were doomed to die. Although the restrictions set by Green Ting were broken by the monk just now, he was able to escape. But now, almost all the tribes and demon tribes have been seriously injured and have used all possible means. In addition, Tiankin Mountain already has a no-fly zone ban. If you want to escape, you can only run down Tiankin Mountain step by step. But it is estimated that before it can run down the mountain, the huge Buddha's palm will crush Tiankin Mountain together with it. A solemn expression appeared on the faces of all the people and monsters. It's funny that he would have died at the hands of Green Ting just a few minutes ago, but was saved by this monk. Now he has only lived a few more minutes, but will die at the hands of this monk again. The fantasy world of cultivation is so cruel. The life and death of ordinary cultivators are completely in the hands of the strong, who can manipulate them at will. And in this world, there is no absolute justice or villain. Buddha and devil are one and the same, good and evil are just a thought away. Zhao Yuntian sighed softly. He glanced at Lu Shuang beside him. Her face was still pale, and she was half lying on the ground, silently looking up at the sky where a huge palm print was about to fall. A hint of panic and fear appeared in his half-closed eyes. No matter how hard she pretended to be fearless, when she was actually waiting for death to come, no one would not be afraid. Just as Lu Shuang was about to lower her head, she suddenly felt her cold palm being grabbed by a warm big hand. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Yuntian looking at him with a wicked smile. Lu Shuang panicked, struggled a bit, and retracted her hand. But not only did she not retract her hand, but she lost her balance and fell into his arms. A sense of peace and fulfillment rises from the bottom of my heart. But I still wanted to struggle to get up. You forgot, the first rule of the Demon Slayer manual states that if the Demon Slayers encounter danger while on a mission, they must live and die together. Zhao Yuntian smiled and held Lu Shuang's hand tightly. Don't even think about escaping alone. In an instant, Lu Shuang's vision became blurred and his eyes turned red. She was extremely weak now. Not only could she not mobilize any magic power, she couldn't even stand up. Of all people, he is the one least able to escape. And Zhao Yuntian has become so powerful. Instead of running away, he comforted himself. How could I, Lu Shuang, be the kind of person who is afraid of death? You are the one who should be afraid. Lu Shuang quickly wiped away the tears that were about to burst out from the corners of her eyes. She didn't want Zhao Yuntian to see her crying in such a miserable state again. Thinking of the last time when Zhao Yuntian turned into a corpse and cried, he felt confused. She pretended to be calm, with a slight curl of her lips, and said in a relaxed tone, I stole you 3 years' salary. Now that I'm dead I don't have to pay it back. I'm so happy so happy. At the end of her speech, her voice trembled and choked. Then, she buried her head in Zhao Yuntian's arms, tears still flowing unrestrainedly. Chapter 69 Let me tell you a story. Zhao Yuntian, thank you. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from my ear. Turning around, it was Yalan. There was a glint in her pure eyes. The human race and the demon race have been enemies for thousands of years, but where you are, humans and demons can always join forces. Actually, I've always had a wish in my heart. As she spoke, a blush of longing appeared on her fair face. I hope that the human race and the demon race can resolve the 1,000-year hatred, live in harmony, and no longer fight. Even though I may not be able to see it, I still want to thank you. Yalan said this sincerely and took the initiative to hold Zhao Yuntian's hand. This surprised Zhao Yuntian a little. In his impression, she was always gentle and lovely, and often shy and blushing. Unexpectedly, very proactive, Zhao Yuntian held Yalan's hand with his left hand, hugged Lu Shuang with his right hand, looked up at the sky, and saw the big handprint that was already close at hand. He smiled with emotion. Haha. With true confidence, he died a worthy death. This is the true meaning of dying under the peony flowers, and even as a ghost, he will be romantic. Young master, I want one too. Poison Eyes hugged Zhao Yuntian's legs and pleaded, I will also accompany the young master, live and die together. Get lost. Get away from me. If my palms come down on us soon, your muscles will spray all over us. I just want to die peacefully with these two beauties. Zhao Yuntian said this with disgust, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind. After I die, I will definitely find the original author and resurrect these people. Without realizing it, I have so many ties. When I think back to when I first came here, all I remember is the slap in the face from my father. Well then, I, Zhao Yuntian, will go first. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuntian slowly closed his eyes. Bang! A huge golden palm print fell. Rocks rolled down and spiritual pressure surged into the sky. The entire Tiankin Mountain seemed to be pressed down hundreds of feet by the golden palm print. However, it did not fall on Zhao Yuntian and the others of the monster. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The green dragonfly, who had wanted to kill them just now, was now releasing countless demonic energies and desperately resisting the falling golden palm print. Although it might be self-rescue, it also saved Zhao Yuntian and others invisibly. Her expression was no longer as painful as before, and she seemed to be secretly expecting something. Haha. You really remembered it. You remembered that you were possessed by the devil 1,000 years ago. You remember how you taught me magic. Thinking back to how I fell in love with fairy biting. And how many Buddhist monks were killed, and how much blood was stained on my hands. Do you really think that by hiding in this secret place and using the excuse of sealing me away, you can evade and cover up the crimes you committed thousands of years ago? A series of resounding questions. Like thorns, they struck the monk's heart. Suddenly, a murderous look appeared in the monk's eyes. His whole body was flashing with golden light, as if he had lost consciousness, and he was madly injecting magic power into the golden palm print in the air. The entire golden palm print was as powerful as a mountain pressing down on one's head. The next moment, the evil energy released by the green dragonfly was instantly swallowed up by the golden light. Her face was filled with pain, and she shouted her last words at the top of her lungs, is this how you killed my mother 1,000 years ago? Boom, like a thunderbolt, the monk seemed to be suddenly awakened, the murderous look in his eyes faded, revealing a hint of tenderness. Then he waved his hand. The golden palm print that had already fallen from the sky instantly turned into golden light and disappeared. As if it had never appeared, but Tiankin Mountain is left with traces of devastation. Amitabha. The monk clasped his hands together and slowly said, I had indeed made many mistakes before. But all conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew and lightning, they should be viewed in this way. Haha, Green Ting sneered, you Buddhists have made mistakes and become possessed by demons. You can just say it's all a dream, and then turn around and be a monk again. What about my mother? You should kill her, and you should seal me here for 1,000 years. Hypocritical Buddhism, hypocritical human race, my mother shouldn't have liked you, let alone given birth to me. Hypocritical humans, stupid demons. A cruel and resentful smile appeared on Lu Ting's lips. So, I want the human race and the demon race to kill each other and destroy each other. Because the human race and the demon race are simply not worthy of existing in this world. Who do you think you are? How can you decide whether I'm worthy or not? What a noise. Suddenly, a young man's voice came from the other side. Zhao Yuntian slowly walked over, then stared at the monk and said, and you, scumbag. If you love each other, why kill each other? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, and you actually want to kill your daughter. Not only did you kill your daughter, but you also implicated innocent people like us. Is this the compassion you call Buddhism? Lu Ting looked at Zhao Yuntian in surprise, feeling that he seemed like a different person at this moment. Although he was arrogant before, I still felt the fear in his heart. But at this moment, his fear completely disappeared. Doesn't he know that if a mere mid-stage Jindan realm cultivator steps forward, he will be crushed to death like an ant? Who gave him such courage? However, the word, scumbag, in his words just now seems to make sense. The monk still looked calm as he looked at Zhao Yuntian and said slowly, Donor, let me tell you a story. Marx and Lenin, this monk has a really good attitude. He wanted to kill himself just now, but now he is telling stories calmly. Since you are such a good storyteller, why don't you write a novel? Zhao Yuntian was complaining madly in his heart. But his body was honest and he sat down, just like a spectator. Anyway, I still have 10 days to be killed without limit. In the world of books, it's nice to listen to stories. Green Ting on the side knew that he wanted to tell the story of him and his mother, and he regained his composure. She wanted to hear how this hypocritical monk would cover up his shameful deeds that happened 1,000 years ago. Lu Shuang, Yao Lan, Du Yan, Zining, and Li Qinghan also looked like spectators. The monk's voice came slowly. It uncovers a love story between humans and monsters that has been buried for thousands of years and is unknown to the public. Chapter 70 How can I achieve both in this world? I will not let down the Tathagata and I will not let you down. Thousands of years ago, Buddhism flourished. The influence is spread all over the Xingji continent. Buddhist monks preached the Dharma and spread the Dharma. The monk recruited many disciples and cultivated himself to a higher level. Moreover, Buddhism convinces people with reason and is deeply loved by the people. For a time, Buddhism became the largest force in Xingzhou and could be called a Buddhist country. It is even more powerful than the current Junji Palace. At the same time, the power of the demon clan was also developing rapidly. There are already 4 great demon saints, and their cultivation is at the first level demon race, which is equivalent to the Mahayana realm of the human race. However, Buddhism already has 5 holy monks who have reached the Mahayana realm. Although the demon race is naturally powerful and can fight several at once. However, the total number of Buddhist disciples is not only several times that of the demon clan, but the biggest threat is the addition of a holy monk. So the demon tribe came up with a plan and asked the level 2 demon fairy biting to lure a newly advanced holy monk. This holy monk was none other than Shishin. The newly advanced holy monk has an unstable state of mind and is easily invaded by inner demons. In addition, the demon clan also joined forces with high-level magic cultivators, using evil energy to attack the mind, causing the holy monk Shishin to be trapped step by step. Finally, it succeeded. The holy monk Shishin became a demon and not only married Zhu Baiting, but also gave birth to a daughter. He also took the lead in launching a war to destroy Buddhism. Countless Buddhist monks who followed Shixin became possessed by demons. Buddhism suffered heavy losses as a result. The demons took the opportunity to launch an attack. The entire Xingji continent fell into chaos, but not long after, Shishin seemed to regain consciousness overnight. And his strength has reached the peak of the late Mahayana realm. In order to make up for the mistake he had made, he personally killed the possessed Buddhist monk. Fight against the demon race. In the end, not only did the demon clan return empty-handed, but 2 demon saints were also killed. From then on, the demon clan began to decline in order to seize power. Due to the decline of Buddhism, many forces rose up to fight for power and the human race fell into chaos. After years of fighting, only Shishin was left among the Buddhist monks. However, one day decades later, Lu Ting led a large number of demons and unknown demon cultivators to fight back against the human race. In Buddhism, the only holy monk Shixin led the human monks in a decisive battle with the demon clan. Later, a fierce battle broke out between the 2 sides, causing chaos in the void. The human race and the demon race were drawn into the cracks of the secret realm. That is, within the ancient secret realm. In the end, the 2 sides fought a decisive battle in the ancient secret realm. In the end, the human race won. However, Green Dragonfly and several other demons still put up a stubborn resistance by relying on the powerful ancient treasure, Demon Gathering Basin. The human race found it difficult to win for a while and planned to open the cracked space and prepare to leave. The demon race was completely imprisoned in the ancient secret realm. But at this time, Shishin voluntarily stayed in the ancient secret realm and turned into a residual plot attached to the Sumeru Vajra formation. The Green Dragonfly was sealed in the Demon Gathering Basin until today. After listening to the story, everyone seemed to be enjoying it very much. Only Zhao Yuntian felt uncomfortable after hearing this. What about the details? After you became a demon, how did you and the fairy biting fall in love, and how did you give birth to a daughter? Who likes to listen to this rambling story? There are no details and no sense of picture at all. And there are still many doubts. Why would a holy monk in the Mahayana realm be so easily seduced by the demons? Don't monks have the strongest willpower and are free from all 4 elements? Even if there are evil cultivators using shady means, it won't be that easy. Most likely, the fairy biting has some special skills. And where did the fairy biting go later? You're talking nonsense. My mother, fairy biting, truly fell in love with you, even though she disobeyed the orders of the demon tribe and betrayed them. And you, not only did you blame my mother for your own demonic possession. Green Ting sneered, and in the end, you killed my mother with your own hands. As a token of your pathetic determination to return to Buddhism. The monk shook his head, slowly lowering his clasped hands and dropping his previous serious demeanor. He slowly turned around and looked up into the air. At this moment, the sky was gray because of the stirring of spiritual energy just now. At some point, heavy snow began to fall slowly. Monk Shixin looked at the snow with empty eyes. It was as if at this moment, he had turned back into a mortal again. He is no longer the Buddhist monk with the cold and aloof look of always saying, Amitabha. Bai Ting, I failed her. In the end, she volunteered to die so that I could return to Buddhism. The monk slowly turned his head and reached out to take a piece of heavy snow. The snow in his hands did not melt, but looked like a piece of crystal white goose feather. He looked at Goose Feather, and his expression gradually returned to its previous indifference. He slowly opened his mouth and said, in the 3,000 weak waters river, gods and Buddhas sink to the bottom. We are like goose feathers on the weak water, only sinking and never floating, and there is no way back. Bang! Suddenly, a fist hit the monk Shixin's face. Everyone was surprised to find that the punch was not thrown by Lu Ting. But it was Zhao Yedian. A person with the cultivation level of Jindan realm actually punched the face of the holy monk who had once been in the Mahayana realm. This is so bold that it is simply shocking. All the humans and demons were sweating for him. But Zhao Yedian did not give up at all. Bullshit, weak water goose feathers, it's just an excuse for you to deceive yourself. Pretending to be a hipster. Zhao Yedian said excitedly, I only know that you became a demon because of her. She fought against the demon clan for you, even sacrificing her own life. This is a two-way, enviable love. And what were you thinking about later, and even now? You have been retreating and escaping, thinking only of your Buddha. What can your Buddha do for you? Where will he be when Buddhism is destroyed? Where will you be? You just feel guilty towards the Buddha and guilty towards Bai Ting, so you hide in the ancient secret realm, being a coward and feeling sad alone. Zhao Yedian held his breath and expressed his dissatisfaction. Finally, he slowly shook his head and sighed softly, don't you understand that there is no way in this world to achieve both, to not let down the Tathagata and not let down your lover? A bolt from the blue. The monk shuddered and muttered a few words, in this world how can I achieve both, without disappointing the Tathagata and without disappointing you? Suddenly, the heavy snow in his hand fell to the ground and melted into a pool of water. It also melted the hard shell in his heart that was bound by Buddhism. The love that had been buried deep in the heart for a long time was revealed. Haha, I've been practicing Buddhism for thousands of years, but I still haven't seen anything as clearly as you, O little brother. The monk shook his head, smiled bitterly, and a look of guilt flashed in his eyes. He slowly turned his head, looked at his daughter Lu Ting, and opened his mouth, I'm indeed sorry to your mother. Back then, your mother was seriously injured while trying to stop the demon saint of the Heavenly Wolf clan from attacking the human race. She came to me with her dying breath, saying that she would use her death to allow me to return to Buddhism and take good care of you when you were little. As he spoke, tears seemed to flash in his eyes. In order to return to Buddhism, I secretly fostered you in an ordinary family. Then there was turmoil in Buddhism, with various forces fighting each other, and I was unable to take care of you. So in the end, you led the demon race to invade the human race. The only thing I could do was to seal you and me together in the ancient secret realm. Perhaps I am indeed running away. Perhaps only by accompanying you in this way can I alleviate the guilt in my heart. The monk slowly stretched out his hands and said to Lu Ting, my Dharma name is Shixin, but from the beginning to the end, I have never let go of my worries. At the beginning, I abandoned Buddha's heart and then abandoned you. I was wrong. At this time, Lu Ting was already in tears. She had been looking forward to this day for too long. She wanted to hear the man admit his mistake in person. I want to kill that man with my own hands to avenge my mother. However, she never imagined that the man who once spoke Buddhist words all day long could repent so deeply. It's too late now. I'll send you back to meet your mother. Go and confess your sins in person. Suddenly, Lu Ting raised his arm tremblingly, and a ball of green light emerged from his palm and aimed at the monk Shixin. Chapter 71. You ask me what Jiaji Palace is. Monk Shixin closed his eyes and offered no more resistance. For a long time, the ball of light in Green Ting's hand was still flashing, but it was never thrown out. Her eyes were dazed and grief covered her entire face. Hurry up, you hit us pretty fast just now. What's this woman dilly-dallying about? Poisonous Eyes Eater didn't mind the trouble and took the initiative to urge them on. Yalan couldn't bear to watch, so she turned around and said, no matter what, this monk is still her father. She shouldn't kill him. Humph, such a hypocritical and cowardly father, why not kill him and keep him for the reunion? Xining snorted coldly, his Buddhist heart was unstable, he became a demon and killed monks, and later killed his wife to return to Buddhism. Does he treat his demon women as just playthings? If I were her, I would have killed that monk 10,000 times already. Lu Shuang's eyes flickered as she slowly spoke, after all, blood is thicker than water. Perhaps she had a happy time when she was studying magic with her father. She thought of her father, who now only appeared in her dreams, and felt confused. Although Lu Ting is the SB leader who killed her father. But I can also understand what he is thinking. After all, Green Dragonfly has been sealed here for thousands of years. What those SBs out there do may not necessarily reflect her full intentions. Maybe there's another mastermind. SB, doesn't this symbol represent the human race and the demon race? But it represents Xixin and Fairy Baihan, and the dot in the middle represents herself. It turns out that she has always longed to be loved by her parents. Suddenly, Lu Shuang seemed to have figured out something. I also feel more empathy. No matter what their outcome is, I think we should consider our safety. Li Qinghan on the side suddenly sent a message to everyone. This sentence actually woke up a group of onlookers. Just now, they almost died twice at the hands of Green Dragonfly or the Holy Monk. Although everything seems harmonious now, but there is no guarantee that we will not fall into crisis again in a while. After all, in front of an absolutely powerful person, ordinary cultivators don't have many choices. So you must prepare one step ahead. I can't just sit there and wait for death helplessly like I did before. Why don't we go now? Poison Eye suggested through voice transmission. No, those two are both above the void refinement realm and have powerful spiritual awareness. If we rashly escape and alarm them, we will only die faster. Li Qinghan immediately denied it, although his cultivation level may not be the strongest here. But they are Taishuanmen and are better at fighting with wits and strategies. So he immediately thought of a solution and whispered to several people, instead of looking for opportunities to escape, it's better to actively create them. After the fight just now, I noticed that the monster called Green Dragonfly was seriously injured and his breathing was unstable. So, while she's confused, Poison Eyes, the nine-tailed fox demon, and... As he spoke, Li Qinghan glanced over, his attention still on Zhao Yedian who was eating watermelon. Although his strength is only at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. But his actual combat power is enough to defeat many nascent soul cultivators. Immediately, he also sent a voice message to Zhao Yedian, and Zhao Yedian. Let's team up and launch a surprise attack on Green Ting so we can severely injure her. Even if we can't kill her, it will help us escape later. When everyone heard this, they thought this plan was feasible. After all, Lu Ting and Meng Xixin put too much pressure on them. This may be the only way to survive. However, two of them seemed to ignore Li Qinghan. It was Xining and Zhao Yedian. Xining is a demon. Although she is in the same situation now, she will not easily listen to a human telling her what to do. Li Qinghan had thought of this a long time ago, but if Zhao Yedian doesn't agree, Dian will not agree either. This sneak attack plan would fail. Immediately, he prepared to walk up to Zhao Yedian and try to persuade him. After all, this is a matter of life and death. But at this moment, Zhao Yedian also stood up and slowly walked towards Meng Xixin and Lu Ting. Everyone was stunned, don't know what he is going to do. Seeing this, Dian anxiously sent a message to Zhao Yedian, not wanting him to take any more risks alone. But Zhao Yedian was like his phone was turned off and he couldn't receive any messages. He continued to move closer step by step, walked towards Xixin. At this moment, the green dragonfly, who had been hesitant before, seemed to have made up his mind. The hesitation in her eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold look. No matter what, my mother was killed by the man in front of me. If I kill him, I can avenge my mother and also avenge the hatred she has sealed in me for 1,000 years. Green dragonfly, you did nothing wrong. Lu Ting kept reminding herself in her heart over and over again. Then, all 5 of her fingers burned with a ball of green flame. Prepare to launch immediately, but he found out that the boy named Zhao Yundian. I don't know when, he came behind Xixin. Donor, I'm already a sinner, why would you come to save me? Before Lu Ting could say anything, Xixin spoke first. Zhao Yundian was stunned and glanced at the monk. Damn it, I don't have the kindness to save you. I just wanted to share a little bit of your hurt. Just let me die. Just now, Zhao Yundian was thinking about it. Although there is no limit to the killing, there are still 10 days left. But now I am in the ancient secret realm, among these people in front of me. Apart from Green Dragonfly, almost no one would kill himself. But now, Green Ting was seriously injured and his breath was weak. Just now, if Li Qinghan, Dian, Xening and others had joined forces to deal with her, it is estimated that it will be delayed for quite some time. So, avoid any more nightmares. Zhao Yundian planned to get closer when Lu Ting attacked to kill monk Shixin. Share the hurt, even a little bit is enough to kill me without any defense. But unexpectedly, the monk became too sentimental. However, now that it has been discovered, it has also attracted the attention of Green Ting. Zhao Yundian walked out calmly and came to the monk. He said to Lu Ting, since you don't want to kill him, why bother being so coy and hesitant? Who said I wouldn't kill him? Green Dragonfly sneered. If you want to kill me, why don't you do it? Zhao Yundian provoked further. Lu Ting narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhao Yundian. Are you trying to help this monk? How dare you, a mere ant like you, interfere in this matter? Seeing that he had successfully transferred Lu Ting's conflict to himself, Zhao Yundian immediately smiled arrogantly. Times have changed. 1,000 years have passed. Do you know what my Jiaoji palace is like outside? The green dragonfly chuckled coldly. Not to mention that Zhao Yundian was only in the Jindan realm, no one present, whether human or demon, was in the Shenhua realm. Although it is related to the restrictions of the secret realm. However, judging from the strength of those late nascent soul cultivators and the 5th level demons, they are extremely weak. The weakest among them is the human race. Just now, there were more than a dozen Yuanying realm cultivators, but they only had 1 or 2 heavenly grade magic weapons. This is enough to show how weak the human race is in today's world of cultivation. After all, when the human race has the same level of cultivation, they will compete with each other on the power of their magic weapons. Thousands of years ago, even the useless cultivators at the nascent soul stage had 1 or 2 heavenly grade magical weapons. Lu Ting sneered, the human cultivators are so weak, what are you, the Jiaoji palace, for? Zhao Yundian raised his eyebrows, a murderous look flashed in his eyes, and his voice became increasingly high-pitched and arrogant. You ask me what Jiaoji palace is. I'm telling you now, we at Jiaoji palace will take care of things that you demons don't dare to interfere in. We at Jiaoji palace will kill those that you demons don't dare to kill. In a word, we take care of what the demons can do, and they must take even more care of what the demons cannot do. This is our Jiaoji palace, is it clear enough? Chapter 72. It's been 1,000 years, do you still want to escape? As soon as Zhao Yundian said this, all the people and monsters present were slightly stunned. Even monk Shixin, who had originally closed his eyes, opened them slightly. Arrogant, too arrogant, they had never seen such an arrogant person. What's wrong with your young master? He's used to being so arrogant, doesn't he know what's going on now? Li Qinghan questioned Poison Eyes. Poison Eyes glanced at Li Qinghan with disdain and cast a look of respect at Zhao Yundian. You know nothing, how dare you question our young master? This is our young master, this is our Jiaoji palace. Do you think we will be the same as your Taizan sect? Like a mouse hiding in the Xingji continent, Li Qinghan sneered and said nothing more. Because he had already seen the scene of Zhao Yundian's body being separated. Okay, I'll see how you manage it. Green Ting laughed angrily and threw the green flame in his hand directly towards Zhao Yundian. Zhao Yundian was delighted, he didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. He immediately took a step forward. He opened his hands and his fingers could almost feel the warmth of the $1 trillion bonus. Bang! Suddenly, Xixin waved his hand and shook off the ball of flame. Don't do this, benefactor. I will take the responsibility for the mistakes I made. Please step aside. Xixin spoke slowly. Oh shit, I have never seen such a shameless monk. How did he become so narcissistic? How did he realize that I was helping him? Zhao Yundian waved his hands and said unhappily, this is none of your business. I just don't want to see her underestimate our Jiaoji palace. I want to fight her for the reputation of Jiaoji palace. Forgive me for listening to this humble monk, but you are no match for her right now. Your magical power foundation is unstable, but you have the ancient tyrant body and the ability to transform into a half-demon. With time and practice, you will definitely become a great cultivator in the future. Then you'll have a chance if you fight Green Ting again. Zhao Yundian frowned. I listened to your words as if I had heard a speech. In the fantasy novel written by a dog author, I am just a villain, even if I have cultivated myself into an immortal. He only needs a light stroke to wipe out everything about me. How can I return to the real world and obtain 1 trillion incense? Stop talking. This is a private matter between me and your daughter. Don't interfere. Zhao Yundian said impatiently. I have made mistakes before, and my hands are stained with the blood of countless people. So now I will not let anyone die in front of me again. Xixin said firmly. All right then I'll die behind you. Zhao Yundian felt that he couldn't confront this monk head-on. After he and Lu Ting have resolved their feud, I will ask her to die. Zhao Yundian made a gesture of invitation and said, then master, you go first. I'll wait in line. As he said this, he stepped aside. Xixin slowly walked up to Lu Ting and said, 1,000 years ago, your mother asked me for something before she died. Now, before I die, I want to ask you for something too. Don't kill innocent people. Please let those people go. After all, you were able to escape because the human race and the demon race joined forces to break the ban. Do you know what I hate most about you? Green Ting interrupted coldly. You seem to be full of justice, but in fact you are cruel and cold-hearted. Before my mother died, she asked you to do something. Did you agree? Did you do it? After saying this, Xixin said nothing more and slowly closed his eyes again. He knew that he was no longer qualified to ask her to do anything. Because he doesn't deserve it. Okay, since you're so determined to die, I'll grant your wish. This time, Lu Ting did not hesitate any longer. He aimed his hands at Xixin and released a green ball. The ball of light hit the monk exactly. Call. A surprising scene appeared. Xixin's body is like transparent air. The green ball actually went straight through his body. Lu Ting thought he was using some strange tricks, and while calling him hypocritical, he launched a more fierce attack. In an instant, thousands of green light balls flew towards Xixin. The result is still the same. Lu Ting became more and more angry. She was familiar with all of Xixin's skills. She has been studying and researching his skills since she was a child. I just want to defeat him with my own hands when I face him. But now, his technique of making his body almost empty was too weird. So you did it on purpose, deliberately saying those words, deliberately trying to humiliate me with this technique. You are still as weak as you were back then. It seems that my time is running out. Xishin lowered his head, looked at his body, and spoke slowly. What time is that? At this time, Lu Ting also discovered the strangeness of Xishin's body. A golden light emanated from his entire body, and then his legs began to dim. Xishin gave a questioning smile, looked at Lu Ting, and said nothing more. At the same time, his feet began to turn into little points of light and began to dissipate. What's going on? You, Green Dragonfly asked anxiously. The hatred on her face seemed like just a mask, which had already been shattered by anxiety. You're still the same as when we were little. You don't listen to me carefully. Lu Ting was stunned, and suddenly remembered that when he was telling the story just now, she was angry at his hypocrisy. Ignore that last detail. Xishin's body dissipated and turned into a residual thought attached to the Sumeru Vajra formation. No wonder, even after 1,000 years, his strength not only did not get stronger, but instead declined a lot. No wonder there is a force in the space crack of the ancient secret realm that restricts the entry of cultivators above the divine transformation realm. It turned out that all of this was supported by his dissipated body power. Otherwise, this place would have been invaded by other high-level monks long ago. Or it may be squeezed and dissipated by other spatial forces. Then, the shattering of the Sumeru Vajra formation before meant that his remaining thoughts were about to disappear. Suddenly, Lu Ting ran towards Xishin. Xishin waved his hand and said, "Don't come over here. The power of the dissipation of spatial remnants will dissipate if you touch it." However, Green Dragonfly seemed not to hear and still ran over. Xishin, whose entire lower body had turned into starlight, frowning, was about to move. But I heard a heart-wrenching sobbing sound. It's been 1,000 years, do you still want to escape? Xishin's body froze, and he stared blankly at Lu Ting. At this time, Lu Ting frowned and his eyes were slightly red. There was resentment and hatred in her eyes, as well as a glimmer of longing for her father's love. For thousands of years, she has been trying to break the seal all the time. I want to see him and hear him admit his mistakes and repent in person. Finally, kill him to avenge my mother. But when I really met him and heard him talk about his love for his mother. When I heard that he became a demon because of his mother and that his mother sacrificed herself for him. When I heard that his real body had dissipated and turned into a remnant to protect me. It seemed as if all the hatred had dissipated a lot. Even though she was a little angry just now, the green group that launched the attack kept their spiritual pressure to a minimum. Now, mother is gone. The last bit of my father's regret is about to disappear. She would be alone again. You abandoned me for 1,000 years, I won't let you escape again. The green dragonfly flapped its 6 wings, teleported in front of Xishin, and grabbed his hand. Suddenly, her hands were also stained with a layer of fiery gold. Golden light spread throughout the body, like a golden and warm sun. This ray of warm sunshine also dispelled the last bit of hatred in Lu Ting's heart. Immediately afterwards, her legs began to turn into golden light and gradually dissipated. She was like a little girl, holding Xishin's hand tightly, with a curled mouth. Wait a minute, let's go see my mother together. I want to see you kneel down and apologize to her, repent, and admit your mistakes. Okay, let's go see your mother together. A warm smile appeared on Xishin's handsome face. It seemed as if at this moment, he was finally relieved. A beam of golden setting sun shines through the turbid dark clouds and onto the earth. The bodies of Xishin and Lu Ting turned into starlight and merged into the golden sunlight. Chapter 73. A loving father and a filial son. Master, please lead me all the way west. Zhao Yuntian jumped up quickly, trying to catch the last trace of light. But I only caught air. It was as if he was releasing his mind and deliberately sped up his disappearance. There is no Bodhi tree, nor is there a mirror stand. Originally, there is nothing, so where can dust gather? Donor, take care of yourself. The sound of releasing the mind lingers in the air. Zhao Yuntian held his head and cried out in pain. What grapevine? What dust? Why are you running away just because you tricked me into tears? It's been almost a month, and it's always like this. Am I still going to die? Young master, don't worry. With your subordinates here, you will definitely not die. Your subordinates will definitely protect you. Poison Eyes hurried over to show his loyalty. Unexpectedly, he was kicked by Zhao Yuntian. Strange, I seem to feel that Zhao Yuntian has always had thoughts of committing suicide. Yao Lan on the side murmured with some concern, whether it was the first time they met or when he saved me from the 2 human monks. Let yourself kill him, or just stand out and want to be hit by the green dragonfly. Or maybe just now, he was shouting that he wanted to die. This made Yao Lan even more confused and worried. Yao Lan, do you think he really wants to die? Xining looked at Zhao Yuntian and said coldly, he is just too arrogant and wants to be in the spotlight. I thought I could do whatever I wanted just because my strength has greatly improved. Although they are less hypocritical than the average human, they are still too conceited. As she spoke, Xining raised her chin and looked proudly at the demon gathering basin on the side. The ancient treasure, demon gathering basin, has always been her most concerned thing. At the same time, Li Qinghan, with his poisonous eyes, also looked towards the demon gathering basin. The reason why Chu Tianlong and Zhao Baji took so much trouble to search and open the space crack. It is to allow Li Qinghan, Diane and others to seize the ancient treasure, demon gathering bowl, in the ancient secret realm. Although they encountered a strong enemy before, the several parties temporarily joined forces to fight the enemy. But now that the great enemy has been destroyed, the remaining demon gathering bowl has become a subject of contention among several parties. But at this moment, Zhao Yuntian stood up from the ground and swaggered towards the suspended demon gathering bowl. It seems that he is ready to strike first. At this time, Zhao Yuntian had recovered from his previous depression. Moreover, he immediately thought of another way to commit suicide, which was to snatch the demon gathering bowl. With the demon gathering bowl in hand, you don't have to worry about not being able to attract hatred. A white light flashed under his feet, and he used the body movement skill, Invisible instant, to instantly gain the upper hand and arrived in front of the demon gathering basin. Then, he turned around and said to everyone in a domineering tone, I said at the beginning that the demon gathering basin belongs to this young master. No one can take it away, unless. As he spoke, he chuckled and pointed at his body in an arrogant tone, unless you boast over this young master's corpse. Young master is so mighty, Poison Eyes on the side shouted in admiration. Zhao Yuntian felt that his tone was definitely arrogant and his behavior was overbearing. Apart from his own Poison Eyes, Li Qinghan and Xining should fight with him for the treasure. After all, the demon gathering bowl is very important to the demon clan. It is also very important for the scheming Chu Tianlong. Important enough to turn against each other, but the next moment, the result was completely opposite. Li Qinghan and Xining were suddenly stunned and stared blankly at the side. There was surprise on his face, but also a hint of regret. This is totally unreasonable. Is my reputation already that big? Is it big enough to make them give up the ancient treasure? Zhao Yuntian decided to provoke them again. He immediately turned around, ready to put the demon gathering bowl floating above his head directly into his pocket. But immediately, he was also dumbfounded. At this time, the ancient treasure, demon gathering basin, actually turned into starlight and began to dissipate. In the end, only a faint golden afterimage remained. This is impossible, no. Zhao Yuntian leapt up and grabbed the golden afterimage. But still, I only caught air. It seems that after thousands of years, Green Dragonfly has already absorbed all the demonic power and spiritual energy in the demon gathering basin, so that it can condense into shape and reach the level of a fighting void realm. Li Qinghan shook his head, his face full of regret. Just now, the Green Dragonfly disappeared, and the demon gathering basin disappeared with it. It's a pity that such a valuable ancient treasure can't be shared equally by us. I've tolerated you for so long. If you're so hypocritical, why don't you become a cross-dressing anchor? Zhao Yuntian looked at Li Qinghan angrily and challenged him. Unexpectedly, Li Qinghan was not angered at all. Instead, he asked with great interest, what is a cross-dressing anchor? It seems very interesting. It's over. We've lost the fight for the interests of the demon gathering basin. He is the young master of Jiaoji Palace, and he has saved the two monsters Xening and Yaolan. With this identity, it is difficult for them to take action again. Zhao Yuntian took a deep breath and felt that he had some psychological trauma from the fact that he didn't die before. It also made me too nervous and I lost my mind. There are still 10 days left, just go out and walk where there are many people. Someone is going to kill me. Okay, now that the demon gathering basin is gone, let's find a way out. Zhao Yuntian regained his composure and asked Poison Eyes, is there any way to get out? Poison Eyes answered confidently, young master, don't panic. We only need to wait 5 more days, and the formation presided over by the palace master outside will be activated. Once the door to the cracked node is open, we can escape. 5 days. Zhao Yuntian was shocked and asked hurriedly, why does it take 5 days? Is there a faster way? I really don't agree with the mission of having unlimited kills once. This is a fucking waste of 5 days. What a shame. This is all thanks to Palace Master Zhao's thoughtfulness. He waited 10 days until we entered the ancient secret realm before reopening the rift gate. First, it's to give us more time to find the ancient treasure, the demon gathering basin. Secondly, it can also allow the cultivators outside who are in charge of the formation to recover sufficient mana. After all, opening a space rift consumes a lot of energy and blood from the formation master. Third, and most importantly, the palace master has instructed us to find the young master's body. Even if he's dead, we must bring the body back. Otherwise, I won't be able to go back. Dog. Zhao Yuntian interrupted him with a wave of his hand, gritting his teeth and saying, so, I should thank my father for collecting my body. You truly are a loving father and a filial son. Poison Eyes nodded heavily, tears falling. Young master is right. The palace master and the young master are truly a good pair of father and son. This subordinate is so touched. Zhao Yuntian couldn't help it at that time, and rushed towards Dian, ready to vent his anger. Fellow Taoists, what happened here? Hey, Uncle Li. Suddenly, a man and a woman climbed up in a panic at the broken stone platform leading to Tiang'an Mountain. The man was dressed in white and had a handsome appearance. The woman was also very pretty and had a tight figure. It was Yizan and Chu Jiayao. When the two saw Li Qinghan, they walked up to him quickly and asked about the situation. Not long ago, both of them had climbed to the top of Tiang'an Mountain. However, he was blocked by an inexplicable restriction. Immediately afterwards, bursts of loud noises and vibrations were heard from the top of Tiang'an Mountain. Yizan was very anxious, thinking that something big must be happening on the top of Tiang'an Mountain, but he was still blocked by the ban. Finally, the restriction finally dissipated, but then they saw a huge golden palm print falling from the sky, crushing most of the Tiang'an Mountain. The two of them panicked and rolled down in a mess. Only then did we climb to the top of the mountain again. When Li Qinghan saw Yizan and Chu Jiayao, he immediately walked over and briefly explained what had happened. Yizan was shocked before he even finished listening to Li Qinghan's story. It's not about the shocking monk and green ting father and daughter, the ancient love story from 1,000 years ago. Nor was I shocked by the disappearance of the demon gathering bowl. But what shocked Zhao Yuntian was why there was an ancient domineering body. That is the unique physique of their Yizan clan. Could it be that Zhao Yuntian's real identity is also a member of the family? Thinking of this, he looked at Zhao Yuntian. At the same time, Zhao Yuntian also looked over with a smile. Yizan, didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? Now I'll give you a chance. Chapter 74. The Chu family and I are not on the same path. Challenge you. Yizan pondered for a moment, remembering that when he was halfway up the mountain, he did consider Zhao Yuntian as his opponent. He immediately laughed heartily. That's right. However, you are seriously injured now, and your magic power is almost gone. If I challenge you now, wouldn't it be taking advantage of your weakness? Let's wait until you recover your magic power, another day. Are you scared? Zhao Yuntian sneered and interrupted. What, you? Yizan immediately clenched his fists. But the last bit of rationality made him secretly estimate the difference in strength between the two. Zhao Yuntian's magic power is now exhausted, and the fluctuation of his magic power is only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. As for myself, after awakening the ancient hegemony body not long ago, my magic power suddenly increased sharply, and now I have broken through to the late stage of foundation building. And he has plenty of mana. There is no problem in dealing with Zhao Yuntian by myself. Then you will not be polite. As he spoke, Yizan walked towards Zhao Yuntian confidently. Yizan, no, you are no match for him right now. Suddenly, Li Qinghan called him, but Yizan's footsteps did not stop. Without even turning his head, he said, I am no longer the same person I was before. Nonsense. Li Qinghan's figure flashed and blocked Yizan's way. You didn't even see his previous battles. Zhao Yuntian is no longer the Zhao Yuntian he used to be. As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Yuntian and let out a cold breath. You were all deceived. He is not a waste at all. That was just a trick to deceive people. He is a true genius. 10 years ago, Uncle Li told me the same thing. A hint of bitterness flashed in Yizan's eyes, and his tone became even colder. Now I will use my true strength to prove to you who is the real genius. As he spoke, a green light flashed under his feet, and he turned into a phantom, bypassing Li Qinghan and running towards Zhao Yuntian. He used the earth-level movement technique, with instant start picking step. But before he had run a few steps, Li Qinghan appeared with a white figure and stopped him again. Yizan stopped in surprise. His own earth-level body movement technique, with instant start picking step, has been perfected. He has absolute confidence in his speed. Even among his fellow disciples, his senior brothers who were at the Jindan realm were not as good as him in terms of physical skills. But now, he was caught up by Uncle Li in just a moment. Is this the speed of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage? After all, the difference in magic power between realms is still too big. If I were also at the nascent soul stage, my speed would definitely be faster than Uncle Li. Yizan could only comfort himself in this way in his heart. Do you think I'm fast? Li Qingyan seemed to see what Yizan was thinking and asked indifferently. Yi Xuanyi lowered his head and said frankly, Uncle Li's speed is naturally very fast. Okay, then let me tell you, Zhao Yandian's speed just now was 10 times, 100 times faster than mine. Li Qingyan's tone was serious. No, impossible. He is only in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Even if he is very fast, how can it be so exaggerated? Yizan's face was full of disbelief, because he has a heavenly body movement technique, invisible and instantaneous. Just a few words made Yizan's body sway slightly, his center of gravity unstable, and he almost fell to the ground. He naturally knew what the invisible instant meaning was. That is the advanced movement technique unique to their Yi family. After awakening the ancient hegemon body, through practice, one can cultivate the earth-level body movement, with instant start picking step, into the heaven-level body movement, invisible instant intention. So since he was a child, Yizan has been practicing, with instant start picking step. At such a young age, he has already achieved great success in cultivation and recently awakened the ancient tyrant body. Just wait until the day when I can cultivate heavenly level body skills. But no one expected that Zhao Yandian would complete it first. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe he has an ancient tyrant body, nor do I believe he has invisible instantaneous power. Yizan shouted in self-deception, still wanting to rush forward unwillingly. But I found that I had completely lost the fighting spirit. Yizan, you are indeed a genius, but you are too confident. Especially recently, your temperament has been impetuous. Li Qingyan said earnestly, as long as you practice diligently in the future, sooner or later, you will be able to defeat Zhao. At this point, he hesitated subconsciously, but still gritted his teeth and encouraged, you can definitely defeat Zhao Yandian, don't be impulsive now. Zhao Yandian is very strong now. He did not tell Yizan that Zhao Yandian also had the ability to become a half-demon, as well as poisonous smoke, a body of phantom flame, and the ability to fuse with the fire Kirin. This was a huge blow to Yizan. Even if Yizan practices hard now, it will take at least 20 years for him to succeed if he doesn't have the opportunity. Only then can he catch up with Zhao Yandian's current pace. But by that time, how powerful would Zhao Yandian's strength be? Li Qingyan thought worriedly, hey, what are you battling for? I've been waiting until the flowers have all wilted. Zhao Yandian shouted provocatively, young master, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you fight for 100 moves before I attack you. Come on. Provoked by these words, Yizan's originally calm heart began to fluctuate again. Don't be fooled, Zhao Yandian may look arrogant and foolish, but he's actually quite intelligent. Li Qingyan reminded Yizan, he is deliberately provoking you to duel with him so that he can take the opportunity to kill you and weaken the strength of our Taishuan sect. After all, we are now in the ancient secret realm, and the situation is already chaotic. Even if he kills you, Elder Chu won't be able to avenge you after you get out. Don't forget, he is the young master of Shaoji Palace, and he also has a nascent soul realm late-stage poison eye by his side, as well as a level 5 demon woman who is quite related to him. We are no match. At the end, Li Qingyan sighed helplessly. This is also the reason why Zhao Yandian was so arrogant just now and he still didn't take action. After all, the Taishuan sect and the Chu family are now relying on the Shaoji Palace. Is there really such a big gap? Yizan still asked unwillingly, his eyes fixed on Zhao Yandian. At this time, Zhao Yandian used all kinds of strange provocative actions. The kind that raises your blood pressure just by looking at it. I've told you so many times, don't be impetuous, their arrogance won't last much longer. Li Qingyan said in a cold voice. This sentence made Yizan stunned. The bold guess in my mind came to mind again. Sure enough, Chu Tianlong was only temporarily relying on Zhao Zhigong. Sooner or later, the guest will become the host. However, his always upright heart was somewhat disgusted by these opportunistic conspiracies and tricks. Chu Tianlong even used his daughter Chu Jiayao as a bargaining chip in his plan. Yizan would rather rely on his true strength to defeat his opponent. Perhaps, the path that the Chu family and I are taking is not in the same direction. For the first time, a different thought appeared in Yizan's mind. At this time, Zhao Yandian finally couldn't bear it anymore. He had just used all his strength, but still couldn't provoke Yizan. It seems that the man named Li Qingyan is stopping us. Never mind, just attack, and use killing moves to attack, which may force them to take action. Now, we can't waste every minute and every second. Although it's a bit unreasonable, but since ancient times, villains have never cared about reason, they just do what they want. Immediately, Zhao Yandian grabbed the heavenly weapon, red scale fire tassel spear, and rushed towards Yizan and Li Qingyan. Chapter 75, hoping for a miracle to reappear. Suddenly, the ancient secret space shook. The sky was like a piece of glass about to break, cracking into densely packed tiny black grooves. The entire earth shook violently, as if a magnitude 9 earthquake had occurred. In Tianqin Mountain, the earth and rocks collapsed and the rocks rolled down. On the top of Tianqin Mountain, people and monsters were staggering. Oh no, the ancient secret realm is about to collapse. Poison Eyes shouted hurriedly, this should be the ancient secret space. Without the support of monk Shixin's spiritual power, it was squeezed and collapsed by the power of space. Li Qingyan said hurriedly, only Zhao Yandian, his face lit up, asked, the space is broken, does that mean we can get out early? Poison Eyes shook his head repeatedly, after the space is broken, it may not be connected to the original exit. It is even more likely that we will be squeezed and disappeared by the power of space before we even get out. It is estimated that in less than an hour, this space will be completely shattered. Xining's face darkened, we can only escape by opening the void exit before the space is completely shattered. How can we break through? Relying solely on our nascent soul realm mana and the strength of our magic weapons, we can't break through the void and escape. Li Qingyan shook his head and glanced at everyone, unless there is a boundary-breaking talisman. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. The rarity of the boundary-breaking talisman is no less than that of ancient treasures. Not only is it extremely difficult to refine, it also requires various precious materials. Without huge manpower, material and financial resources, it would be impossible. Moreover, it is rumored that the boundary-breaking talisman appeared last time. It was made 300 years ago by a first-class talisman maker in Juji Palace. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Zhao Yandian. Why are you looking at me? Do I, Zhao Yandian, look like someone who owns all kinds of rare treasures? Do I look like someone who squanders them at will? As he spoke, he felt more and more guilty. After all, no one present had more treasures than him. Especially when it comes to squandering elixirs and talismans, it is simply outrageous. But this time, he really didn't. Young master, yes, you have the boundary-breaking talisman. Suddenly, the one-eyed man at the side took out a rectangular golden wooden box from somewhere. As soon as it was opened, a talisman with white mist floated up. The strange golden characters on the talisman paper were crawling slowly on it like ants. In the middle of the talisman, the word, Po, suddenly appeared in black font. So you really have this thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? Zhao Yandian's face turned serious and he asked. Before, at the foot of Tiangan Mountain, Poison Eye and the Green King's clone's illusion said that he had a boundary-breaking talisman. At that time, I thought it was just an illusion, but I didn't expect that the Poison Eye really existed. The Palace Master has instructed that unless it's a life or death emergency, the boundary-breaking talisman is not allowed to be used. Poison Eyes hurriedly explained, after all, this talisman was passed down from Empress Chen Shui Luohan to Jiaoji Palace and was treasured as a precious item. That's enough, you're so petty. Zhao Yuntian snatched the boundary-breaking talisman and asked, how do I use it? We need to find the weakest point in the ancient secret space, and then we will inject all our magic power into the boundary-breaking talisman to break through the space. Poison Eyes explained. Boom, a muffled sound. Cracks appeared at the base of Tiangan Mountain. The entire stone platform at the top of Tiangan Mountain suddenly tilted. The entire Tiangan Mountain was almost about to collapse. Zhao Yuntian carried Lu Shuang on his back and ran down the mountain quickly with everyone else. He continued to ask Poison Eyes, how do we find the weakest point in the ancient secret realm? This, Poison Eye blinked his single eye and seemed to be having trouble speaking. The Palace Master didn't say that. After all, no one has found the ancient secret realm in thousands of years. The only boundary-breaking talisman has never been used. How can I insert it if I only have a key but can't find the hole? I don't know if being squeezed to death by the force of space counts as being killed without limits. I think so. After all, it is unlimited. Zhao Yuntian thought with some uncertainty. But I always feel a little uneasy. If you die by mistake, you won't have the resurrection coins to start over. Zining, who was standing nearby, seemed to recall something and asked Zhao Yuntian, when you came to Tiangan Mountain, did you see Yin Yu from the Tinlong clan? Zhao Yuntian immediately thought of the rebellious underage girl. He nodded immediately and said, I have seen that little sister before. I invited her to join in the fun of hunting down demon cultivators. But after encountering the green dragonfly's clone, the ball of light, I don't know where it fled to. At this point, Zhao Yuntian sighed softly. Some young people nowadays are always online princesses and princes, and they talk a lot, but when they encounter difficulties in real life, they run away, timid and afraid to move forward. Unlike me, the brave Niu is never afraid of difficulties. As he spoke, Zhao Yuntian habitually touched the horns on his head and looked at Yizan behind him. But he found that the horns on his head had been retracted. After all, he had very little magical power or demonic power left at this moment. Yizan gritted his teeth but still endured it. Although he didn't understand what the internet prince meant, Zhao Yuntian's tone clearly showed that he was mocking him for not daring to accept the challenge. The Silver Moon clan is not as useless as you humans. She has some excellent sensing abilities. If we find her, we might be able to find the weak points of the ancient secret realm. Zining said this and glanced at Yizan. Yizan immediately felt that he was being implied again, and his anger value increased by 250. But now the speed at which space is fragmenting seems to be faster than expected. Poison Eyes looked up at the sky nervously and found that the entire sky was dark and shattered. Countless tiny dust particles fell, and it was the force of space that pressed towards the ground. It will probably fall apart in less than half an hour. I don't know if I can find the wolf. As soon as these words were spoken, the people and the monsters all looked solemn. I could only run down the mountain with all my strength for the time being. Outside the ancient secret realm, the desert, Zhao Baji and Chu Tianlong stood on the sand dune, looking up at the sky with serious expressions. Not far away, dozens of formation masters used all their strength to mobilize their magic power and inject it into the air. But the crack in the sky did not appear yet. How is this possible? How could the ancient secret realm move in just 5 or 6 days? Zhao Baji's face was as gloomy as water and her tone was worried. Chu Tianlong thought for a moment and said with a complicated expression, there are 2 possibilities in this situation. First, the ancient secret realm is naturally moving and has deviated from its current location. As long as we spend some time, we can find it. After all, such a large space cannot move very far. Secondly, there's damage and collapse in the ancient secret space, so the spatial position is chaotic. Perhaps the ancient secret realm is no longer in the desert. It may not even be within Xingzhou. Zhao Baji's tone grew increasingly gloomy. The formation master has been searching for half a day and still hasn't found the ancient secret realm node. Does this mean this is the second possibility? This isn't the worst. If the ancient secret realm is completely shattered, everyone inside will surely die. Chu Tianlong sighed lightly and said nothing more. Zhao Baji opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. She just looked up at the cloudy sky with a worried look on her face. Even if they were cultivators in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, they were powerless in the face of the shattering of the void of space. We can only hope in our hearts that a miracle will happen again. Chapter 76. Since ancient times, love has always left only regrets. Ancient city. Somewhere in a desert. Boom. A loud thunder exploded, and a light blue crack appeared in the sky. More than a dozen figures fell out of the cracks and landed on the sand. Zhao Yuntian lay on his back, looking at the blue sky, with a look of joy on his face for surviving the disaster. So thrilling. If I had come out a moment later, the ancient secret realm would have shattered and turned into ashes completely. Not long ago, they finally found Yin Yu and other monsters with the help of Zining. In addition, Yin Yu was accompanied by familiar acquaintances and monsters Peng Ji, Zhu Xiao, and the intermediate monster killing guard Lao Huang. After 1 man and 3 demons joined forces to deal with Green Ting's clone, they also rushed to Tiangan Mountain. As a result, he was unlucky and encountered several other green dragonfly clones. After a hard fight, he was finally defeated and fled in panic. Finally, after the real body of the green dragonfly disappeared, they rushed to Tiangan Mountain again. Fortunately, Yin Yu's perception talent is really powerful. With her perception, she immediately found the weak point in the ancient secret space. Finally, they used their magic power together to cast a spell on the boundary-breaking talisman, and they managed to escape. Hey, it came out faster than expected. There are 9 days left in the 10-day unlimited kill mission. If I don't complete the task this time, I will eat shit. Zhao Yuntian thought about it and turned over to get ready. Suddenly, I felt my hand touch something soft and firm. At the same time, a delicate shout was heard. Turning his head, he saw that his hand had accidentally touched Lu Shuang's chest. She was completely powerless at this moment and could only stare at herself with a red face and use her weak hands to pry her hands away. Zhao Yuntian immediately withdrew his hand, and to ease the awkwardness, he said, Brother Lu, your chest muscles are really big. I really envy your figure. I want to exercise more too. As he said this, he patted his chest nonchalantly. Lu Shuang's face became more and more red with embarrassment, and she wanted to say something but couldn't. Because at this time, Lao Huang, an intermediate demon-slaying guard, was also smiling and saying that to be a demon-slaying guard, one must exercise more. He also praised himself as the best junior demon-slaying guard of this session. If I reveal my identity as a woman, I would probably be guilty of deceiving the emperor. Moreover, it is estimated that Zhao Yuntian knew from the beginning that she was a woman. Damn it, I was deceived by him for so long. He is indeed a greedy and lustful man. Although Lu Shuang thought so, he did not feel the slightest bit of disgust in his heart. Instead, he looked at Zhao Yetian with a bright smile and suggested, Brother Zhao, if you really want to train your chest muscles, I have a secret technique. Oh, Brother Lu's private skills, feel free to teach me, I can practice. Zhao Yetian smiled evilly and became more interested. Lu Shuang smiled and said, if you want to practice this skill, you must first castrate yourself. Ah, Zhao Yetian was startled and stepped back repeatedly. What vicious martial art? Could it be that Brother Lu, you have practiced? As he said this, he deliberately looked at Lu Shuang's lower body. The demon-slaying guards Lao Huang and Dian also looked over in confusion. Lu Shuang hurriedly closed her slender legs, her face flushed red as she shouted, you don't talk nonsense, it's vulgar. Hey, he is both bad at cooking and loves to play. This level is obviously not high, I can fight 10 of you. Zhao Yetian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Lu Shuang's energy and blood had recovered a lot now, and he could even argue with him with a red face. Immediately, he looked up into the distance. At this time, Yi Zan, Li Qinghan, Zhu Jiayao and others were walking towards this side. The demons Zining, Yao Lan, Yin Yu, Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao who were scattered on the other side also walked over here. Most of them showed the joy of surviving the disaster on their faces. Even though, I didn't get any treasures when I entered the ancient secret realm this time. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for the boundary-breaking talisman. We at Taishuan Sect owe you a favor and will definitely repay you in the future. Then we'll take our leave. We should still be in the ancient city, and Elder Chu should still be in the desert. Let's meet up there. Li Qinghan clasped his fist towards Zhao Yetian and expressed his gratitude. Then he slowly turned around and walked in one direction. Although it was words of gratitude, Zhao Yetian felt that this person was becoming more and more hypocritical. In return in the future, I'm afraid that in the near future, you will repay kindness with enmity. Zhao Yetian, I admit that I am no match for you now, but in half a year. Yi Zan gritted his teeth and said resolutely, in just half a year, I will come to challenge you again, and I will definitely not back down. That's quite conservative, it will take another half a year. For ordinary people, the afternoon challenge will take at most a month. It seems that after going through so many things, he finally realized the power of the cheat. But he is indeed a resolute and invincible man, and he looks like a protagonist. At least it's much better than those who are scheming and plotting. But half a year later, you can only come to my grave to find me. Even if your cultivation level has greatly improved by then, you will still have to live in the shadow of being defeated by me. There's no chance of defeating me anymore. It's a sad thing to think about. Oh, how lonely it is to be invincible. I'm always available, but I still want to remind you that now is your best chance. Zhao Yetian tried to suggest, but he clenched his fists, shook his head, and followed Li Qinghan's receding footsteps. At this time, Chu Jiayao stood in front of Zhao Yetian in a daze. She bit her red lips, her eyes were as red as a rabbit, and crystal tear marks were faintly visible. Zhao Yetian knew that she had listened to Li Qinghan telling the story of the monk Shixin, Bai Ting, and Lu Ting. I was so moved that I kept crying silently, and the tears never stopped. If you live in modern times, you will definitely be a love-brained girl who is driven to tears by Korean dramas. Yuntian, I know you look down on me now, but I... As she spoke, her voice choked with sobs and tears welled up in her red eyes. And looked at Lu Shuang on the side, and Yao Lan in the distance. One of them is the Green Lotus Chaos Holy Body, and the other is a level 5 demon. They had all stood up before and fought alongside Zhao Yuntian. In contrast, I am just a weak person in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment realm, and I can only hide behind others and be protected by others. Why are you crying? Are you crying just because I look down on you? Zhao Yuntian frowned slightly, then wouldn't the tears of all the women crying for me be able to gather into a yellow river? However, Chu Jiayao, am not as weak as you think. I will definitely become stronger and keep up with you. She wiped away the tears from her eyes, and her determination was evident. When the time comes, I will rush over. As she spoke, she turned around and ran towards Li Qinghan. Her back was delicate, but she left rows of footprints of determination on the sand. Alas, since ancient times, love has always brought endless regrets, and good dreams are the easiest to wake up from. Zhao Yuntian sighed softly. The poem is good, but you are a sentimental dandy. Lu Shuang laughed and teased, however, I think the 2 words you said before are very suitable for you. What's that word? You remember it so clearly. It seems you've been paying attention to me too. Zhao Yuntian looked at Lu Shuang with a smile. She only saw her lips move slightly, and said 2 words with interest, scumbag. What a great learning ability, but it's not right to use it on me. The essence of a scumbag is that he does not take the initiative, does not refuse, and does not take responsibility. But I have rejected Chu Jiayao many times. He even broke off the engagement in public. This is not because Chu Jiayao is not good, but Zhao Yuntian felt that as soon as he entered this book. I just knew that the heroine of this book was Chu Jiayao. The male lead is Yi Zan. If I get involved with Chu Jiayao, I always feel like a minotaur. I just want to be a brave bull, not a minotaur. But I didn't expect Chu Jiayao to be so stubborn. Oh, my damn charm. Chapter 77. Do you want the demon bull? At this time, several demons also slowly walked over. It seemed that he was deliberately avoiding Li Qinghan and his group. After all, they are the demon race and there is a gap between them and the human race. However, when facing Zhao Yuntian, several demon tribes seemed much more active. Zhao Yuntian also walked up to greet him enthusiastically. Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao were the first to run over and greeted them like good friends. I was saying, Brother Zhao Yuntian has great magical powers, but I didn't expect. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian waved his hand to stop them and asked, what did you call me? Zhao Yuntian, I heard this name from Sister Yao Lan. It seems that this name is more majestic. Peng Ji was explaining, but Zhao Yuntian waved his hand again, interrupting him. Zhu Xiao on the side immediately reacted and said hurriedly, I think it's better to call him Zhao Shuaibi. This name sounds more powerful. Zhao Yuntian chuckled, patted Zhu Xiao on the shoulder, and nodded with satisfaction. Zhu Xiao is indeed educated. He really has learned it. Remember it. At this point, his tone became serious. No matter what my name is in the future, in front of you 2 brothers, just call me Shuaibi. There's no need to be so formal. After all, the relationship between us is actually incomparable to you common people. When Peng Ji heard this, his face was filled with emotion. Shuaibai is so powerful, and he is willing to be a brother to us. Don't worry, you will be our Shuaibai from now on, and you can come to our demon tribe to play anytime. That's right, I can't guarantee anything else, but the demon race also has places similar to human brothels. They recite poems there, and it must be a happy place. If you pay with handsome coins, I will definitely take you there to have some fun. Zhu Xiao said excitedly on the side. Happy, there are also courtesans there. Zhao Yuntian's heart moved, and he asked with narrowed eyes. They must all be extremely graceful, surpassing human women, enough to make Shuaibi very. Peng Ji didn't say anything else, but just chuckled. Zhao Yuntian, who was standing aside, looked as if he understood, and laughed along with the 2 monsters. All the artistic conception is in the laughter. Ahem, Sister Yalan will let you two go through. She's leaving. Shi Yangyang suddenly jumped out and said to Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao. After saying goodbye to Zhao Yuntian, the two monsters walked away quickly. Yes, these two monsters are quite interesting. It seems that there are such simple monsters among the demon tribe. If you have the chance, you can go to the demon tribe's brothel and try it. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuntian laughed again, but I was wondering when I became an LSP. Could it be that the character of Zhao Yuntian has influenced me, a righteous person? Yes, that must be it. Zhao Yuntian thought about passing the blame while feeling guilty. You're laughing so happily. Did Peng Ji and Zhu Xiao say anything to you? Suddenly, a woman in a blue dress frowned and stared at Zhao Yuntian suspiciously. Zhao Yuntian was startled, but remained calm on the surface and said, they were just saying that Yao Lan is the most beautiful woman in the demon tribe, 10,000 times more beautiful than any other demon woman. Yao Lan blushed slightly when she heard this, and said with a slight curl of her lips, you're lying, I heard it all just now. You're going to the demon clan brothel. Yes, I only know how to lie. Zhao Yuntian admitted it frankly. But immediately, he stared at Yao Lan and said seriously, but I never liked beautiful demons. You. Yao Lan lowered her head shyly, her hands tugging at her dress in panic. Zhao Yuntian suddenly realized that the women in the book were all very simple and shy, just like the girls in their first love. In the real world, such cheesy love words would not be as effective as a red envelope. Then will you come to the demon tribe to see me in the future? Suddenly, Yao Lan's eyes were like water, and she asked in a low voice. No, I'm so handsome. If another woman from your demon tribe takes a fancy to me and takes me as her husband, that would be terrible. Zhao Yuntian said this half jokingly and half seriously. A hint of loss flashed across Yao Lan's eyes, but immediately, she revealed a knowing smile. However, if I successfully advance to become a 4th level demon, I will come to Xingzhou to find you. This time, Zhao Yuntian didn't refuse. He nodded and said, when the time comes, remember to bring some local specialties. As he spoke, he glanced at the cheerful figure opposite him and continued, for example, braised lamb trotters, roasted whole lamb, and so on. Yao Lan chuckled. You bullied Shi Yangyang again, he said. Yao Lan, we are going back, come here quickly. At this time, Xining's cold voice came over. Yao Lan panicked and said quickly, wait for me, I will definitely come to find you. As she spoke, her blue skirt swayed and she flew towards Xining. Zhao Yun's heart also shook. However, his Dao heart remained stable. I might die in less than 10 days. If the bond is too deep, it will only hurt others and yourself. After a while, several monsters turned into rays of light and flew out of the country. At the same time, Xining's voice was heard from the air. This time the demon basin has been destroyed, our demon race will withdraw from Xingzhou. But if you humans continue to kill our demons, we will definitely come back and fight back many times over. Do these big guys like to load up their coins and run away? However, although Xining spoke very harshly, she was able to take the initiative to lead the demon tribe and withdraw from Xingzhou. This shows that she gives face to the human race. He also temporarily gave up his hatred towards the human race. But the human race and the demon race have been enemies for thousands of years after all. It will probably take a long time to completely abandon hatred and live in harmony. During this period of time, will a war break out between the human race and the demon race because of another treasure? It is unknown, and this trip to the ancient secret realm includes not only the demon race, the human race, but also demon cultivators. Zhao Yuntian also sensed another hidden force, the demonic path. Thousands of years ago, the evil ways assisted the demon race and even made the holy monks in the Mahayana realm become possessed by the devil. This shows that the methods of the devil are strange. Today, although under the rule of Empress Chen Shui Luohan, the demonic path has long been destroyed. Only some magic skills were left for Zhao Zhigong and other cultivators to practice. But he always had a bad feeling that this world would soon be in chaos. After all, he had read this book, which had over 1,000 chapters. At this rate of progress, there are only about 100 chapters at most. The protagonist Yizan has only reached the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. None of the 9 forces of Juji Palace were eliminated. I'm sure the author still has a lot to do. Now, Zhao Yuntian can't take care of so many things and only needs to do one thing. Complete the unlimited kill mission within 9 days. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in my head. Congratulations to the host for surviving the crisis in the ancient secret realm. Rewards include the golden body of Buddhism in the demon gathering basin. Buddhist golden body Dharmakaya can bloom golden leaves according to the host's cultivation level, increase strength, restrain all magic skills, and strengthen the body. Demon gathering basin, an ancient treasure that can absorb and fuse various demonic energies to create various rare demon pills, demon weapons, demon beasts, etc. Oh shit, didn't the demon gathering bowl dissipate and shatter? What a powerful plug-in system. This can be forcibly plundered. It's simply awesome. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian thought of something. He immediately looked towards the horizon, towards the direction where Li Qinghan and Xining had disappeared, and shouted, hey, you may not believe me, but I have a demon gathering basin. Do you want the demon gathering bowl? If you do, come and kill me. For a long time, no one paid any attention to him. Chapter 78 You are not allowed to be a loser and be lazy. Young master, what did you say? Isn't the demon gathering basin broken? Finally, Poison Eyes on the side asked in unison, could it be that young master really has the ability to obtain the demon gathering basin? On the other side, the demon slaying guards Lao Huang and Lu Shuang were not interested in this at all. The two of them closed their eyes and meditated to restore their energy and magic power. After all, the impression Zhao Yuntian gave them was that he loved to play. Those who love to play speak in mysterious ways, which seem both true and false, with more falsehood than truth. Poison Eyes, if you trust me, I'll show it to you right away. Zhao Yuntian glanced at Lu Shuang and Lao Huang, and deliberately raised his voice a few notches. I hope some people won't get jealous later. Lu Shuang slowly opened her eyes, narrowing them into crescent shapes, and teased, later, someone should stop bragging and not come back. Old Huang shook his head. Lu Shuang, don't say that. Young Master Zhao is the young master of Jiaoji Palace, and he has a noble status. Even if he doesn't have the demon gathering basin, he must have other rare treasures. As he said this, he smiled at Zhao Yuntian, indicating that he believed it and was very interested. But the next moment, he immediately closed his eyes and continued to meditate honestly. Zhao Yuntian didn't get angry but laughed instead, ready to slap them in the face with facts. Young master, ignore them. How can a bunch of mortals dare to spy on treasures? Quickly take them out and let me take a look. Poison Eyes helped out with an expectant look in his eyes. Zhao Yuntian did not hesitate. He immediately opened the system and issued a command, take out the demon gathering basin. System prompt, command failed. The demon gathering basin was damaged by the space explosion and is still under repair. It is expected to be removed in 1 day. This cough. Zhao Yuntian coughed lightly, his expression remaining calm as he changed the subject. Who do you think is prettier, a demon girl or a human girl? As soon as this topic was brought up, Duyan instantly became more excited. He immediately stroked his beard, narrowed his single eye, and revealed a lewd smile. Of course it's a demon girl. I heard that demon girls have special postures and unique skills, and can change into many different appearances. It's enough to play with for 100 years without getting tired of it. If there's a chance, I will tie her up for you. Zhao Yuntian laughed foolishly and felt relieved. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and managed to save my face as a master, at least in front of my subordinates. Fortunately, I didn't rashly call back Li Qinghan, Xening and the others just now. Otherwise, the society will really die. Then I will definitely become a liar who only cries wolf. But young master, how can a mere beauty compare to the demon gathering basin? Poison Eyes seemed to react, rubbing his hands and saying, I saw the demon gathering basin disappear with my own eyes. I'm very curious about how the young master obtained it. I'm definitely not doubting the young master, I really want to see it. Zhao Yuntian's smiling face suddenly darkened. What are you looking at? I don't want to show you anymore. Go pack up, we're going back to Star City immediately. Poison Eyes touched the back of his head, but walked away in confusion to prepare the flying magic weapon. Oh, someone blew a bull up in the sky in a hurry, and it seems to have broken and hit me. Lu Shuang was trying to suppress her laughter, and she touched her head deliberately and said in panic. Seeing Zhao Yuntian staring at him, she was not afraid at all. Instead, she raised her chin and a hint of pride appeared at the corner of her mouth. It seemed as if it was revenge for the previous incident of her castration. This Lu Shuang is becoming more and more naughty. It seems that if I don't conquer her in the future, she won't know how tough I am. However, there is still one day left. When I take out the demon gathering basin, I will make her repent. Etc. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian's mind turned, and he came up with a perfect plan to commit suicide. Before, I couldn't die, mainly because he asked to be killed, without any reason or sufficient reason. In addition, he is the young master and has so many experts protecting him. It's so hard to die. Then, I can commit suicide with a legitimate reason that no one objects to. In this case, I will definitely die, right? Zhao Yuntian plans to make good use of the demon gathering basin that will be born in one day. After a while, a perfect plan to commit suicide gradually took shape in his mind. Immediately, he slowly walked over to Lu Shuang and Lao Huang and asked, I'm going back to Star City now. What are your plans? Old Huang hurriedly stood up and said, this place is not far from Palace Master Zhao. We are going to report back and tell him about our encounter in the ancient secret realm. As he spoke, he whispered, young master, aren't you going to see your father? I heard the Palace Master has to go to other states to exorcise demons. Although the Xingzhou demon tribe may withdraw under Xining's order. However, troops still need to be led to repel the monsters that invade other states. No, there are no fathers and sons in the army. Don't confuse me with him. Zhao Yuntian said righteously, I am now a demon slayer guard, which is also an official position. I don't want to rely on my father's reputation to do things, understand? After the last marriage was ruined, he was eager to complete the task of being killed by the nine-tailed fox demon. So he hurriedly became a demon slayer to eliminate demons. If I go to see my father now, he will definitely take me away and force me into marriage. Or he could only go back and inherit the family business. Oh, is this the life of a wealthy second-generation rich? It's boring and there's no freedom, like a bird in a cage. It would be better to complete the mission, return to the real world, and become a first-generation rich person. Moreover, he inexplicably traveled to the world in this fantasy book and had an extra father. I always feel a little awkward, even though Zhao Baji's father seems a bit strict and overbearing. But you can feel that he is really good to his son Zhao Yuntian. Hearing this, old Huang sighed softly, young master is indeed a young hero, then he will go first. In his heart, he became increasingly skeptical of the rumors that Zhao Yuntian was a waste. Later, he would definitely go to Palace Master Zhao Baji and the boss of the demon slaying department to praise Zhao Yuntian. After all, this time in the ancient secret realm, if it weren't for Zhao Yuntian leading the situation, I'm afraid none of them will be able to come out alive. With Zhao Yuntian's current strength, even without his father's help, he can become an elite intermediate demon slaying guard. Thinking of this, he was about to help Lu Shuang up. Wait, Lu Shuang doesn't have to go. She's injured now, and she's injured because of me. Zhao Yuntian said seriously, so I took her back to Zhaoji Palace to heal her injuries, is that okay? Of course no problem, old Huang bowed and replied. He increasingly felt that Zhao Yuntian was a good young man who valued the friendship of his colleagues. Then he took out a leaf-shaped magic weapon. After saying goodbye, he stepped on the flying board and flew away. Lu Shuang struggled to stand up from the sand and said with determination, actually, I'm fine. I'm just a junior demon slayer. There's no need. Fine. Zhao Yuntian interrupted her, stretched out his hand and said, come, take 2 steps. Lu Shuang frowned slightly, but still took a nervous step forward. Thump. As soon as she stepped out with her right foot, she slipped on the sand and fell. My legs felt like a ball of cotton, and I couldn't exert any strength. Only then did Lu Shuang realize how bad her health was. She suddenly remembered what Shadow said in the ancient secret realm. In the foundation establishment stage, he used the green lotus to leave his body twice. In the mildest case, all your cultivation will be wasted, and in the worst case, you will definitely die. Before this, Zhao Yuntian used life-extending elixirs to force her to hold on. I originally thought that as long as I rested and meditated, I would be able to recover little by little. But I didn't expect that so much time would pass. Not only did his body not recover any magic power, he couldn't even use any strength. He couldn't even walk, like a useless person. I am a demon slayer guard. Old Huang just said that there's a high possibility that he will be promoted to an intermediate demon slayer guard. If he were in this physical condition, he would probably not be able to be a demon slaying guard. Lu Shuang looked at her limp legs, a trace of loneliness flashing in her eyes. However, she does not regret her decision. Zhao Yuntian has helped me so many times, so I should help him once. Moreover, Zhao Yuntian helped him find the SB enemy who wiped out his clan. It can also be considered as resolving her worries. After her trip to the ancient secret realm, she also realized that there are good monsters among the monster clan. Whether or not I become a demon slaying guard, maybe, is not that important. Thinking of this, she gently rubbed her legs, as if to soothe her lost and unwilling heart. Come up. Suddenly, she saw Zhao Yuntian squatting in front of her and patting her on the back. I'll take you back to Zhaoji Palace, heal you, and then you can continue to be a demon slayer. Don't think you can be lazy and act like a useless person. A worker should have the consciousness of a worker. You still owe me 3.5 years' salary. Instantly, Lu Shuang's eyes reddened, and she turned her head away with blurred vision. You're using your salary to pressure me again. Chapter 79, Fighting Treasure Competition. Star City. A bustling street. A group of people gathered to examine the new notice on the wall. After a while, a hint of heat appeared on each of their faces. Battle of Magic and Treasure Hunting Contest. As long as you sign up for the Battle of Magic, you will receive a reward of 10 spirit stones. As long as you win the preliminaries in the competition, you can get rewards such as magic tools, elixirs, talismans, etc. The final winner will receive the ancient treasure, Demon Gathering Basin. Is there such a good thing? You can't be lying, right? Do you know who posted the notice? Is there any need to think about this? It's most likely Zhao Zhigong. Besides them, who else in Xingcheng would dare to post notices at will? As long as you can participate, you can get spirit stones as rewards. What a generous offer. Usually, to participate in this kind of battle, participants are required to pay spirit stones. That's nothing. The most important thing is the ancient treasure, Demon Gathering Bond. I heard that it was an ancient treasure that dominated the demon tribe thousands of years ago. Is it really that thing? It's probably fake. Zhao Baji, the palace master of Zhaoji Palace, has already gone to other states to exorcise demons. It's probably because the young master of Zhaoji Palace has nothing better to do and wants to tease everyone. When Zhao Yuntian was mentioned, the onlookers all thought of the rumor. Zhao Yuntian, the young master of Zhaoji Palace, is not only a good-for-nothing but also a prodigal son who indulges in luxury and debauchery. This kind of fighting competition was probably organized when he was bored and wanted to have some fun. It's like watching a monkey show. They are monkeys and Zhao Yuntian is just watching the show. A group of people fought angrily and were about to leave angrily. You're so pedantic and stupid. Young Master Zhao gave us spirit stones for free, giving us a chance to display our abilities. This is a godsend. What are you still doubting? Do you still doubt that Zhao Yuntian, the young master of Zhaoji Palace, can't afford these spirit stones? Suddenly, a bearded, one-eyed man jumped out from the crowd. He was so excited that he asked loudly, I'll give you 10 spirit stones for participating. Is there any other way to make more money than this? When this was said, many people felt that it made sense. After all, nowadays, spirit stones are controlled by Zhaoji Palace, and there are only 3 ways for ordinary people to obtain spirit stones. One is to join a sect and become a disciple, and only then can you get 2 or 3 spirit stones after about a month. But most sects are also monitored by Zhaoji Palace. Therefore, most sects can only cooperate with large families. Disciples have already been selected, and it is generally difficult for outsiders to join. The second is to join the Zhaoji Palace and become a magic armor soldier or a demon slayer. But that is more difficult, and there will be many rounds of selection. Moreover, the monthly salary is not much for most people. The third and simplest way is to auction or trade magic weapons, pills, talismans and other items to obtain spirit stones, or to open restaurants, brothels and other entertainment venues. But whether it is exchange or auction, is still the opening. It must be carried out under the permission and control of Zhaoji Palace, and a certain profit must be charged. When it was finally exchanged to the monks, there was very little left. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to obtain spirit stones. Therefore, many people are resentful of the rule of Zhaoji Palace. But facing Chen Shui Luohan's Mahayana realm consciousness monitoring, they could only be angry but not speak. Not long ago, many people who cursed her turned into a pile of ice slag. In the end, they could only secretly transfer their hatred to Zhao Zhigong, the #1 lackey force. The person they usually curse the most is the running Dao Zhao Zhigong. The one who cursed the most was the waste Zhao Yuntian. So when I heard just now that Zhao Yuntian, the young master of Zhaoji Palace, wanted to have some kind of fighting competition, they immediately rejected it and walked away. But just now, after listening to what the big man said, I felt that this made sense. After all, it would be a waste not to take 10 spirit stones. Yes, I want to sign up. 10 spirit stones is half a year's income for me. Isn't it just a showdown on stage for Master Zhao? What's the big deal? It's not shameful to earn spirit stones and treasures with your own strength. Yeah, I just like being a monkey and boxing for others to see. Woof, young Master Zhao is such a good man. Many spineless people began to enjoy the pleasure of being lackeys and playing monkeys. But there were still some people who shook their heads and angrily scolded. As a cultivator, how can you be so spineless? We in Star City are not ordinary people, we are all cultivators. We won't starve to death without spirit stones. That's right, without spirit stones, at most, your cultivation will be slower, you won't be able to buy talismans, pills, or magical tools to improve your self-defense, you won't be able to go to brothels for entertainment, and you won't be able to use spirit stones to activate some formations and puppet mechanisms. A skinny middle-aged man was talking when he suddenly realized that he had gone off topic. Under everyone's gaze, she blushed. He wanted to change the subject, but couldn't find a suitable reason. In a panic, he shouted, spirit stones are garbage. Zhao Si, okay, I've been looking for you for a long time. You've owed me 6 spirit stones for half a year. Suddenly, a burly man with a scar on his face walked out of the crowd. He grabbed the thin arm of the skinny middle-aged Zhao Si and shouted angrily, you said the spirit stone is garbage, then I will return the spirit stone now, or I will take away your 2 arms or legs. This, the scarred man glared angrily and exerted force with his fingers. Zhao Si felt a pain in his arm and shouted hurriedly, I'll go compete right away and I'll return the spirit stones to you. The scarred man finally let go and looked back at the notice, if you win the duel, you can get elixirs. I'm short of elixirs recently to advance to the nascent soul stage. Where's the registration place? I want to sign up. The bearded, one-eyed man pointed in a certain direction and said, I heard that Zhao Yuntian from Zhaoji Palace is personally at that street corner inviting people to sign up. Haha, he even personally received me. I didn't expect Zhao Yuntian to be so sincere. Not bad, not bad. The scarred man smiled and walked quickly towards the street intersection. Hurry up and sign up. If you're late you won't get any spirit stones. Suddenly, several more people rushed over. Many people who were originally hesitant were moved. Feeling that this was a rare opportunity, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward with his strong legs. Soon, out of the hundreds of people on the street, 70% to 80% went to the intersection. The bearded man looked at the scarred burly man and the skinny middle-aged Zhao Si from behind and chuckled. I didn't expect that the young master is quite good at finding people to help him. They all acted well. At first, he didn't know why the young master suddenly wanted to hold a magic battle and treasure hunting competition as soon as he came back. But now when I think of the young master, who will also personally participate in this fighting competition, I instantly understand most of it. It seems that the young master has made great progress this time and wants to prove his strength through a fighting competition. Let this group of ignorant monks realize how powerful Zhao Yuntian is now. The young master is no longer the same young master as before. He has become both wise and brave. I must cooperate with the young master and perform the trick well. The bearded man, with a look of admiration in his eyes, also ran towards the street corner. Chapter 80 Obtain treasure and kill Zhao Yuntian. Street intersection. Zhao Yuntian closed his eyes and lay on a black cloth. No one knew what was hidden under the black cloth, it was bulging and piled up like a small mountain. Soon, more and more monks gathered around to watch. This is the legendary Zhao Yuntian, he's quite handsome. You're from out of town, right? Don't be fooled by Zhao Yuntian's handsome appearance, but he has a vicious personality and kills people at the slightest provocation. I heard that he recently joined the Demon Slayer Guards and went to protect Xingzhou and slay demons. It can be considered a good thing. But why did he come back so soon? Has he already driven out the invading demon tribe? Who knows, maybe he's tired and doesn't want to go through the hard work of slaying demons. That's right, if I were him, wouldn't it be better to just inherit Zhao Zhigong's family business instead of slaying any more monsters? Seeing that Zhao Yedian seemed to be asleep, the people nearby began to talk in low voices. There was a hint of bitterness and jealousy in their tone. Suddenly, Zhao Yedian opened his eyes abruptly, sat up and looked at everyone. Everyone was shocked and stepped back. I was afraid that what I just said would be heard by him and make him angry and kill someone. Fortunately, Zhao Yedian just stretched. Then, he said slowly in a calm tone, everyone, I am the young master of Zhaoji Palace, Zhao Yedian. A loser in everyone's eyes, a playboy who's obsessed with playing with things and fighting with eagles and dogs. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. In the past, Zhao Yedian would only brag about how powerful and invincible he was. If he hears someone say something bad about him, he will kill someone. But today, he actually said out loud what everyone has said countless times in their hearts. I've been in a lot of pain lately. Even though I'm such a loser, I still have things you can't imagine. Zhao Yedian sighed softly and said dejectedly, even if I work my butt off, taking pills day and night, consuming spirit stones or talismans. But these things are still produced continuously by the thousands of talisman makers and weapon refiners in Zhaoji Palace. Not to mention the spiritual stones. I even used them as stepping stones in the toilet at Zhaoji Palace and they hurt my feet. Let alone using them to build a gate or a bedboard. Having said that, Zhao Yedian slowly walked down from the black cloth. Also, let me tell you something unfortunate. While I was slaying demons as a demon slayer, I also obtained the heavenly grade magical treasures, the Azure Soul Sword, the Scarlet Scaled Fire Tassel Spear, and the legendary ancient treasure, the Demon Gathering Basin. Even if I don't want these things, it's like someone deliberately stuffed them into my hands. I can't get rid of them. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law in this? Zhao Yedian grew increasingly angry as he spoke. A loser who gets everything for nothing is legitimately able to own so many things. Even if you risk your life and work diligently for 100 years, you won't be able to possess these things in more than 10 lifetimes. Do you find me irritating? Zhao Yedian narrowed his eyes and looked at everyone. For a moment, everyone was silent, looking at Zhao Yedian expressionlessly. But there are still many low-level monks who cannot control their facial expressions. They grinned, gnashed their teeth, bit their lips, winked, their eyes were red, and their fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. Zhao Yedian pointed at a determined young man whose palms were so encroached by nails that blood was oozing out. He asked, tell me, do you find looking at me irritating? No, I'm not angry. The young man lowered his head, his whole body trembling, his Adam's apple rolling as he uttered a few words hoarsely. Zhao Yedian walked up to the young man, lifted his chin with his hand, and looked into his eyes. He said kindly, don't hold it in until you get hurt. Come on, don't be afraid, tell the truth. Are you angry? The young man stared at Zhao Yedian with bloodshot eyes, his teeth biting his lips and causing traces of blood to flow out. But he still struggled to move his Adam's apple and said hoarsely, no. I'm angry. At this moment, the scarred man on the side shouted in a rough voice. Zhao Yedian's eyes lit up, and he pointed at the scarred man and continued to ask, louder, are you angry? I'm angry. The burly man with the scar, the skinny middle-aged Zhao Si, and the one-eyed man shouted at the same time. Great, am I annoying? Zhao Yedian looked delighted and continued to ask loudly. Hate. At this time, more people began to respond. Am I annoying? Annoying. Almost everyone present shouted along. He shouted with great vigor, as if he was releasing the depression that had been suppressed in his heart for many years. Should I kill? He deserves to die. Everyone was already following the rhythm and shouting out this sentence without thinking. They all looked excited, their eyes were red, and they were filled with murderous intent, as if Zhao Yedian was a prey. A prey that, if you kill him with your own hands, you can get everything he has. However, there were still many high-level monks who followed suit and shouted this sentence. They were stunned for a moment, and they released their spiritual sense to sense the surroundings. They were afraid that Zhao Yedian was deliberately provoking these people, making them express their dissatisfaction, and then using this as an excuse to kill them. However, they did not discover that there were any people from Zhaoji Palace lying in ambush nearby. He looked at Zhao Yedian even more puzzled. Very good. Zhao Yedian bent down, grabbed a corner of the black cloth and lifted it up with force. Suddenly, densely packed spirit stones piled up like mountains, emitting white light. Bundles of talismans emitting spiritual energy and various bottles and jars of elixirs. A variety of chessboards, as well as the heavenly grade magic weapons such as the Qinghan sword, which are suspended in the air and shining with soaring spiritual energy. Among them, there is a bronze tripod similar to bronze, which is emitting a huge demonic aura from the ancient times. Now, your chance has come. Zhao Yedian excitedly said, as long as you participate in the magic battle and treasure hunting competition, I will increase the spirit stone reward to 100, and you can freely exchange it for corresponding elixirs and various magic tools and treasures. Furthermore, I will personally participate in the duel and sign a life or death agreement. Neither party will be held accountable for any consequences of the duel. Sign up now for the magic battle. The competition will officially start at noon. Whether you fight in shifts or all at once, I am alone. Whoever can kill me will obtain the legendary ancient treasure, the Demon Gathering Basin. So, please continue to be angry, obtain the treasure, and kill Zhao Yedian. Get the treasure and kill Zhao Yedian. Zhao Yedian clenched his fists and shouted slogans. Dian was the first to react, although the young master had gone a little overboard this time. But he believed in the young master's strength, and he kills people in this way, which is really exciting. Immediately, he took a deep breath and shouted, get the treasure and kill Zhao Yedian. Get the treasure and kill Zhao Yedian. Many people seemed to have aroused the resentment and dissatisfaction in their hearts. He followed along without hesitation and shouted hysterically. Get the treasure and kill Zhao Yedian. Get the treasure and kill Zhao Yedian. Get the treasure and kill Zhao Yedian. More and more people gathered at the intersection, nearly 1,000 people. They all raised their fists, their faces flushed with excitement, and shouted loudly. The voice is like a rainbow and the momentum is high. Zhao Yedian looked at the thousands of excited monks who were shouting slogans and signing up to participate. He smiled with satisfaction and said, done. Chapter 81 Sun Palace. A dark corner at the street corner. A short and fat man in white clothes was trembling all over, his eyes fixed on the suspended demon gathering bowl. His fat face was filled with horror. There's no doubt about it. With such a huge demonic force, it must be the Demon Gathering Basin. That shouldn't be the case. I heard from senior brother Li Qinghan yesterday that the Demon Gathering Basin has been destroyed, hasn't it? Immediately, he turned to the two men in white and ordered, quick, go get Elder Chu. Zhao Baji is not in Xingcheng, and this treasure does not belong to our Taishuan sect. In Xingcheng, the Chu family and Taishuan sect have always been low-key and unknown. But in terms of strength, it is enough to rank among the top 5 forces. We must seize the treasure before other major forces get the news. Thinking of this, the short and fat man ran over to participate in the magic battle and treasure hunting competition. The rewards of spiritual stones and treasures are not important. The key is that he wants to delay time and prevent others from killing Zhao Yedian and taking the treasures. It dragged on until Elder Chu Tianlong arrived. As soon as he arrives, who among this group of people would dare to resist a cultivator in the divine transformation realm? At the same time, another bald man wearing the clothes of the Demon Slayer Guard also participated in the registration. Their Demon Slaying Guard department is directly under the jurisdiction of Empress Chen Shui Luohan. But you don't have to hand over the treasures you usually obtain, or some elixirs and equipment. This is also a unique privilege of the Demon Slayer Guards. After all, the duties of the Demon Slayer Guards are more dangerous than ordinary duties. Therefore, as a mid-level Demon Slaying Guard, Shu Hu, whose realm is at the peak of the late Golden Core realm, is capable of competing for the treasure. That Demon Gathering Basin is a legendary ancient treasure. If you get it, if you put it up for auction, you'll definitely get a lot of money at a high price. But just in case, he also notified his brother Shu Long. His brother is a high-level Demon Slaying Guard, and his cultivation level is at the late nascent soul stage. After all, he heard from old Huang of the Demon Slayer tribe yesterday that Zhao Yedian was not as useless as he appeared. Although as a Demon Slaying Guard, you would not kill Zhao Yedian of Jiaoji Palace. But you can show your strength and make Zhao Yedian surrender in order to obtain the treasure. Moreover, he would not let others kill Zhao Yedian and steal the treasure. This treasure can only belong to the two brothers. On the west side of the street, on a high-rise building, several men in black robes were looking at the street corner. The leading black-robed man said in a deep voice, Shui and Shadow didn't return alive from the ancient secret realm. I heard it's related to that kid. It's a disgrace to us SBs. He's just a waste of a mid-stage Jinden realm. That's right, his words just now were extremely arrogant and pretentious. He just wanted to show off his strength. Did he really think no one would dare to kill him? In Xingcheng right now, Zhao Baji of the Jiaoji Palace has traveled to other states to exorcise demons. Empress Chen Shui Luohan hasn't left the Junji Palace in decades. What else does he have to rely on? Several black-robed men nearby shouted indignantly. The black-robed leader raised his hand to stop the talking. I have investigated this person. A month ago, he was only in the late foundation establishment stage. In just a few months, he has already advanced to the middle stage of the Golden Core. He should not be underestimated. The black-robed man said this, looking towards the shadowy corner of the pavilion. A thin black-robed man ordered, Long Snake, go kill him. After these words were spoken, several men in black robes were slightly stunned. Although Changxi is also in the late nascent soul stage, his strength almost crushes Shui and Shadow. After all, he practiced not only the magic arts but also the devil arts. It belongs to the dual cultivation of demons and monsters. Moreover, this person has a cold and bloodthirsty temperament and likes to suck blood. Even though we are both SBs, we dare not get too close to him. Now asking him to kill a guy in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm is simply overkill. With a swoosh sound, the long snake was like a boneless snake man, slowly sliding from the dark corner to the edge of the platform. He stretched out his long, curly green tongue and stared at Zhao Yedian and the many monks who had registered with him with his green eyes. His voice was hoarse and greedy. I want to suck them all dry. The black-robed man shook his head. Star City is full of high-ranking cultivators, and with the Mahayana Emperors in charge, we shouldn't cause any major disturbance. But you can disguise yourself as a monk, sign up for the competition, and absorb a few people during the chaos. That's too much trouble, I'll just suck him. The long snake locked onto Zhao Yedian's direction, ready to rush directly over. Etc. The man in black robe suddenly stopped him. Because at this moment, he saw a group of people in grey walking towards Zhao Yedian. And it seems that their cultivation levels are not low. Why are they here? The black-robed man's voice turned serious. Zhao Yedian looked up and squinted at the sun. I feel like the time is almost up, so we can start the magic battle and treasure hunting competition. After all, now is the time when everyone is in high spirits. If we wait too long and everyone calms down, all our efforts will be wasted. Immediately, he turned around and walked towards the bluestone platform built not far away. This platform was built overnight by the people of Jiaoji Palace and reinforced with formation runes. Wide and strong enough, this can be considered as choosing a good place for his death and bringing a perfect end to it. Zhao Yedian leapt onto the platform and announced loudly, now, the magic battle and treasure hunting competition begins. According to the prearranged rules, I'm alone, you guys can come up as you please. Tisk tisk tisk, you're the only one called Zhao Yedian. Why don't you get off me now? Suddenly, several people in grey clothes walked out of the crowd. On the chest of these people's clothes, there's a golden sun pattern embroidered. The leader among them was a sinister young man with a black mole between his eyebrows. He is about the same age as Zhao Yedian, and his facial expression is as arrogant as his. He also looks like a dandy young man. However, his cultivation level has reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm. The two grey-clothed men standing beside him were one in the middle and one in the late nascent soul stage. Ah, they are from the Riji Palace. That young man seems to be the young master of the Riji Palace, Rishan. Why would people from the Sun Palace come to Xingcheng? Aren't they far away in Yangcheng? Recent rumors have it that Empress Chen Shui Luohan is preparing to go into seclusion to cultivate, so she asked the Riji Palace to move into Star City to guard and protect it. It could also be that the people from Jiaoji Palace have gone to other states to slay demons, so they want to prevent Star City from being empty. Are you overthinking it? It's obvious. Why are the people who went to other states to exorcise monsters not from the Riji Palace on the Xingzhou border, but from the Jiaoji Palace instead? Could it be that Empress Chen Shui Luohan is deliberately weakening Jiaoji Palace in order to foster a new force? Having said this, all the monks fell silent. After all, if I continue talking, I will offend the Empress. But in their hearts, they all understood that this was the Empress's method of checks and balances. There are 9 forces in Jiuji Palace, and they are distributed in the 9 states of Xingji continent. Without checks and balances, she would have no control over the overall situation. Especially in the last 100 years, the Jiaoji Palace has grown increasingly powerful. We must also adopt measures to weaken and check and balance. Therefore, this time, almost all the people from Jiaoji Palace contributed manpower to slay the demon. Then people from the Riji Palace also moved into Star City. It seems that Xingcheng is about to change. The days when Zhao Zhigang could dominate the world with one hand were no longer here. Although the overall strength of Riji Palace is not as good as that of Jiaoji Palace. But it's not much different, especially for high-level monks, they are almost equal. The monks at the street corner all looked towards Zhao Yedian. I thought that under such circumstances, he knew the situation and would retreat from his arrogance. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yedian's expression became even more arrogant at this moment. He glanced at the man in grey in the audience and raised his eyebrows. Brother has always been imitated but never surpassed. Your name is Rishan, and today I, Zhao, will Rishan, Zhao Rishan. Chapter 82. Who is the peak at the end of the pretense? Once the clouds and sky are met, everything becomes empty. Zhao Rishan, although no one understood his meaning, there was a faint aura of dominance coming from him. Rishan inadvertently clenched his fists. He glared at Zhao Yedian, jumped up and also climbed onto the high stone platform. Haha, it seems that you still don't understand the current situation. Ritian tried his best to suppress his anger, stood with his hands behind his back, and said arrogantly, I'm telling you, soon our Riji Palace will replace your Jiaji Palace and become the largest force under Jiji Palace. When the time comes, I, Rishan, will be the true chosen one. Things change, and you, Zhao Yundian, can only leave Star City in disgrace. Then he turned to the monks in the audience and said, everyone, isn't it more satisfying to see the person who once oppressed you alive and in such a miserable state, rather than killing him now? He acted righteously and tried to gain the approval of the monks. Although in the future, there is no guarantee that he will not follow the same path as Zhao Yundian. But now, the situation is uncertain, so we naturally need to win over people's hearts. Who are you? If I didn't know you, I would have thought you came to Xingcheng to take charge of the Jiji Palace. At this time, a one-eyed bald man in the audience shouted in dissatisfaction. The scarred burly man on the other side echoed, who do you think you are? Are you telling us what to do? Mr. Zhao, at least give us spirit stones and compete with us to show our abilities. Why do we need you to tell us what to do? The skinny middle-aged Zhao Si also shouted. At the same time, many people who signed up for the competition and got spirit stones also started cursing Rishan. Praise Zhao Yundian's goodness. Rishan's face was as gloomy as water, and he looked at the monks below the stage as if they were idiots. Zhao Yundian's face was as gloomy as muddy water, and he looked at Rishan with the eyes of a person who was mentally retarded. Hateful, I finally managed to make a group of monks angry with me. Why the hell are you coming here to mess things up? Isn't this a sincere attempt to force the group of people back into their own camp? And those few people with sharp eyes in the audience, they were a bit too much in their acting. Didn't we agree at the beginning to make that group of people angry with me? But we can't blame them entirely. After all, this person not only imitates me, but also wants to replace me. Although today I came to seek death, but I don't mind taking an imitator with me before I die. I hate fakes the most in my life. Forget it, we in the Riji Palace are generous and won't bother with you. But... Rishan turned around and looked at Zhao Yundian. I don't mind. Let me show you how powerful the magic power of the Riji Palace is. Only our Riji Palace can truly represent the greatest power of the Jiji Palace. Unlike a piece of trash like you, ours is authentic magic. Bang! Suddenly, a crisp sound interrupted him. Rishan felt pain and a burning sensation on his face. It was as if he had been hit in the face. However, he didn't see it clearly at all. Even his spiritual consciousness didn't feel who hit him. He covered his face and looked at Zhao Yundian warily. He was still standing there, looking at her with a half smile. What a fast speed. Could it be that it was the expert guards around him who did it? Then he looked at a man in grey in the audience. He was his personal bodyguard, a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Rijian's expression changed slightly and he looked at Zhao Yundian. Obviously, his meaning is self-evident. The person who hit him just now was Zhao Yundian. Moreover, it can make a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage feel a little panicked. Obviously, Zhao Yundian has extraordinary attainments in speed. Rishan remained calm on the surface and said with a disdainful tone, you've practiced the escape technique quite well. Immediately, veins popped up on his forehead and a black energy emanated from his body. The black gas gradually covered the surface of his body and condensed into a layer of black-gray armor. Round scales formed on the surface of the armor, each scale emitting a faint light and demonic energy rising into the sky. Finally, a stream of demonic energy condensed into the form of a black dragon. The black dragon slammed into the black armor, like a dragon diving into the sea, and merged with the magic armor. Dragon armor. Using only magic power, he was able to create such an astonishingly defensive armor. It's rumored that the defensive power of the demon dragon armor is no less than that of the heavenly grade magical treasure Keelan armor. This is too incredible. And the magic dragon armor condensed by the technique is easier to control, and it can attack and defend at the same time. The monks below the bluestone platform were all amazed. In the eyes of most people, Zhao Yundian has already been defeated. After all, in terms of cultivation level, Zhao Yundian is only in the middle stage of Jindan and in the late stage of Rishan Jindan. As for martial arts, almost no one present had ever seen Zhao Yundian use any magic skills. I've never even seen him take action personally. Usually, Zhao Yundian only lets his subordinates do things. But, I heard it happened about a month ago. Zhao Yundian defeated Yizan, the genius of the Yi family, causing a sensation. But it was only temporary. After all, although Yizan was a genius, he was alone in the deep of Jiaoji Palace. Moreover, his cultivation level was indeed a bit weak. It's different now, at least Rishan is still very powerful. What's the use of your speed in front of my absolute defense? Rishan raised his eyebrows, shrugged helplessly, tilted the corner of his mouth, and looked at Zhao Yundian arrogantly. Zhao Yundian looked at Rishan and couldn't help shaking his head. His expression is so similar to his old self. I never thought that my previous self was such a middle school student. It's like a mental patient who is discharged from the hospital before he recovers. Fortunately, I made up for my expression with my handsome appearance. Rishan saw Zhao Yundian shaking his head repeatedly and thought he was afraid. Suddenly he laughed even more wildly. Haha, are you scared now? I'll give you a chance and show you 100 tricks. Rishan stood there, with his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowed, and a look of contempt for all living beings. I suspect that he is my father's illegitimate child. Except for their slightly different looks, they all look too much like me. They both love to store coins and have the same actions and expressions. However, he still had never been beaten in society. If you don't know how to collect coins, you will have to pay them back sooner or later. Don't be afraid, come on, hit me hard. I can do it, hit me as hard as you want. Rishan stood there, patted his chest again, and said with a smile. Hit him now, I can't bear it anymore. Why don't I help you beat him up, damn it. It's just a magic dragon armor, why are you so crazy? I have a magic weapon that I can lend to Brother Zhao. Below the stage, a group of monks seemed to be in a bad state of mind. They all looked angry and ready to fight, wishing they could go on stage and teach this arrogant boy a lesson themselves. After a while, more than a dozen monks could no longer hold back and jumped onto the stone platform. Even Chu Hu, who killed the demon guard, and Sun Yi, the short and fat middle-aged man from Taishuan sect, went up to the bluestone platform. Originally, the person they wanted to deal with was Zhao Yundian. But at this time, everyone's hatred was transferred to Rishan. For a moment, an atmosphere of anger enveloped the crowd. Who is the peak at the end of pretending to be stupid? Once the sky and clouds meet, everything becomes empty. Zhao Yundian clasped his hands together, his voice was as loud as a thunder, and the lingering sound was lingering. A golden light suddenly burst out from his body. Like a golden sun, it stings many people's eyes. For a moment, everyone couldn't see the scene clearly. Driven by shock and curiosity, they squinted their eyes hard, trying to see what was happening. Faintly, they saw a golden man about 10 feet in size appear on Zhao Yundian's body. The golden man was emitting a halo of light all over his body, and a wave of fiery magical power that had never been seen before spread out. It was warm and made everyone's anger and anxiety disappear. It was like jumping into a clear spring on a scorching summer day. Get rid of the restlessness and feel refreshed and comfortable. Then, deafening screams resounded through the sky. Ah, it's the 1,000-year-old lost Buddha, the golden statue of the Buddha. How is this possible? Zhao Yuntian actually knows Buddhist techniques. This technique can restrain all demonic attacks. Chapter 83 I am not a Buddha, I cannot save all demons. No, impossible. I've studied your Jiaoji palace and learned all the heavenly grade magical skills. You're Buddha. Risshin moved his dry lips, still unable to believe it. But he had to admit a fact. Now he uses his demonic energy to condense the black dragon armor. The moment the golden body of the Dharma appeared, a lot of it dissipated instantly. In today's world, the only martial arts that can restrain demonic power are Buddhist martial arts. Ever since Buddhism was destroyed thousands of years ago, demonic practices have become prevalent. Because the magic skills are not only extremely fast to practice and powerful, but also have many special cohesion abilities. For example, using demonic energy, one can condense it into various giant beasts, armor or weapons. In battles with cultivators of the same level, they usually have the upper hand. Therefore, nowadays, almost everyone in Jiaoji Palace and even individual cultivators are practicing magic. However, any demonic sector force that practiced magic within the sector family was destroyed by the Jiaoji Palace. When magic skills are cultivated to a certain level, or some magic skills require multiple people to practice, they all have great power. Under the rule of Jiaoji Palace, other forces that allow multiple people to practice magic are not allowed to exist. Because it is a potential threat. So 100 years ago, Jiaoji Palace launched a demon-slaying war. Countless sects or families that practice demonic arts were wiped out. The only remaining family and sect forces today all practice some righteous traditional skills. This kind of martial arts is not only weak in power, but also extremely slow to practice. It is not enough to pose a threat to Jiaoji Palace. The only side effect of practicing magic is that it affects the mind. Some people with bad mental states practice magic and become easily angered and have bad tempers. Or they may be cold-blooded and emotionless. Among them, the 9 forces of Jiaoji Palace are the strongest in practicing magic. Among them, Zhao Zhigong's magic power is the most powerful. It can condense various giant beasts and golems. For example, Zhao Baji can use demonic energy to condense a black unicorn with red pupils. The poisonous eye can condense a giant demon ape. Because of the immense power of Zhao Zhigong's magic, he made many military achievements for Jiaoji Palace. Therefore, it can become the largest force in Jiaoji Palace. The magic skills of the Jiaoji Palace are mainly good at defense. Demonic energy can condense into various defensive armors or shields. Even the magic barrier defense cast by multiple people can have a defense power far exceeding that of heaven-level defensive magic weapons. In previous wars, the Jiaoji Palace had to take on a lot of responsibility in defending against enemy sneak attacks, spells, magic weapons and other attacks. Protected many people from Jiaoji Palace, but they have made great contributions, but they have always been ranked third. This made Risshin, the young master of Jiaoji Palace, extremely dissatisfied. As for the second place, it is Yinji Palace, which is good at intelligence gathering. The Yinji Palace is composed of a group of female cultivators, and they are really good at gathering intelligence. Many times before, Jiaoji Palace had avoided or dealt with many crises in advance. Risshin thought it was quite acceptable that they were appreciated by Empress Chen Luohan. But why is Jiaoji Palace number 1? He was the first one to disagree. Especially after knowing that the young master of Jiaoji Palace was stupid, weak, and lazy all day, he was furious. Why can such a piece of trash be number 1? So this time, Chen Luohan asked the people from Jiaoji Palace to move into Star City to guard against the invasion of the demon clan. Risshin's first plan was to weaken and exclude Zhao Zhigong. Let Jiaoji Palace become the first, but no one expected that Zhao Yuntian was actually a Buddhist practitioner. Risshin also knew something about the golden body of Buddhist Dharma. At this time, only a golden leaf bloomed under his golden Dharma seat. This also shows that Zhao Yuntian's cultivation level is indeed the middle stage of the golden core realm. His cultivation level is at the peak of the late golden core realm. Plus he has a backup plan, so we are not too afraid of him. Immediately, Risshin regained his composure, used his magical power to solidify the dissipating evil spirit, and asked, where did your golden body of the Buddha come from? Zhao Yuntian clasped his hands together, his whole body was filled with golden light, and his face was calm. He looked like a high monk in Buddhism. He slowly uttered a few words, it cannot be said. Can't say, haha, can't say, or you don't dare to say, or is it that your Jiaoji Palace is still colluding with the Buddhist sect more than 1,000 years ago? Risshin narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhao Yuntian with a sharp gaze. If I tell Empress Chen Luohan about you secretly learning Buddhist techniques, your Jiaoji Palace, hee. At the end of his speech, Risshin smiled triumphantly. There was also a moment of unrest under the stone platform. Although Buddhism has been extinct for thousands of years, there are still some unknown Buddhist techniques that may have been left behind. Buddhist techniques can restrain demonic techniques, and are naturally also a taboo in Jiaoji Palace. If Jiaoji Palace was secretly studying Buddhist techniques, it would obviously make him an enemy of Jiaoji Palace. At that time, if Empress Chen Luohan pursues the matter, there is a high possibility that Jiaoji Palace will be destroyed, just like the demon-slaying war hundreds of years ago. The people in the audience understood the meaning of his words and were so angry that they wanted to go on stage and beat him up. There are thousands of outer disciples in Jiaoji Palace, from the palace master Zhao Baji. They are all loyal to Jiaoji Palace and Empress Chen Luohan. This time, we are going to the distant Yangzhou to eliminate the demons. Yangzhou was originally under the jurisdiction of Jiaoji Palace. But Zhao Baji, the palace master of Jiaoji Palace, had no complaints and led the elite troops away. Moreover, when they discovered that many monsters were gathering in the ancient city, it also takes a lot of time and manpower to actively explore. Such a loyal Zhao Zhigong. Now, how can we allow this kid to make false accusations? Poison Eyes leapt up, ready to jump onto the bluestone platform. Suddenly, he felt a dazzling golden light coming again in front of his eyes. This golden light was different from the previous ones, and it was filled with powerful magic power. It was obvious that the young master used the golden body of the Dharmakaya to perform some kind of martial arts. Even though Poison Eyes was already in the late nascent soul stage, he had only seen Buddhist techniques in the ancient secret realm. Could it be that the young master? Immediately, he looked up hurriedly. Suddenly startled, above the stone platform, a huge golden palm print fell from the sky. Before the golden palm print fell, a huge spiritual pressure swept down. Boom, a crisp sound. The huge stone platform, which was originally about 5 meters high, suddenly sank. Soil and rocks flew everywhere, and dust rose up. The stone platform instantly turned into ruins. Under the enormous spiritual pressure, Risshin was pressed like a toad lying on the gravel ground, his clothes were torn and blood was oozing from his skin. The black dragon armor that was emitting demonic energy just now had already been completely dispelled by the spiritual pressure of the golden handprint. Only a few faint wisps of black air remained, entwined around his body. He trembled all over, his cracked lips moved, and he stretched out a blood-stained palm and slapped it on the gravel. From his throat, he uttered a few panicked and difficult words. I lost, I admit defeat. Zhao Yuntian still kept his hands clasped together, unmoved. There is no intention of stopping. Risshin tried his best to turn his neck and looked at the big handprint in the sky, which was less than 10 feet away from him. The huge spiritual pressure swooping down from his palm caused him to feel excruciating pain all over his body. It felt like countless balls of scorching flames were burning inside his body, melting his internal organs bit by bit. My whole body is hot, my heart is beating fast, and I feel a sharp pain. Is this the Buddhist practice? Just as the rumors say, it can devour and purify the magic power, turning the magic cultivator into smoke and dust. Really, this is true, he really knows Buddhist techniques. Risshin was panic-stricken and felt uneasy. He had a feeling that if this palm strike came down, he would be reduced to ashes. The fear of death made him let go of the last bit of his dignity, and he pleaded with all his might. I was wrong, the Buddhists are all merciful, please let me go, I will correct my mistakes. First, I am not a Buddha, I cannot save all demons. Second, in the afterlife, Zhao Yuntian spoke softly, exerting force with his palm, and a golden palm print suddenly fell. Chapter 84, those who bully Zhao Zhigang will be killed. Boom, the golden palm print fell. After the ground shook violently, a deep pit 10 feet in size was left behind. The shape of the deep pit, with 5 fingers spread out, looks like the palm print of a golden Buddha statue. However, there was no sign of Risshin in the deep pit of his palm. But on the other side, 2 men in grey were seen supporting the injured Risshin. Those 2 people, one is in the middle stage of nascent soul realm, and the other is in the late stage of nascent soul realm. It is the daily bodyguard, daily routine and date. With the joint efforts of the 2, Risshin finally escaped the disaster and survived. He stared at the deep pit with lingering fear, and asked with trembling lips, what kind of palm technique is this? If you want to learn, I'll teach you, Zhao Yuntian said calmly, raising his palms upwards. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and he was about to launch the palm technique that fell from the sky. Risshin, who was already weak, trembled all over and fainted from fright. Your Excellency is so cruel and murderous, do you really want to kill our young master? Rixiang looked at the frightened and unconscious young master and angrily shouted at Zhao Yuntian, don't you know that our Rijik palace also belongs to the Jujik palace? If you kill our young master, you won't survive either. They fought among themselves and killed people. This is a rule expressly prohibited by Jujik palace. Once discovered, the outcome for everyone on both sides of the internal struggle is just one word, death. That is to say, if Zhao Yuntian kills Risshin now, Jujik palace will pursue the matter and kill Zhao Yuntian as well. Zhao Yuntian slapped his forehead, as if he had suddenly realized something. Date thought he remembered the rule, and threatened with a fierce smile, you just injured our young master, so wait for the punishment. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about this. It turns out there's such a good method. Zhao Yuntian interrupted him with a look of delight. Date was stunned, still not understanding what he wanted to do. He waved his hand to the side, and a one-eyed man ran up. Immediately, the one-eyed man stood side by side with Zhao Yuntian, releasing a terrifying wave of magical power from his body. He actually reached the peak of the late nascent soul stage. Poison eyes, what was the first rule of Zhao Ji Palace that I established not long ago? Tell me about it. Zhao Yuntian asked casually. Poison eyes sneered, looking at Rizzi, Risheng and the others from the Rizzi Palace, and replied with murderous intent, anyone who bullies the Zhao Ji Palace will be killed. Zhao Yuntian nodded and said casually, what are you waiting for? Follow me and kill them all. Hee, young master, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. These people will die today. Poison eyes said this, releasing a surge of demonic energy into the sky. In an instant, the dark demonic energy in the sky gathered above his head and condensed into the appearance of a 6-meter-tall demon ape. At the same time, Zhao Yuntian's golden body became more and more dazzling. The 2 of them walked towards the people from Rizzi Palace step by step. Date was slightly stunned. He never expected that Zhao Yuntian would be so arrogant. He actually said in front of so many people that he wanted to kill them, the Rizzi Palace. He didn't take the rules of Juji Palace seriously at all. He didn't even take the female emperor in the Mahayana realm seriously. It's simply outrageous. In comparison, the people of Rizzi Palace do not have that domineering attitude. They all retreated continuously. It's not that they are afraid of the 2 people from Zhao Zhigang. No matter how strong the 2 of them are, there are more than a dozen people in the Rizzi Palace, and each of them has a cultivation level above the Jindan realm. And among them, daily life is the late nascent soul stage, and date is the middle nascent soul stage. The Rizzi Palace was more than enough to besiege and kill these 2 people. But the price is that this group of people will all be punished and killed. There is no point in fighting when you know you will die. So at one time, there were more than a dozen people from the Rizzi Palace. Not only did he not fight back, but he retreated instead. The 6th level of the 7 evil demonic ape technique, plus the Dharmakaya golden body, today I finally opened my eyes. I didn't expect Zhao Zhigang to be so powerful. He's so domineering. Anyone who bullies Zhao Zhigang will be killed. Look, the division level individuals of the Rizzi Palace are getting scared, retreating, and afraid. The 2 men from Zhao Ji Palace actually scared away more than a dozen people from Rizzi Palace. What a shame. Zhao Ji Palace is indeed the most powerful force in Juji Palace. At least in terms of courage, it is much stronger than other palaces. The monks who were watching and eating melons nearby all expressed their feelings. Date heard the discussion and clenched his fists in shame and anger. The Rizzi Palace had only been settled in Star City for a few days when it suffered this great humiliation. How to gain a foothold in Star City in the future? Immediately, he looked behind him at the other people from the Rizzi Palace. I also saw resentment in their eyes. However, no one still stood up to fight. He looked back at his daily life. He is a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage and has the final say except for the young master Risshin. Now that the young master is injured and unconscious, according to the rules we have to obey his orders. So for a moment, many people in the Rizzi Palace looked towards their daily lives. Everyone hoped that he would speak up and have a big fight with the 2 men in front of him. But in the end, Ri just waved his hand back and said nothing. Obviously, this means retreat first. His daily temperament is always calm and steady. I know that risking one's life for a momentary pleasure is never a wise move. So for a moment, the people of Rizzi Palace could only grit their teeth and retreat angrily. Zhao Yuntian became unhappy when he saw that the other party refused to fight and even wanted to leave. The hatred value that I worked so hard to build up just now was destroyed by you people from Rizzi Palace. Let me force myself to demonstrate the Buddhist techniques. This forced everyone present to have a favorable impression of Zhao Zhigang. It feels like I'm a rich 2nd generation. I wanted to reject a girl, but suddenly a reporter came and revealed my luxury cars and mansion. As a result, not only could I not get rid of her, but I also had to let her lick me all the time. Now I feel stuck and uncomfortable all over. After all, Zhao Zhigong's image of domineering strength has already been highlighted. It is obviously impossible to stir up hatred and fight again. But now, there is a better and only way to die. That is to provoke Riji Palace to go to war with me. There are two advantages to doing this. First, even if I, Zhao Yundian, was besieged and killed by a dozen people from the Riji Palace, their end result was that they were punished and killed by the people of Jiji Palace. Second, if I, Zhao Yundian, were lucky enough to win, I would be justifiably executed by the people of Jiji Palace for killing someone in an internal conflict. In either case, I would surely die, and only make profits and never lose. Hey, do you know why our Zhao Ji Palace is always ranked first? Zhao Yundian shouted arrogantly at the people from Riji Palace who were about to leave. Upon hearing this, everyone in Riji Palace stepped back and glared at Zhao Yundian angrily. Because we are from Zhao Ji Palace, we would rather betray the world than let the world betray us. And you, the Sun Pole Palace, would rather the world betray you than you betray the world. How great, how kind. A woman's kindness. Zhao Yundian praised it in a noble tone, but his expression seemed sarcastic. Upon hearing this, everyone present was filled with emotion. Although I first heard Zhao Yundian's words, I would rather let the world down than let the world let me down. It's really domineering and cruel, but if you think about it carefully, it does make sense. In today's world of cultivation, the strong prey on the weak, the fittest survive, and strength is respected. People who are too soft-hearted are not suitable for the world of cultivation and are only suitable to be cannon fodder. Become a stepping stone to strength. Obviously, what Zhao Yundian said was that Riji Palace was cowardly and too soft-hearted. They were just insignificant cannon fodder in the Juji Palace, or a group of weak women. Everyone in the Sun Palace, listen up. If you're not a coward, follow me and kill us. If you're a coward, get out of the way. You'll be collecting our bodies later. Dave was furious and rushed towards Zhao Yundian regardless of Ryu's obstruction. Chapter 85. Zhao Yundian is my man. You came at the right time. It wouldn't be a loss for me if we all died together. Zhao Yundian chuckled, immediately mobilized all his magic power and rushed forward. Poison Eyes followed suit. Many low-level cultivators retreated dozens of feet to watch the battle. After all, the battle between high-level monks has a very wide impact range. High-level monks stand on tall buildings or float in the air on flying magic tools. Everyone is ready to find a suitable viewing angle to appreciate this battle. After all, Star City has been ruled by Empress Chen Shui Luohan since then. This was the first time someone had openly dueled. Moreover, it was a duel between two forces within the Juji Palace. This battle is unprecedented. It will definitely be exciting. Everyone held their breath, ready to watch the battle. Suddenly, large dark clouds gathered in the sky. The originally hot summer day suddenly became cold and windy. After a while, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. Snow is falling and snow is flying all over the sky. The entire Star City is covered in silver. At first, people thought that someone was fighting using ice attribute skills. But I found that it was possible to make the sky of the entire Star City snow, and the coverage area was such a vast area. What kind of cultivation level is required to reach this level? It seems that only that person. Who gave you the courage to gather together and fight? Suddenly, a bone-chilling sound came from the air. A woman in a luxurious silver-white dress, her bare feet suspended in the air. Her skin was as white as snow, emitting a faint silver glow. Her transparent and light silver dress wrapped her whole body, outlining her perfect undulating lines. On a face with stunning beauty, those azure eyes looked down at everyone. In an instant, an invisible and terrifying spiritual pressure spread out. Everyone's legs went weak and they knelt down. Even those who were floating in the air on flying instruments or standing on high places fell to the ground. Everyone was extremely frightened. Empress Chen Shui Luohan actually came out. For nearly 100 years, she had not been seen leaving the cold palace of Juji Palace. Many people originally thought that she was practicing martial arts or preparing to overcome the tribulation. After all, she is a cultivator in the late Mahayana realm. As long as she survives the thunder tribulation, she can ascend to the upper realm. Become a real fairy god. But now it suddenly appeared, giving everyone a bad feeling. After all, the last time she came out, she fought the demon-slaying war shortly afterwards. Countless people, even some famous and righteous monks, were affected and died in this war. On the other side, there were the people from Riji Palace, as well as Zhao Yundian and Dian. The moment the snow fell, the body was unable to move. Zhao Yundian groaned inwardly. Why is it that every time I want to die, someone comes out to stop me? He had no feeling in his body, as if his body was no longer his own. This feeling is very similar to the situation when he was controlled by the monk Shixin in the ancient secret realm. The weak cannot even die in front of the absolutely strong. Before holding the treasure hunting competition, Zhao Yundian had already considered whether someone would come out to disrupt the situation. The people in Zhao Ji Palace were fine, as his father, Zhao Baji, had gone out to fight against the demon clan. Zhao Zhigong has the final say. The only thing I'm worried about is the people from Juji Palace. But Chen Shui Luohan, a high and mighty empress, would never care about the life and death of a small figure like him. After all, in his impression, Chen Shui Luohan is a queen fairy who will never grow up squatting. She will not show her face in front of ordinary people like us. But now, she is here. Could it be that she was also attracted by my handsome face and didn't want to see me die? Oh, my damn charm. At this time, Chen Shui Luohan spread out her jade hands. A small bronze tripod was suspended in her hand. She seemed to be playing with it with great interest. This is exactly the demon gathering bowl that Zhao Yundian put into his storage bag just now. Just now, Zhao Yundian took it out to show it to avoid it being taken away by others because of the large number of people. So he put it into the storage bag, but unexpectedly, it was taken away by Empress Chen Shui Luohan. Although ancient treasures are rare, you are a cultivator in the Mahayana realm. Can you not snatch the treasure from a younger generation's younger generation? This damages your image as a noble empress. Zhao Yundian was complaining madly in his heart. After all, the demon gathering bowl is his key treasure to attract hatred. As long as you have this treasure in your hand, you don't have to worry about someone not wanting to kill people to steal it. You could be killed at any time. But now, alas. You have a problem with me. Suddenly, Chen Shui Luohan seemed to be able to see through Zhao Yundian's thoughts. Her pair of azure eyes stared at Zhao Yundian with death. Zhao Yundian panicked and wanted to explain something, but found that he couldn't speak. I could only look at her with a wrong look, but immediately, he cursed himself in his heart. He couldn't change his long-standing habit of being a lackey. I'm afraid of what she might do. Now I have unlimited killing time. Even if I am killed by the Empress, I can complete the plot killing mission by dying. And she was killed by a female emperor in the Mahayana realm, the most powerful female villain in this novel. That is also a pretty remarkable thing. Immediately, Zhao Yedian's eyes showed provocation, disdain, boldness and lust. But at this time, Empress Chen Shui Luohan's eyes were looking at the people in Rijie Palace. She asked coldly, why did I ask Rijie Palace to come to Xingcheng? The people in Rijie Palace seemed to resume their normal actions after this question was asked. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to apologize. Rijin knelt on the ground and said, the Empress asked us from the Rijie Palace to enter Xingcheng to protect against the invasion of the demon tribe. It was our ignorance that led us to engage in internal fighting. I hope you will forgive us. From now on, you are not allowed to enter the inner city without my order. Chen Shui Luo said this coldly, then looked at the people who were kneeling. How dare you gather together to fight, just for those vulgar things. As she spoke, she also glanced at the mountains of spirit stones and various magic weapons piled up not far away. Everyone was groaning in their hearts. The leader of the fight was Zhao Yedian. It was Zhao Yedian who took out these magic weapons and lured them into a fight. And the opponent in the battle is Zhao Yedian, but now the Empress only blamed them but not Zhao Yedian. It really makes many people feel unfair, but on the surface, they all acted as if they knew they were wrong and were kowtowed to admit their mistakes. After all, anyone who dares to disobey the Empress will die faster. Listen, Zhao Yedian is my man. Anyone who dares to touch him from now on will die. After the Empress said this coldly, she held the demon gathering basin in her hand. It turned into snowflakes and disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. In the past, I only knew that Zhaoji Palace was the most powerful force in Juji Palace. Valued by Juji Palace, but unexpectedly, Chen Shui Luohan is now so partial to Zhao Yedian of Zhaoji Palace. Not only was there no mention of the mistakes he had made, and he even said such defensive words. As long as these words are spoken, no one in Xingcheng or even the entire Xingzhou will dare to touch Zhao Yedian easily. This is simply a perfect amulet of immortality. Everyone looked at Zhao Yedian with envy. Especially the people in Rijie Palace, their eyes were full of bitterness, jealousy and hatred. Zhao Yedian, Chapter 86 An Unexpected Surprise. Zhao Yedian was bewildered. The Empress not only took away my demon gathering bowl. He even said such biased words to everyone. This will not only block my path to death but also prevent me from dying sustainably. I am just a small villain in front of you, the queen of the Mahayana realm. Why do you favor me? Could it be because the demon slayer guard Lao Huang and others reported my deeds in the ancient secret realm? Because I was instrumental in slaying demons. Or maybe he just took away my ancient treasure, the demon gathering bowl. I feel a little guilty, so is saying those words that favor me considered as compensation for me? If it's not these, then there's only one possibility. It's just that I'm too handsome and they were attracted to me. Oh, my damn charm. No matter what, there's no way to die now. There are still 5 days left before there's no limit on the killing time. If that doesn't work, I can only go to other states to commit suicide under the pretext of helping my father eliminate monsters. But this will waste a lot of time. Hey, I guess there hasn't been a time traveler who has been so exhausted by the thought of death. After a while, the onlookers returned the spirit stones they had registered for and dispersed. After all, Empress Chen Shui Luohan had just spoken, so who would dare to fight in her Zhao Yedian? Zhao Yedian sighed softly and asked Dian to take the spiritual stone treasure back to Zhaoji Palace. I want to be alone. Think carefully about your next plan. On top of the pavilion, the men in black robes finally breathed a sigh of relief. They all secretly thanked their lucky stars that they had not taken action just now. Otherwise, if they met Empress Chen Shui Luohan, this group of demon cultivators would definitely die. But it's also very strange. Even though they didn't take action just now, they relied on the spiritual awareness of the late Mahayana realm. It is enough to discover this group of demon cultivators. But just now, she didn't seem to notice. Moreover, Haishan, the leader of this group of black-robed men, also felt it. The spiritual power fluctuations emitted from the Empress Chen Shui Luohan just now. It's not as powerful as imagined. In this situation, there are only 2 possibilities. First, the person just now was not Chen Shui Luohan's real body, but just a clone. The second is that something happened to Empress Chen Shui Luohan and her cultivation became weaker. Thinking of this, Haishan gave a meaningful smile. He looked at Zhao Yedian, who was sitting on the ruins not far away, in a daze. That boy named Zhao Yedian seems to be very important to the Empress. This is interesting. In the aura emitted by the demon gathering bowl, it seems to be very similar to a demon recorded in their SB ancient books. It's a pity that none of the SB who went to the ancient secret realm came out. I don't know the origin of this treasure, nor what happened in the ancient secret realm. But Zhao Yedian should know. Long Snake, that kid is the only one left now, go catch him. Montenegro issued an order. The long snake rolled its emerald green eyes and its long tongue moved, leaving behind a pool of smelly liquid. He stared at Zhao Yedian and said greedily, why bother? I'll just kill him and suck him dry. Haha, you underestimate him. Haishan sneered. Just now, he was able to defeat a Jin and late-stage Sun Palace cultivator with just his golden body. How confident are you that you can kill him? Very. The long snake smiled grimly and said confidently. Even if Zhao Yedian has Buddhist skills to restrain evil power. But his long snake was not only in the late nascent soul stage but also a dual cultivator of demons and monsters. Using all his strength, he is almost reaching the level of spirit transformation. Just catch him. There's no need to make a big noise and cause unnecessary trouble. This time, Montenegro gave the order directly in an unquestionable tone. Black Snake didn't argue anymore. After all, Haishan's cultivation level is at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. In SB, the strong are respected. Immediately, the long snake turned its body and transformed into a green shadow, flying towards Zhao Yedian. At this time, Zhao Yedian didn't notice anything at all. There was something confusing in his mind. Many of his suicidal plans were foiled. The words the Empress said just now caused him to suffer heavy losses. Some of it made him question his life. The more Zhao Yedian thought about it, the angrier he became, and he decided to just go find Empress Chen Shui Luohan directly. He angered her by asking for the demon gathering bowl back. If she made any move, she would be turned into a pile of ice. At present, this is the simplest and most reliable method. There should be no one who can kill people more easily than a Mahayana cultivator. Immediately, Zhao Yedian stood up and walked towards the Han Palace of Juji Palace. He was completely unaware that a tiny green shadow had already circled behind him. Whoosh, a faint sound passed by. Suddenly, Zhao Yedian felt his neck being wrapped by a sticky and thick thing. He grabbed the thick thing around his neck with both hands, and his face turned red instantly. A strong feeling of suffocation made him breathless and almost fainted. But Zhao Yedian felt ecstatic in his heart. Although I don't know who it is, he has no moral principles and attacks from behind. But to die unexpectedly like this was a real surprise. He was very glad that this time he took off the Qilin armor and other protective treasures in advance. Immediately, Zhao Yedian stopped struggling, slowly lowered his arms, closed his eyes, and gladly accepted death from suffocation. This feeling is painful though, but there is sweetness after bitterness, and you can't escape the 1 trillion bonus this time. I really want to go back to the real world, take a hot bath and have a meal with my parents. Then use money to slap the face of the materialistic ex-girlfriend. Let yourself be proud in front of relatives, friends, classmates and others. Perhaps, I can also write a book about being a rich man to vent my feelings. For a moment, countless familiar scenes flashed through Zhao Yedian's mind and eyes like slides. This is the legendary experience of people when they are on the verge of death. This was the first time he was so close to death. This feeling is too real. Bang! Suddenly, Zhao Yedian's body, which was about to fall into a coma and die. Suddenly, I felt my neck loosen and I was thrown heavily to the ground. Zhao Yedian opened his drowsy eyes and found a half-demon monster with a human head and a snake body, staring at him with a grin. His smile was full of contempt, mockery and arrogance. Zhao Yedian shook his head vigorously, trying to regain a little clarity. Then, he took a deep breath, his voice hoarse, and roared angrily, "Fuck you. And why don't you kill me now?" The long snake was stunned. He had attacked human monks like this before. I also like to beat them half to death first, and then take a good look at the expressions of fear on their faces. Without exception, all human cultivators have encountered this situation before. They could only scream in terror, cry for mercy, or try their best to escape. I didn't expect this kid to be so arrogant. He actually asked himself to kill him. Although he could not disobey Montenegro's order and kill him. But he didn't mind making this arrogant boy a cripple first. At least breaking a few of his arms and legs would be fine. The long snake smiled ferociously, its emerald green eyes filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. Immediately, he bared a pair of sharp green fangs and stared at Zhao Yedian's legs. Once you bite it, you can taste the deliciousness you haven't eaten for a long time. The next moment, the snake's neck instantly detached from its shoulders like a spring. The entire head bit towards Zhao Yedian's legs. Whoosh! Suddenly, the long snake saw a flash of white light before his eyes. Immediately afterwards, my neck felt hot and a fishy green mucus dripped onto the ground. My vision was spinning, don't know what happened. After a long while, he finally saw clearly. Not far away, there stood a young man with flowing white hair and white clothes. He was helping Zhao Yedian up and saying something. And the body he was familiar with was lying in a pool of green blood. In just a short moment, he was torn apart by the body without even noticing. That white-haired man is so terrifying. He is the white-robed elder of the Juji Palace. Chapter 87. A bosom friend is always there. A world apart is like a neighborhood. It was you who did it. I remember now. Zhao Yedian stretched his neck, pointed at the white-haired young man in front of him, and exclaimed. The white-haired young man was startled and waved his hands hurriedly. No, I did it just now, but not before. Zhao Yedian looked at the white-haired young man suspiciously, and his heart became more and more determined. Previously at the wedding banquet, he was about to be killed by Yizan. There was a flash of white light, just like before. I just didn't expect that the person who saved me twice would prevent me from completing the plot-killing mission. It turned out to be Bai Xing, the white-robed elder of Juji Palace. Zhao Yedian thought of the ranking of the elders of Juji Palace. It is distinguished by color. They are purple, red, gold, white and green. Although the elder in white is ranked second from the bottom, his cultivation level is truly at the void refinement realm. This terrifying existence has a cultivation level that is 1 level higher than that of my father, Zhao Baji. I just didn't expect that there is someone who can reach this level. Judging from his age, he was a white-haired young man almost the same age as me. He seems to have a rather plain character, even a little timid and stuttering. Although he had joined the Demon Slayer guards before, it was Bai Xing who brought him there. But at that time, I was determined to track down the nine-tailed fox. Didn't notice White Star, now it seems that he is the most evil one. Despite being so young, his cultivation has reached the terrifying realm of refining emptiness. Just now, a flash of white light killed a demon cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Immediately, he looked not far away, the snake demon's head. At this moment, the head stared at this side with its green eyes wide open. He seemed to die in terror and fear. Judging from his appearance, he should be a half-demon cultivator. And the method he used to conceal the demonic aura was similar to that of Shu Wei, Shadow and others in the ancient secret realm. It seems that he is also a SB demon cultivator. But compared to the previous two, this one is a real SB. In Star City, he actually dared to show up in broad daylight and attack me. Wouldn't it be better to find a dark and windy night, lure me out of the city, and end it there? And just now, he was about to succeed and could have killed me in one step. As a result, he had a brain but insisted on playing, and ended up killing himself. You won't even kill someone, Zhao Yedian complained and spat at the snake cultivator's corpse. The Empress wants to see you. Come with me to the cold palace to see her. Bai Xing finally regained his composure and stated his purpose. Zhao Yedian raised his eyebrow and spoke in an arrogant tone, just because she wants to see me, should I go? Go ahead and let her come to see me. By the way, go tell her to bring my demon bowl back to me. Zhao Yedian added, if she wants the ancient treasure, she can go get it herself. Why would she take mine? Does she really think she can do whatever she wants just because she's the Empress? Hey, now I am not afraid of heaven or earth, so why should I be afraid of you, the Empress? Bai Xing stared at Zhao Yedian in a daze. After a long while, he managed to smile and said, you should talk to the Empress yourself about these things. Just say it, do you think I'm afraid of her? Zhao Yedian became more and more arrogant. However, I felt very strange. I'm already so arrogant and domineering, and this elder in white is so nice. He greeted me with a smile, but he didn't even teach me a lesson. After all, they are the elders of Juji Palace. He has always been a close confidant of Empress Chen Shui Luohan. They are even more loyal to the Empress and will not tolerate anyone slandering them. Just ask Chen Shui Luohan to come find me at Juji Palace. I'll go back and wash up first. Zhao Yedian continued to speak more aggressively. He immediately turned around and walked towards Juji Palace. But after taking a few steps, his legs seemed to be out of control. Instead, he changed direction and walked towards Juji Palace. Needless to say, it must be Shirahoshi who is controlling my body. Just like Chen Shui Luohan before, they both only know how to manipulate people. Let's go to Juji Palace now. Don't keep the Empress waiting for too long. Bai Xing said with a smile, leading the way. Zhao Yedian danced and jumped, trying his best to resist. At the same time, he walked towards Juji Palace at a rapid pace. Unexpectedly, this white star looked simple on the surface. It turns out that he also has the essence of thick black. Afterwards, all that could be heard along the way was Zhao Yedian's cursing voice. Even if you can control my body, you can't control my heart or my mouth. I will never say or do anything against my will, even if it means death. I'm not afraid of being torn to pieces, I just want to leave my innocence in this world. The master once said, Jiaoji Palace. Poison Eyes commanded his subordinates to move tens of thousands of spirit stones back to the treasury. I felt a sense of comfort in my heart. The young master is worthy of being the young master. He spent so many spirit stones to organize the magic fighting and treasure hunting competition. I originally thought it was a bit of a waste. Unexpectedly, the young master's real purpose was to lure out the group of people from Rigi Palace. Then, in front of everyone, defeat them personally to establish your prestige. The results were as expected. The young master really taught Ritian of Rigi Palace a lesson. Although in the end, because of Empress Chen Shui Luohan, I was not able to fight to my heart's content. But the Empress could actually say such words to protect the young master. This shows that she still attaches great importance to our Jiaoji Palace. He admires the young master very much. This way it would be worthwhile for the palace master to spend so much energy and go to such a far place to fight against the demons. As long as the young master is here, there is no way that the people in Rigi Palace can get ahead of us in Jiaoji Palace. It seems that the young master has really grown up. A trace of trance flashed in Poison Eyes. The young master before only took me out to eat, drink and have fun. Although it was comfortable, it was just comfort. Now the young master can go to the ancient secret realm to search for treasures on his own and even save himself in times of crisis. He can also act with himself and fight alongside him to deal with the Rigi Palace. This feeling is fulfilling, comfortable and refreshing. Young master, I will always be loyal to you in Jiaoji Palace. A hint of determination flashed in Poison Eyes. At this moment, he suddenly saw a staggering thin figure not far away, walking towards him hurriedly. The man was holding a piece of paper in his hand. It was Lu Shuang, the demon-slaying guard brought back by the young master. Moreover, Diane had previous experience of going in and out of places like Wanwu Tower with the young master. When I first saw her, I realized that Lu Shuang was a woman. This should be the young master's favorite woman. Otherwise, he would not have helped her conceal her identity as a woman and brought her back to Jiaoji Palace for treatment. With a poisonous eye in his heart, he secretly guessed how important this woman was to the young master. Poison Eyes immediately stepped forward and asked solemnly, Brother Lu, the alchemist at Jiaoji Palace will definitely be able to help you recover from your injuries. We just need to wait a little longer, but now it's not easy to move around, so you should go back to your room and rest. You. Where's Zhao Yuntian? Where did he go? Suddenly, Lu Shuang asked in a hurried tone. Her pretty face was pale, and her black hair was flying wildly. In the sunlight, a few crystal lines flashed in the corners of the eyes. Young master, just now, the young master and I. Diane was just about to talk about his previous battle record with the young master, but he noticed that Lu Shuang's expression was becoming increasingly strange. Suddenly, she handed over the note in her hand. Poison Eyes took the note, squinted his eyes, and was stunned. Lu Shuang, you're lucky. If you agree to one of my requests, your salary for 3.5 years will be cancelled. However, you must use the Azure Lotus Chaos Sacred Body to make me stronger. I am in another place, watching you grow up. A friend in need is always a friend indeed. We will never meet again. Chapter 88 Zhao Yuntian will rule the Jiaoji Palace. This isn't like the young master's style. Poison Eyes scratched his bald head and said in confusion. After all, in his impression, the young master is a carefree, generous and loyal person. When did he become so cultured and write such exquisite farewell poems? Could it be that the young master has not only made great progress in his cultivation, but has also been quite knowledgeable about culture and poetry? Although in this world, the strong ones are respected. But among them, there are also some talented scholars and writers who compose poems and couplets. But the young master before was just like me, he only knew how to use foul language. Let's not worry about that for now. Where did Zhao Yuntian go? Lu Shuang's tone became more and more urgent. I have a feeling that your young master is thinking about committing suicide. Poison Eyes was stunned for a moment, then immediately denied it. Don't talk nonsense. Before, the young master worked side by side with me to deal with the people from the Sun Palace. He was so domineering. Then where is the other place he mentioned? In this feeling of never seeing each other again, as if we will never see each other again, I. As she spoke, tears appeared in the corners of Lu Shuang's eyes again. Poison Eyes also remembered that something was wrong. Just now, the young master seemed to be preoccupied, sitting alone on the gravel on the other side of the stone platform. Moreover, it has been an hour or two and the young master has not returned yet. Immediately, Diane's face darkened and he took Lu Shuang to the blue stone platform at the street corner. Demon Cultivator. Poison Eyes saw at a glance that beside the gravel platform, lying in a pool of green blood, was a snake man with its body torn apart. Could it be Zhao Yuntian who killed the snake demon cultivator? Lu Shuang asked in horror. Poison Eyes squinted at it and shook his head. Although the young master is very powerful now, this demon cultivator's cultivation level is at least in the late nascent soul stage. Looking at the wound, he was killed in one blow. The only one who could do this, besides our Jiaoji Palace master, is the elder of Jiaoji Palace. Lu Shuang murmured. As the demon-slaying guard of Jiaoji Palace, she naturally knew something about the strength of Jiaoji Palace. In other words, Zhao Yuntian was most likely rescued by the elders of Jiaoji Palace and is now in Jiaoji Palace. Thinking back to when he first met Zhao Yuntian, he was not afraid at all and dealt with the fox demon alone. Then, at the Longmen Inn, he ignored his own danger and fought against two powerful bull monsters and tiger monsters. Even in the ancient secret realm, when facing Green Dragonfly and the monk who had reached the fusion realm, he was still fearless. At first, Lu Shuang thought he was brave and courageous. But gradually I found that it was too strange. It's more like he really wants to die. Especially the letter in his hand made her more certain of this guess. Although I don't know the reason, I, Lu Shuang, will never watch you die. Immediately, she turned around and walked towards the Jiaoji Palace. Poison Eyes warned, the Jiaoji Palace is heavily guarded right now. Not only can ordinary people not enter, but anyone who approaches rashly is likely to be struck by the Empress's ice needle. Then I have to go too. Lu Shuang's voice revealed determination. The sun sets. Her thin back gradually lengthened and grew larger in the afterglow of the setting sun. Jiaoji Palace, outer hall. Ahem, I've been scolding you for so long, why don't you give me any reaction? Zhao Yuntian coughed lightly and swallowed his saliva, feeling as if his throat was about to smoke. He cursed for more than an hour as he walked. Bai Xingjing still greeted him with a smile. This kind of mentality is indeed not comparable to the simple-minded demon cultivator before. However, I will soon meet Empress Chen Shui Luohan. Her temper is obvious to everyone. She has the aloof goddess vibe and shoots ice needles at people if she disagrees with them. Zhao Yuntian was quickly preparing his lines in his mind. A line that would 100% piss her off. The cold palace is just ahead, go in on your own. Bai Xing, who was leading the way, stopped and waved. Zhao Yuntian's body flew into the cold palace uncontrollably. Suddenly, a familiar chill came over me. At the same time, he regained control of his body. Now he was not wearing the Qilin armor and had no talismans or formations for self-defense. With such a strong cold, I only need to stand in this cold palace for half an hour. I guess even without Empress Chen Shui Luohan taking action, he would be frozen to death by the cold air from her body. Zhao Yundian huddled up, hugged his shoulders, had a runny nose, and walked into the main hall trembling. Everything remains the same. Empress Chen Shui Luohan was still sitting lazily on the crystal throne. She supported her head with her jade white hands, her eyes slightly closed, and she seemed very sleepy. Beside her was a maid in a white lolita dress, waving a palm leaf fan. It's abnormal to ask people to fan themselves in such a cold environment. Why don't you kneel down when you see the Empress? Suddenly, the maid looked at Zhao Yundian and asked coldly. If I had been asked this question before, Zhao Yundian would have a conditioned reflex, his legs would tremble, and he would kneel down on the ground. But now, I am no longer the lackey I used to be. Immediately, he moved his body, stretched, and looked down at the two people on the platform. The corner of his mouth curled up. I, Zhao Yundian, have never worshipped heaven or earth in my life but only knelt to my parents. Who are you? Why should you kneel? You are so brave. The maid glared at Zhao Yundian first. Just a month ago, Zhao Yundian also came to Han Palace. She was also the one who served the Empress. At that time, Zhao Yundian was like a dog. Even when being called a waste by the Empress, he still smiled and nodded and kowtowed in acknowledgement. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yundian was so bold today. How dare you be so arrogant? It won't work if we don't teach him a lesson first. Immediately, she raised her hand, and a khaki rotating ball of light appeared in her palm, which she threw towards Zhao Yundian. Although she was just a maid beside the Empress, her cultivation had reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Zhao Yundian is just a waste in the middle stage of the golden core realm, and this attack is the Zanyan Curse, a heavenly magic skill. It can directly penetrate the souls of all cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Bang, puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. But the one who spurted blood was not Zhao Yundian, but the maid. At this time, a faint golden light appeared on the surface of Zhao Yundian's body. The yellow light ball of Zanyan Curse hit it. Not only did it fail to penetrate, but it bounced back and hit the maid's abdomen. Buddhist golden light, you dare to resist Juji Palace. The maid covered her abdomen, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at Zhao Yundian in astonishment. Zhao Yundian extended a finger, placed it against his lips, and revealed a wicked smile. Hush. This is not resistance, but taking over and ruling the Juji Palace. What you? The maid took a few steps back, stunned. How dare you say such outrageous words in front of the Empress? He was only a cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core realm, and he was alone. How dare he, just after a trip to the ancient secret realm, you dare to be so arrogant? Suddenly, Empress Chen Shui Luohan slowly opened her azure eyes. At the same time, a terrifying spiritual pressure spread throughout the entire cold palace. Chapter 89. I, Zhao Yundian, have no need to explain to you what I have done in my life. Suddenly, Zhao Yundian felt that the entire cold palace was filled with murderous intent. It feels like thousands of AK-47s are aimed at your body. Anyone who dares to resist will be shot into a sieve. It's also like an author who doesn't update his content and is threatened with razor blades by readers. So terrifying. However, Zhao Yundian had only one feeling in his heart. Very good. I didn't expect it to be so simple, but it angered the Empress. He never knelt, then hurt the maid, and finally said the rebellious words that the ruling Empress feared the most. It's simply a perfect tutorial on how to commit suicide. If I still don't die, I'll eat shit. Sure enough, Chen Shui Luohan slowly sat up straight, revealing her proud curves, and stared at Zhao Yundian with a pair of azure eyes. Those eyes emitted a faint blue light. It seemed ready to shoot some rays of light at any time to kill Zhao Yundian. Zhao Yundian smiled with satisfaction, then continued, you, Chen Shui Luohan, have ruled Xingji continent for over 100 years, yet have accomplished nothing. Dozing off in the cold palace all day, in a daze, led to the invasion of demons from outside, the rampant evil ways, and the complaints of the cultivators everywhere. As he spoke, he patted his chest in grief. I, Zhao Yundian, am a handsome genius. Because of the reputation of your Juji Palace, I've been rumored to be a loser. That's fine, but when the demons invaded, you actually sent my father, Zhao Baji, to such a faraway Yangzhou to eliminate the demons. The most hateful thing is that they took the opportunity to let the villains of Yangzhou Riji Palace settle in Xingcheng, clearly intending to weaken my Jiaji Palace and support the Riji Palace. The most hateful thing is that you stole the demon gathering basin that this young master had gone through so much trouble to find. What's the difference between you and a commoner or a mountain bandit? Zhao Yundian spoke eloquently and righteously. It feels so good to stand on the moral high ground and curse people without using a single dirty word. It feels so good. No wonder those decent people always find various excuses before taking action, calling it a legitimate cause and a just cause. In fact, it is just an excuse and means to numb the inner condemnation. That's it. If you have anything else to say, please continue. Chen Shui Luohan said this neither lightly nor heavily. From a sitting position, he changed to a lazy leaning position. This posture and expression is like an audience listening to a book or watching a play. I was also prepared to listen to what Zhao Yundian had to say. There was no murderous intent at all. The originally freezing temperature nearby has also risen considerably. Zhao Yundian was completely confused and frowned. What the hell, I feel like I've become a stage clown again. The feeling of being there for others to watch and have fun. The clown is me again. It seems that it was Chen Shui Luohan who ruled for more than 100 years. I've long been accustomed to hearing the words of some famous and upright people, and they no longer feel new to me. In this case, you can't just move your mouth. You have to touch it directly. Only physical collisions can produce psychological friction, and ultimately lead to the flow of fluid and blood. A white light flashed under Zhao Yundian's feet, and he was ready to use his strongest heavenly level body movement, invisible instant movement. But at this moment, he felt as if the soles of his feet were glued to the ground. Unable to move at all. Again, trying to control me again. Immediately, Zhao Yundian's whole body was covered with golden light, and a Buddhist golden light formed on the surface of his body. Chen Shui Luohan's martial arts is also a top-grade heavenly magic skill. I hope that the golden light of Buddhism can counteract this control to some extent. After all, if I was controlled again, I would be unable to move or speak. There is no way to die even if you want to. Fortunately, this control only controlled his feet and did not spread to his whole body. Is that all? Qian Shuiluo raised her cold eyes slowly, then let me say a few words. Now, you have two choices. First, die. Second, since you have the golden body of the Buddha, please do me a favor. Can you? Stop talking nonsense, I choose to die. Zhao Yundian interrupted immediately and said resolutely. Chen Shui Luohan was slightly startled, staring at Zhao Yundian with her eyes, her tone icy and piercing. Do you really think that I dare not kill you? If you dared, you wouldn't have kept me here until now. Zhao Yundian's tone became even more arrogant. At times like this, just soften your tone. Not only will he not be able to die, but he will also be treated as a worker again. So you must not be timid, just start. Chen Shui Luohan frowned angrily and suddenly stood up from the throne, causing a huge uproar. Just now, the reason why she tolerated Zhao Yuntian was because he was talking nonsense. In the words of defense he had said before in front of all the monks. The first one is Zhao Yuntian, who brought back the ancient treasure, Demon Gathering Bowl, which can be used to melt some things. These things are enough to help her survive the life and death thunder tribulation in the near future. Second, he is the only person in the entire Juji Palace who knows Buddhist techniques. In this way, you can go to Jinshan Temple and look for the only smelting material. I originally thought that Zhao Yuntian was just pretending and being mysterious in order to get the ancient treasure back. After all, she had made a promise before. As long as one is under the influence of Juji Palace, any object or treasure found outside will belong to the finder. Before, she had forcibly taken away the ancient treasure, Demon Gathering Bowl, which was indeed a violation of her promise. But I never thought that as an empress, someone would dare to come to me and seek death for the treasure. And he seemed to really feel that Zhao Yuntian was not afraid of death and even wanted to die. That's strange. It was obvious that Zhao Yuntian before was a cowardly loser. In such a short period of time, not only did his cultivation level advance by leaps and bounds, but he also learned Buddhist techniques. There must be something wrong. Immediately, she asked in a cold voice, why? Zhao Yuntian also smiled coldly, flicked his sleeves, and looked at Chen Shui Luohan with a fearless attitude. With a tone of contempt for all things, and with the inherent echo of Buddhism, he said, why should I, Zhao Yuntian, explain to you all my actions in life? These words were full of dominance, and the lingering sound was lingering. When the maid heard this, she felt a ball of blood and energy explode in her chest. Too crazy, he is too crazy. She looked at Empress Chen Shui Luohan, hoping that she would turn this child into ashes. However, Chen Shui Luohan just stood there in a daze, without taking any further action. He seemed to be shocked by these words. After all, it has been more than 100 years. No one has ever dared to say such words in front of her, Empress Chen Shui Luohan. No, not even one person dared to look up and look her in the face. Hee. Suddenly, Chen Shui Luohan opened her red lips slightly and smiled. The laughter was chilling and captivating. Zhao Yuntian felt a little uneasy when he heard this, but he was very satisfied with himself. After all, the only few lines of pretentiousness that I remember in real life are the ones I remember most clearly. Looking at the results now, it's pretty good. You seem to want to die. Suddenly, Chen Shui Luohan stopped laughing and spoke slowly. Her pair of blue eyes seemed to have seen through Zhao Yuntian's heart. If that's the case, I won't let you die. Zhao Yuntian was stunned. I cursed in my heart, thinking that I was trying too hard and someone found some loopholes. I didn't expect that Chen Shui Luohan was so cunning. He actually has the ability to think in reverse. Moreover, I will let you witness with your own eyes the death of someone you are familiar with. As she spoke, Chen Shui Luohan stretched out her slender fingers and rubbed her temples. By the way, who are you concerned about? Is it Zhao Baji, or Poison Eyes? Or maybe it's the demon slayer Lu Shuang, or the demon woman Yao Lan. Or maybe, as she spoke, a hint of playful murderous intent flashed in her blue eyes, all of them. Chapter 90, the final page of the sword manual, No Love is God. Well, have you made your choice? Chen Shui Luohan looked relaxed and said slowly, would you rather watch someone you care about die, or do you want to help me do something? She looked at Zhao Yuntian with a gloomy face and remained silent. She continued, although your father, Zhao Baji, is the master of Jiaoji Palace and has made many contributions to this palace. But compared to the great matter of this palace, it is insignificant. You should know that whoever I want to die must die. And your colleague Lu Shuang, a woman who infiltrated the demon slayer guards and disregarded the rules set by me, is fine. As long as you agree to work for me, I will forgive you. As for the demon girl, haha, it's even simpler. I only need two. That's right, these are indeed the people and monsters I care about. Zhao Yuntian lowered his head and spoke slowly in a low voice. Chen Shui Luohan's tightly pursed red lips curled up slightly, those who know the current situation will. However, this young master hates being threatened the most. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian raised his head, a dazzling golden light flashing in his eyes, and said in a resolute tone, go ahead and kill me, if I frown, I lose. But if you kill them, I will do everything I can to kill you too. You won't let me die, will you? Then I'm determined to kill your people, and kill you. Let's see how long you can endure it. In the end, the most I can do is die, but you and your Juji Palace will have to be on guard at all times. At the end of his words, his tone revealed a murderous intent. Are you threatening me? Do you really not care about their lives? Chen Shui Luohan's face was as cold as ice, but she still threatened. Zhao Yuntian clasped his hands together, looking disillusioned with life and death. All phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew and lightning, they should be viewed in this way. In an instant, his whole body was covered with golden light. A golden statue of a Dharmadhatu, more than 10 feet tall, appeared above his head. At the same time, Zhao Yuntian leapt up and landed on the top of the golden statue, pointing his finger in the direction of Chen Shui Luohan. As the golden light flowed, hundreds of small golden swords condensed in the void beside him. Ah, not only did he break free from control, he even used the Buddha's light to condense sword energy. This. The maid exclaimed in shock. You know, no one has ever broken free from Chen Shui Luohan's icy control. Although the Empress did not use her full strength against Zhao Yuntian just now. But with his cultivation level of the early Jindan realm, it would be impossible for him to break free. Furthermore, it is said that most Buddhist techniques use fists and palms to fight the enemy with force. But it was incredible that Zhao Yuntian could condense the Buddha's light into a murderous and sharp sword. Chen Shui Luohan frowned slightly, obviously shocked by Zhao Yuntian's series of actions. It was okay to break free from the control, since she didn't use her full strength in the first place. Moreover, Zhao Yuntian possesses the golden body of Buddhism, which can restrain the magic power. It's not surprising that he could break free if he exerted all his strength. The strange thing is that he can actually condense the Buddhist sword intent. Using the golden light of Buddhism to condense sword power, where did you learn this? Qian Shuiluo asked in a cold voice. However, Zhao Yuntian did not answer, but instead condensed the golden swords around him into thousands of them. Then, in the entire snow-white cold palace, thousands of small swords shining with golden light condensed above the 10-foot-tall golden Dharma image. Immediately, Zhao Yuntian pointed two fingers at Empress Chen Shui Luohan. He chanted, the final page of the sword manual, without love, you are God. Whoosh, whoosh, the sword intent filled the sky and flew towards Chen Shui Luohan like a rainstorm. Humph, such a petty trick. Qian Shuiluo snorted coldly and flicked her snow-white sleeves. A huge dome-shaped ice curtain appeared indifferently, blocking her way. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of breaking through the air was past. Countless golden swords struck the ice curtain. It was like sinking into water, without causing a single ripple. Your Majesty, your body. The maid saw a drop of sweat on Chen Shui Luohan's forehead and said worriedly. In a month or so, the Empress's 100-year thunder tribulation will arrive. Therefore, she recently sealed almost all of her magical essence in her body in the secret room. Now the magic power that can be used in this clone of hers is very little. Therefore, the people from the Rigi Palace were ostensibly transferred to Star City to defend against the invasion of the Demon Clan. In fact, it was to protect the Empress and help her safely pass through the Thunder Tribulation. But now, she used this frost shield, which consumed a lot of mana. Moreover, that boy's Buddha's light has a natural inhibitory effect on demonic powers. Although it can be prevented now, but as time goes on, the Empress's magic power will be depleted too much and it will be dangerous. It seems that I have indeed underestimated Zhao Yundian. Immediately, the maid condensed yellow magic power and injected it into the white frost light curtain. Upon seeing this, Empress Chen Shui Luohan angrily shouted, "Alang, do you really think I can't handle a Jin and realm brat?" The maid quickly withdrew her hand, knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Alang knows her mistake." Sure enough, just as he had guessed, Chen Shui Luohan felt a little weak. Zhao Yundian stood on the golden body and saw everything that had just happened. A maid actually wants to help a dignified empress. In other words, she doesn't have enough magic power now. No wonder whether it is on the bluestone platform or entering the cold palace. The aura of Chen Shui Luohan was not as strong as it was a month ago and was even much weaker. I guess it's still a little worse than my dad's. No wonder she hasn't left the cold palace for decades. Maybe she was just afraid that people would know her background. Although I don't know what happened to her body. Is he sick or is there something wrong with his practice? But now, I will take your life while you are sick. Immediately, Zhao Yundian spread his legs, and under the golden light on the surface of his body, a huge black demonic power emerged. A pair of huge green horns extended from the top of the head. The aura of his entire body suddenly rose from the middle stage of the golden core realm to the peak of the late stage of the golden core realm. At the same time, the small golden swords around him began to split again. In just a short moment, there were already tens of thousands of swords. In the front end of each golden sword was covered with a layer of black poisonous smoke. It was he who covered the small golden sword with the poisonous smoke from his body. Hiss, hiss. The next moment, the small Buddha sword carrying poisonous smoke struck the ice dome. Although it was still like being submerged in water, this time, a wisp of black air was emitted. Obviously, the power has been greatly enhanced. With the influx of tens of thousands of swords, the black air became thicker and thicker. After a while, a layer of spider silk-like, tiny black cracks appeared on the originally pure white frost dome. Zhao Yundian raised the corner of his mouth when he saw this. He immediately grasped a red flaming spear, opened his purple pupils, and used invisible instant movement to approach the light shield. Half-demon transformation, poison cultivator, heavenly magic weapon, demon purple eyes, heavenly body skills, queen, be careful. The maid Aline exclaimed. Zhao Yundian's strength has long been shown in intelligence materials. But only after seeing it today did I realize how strong Zhao Yundian is. Aline pinched her fingers together, ready to send instructions at any time. Let Elder Baixing come to guard. Unexpectedly, he could force the Empress's clone to this point. It was simply horrifying. But when he turned his head, he saw a smile on the corner of the Empress's mouth. She was too familiar with this smile. It's a smile of control and absolute confidence. At this moment, Zhao Yundian had already stabbed the flaming spear into the crack in the dome. Crash! The entire huge transparent ice dome shattered and fell like glass. Zhao Yundian nodded with satisfaction. Now that the membrane has been broken, the next step is to make a concerted effort and go all the way to the bottom until blood is seen. Haha, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Suddenly, Zhao Yundian heard Chen Shui Luohan's cold laughter. When he looked closely, he saw two transparent ice needles shooting towards his chest. It was less than half a meter away from him. It turned out that she deliberately let me get close to shatter the ice shield so that she could take the opportunity to shoot ice needles. Leave yourself no room to react. Zhao Yundian was very familiar with this ice needle once he was stabbed. You will turn into a pile of ice chips. Immediately, he opened his arms and laughed even more triumphantly. Haha, this is exactly the moment I've been waiting for. Chapter 91 Obtaining Demonic Seeds. Puff. When the first ice needle entered Zhao Yundian's body, his body turned into green flames. Ice needles pierced through. It is what automatically stimulates the body of ghost fire. Immediately afterwards, the second ice needle hit his chest. In an instant, a layer of milky white frost began to freeze from Zhao Yundian's chest. And it spreads rapidly throughout the body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Yundian looked at Chen Shui Luohan and laughed arrogantly. Great. Today, even though I'm dead, I'm still handsome. What are you doing? Suddenly, his face froze and he cried out in surprise. Chen Shui Luohan had approached his body without him noticing when. Her white and smooth right hand, emitting a faint white light, was pressed against her chest. The frost that had frozen his entire body stopped instantly. Humph, it's not that easy to just die. Chen Shui Luohan gritted her teeth and slowly sucked the silver needle out of Zhao Yundian's body. No, Lady Empress, if you absorb the ice needles again, the magic power in your body will backfire. Puff, Aling didn't finish her words. Suddenly, a ball of black blood spurted out of Chen Shui Luohan's mouth. Warm blood stained Zhao Yundian's face and slowly flowed down. At the same time, Chen Shui Luohan in front of him trembled and fell to the ground. Zhao Yundian stared at Chen Shui Luohan in a daze and discovered that beneath her cold exterior, her blood was actually very warm. If you want to kill me, why save me? What's the point? Zhao Yundian stared at Chen Shui Luohan with a complicated expression and sighed softly. How dare you ask? Mei Ling glared at Zhao Yundian. The Empress had no intention of killing you just now. Yet you are blindly risking your life. The Empress is trying to survive the Thunder Tribulation. Aling, who told you to talk so much? Chen Shui Luohan interrupted harshly, slowly getting up from the ground, and the blood stains on the corners of his mouth suddenly disappeared. He looked the same as before, cold and arrogant, with no change at all. But her face seemed paler than before. This hateful woman, why is she so soft-hearted? Sure enough, what she asked me to do was related to her survival of the Thunder Tribulation. I heard that Thunder Tribulation will happen once you reach the Mahayana realm. It happens once every 23 years. The higher the level of cultivation, the more severe the Thunder Tribulation you will encounter. Therefore, over the past few thousand years, there have been quite a few cultivators who have reached the Mahayana realm. But they did not die from running out of lifespan or being killed by others. Instead, most of them died in thunderstorms. Since Chen Shui Luohan is a cultivator in the late Mahayana realm, the Thunder Tribulation must be quite severe. It seems that she started planning this a long time ago. They deliberately pretended to be invading demons to make the situation look tense. It's just to divert people's attention. In this way, no one would notice that Chen Shui Luohan became weak in order to survive the Thunder Tribulation. No wonder just now, she was such a cold and aloof empress. He actually resorted to threatening tactics. It turns out that it involves one's own life. In this way, I can turn the tables and take advantage of her. Zhao Yundian wiped the blood from Chen Shui Luohan's face and said seriously, how about this? I'll take one step back, and you take two steps back. I help you do things, and you help me kill myself. Chen Shui Luohan's eyes flashed. Help you kill you. That's right, if I succeed in helping you complete your mission, not only will you have to let me die, but you have to let me die according to my demands. Zhao Yuntian explained. Your request, what is it? You'll know when the time comes, Zhao Yuntian said slowly. God knows what will happen after 5 days of unlimited killing missions. The next mission will be another plot killing mission. But one thing is for sure, I'm going to die, although helping this woman will take some time. But don't narrow the path. Next time, as long as the Queen of the Mahayana realm helps him, he will never die in any difficulty. Okay, I promise you. Chen Shui Luohan spoke in a calm tone and sat back on her crystal throne. It was as if nothing had ever happened between the two of them before. Sure enough, in this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The people who had just risked their lives were now trading. After all, this deal is very important to both of them. One is about the Empress's desire to live, and the other is about Zhao Yuntian's desire to die. Your mission is to go to Jinshan Temple in Leizhou and obtain the demon seed. Chen Shui Luohan didn't hesitate and directly stated the task. Demon seed. Zhao Yuntian was stunned. This thing sounds like it's very evil. Leizhou Jinshan Temple is the only remaining Buddhist temple in the past 1,000 years. At this time, Ling, the maid beside Chen Shui Luohan, stood up. The reason why it wasn't destroyed by the Empress is because an ancient demon was suppressed in the Golden Thunder Pagoda. More than 1,000 years ago, the ancient demon had already reached the Mahayana realm. It took the human race to unite and finally be suppressed by the ancient Buddhist treasure, the Golden Thunder Pagoda. Although the ancient demon's spirit was suppressed and indestructible, its body has been refined for over 1,000 years, condensing into a crystal core called a demon child. You just need to enter the Golden Thunder Tower and bring the demon back. As she spoke, she casually threw a map of Jinshan Temple in Leizhou into Zhao Yuntian's hands. The ancient demon, he won't come back to life, will he? And why did he only send a mere Jindan realm cultivator like me to get it? Zhao Yuntian asked doubtfully. After all, the task sounds simple. It's like taking a trip to Leizhou and just bringing things back from the temple. But he is familiar with the routines of fantasy novels, and something is bound to happen. The maid Ling rolled her eyes at Zhao Yuntian and continued. The Golden Thunder Pagoda is called an ancient treasure because it can suppress ancient demons in the Mahayana realm and naturally restrain all demonic powers and demonic energy. If you enter without the protection of the Buddha's golden body, no matter how high your cultivation level is, you will surely die. Zhao Yuntian asked with interest, is there a high-ranking monk like Fa Hai in Jinshan Temple? HMPH, do you really think the Empress will allow a Buddhist monk with a cultivation level above the Golden Core realm to survive in this world? Ling's tone became increasingly disdainful. That Jinshan Temple is just a bunch of useless people whose cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage. If they don't let you in, won't you kill them? Weren't you quite powerful just now? What kind of attitude is that? Zhao Yuntian immediately became unhappy. If you don't agree, come and fight me in close combat. Only then did Ling keep silent. After all, she really couldn't beat Zhao Yuntian. It's a shame to say that she, a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage, couldn't even defeat a cultivator in the middle Golden Core stage. It was a great humiliation that I had no choice but to swallow. Chen Shui Luohan, who was standing aside, simply said one final sentence. I will only give you 20 days. If you exceed the time limit, you should know the consequences. As she spoke, she turned into a snowflake and disappeared in the hall. The 20th. Even though Leizhou is far away from Xingzhou, it only takes 6 or 7 days to go back and forth by flying magic tool. What does giving 20 days mean? Sure enough, this task is not as simple as it seems. Zhao Yuntian thought excitedly and prepared to set off quickly. Maybe there will be surprises when we get there. While I still have time to kill people, I should go out and have some fun. Chapter 92 Junior Sister, Go Kill Zhao Yuntian. Juji Palace, Outer City. Lu Shuang, a thin man wearing a gray and black uniform, was stumbling and jogging. However, even if she tried her best to rush to Juji Palace. But along the way, I wasted a lot of time because I didn't have much strength in my legs and feet. I don't know what happened to Zhao Yuntian. That is the Juji Palace, the center of the entire Xingji continent. Sitting inside is the Empress Chen Shui Luohan, who holds the highest status and greatest power in the world. If Zhao Yuntian continues to be as reckless as before, the situation will be dangerous. The two of them experienced many dangerous things along the way. Every time, Zhao Yuntian stepped forward to solve the problem. Lu Shuang couldn't let him die at the hands of the Empress of his own power. Lu Shuang looked at the crumpled paper in her hand. He frowned immediately and quickened his pace, but at this moment, a middle-aged man in gray clothes appeared from nowhere and blocked the intersection in front of them. From his back, he looked to be no more than 25 or 26 years old, wearing a gray-white embroidered robe with a circular yellow pattern printed on it. At first glance, Lu Shuang recognized him as a member of the Riji Palace from his clothes. Riji Palace, which is also the third largest force of Juji Palace, is usually located in Yangzhou. Although I don't know this person, why is he blocking the intersection ahead? But she didn't know anyone from the Riji Palace and didn't want to cause trouble, so she immediately prepared to avoid this person. But suddenly, the young man slowly turned around. Lu Shuang stood there in a daze for a moment. His face was angular and exceptionally handsome. Beneath a pair of sword-like eyebrows are a pair of slender peach blossom eyes, revealing a hint of affection in the coldness. Master Senior Brother. Lu Shuang looked panicked and muttered. Junior Sister Lu, it's been 3 years since we last met. Long time no see. The young man smiled slightly, slowly approached and said, however, my current identity is the Elder of the Sun Palace, Sun Swift Wind. A hint of impatience appeared on Lu Shuang's pale face. She looked towards the Juji Palace, folded her hands and said, Brother Jiafeng, I have something else to do. Can I go first? By the way, I heard that Junior Sister is already a junior demon slayer and will be promoted soon. Senior Brother, congratulations in advance. Hiyashi interrupted with a smile and also made a congratulatory gesture. Lu Shuang's expression suddenly darkened. Brother, you are joking. She looked at her powerless legs and her body, which had lost all its mana, and said in a low voice, my current body may not be able to serve as a demon slayer. Although Dian just promised that the alchemist of their Jiaoji Palace could help with recovery. She was also very grateful for Zhao Yuntian's help. But she knew her body very well, and even if she could recover, it would probably take months or even years. By that time, the people from the Demon Slayer division had already removed her from the list and forgotten about her. It is impossible to become a demon slaying guard again, let alone get promoted. Suddenly, a round purple box the size of a palm was handed to Lu Shuang. Although the round box has not been opened, the surface of the box emits a faint purple light and is surrounded by spiritual energy. This is. Lu Shuang looked at Ri Jiafeng in surprise as he handed the box to her. 9 transformation purple gold pill. After you take it, it can restore the damaged mana essence in your body in a short period of time. Ri Jiafeng smiled gently and said, this is what Master asked me to give it to you after she learned that you were injured in the ancient secret realm. Hearing this, Lu Shuang's face showed a trace of panic and guilt. He remembered that this purple gold pill was a top-grade heavenly elixir that his master had treasured for many years. Even though her master was seriously injured before, she was reluctant to take it. Unexpectedly, I gave it to myself now. Lu Shuang decisively handed the box back to Ji Feng. 3 years ago, I was willful and left the sect early to exorcise the demon. Master. Master doesn't blame you, on the contrary, he understands you. Ji Feng's tone became gentler. After all, you are carrying the hatred of your family. It's not a bad thing to leave the sect early to eliminate the demon. And now, you have become an outstanding demon slayer. Master is very happy for you. Lu Shuang said nothing more. With a solemn expression, he put away the box and bowed in thanks, saying, I hope that senior brother will thank Master on my behalf. I will never let Master down and will do my best to eliminate demons and defend the way. Having said that, she bowed and said goodbye, preparing to leave for Juji Palace again. Alas, junior sister, you should know what Master means. It's not just about getting you to eliminate demons and defend the way. Ji Feng sighed softly, and his tone became serious. Destroying Juji Palace and killing Chen Shui Luohan is the purpose of our Xiaoyao sect. You should have known this when you joined the sect at the age of 8. Lu Shuang pursed her lips, her expression becoming somewhat complicated, but the Juji Palace is a huge force, and Chen Shui Luohan is a Mahayana cultivator. It is extremely difficult to achieve this, and... At this point, she paused, her voice becoming weaker, and the people in Juji Palace may not all be bad people. For example, there are also those who slay demons and monsters. Junior sister. Suddenly, the sound of the wind turned cold. His eyebrows were raised like swords, and a fierce look appeared on his handsome face. But immediately, his tone softened, a hint of understanding flashing in his peach blossom eyes. This is not your fault. Junior sister has been concentrating on exorcising demons and has no idea what's going on outside. Just remember that over 100 years ago, Chen Shui Luohan led the Juji Palace, under the pretext of eliminating demons and Buddhas, and wantonly slaughtered both the righteous and evil sects. Our Xiaoyao sect was nearly wiped out during that massacre. It was Master who crawled out from the pile of corpses, hid her identity, and rebuilt the Xiaoyao sect in a remote and desolate mountain. As Ji Feng spoke, his eyes revealed a deep hatred for the Juji Palace. I joined the sect 5 years earlier than junior sister, and I know all too well how difficult it is for Master in Xiaoyao sect. As a disciple of Xiaoyao sect, regardless of your current status, destroying the Juji Palace and killing Chen Shui Luohan is our lifelong wish. He looked at Lu Shuang deeply and asked, you are Master's most beloved disciple. You should not go against Master in Xiaoyao sect's long-cherished wish, right? I won't disobey Master. Lu Shuang bit her lip but nodded in agreement. 10 years ago, her clan was wiped out by the demon tribe, and she became a beggar on the streets and almost died. But it is because of the Master's kindness in recognizing me, raising me, and teaching me. This is how Lu Shuang became what she is today. She will never forget this kindness. That's good. Ji Feng smiled with satisfaction and continued, it just so happens that now is a perfect opportunity to kill Chen Shui Luohan and eliminate the Juji Palace forces. Your senior sister, Li Chuyan, is now the chief steward of Yinji Palace. She has learned an important secret about Chen Shui Luohan. In the past few months, Chen Shui Luohan's Mahayana realm Thunder Tribulation was approaching. In order to cope with the Thunder Tribulation, she sealed away her magic power. This is when she is weak, so she sent people from the Riji Palace to protect her. Also, we learned that Zhao Yuntian of the Zhaoji Palace is the only person in the entire Juji Palace who knows Buddhist techniques. Chen Shui Luohan will definitely send him to Jinshan Temple to obtain the demon seed and refine the demon spirit to strengthen her magic power to survive the Thunder Tribulation. By then, Chen Shui Luohan will definitely return to his peak. As he spoke, Ji Feng's words were filled with murderous intent. We have made thorough arrangements and will attack Juji Palace in a few days. As for Zhao Yuntian, at this point, he looked at Lu Shuang, a trace of sadness on his lips. I heard that junior sister has been living in Zhaoji Palace recently and has a good relationship with Zhao Yuntian. Then junior sister, please kill Zhao Yuntian yourself and eliminate this external threat. Chapter 93 I waited for you for 10 years, but it's not as good as him staying with you for 1 month. No, you can't kill him, Lu Shuang answered almost without thinking. Ji Feng narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice, why not? When junior sister was exorcising the demon before, and in the ancient secret realm, it was Zhao Yuntian who saved her. Lu Shuang said with a resolute look, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have made it out alive. Master taught us since we were little to be grateful and repay kindness and never kill our benefactors. Repaying a favor, haha. Seeing Lu Shuang's intense and decisive reaction, Ji Feng's voice became even colder. Master, and Xiaoyao sect have probably saved you several times more times than Zhao Yuntian. Are you doing this out of gratitude, or because you've fallen in love with Zhao Yuntian? When asked this question, Lu Shuang lowered his head in panic and stammered softly, brother, you should know that it is impossible for me to talk about my children until my family's great revenge is avenged. I seem to have heard that in the ancient secret realm, you not only found out about the enemy who wiped out your clan, but also solved it. Ji Feng looked like he was determined to get to the bottom of this. This time, Lu Shuang seemed to have hit the nail on the head and stopped arguing, as if she had tacitly agreed. You have no chance. After a long time, Ji Feng's tone slowed down. As he spoke gently, he walked forward and wanted to hug Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang frowned and suddenly stepped back. As a result, he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Are you hiding from me? A hint of anger flashed across Ji Feng's originally gentle face. Do you know how I, your senior brother, treated you during your 10 years in the sect? Lu Shuang rubbed her sore hip and arm, pursed her lips, and said seriously, for the past 10 years, senior brother has always been very kind to me. He has repeatedly helped me polish my foundation, explained the exercises, and helped me overcome the many trials of the sect. So, from childhood to adulthood, I have always treated my senior brother as my own brother and vowed to be filial to him. You know I, Hayate, don't want these. Ji Feng roared angrily, interrupting Lu Shuang's words. But I only have brotherly and sisterly feelings for my senior brother, nothing else. Although Lu Shuang trembled all over after being yelled at and was frightened, she still gritted her teeth and spoke out resolutely. Hee. Ji Feng smiled sadly. I understand, you really care about him. As he spoke, he glared in the direction of Juji Palace, his hoarse voice filled with deep resentment. I don't believe it. I've waited for you for 10 years, but it's not as good as him being with you for 1 month. You'd better think it over carefully, otherwise, you won't be the only one to die. The next moment, Ji Feng's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang stood there in a daze. At this time, night fell and a dark and terrifying atmosphere enveloped her. Senior brother Ji Feng's cultivation has reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Not to mention, he has the cooperation of people from the Riji Palace and the Yinji Palace. If Zhao Yuntian meets him, he will probably be in great danger. Also, what did he mean when he said he wasn't the only one who died? Does he have any other plans? The senior brother today seems to no longer be the same senior brother as before. However, Lu Shuang, is still the same person as before. Once you set a goal, you will never change it. He left the sect early to eliminate the demon and avenge the extermination of his clan. The same is true for protecting Zhao Yuntian now. She must protect Zhao Yuntian, who had saved her many times, help her find the enemy who had wiped out her clan, and fulfilled her wish. Lu Shuang thought about it and his eyes fixed. He continued to drag his staggering body along the dark night path. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the monks had sharp senses, so they did not get lost. Hey, little sister, where are you going? Suddenly, a hoarse and obscene laugh came to Lu Shuang's ears. She immediately looked around and found a human-like creature crawling out from a dark corner not far away. And slowly slid towards Lu Shuang. Hiss, hiss. Wherever it passed, the bluestone ground made a rough sound of friction. Who are you to play tricks on me? Lu Shuang was startled, roared, and took a defensive posture. As the monster got closer, its appearance became clearer. It turned out to be a monster with a human head and a snake body. He was spitting out a long forked tongue, and his pair of sharp fangs emitted a cold glow in the moonlight. The ground was covered with the foul-smelling saliva that flowed from his mouth and the green slime that slid across his body. Lu Shuang shuddered all over. He immediately recalled the demon-like monster he had seen on the broken bluestone ground not long ago. But by then his body had already been torn apart and he was dead. Could it be that he was pretending to be dead before and is now resurrected for revenge? I heard that the vitality of demon cultivators is as tenacious as that of the demon race. As long as the demon pill is not destroyed, the damaged body can be restored to its original state. Moreover, this is Star City. It is impossible for a demon cultivator to appear alone. He must have accomplices. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. After all, she had no magical power at this moment. Immediately, she prepared to take out her only magic weapon, the demon-slaying sword, from her storage bag. But he touched the box. He immediately had an idea, opened the box, and took a purple gold pill directly. I just hope that the 9-turn purple gold pill can work wonders and restore some magic power immediately. This is the only way to fight against the demon cultivators. Bold demon cultivator, stop being so presumptuous. After Lu Shuang took the pill, she felt better again. He immediately drew out his demon-slaying sword and pointed it tremblingly at the snake demon. But she suddenly felt that her health seemed to be worse. My whole body is hot and uncomfortable, as if there is a fire burning inside me. The whole body was emitting a slight heat. Hey, if you can't even hold the knife steady, I'm going to let loose. The snake demon had just finished speaking. At some point, he circled behind Lu Shuang. So fast, before Lu Shuang could react, she felt a pair of warm hands snatch the knife from her hand. Your knife is confiscated. If you have any other big weapons, feel free to show them. The snake demon looked at the demon-slaying sword in his hand and smiled. It seems to be very patient and has no intention of attacking. Instead, he waited for her next attack. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang pondered for a moment, and his panicked expression disappeared. He stared at the snake demon with a complicated look in his eyes. Immediately, she took out something from her arms and threw it over. The snake demon was stunned and reached out to catch it. All I saw was a crumpled ball of paper. Zhao Yuntian, I won't be fooled a second time. There was a hint of pride in Lu Shuang's hurried tone. She saw the changes in the snake demon's expression just now. Demon cultivators are usually cruel and ruthless, but he doesn't use his hands, he only uses his mouth. Plus that familiar laughter, in the current location of Juji Palace. Lu Shuang was already 80% certain that the snake demon in front of him was Zhao Yuntian transformed. After all, he had teased himself like this last time. But, it's already this late, and he still has the mood to tease himself. Sure enough, the next moment, the snake demon shook its body and turned back into Zhao Yuntian's appearance. He touched the back of his head and chuckled, you figured this out. Brother Lu has really grown up a lot. So, what's the meaning of that letter you wrote? Lu Shuang directly asked the biggest question in her heart. Chapter 94, what he can't get, no one else can get. Zhao Yuntian opened the paper ball in his hand and remained silent for a moment. Oops, I was careless and the company is ruined. I used to think that I could complete the plot-killing mission through the magic battle and treasure hunting competition. So I thought of leaving a letter for Lu Shuang. After all, she stayed in Jiaoji Palace and fell asleep due to health reasons. She is also considered an acquaintance in this world. Looking at her sleeping in her room, writing a letter to say goodbye was the only thing he could do. Do you want to say goodbye to me and then go to die? Seeing Zhao Yuntian's gloomy face, Lu Shuang asked more anxiously. Unexpectedly, she could detect this step. He really is an excellent demon slayer, with great insight. Zhao Yuntian admired him in his heart, but you can't admit it. He knew very well that Lu Shuang had a stubborn temper, and what if he told her that he really wanted to die? Then she will always persuade and protect herself. Several times before, Lu Shuang even disregarded his own life and forced Qinglian to leave his body to save himself. This feeling is just like the infatuated heroine in a custom romance drama. As long as you treat her well, she can exchange her life for you. Zhao Yuntian rubbed his fingers together, his mind spinning rapidly, and said slowly, actually, I do want to say goodbye to you. After hearing this, Lu Shuang was slightly startled. You. But I'm not going to die, I just want to go out and see the world. Zhao Yuntian added, go out and take a look. You lied to me again. The other world you mentioned in the letter. Another world, maybe Wanzhou. All my demon friends are there, it would be nice to get together. We might also go to Leizhou. I heard there's a Jinshan temple there with beautiful scenery and specialties like magic seeds. Zhao Yuntian took the initiative and changed the subject. By the way, besides Xingzhou, have you ever been to other states? Lu Shuang thought about it and shook his head. I have never been out of Xingzhou. That's a pity. When you recover, you can go out and see the world. It's a big world out there. Zhao Yuntian said naturally, took a step forward and continued walking towards Jiaoji Palace. It took a long time for Lu Shuang to react. I immediately chased after him and hurriedly asked, then why did you write to me alone to solemnly say goodbye? Zhao Yuntian walked slowly forward, looking up at the starry sky, and murmured, I believe every time we say goodbye, we should do it with a little more force. Because one more word you say may be your last. One more glance you take may be your last. As for why I only wrote to you. As he spoke, he stopped, turned around, looked into Lu Shuang's pure eyes, and smiled slightly. Sometimes, you want to prove it to 10,000 people, but in the end, you find that only one person understands, and that's enough. Although you and I have only been colleagues for less than a month, I know that you understand me. Zhao Yuntian took another step forward, and Lu Shuang stopped again. At once, many things came to mind. I think of the strange words I have never heard before, and I have never felt such freedom and unrestrainedness from a man. It was as if he had never been restrained or abandoned by this world. Like a bright star, it always shines with confidence and optimism. It dispelled the last trace of hatred and pain from her. A cold night wind blew, and she looked up in a daze. But he found that the man was walking farther and farther away in the darkness, and only a vague figure remained. My heart was pounding, my chest was rising and falling slightly, and my thoughts were surging. He only wrote to me, saying that I was the only one who understood him, and there seemed to be other meanings in it. But the next moment, Lu Shuang felt that he was overthinking. Zhao Yuntian was probably just thanking me for helping him. He was just saying it casually. Lu Shuang can't think too much. Lu Shuang, Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang pursed her lips, took another step, and quickly followed. Suddenly, she felt that there was a bright light guiding her on the dark path ahead. Let her take every step more steadily and further. Under the dark night, on top of a tall building, a young man in grey was silently watching Lu Shuang and Zhao Yuntian. Inadvertently, I clenched my fists. At this moment, two other figures emerged from beside him. Elder Jiafeng, all arrangements are complete. 3 days from now, our people will disguise themselves as members of the Riji Palace and launch an attack on the Juji Palace. One of the male voices said. Then, another charming female voice rang out. 3 days later, our people from Yinji Palace will also launch an attack on Juji Palace. By then, the people of Juji Palace will think that there is a civil war among them, and chaos will break out. We from Xiaoyao sect will reap the benefits and launch a general attack in 4 days. By then, as long as we, the brothers and sisters, join forces with Master to deal with the weakened Chen Luohan, everything will be accomplished. As she spoke, the woman appeared in the moonlight. She is a charming woman in a red dress. The other one was also a burly man. Sister Chuyan, junior brother Huang Mang, please proceed according to the plan. I have other things to deal with first. Jifeng looked in the direction of Jiaoji Palace and said decisively. Li Chuyan's eyes flickered slightly, and a smile of understanding appeared on her red lips. Senior sister knows that you have always been infatuated with junior sister Lu Shuang, but the overall situation must be prioritized. If you go to Jiaoji Palace now, you will only alert the enemy. Also, although Zhao Baji of Jiaoji Palace is not here, the 3 guardians who stayed behind in the divine transformation realm are not to be trifled with. Jifeng sneered and said, don't worry, senior sister, I'm not stupid enough to go to the territory of Jiaoji Palace to kill people. Li Chuyan frowned slightly. Are you planning to kill Zhao Yuntian on his way to Lizhou? Yes, didn't you just get the information that Zhao Yuntian would immediately go to Lizhou and search for the demon seat at Jinshan Temple? Jifeng smiled confidently. Then I will set up an ambush on the road and get rid of Zhao Yuntian, this troublesome person, first. This also prevents him from retrieving the demon seed and allowing Chen Luohan to strengthen his magic power, right? But brother, the attack on Juji Palace will begin in 3 days. Will you be able to make it back in time? Huang Mang asked impatiently from the side. After all, this plan has been prepared for many years. Among them, they instigated people from the Riji Palace to go to the Juji Palace and create chaos. Everything is controlled by senior brother Jiafeng. If it is not controlled well, it is very likely to backfire on you. At this critical moment, if senior brother Jiafeng leaves, there will be some trouble. Huang Mang, you have followed me from Xiaoyao sector Riji Palace. I've taught you for so many years, can't you stand on your own? Jifeng asked sternly. Huang Mang was startled and quickly knelt down to assure him, junior brother has been reviewing the plan day and night and knows everything. He will definitely complete the task. Good. Jifeng nodded in satisfaction. Don't worry. Do you really think it will take me 3 days to deal with a piece of trash in the Jinnan realm? I'll be back. As he spoke, Jifeng's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Huang Mang's face was filled with worry. Sister, if junior sister Lu Shuang protects Zhao Yuntian all the way to Lizhou, will senior brother Jiafeng still take decisive action? He has been following senior brother Jiafeng for nearly 8 years. I know very well his love for junior sister Lu Shuang. If you hesitate for a long time, the plan will be delayed. Li Chuyan smiled confidently and said, he will take action. Because from childhood to adulthood, if Jifeng can't get it, no one else can get it. Chapter 95, Jiaoji Palace celebrates the New Year. Happy New Year. Linked chapter. Jiaoji Palace. The lights are bright and the decorations are colorful. Poison Eyes stood outside the main hall door, looking into the distance. Just now, Lu Shuang sent a sound transmission note saying that the young master was fine and was on his way back to Jiaoji Palace. It's just that I'm feeling a little depressed. Poison Eyes finally felt relieved. An idea immediately struck him, and he asked his servants to prepare a sumptuous banquet. Although as a monk, he has been fasting for a long time and generally does not eat or hold banquets. Unless there are special circumstances, such as wedding banquets, celebration banquets or reception banquets. However, Poison Eyes carefully discovered that the young master has been particularly fond of eating it recently. Almost every meal was good food and wine. Since the young master is in a low mood, we must prepare a sumptuous dinner to make him happy. However, I always feel like something is missing. Immediately, he waved his hand and ordered the 2 followers beside him, go to Zuxian Tower, Wanwu Tower, Shohan Courtyard, and Honey Cave, and find dozens of the top courtesans. The 2 attendants chuckled and immediately understood what he meant. He ran out in a flash. With the Oran dancer, the young master will surely be overjoyed. I will fight hard tonight and have a great time. There will be no more words like leaving. Poison Eyes smiled with satisfaction and continued to stand at the door to greet the young master. Half an hour later, he finally saw the young master's figure in the distance. Zhao Yuntian walked to the door and was stunned. The entire main hall was decorated with lights and many people lined up to welcome them. In the distant stone hall, there were faint sounds of singing and dancing. It looked very lively. It was just like the wedding banquet a month ago. Poison Eyes, what's up? Are you planning to help this young master hold a wedding? Zhao Yuntian asked with a smile. Poison Eyes shook his head. Young master went to the ancient secret realm before and suffered a lot along the way. Naturally, he wants to enjoy himself when he comes back. So, Warren, hey, don't worry, young master. I've got you all the gorgeous girls from dozens of brothels in Star City. Please don't worry and have fun. Poison Eyes narrowed his eyes and smiled, answering quickly with an expression and tone that I understood very well. Yes, this poisonous eye can be dealt with. He really understands me when it comes to things. I had originally planned to rush to Lizhou tonight. But it would be nice to have a meal together before leaving. It seems that I have been in this world for about a month and have been rushing to die. I haven't really enjoyed the luxurious life of a villain yet. Poison Eyes, good job. Zhao Yuntian nodded in satisfaction and praised. I'll reward you with a few top beauties later. No, young master, these are all yours. Poison Eyes quickly waved his hands, rubbing them together and saying, young master, you forgot that I still have a few months of abstinence. Zhao Yuntian thought for a moment and then remembered the punishment he was given in the ancient secret realm. Now I feel that it is a bit too much. It is a man's nature to be too restrictive in such matters. Besides, this Poison Eye really understands me and is truly loyal. He immediately touched his head and said vaguely, what punishment? This young master can't remember. Just have fun tonight. Poison Eyes understood what he meant, chuckled, and nodded repeatedly. By the way, what day is today? Zhao Yuntian walked up the stone steps slowly and asked casually. Poison Eyes followed closely behind, thinking for a moment, not knowing how long it had passed. Today is January 31st, the 108th year of the Chen year. Suddenly, a clear female voice came slowly from behind. The 2 turned their heads and saw Lu Shuang's thin figure. However, at this moment, she didn't seem as weak as before. He became full of energy and looked energetic. Brother Lu is really amazing. We've been in the ancient secret realm for so long, and you still remember the time. Zhao Yundian scratched his head and said to Dian, learn from Brother Lu. Don't just fight and kill all day long. Learn some culture from the young master and Brother Lu. Humph, you already knew I was a woman, why tease me? Lu Shuang raised the corner of her mouth and boldly admitted it. Zhao Yundian was shocked and looked at Lu Shuang in confusion. Then the corner of his mouth twisted. Brother Lu, don't joke. You said you were a woman, do you have any evidence? Lu Shuang's ears turned slightly red. She slowly raised her hand and took off the hat on her head. A head of thick, shiny black hair cascades down from the top of the head like a black waterfall. She took out her belt from her waist. Under the soft moonlight, a lavender ribbon was tied on her black hair, and a few strands of hair fell mischievously on her shoulders, making her fragile skin look even whiter. Although she was still wearing the black demon slayer uniform, it still couldn't hide her beautiful and stunning appearance. She was like a woman walking out of a painting, like a lotus emerging from the water. For a moment, Zhao Yundian and Dian stared at Lu Shuang blankly. Lu Shuang lowered her head with a blush, hummed softly, and walked towards the hall with light steps. Only then did Zhao Yundian come to his senses. It shouldn't be. I have also seen many videos of young ladies doing skin smoothing and facial lifting in the real world. I have also seen many fairies with exquisite makeup in big shopping malls and on the streets. I think I have plus 100 resistance to beautiful women. Even towards Chu Jiayao, Xining, and Yao Lan, who had extraordinary looks before, he could still barely restrain himself. I didn't expect that just now. When Lu Shuang showed her long hair, she looked like a lotus emerging from water. Moreover, Lu Shuang is now able to actively admit her identity as a woman in front of him. She no longer had any guard against herself. Trust me very much. Zhao Yundian frowned slightly, feeling complicated. He immediately followed and shouted, everyone has long hair too. If you can provide 2 more pieces of evidence, I'll believe it. No, don't do that, you lecher. Lu Shuang's face flushed with shame and she quickly ran into the hall. The hall was as bright as day. A large table of delicious food, steaming hot. On the round stage, dozens of beautiful courtesans were singing and dancing. The 3 elders of Jiaoji Palace who were at the spirit transformation realm, as well as many talented young men, saw Zhao Yundian and the others coming in. They stood in 2 rows and welcomed us respectfully and warmly. Zhao Yundian leapt up to the edge of the platform and said with a hearty smile, today, it's a rare occasion for everyone in the Jiaoji Palace to gather together. I know there's a place where tonight is a day for family reunion. It's called New Year's Eve. It means getting rid of the old and welcoming the new, celebrating the harvest, worshipping gods and ancestors, exorcising evil spirits and warding off disasters, and praying for good fortune and a good year. As he spoke, his thoughts began to flow. I remember every New Year's Eve, when the whole family would have a reunion dinner and watch the Spring Festival Gala. Then, you can grab and send red envelopes among classmates, colleagues, and friends, and have a lot of fun. And now, he can only spend the new year alone in the world of books. But fortunately, he still has a confident and loyal servants by his side. This is even more unacceptable. I can't let the 2 of them follow me to Lizhou to take risks. After all, I could die at any time. Thinking of this, he looked at Lu Shuang and Dian, and said with a hearty smile, how about this, we also set today as New Year's Eve and celebrate the New Year together. Everyone, eat, drink and have fun to your heart's content. I, young Master Zhao, will pay for tonight. Great, the term, New Year, is so original. We have a similar day back home, but it's not as formal. It's called the Chinese New Year. That's great. Mr. Zhao is truly knowledgeable and insightful. We admire him. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, let's have a drink. There was a look of congratulations from the audience. Zhao Yundian walked down the platform with a smile, picked up a bowl of wine and toasted many people. Amidst cheers, the New Year gradually became lively. After a while, Zhao Yundian came to Lu Shuang and Dian and picked up a few jars of wine. With a smile on his face, he said, Happy New Year. Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk. Chapter 96, Standing on colorful clouds, wearing golden armor. The next morning, the main hall of Jiaoji Palace. Poison Eyes only felt a bright light in front of his eyes, and he squinted his eyes so hard that he couldn't open them. At the same time, my head felt dizzy, as if I were drunk. He was a little strange. He was a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, and ordinary alcohol could no longer make him drunk. And before, the young master often took him to restaurants, brothels and other places. I have long been able to drink a lot without getting drunk. But he rubbed his dizzy head and only vaguely remembered that he and the young master had only a few big bowls of wine last night and had a hangover all night. This is very rare. Immediately, he opened his heavy eyelids. The scene in the hall before my eyes gradually became clearer. The entire hall was illuminated by a beam of midday sunlight and was extremely bright. Dozens of people in the hall were sleeping soundly on the ground. He was lying all over the place and snoring loudly. Someone poisoned me. Suddenly, Poison Eyes discovered something unusual. After all, those who were qualified to enter the hall to celebrate the New Year last night were all people with extraordinary cultivation. But so many people were lying down and sleeping soundly at this moment. Someone must have administered some kind of poison that made people sleepy. He got up drowsily and looked around, trying to find the young master. It turned out that in the entire hall, only the young master Zhao Yundian was missing. This made him even more anxious. I remembered that the palace master Zhao Baji was away. Yesterday during the day, the young master made enemies with the Riji Palace and also encountered the strange corpse of a demon cultivator. These are all external threats to Jiaoji Palace. Could it be that an enemy sneaked into Jiaoji's palace last night and added drugs to the drinks? And then kidnapped the young master? Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At this time, Lu Shuang on the side shook his head and slowly got up from the ground. Seeing everything in front of him, he looked around in astonishment. Poison Eyes, where's Zhao Yundian? Lu Shuang reacted faster and asked directly. Poison Eyes said in a low voice, maybe we were all poisoned to make us fall asleep, and young master Zhao Yundian was captured. Impossible. Jiaoji Palace is not only heavily guarded, but also has 3 divine transformation realm guardians guarding it. Lu Shuang stroked her messy hair and said decisively, it's impossible for someone to sneak in unnoticed and poison us. As she spoke, she looked around again. Sure enough, the 3 black-robed guardian elders in the divine transformation realm were not found. Thinking back to last night, she was not very good at drinking, and after a few bowls of wine, she vaguely heard a sentence Zhao Yundian said. Saying things like don't follow me, don't look for him, etc. Could it be that Zhao Yundian is still thinking about going to another world and continuing his adventure? Even though I have recovered my body and become a daughter again. Still can't let him take me with him. Lu Shuang wrinkled his nose in frustration, and endless loss flashed in his eyes. I think Zhao Yundian, during the New Year's celebration last night, deliberately got us drunk so he could go somewhere dangerous alone. Seeing the one-eyed man looking at her in confusion, she weakly expressed her guess. A dangerous place. What is that place? The one-eyed man became more and more confused. Lu Shuang suddenly remembered what senior brother Ji Feng had said before. Zhao Yuntian has a golden body of Buddhist Dharma, and then he went to Juji Palace and came back in a hurry. It was obviously Chen Shui Luohan who asked him to go to Jinshan Temple in Leizhou to find the demon species to help him survive the Thunder Tribulation. And yesterday, he also inadvertently mentioned that he wanted to go out and take a look at somewhere like Jinshan Temple in Leizhou. She remembered everything Zhao Yuntian said clearly. Lu Shuang immediately cheered up. He should have gone to Leizhou. I'll go after him now. It should still be in time. Leizhou? Why go to Leizhou? It's far away from Xingzhou, and I haven't heard of any dangerous things there. Poison Eyes asked 3 questions in a row. Lu Shuang immediately waved her hand to stop him. There's no time to explain now. Can I borrow a flying magic weapon from your Jiaoji Palace? Of course it's okay, but your body. Poison Eyes said worriedly. After all, with her current physical condition, it is difficult for her to even walk, let alone control a flying magic weapon. Even if you wanted to recover, you would have to wait for the elixir made by the alchemist of Jiaoji Palace. And it will take several months to recover. But the next moment, when he looked at Lu Shuang, he found that there were abundant fluctuations of magical power in his body. The whole person's energy and blood become vigorous. Only then did he remember that Lu Shuang's health seemed to have improved a lot since he came back last night. But for a moment, I was caught up in the New Year atmosphere of the young master and forgot to ask about this matter. Immediately, he opened his mouth and prepared to start asking again. But he was interrupted by Lu Shuang's words. It's new now. I don't know how long Zhao Yuntian has been gone. Time is running out. I will explain everything to you when I come back. Poison Eyes nodded and reached into his storage area. Immediately he took out a cloud that was glowing with light. The cloud is milky white, half the size of a body, suspended in the air, faintly emitting colorful glow. From a distance, it looks like a ball of suspended marshmallow. This heavenly flying magical weapon is called 7-colored auspicious cloud. Poison Eyes introduced, this is a heavenly grade flying magical instrument that the young master specially asked me to create. He said that one day, he would ride on a rainbow of auspicious clouds, wear golden armor, become a peerless hero, and marry a beloved girl. But in the end, before I could give it to the young master, he left first. This time, Lu Shuang did not interrupt Dian's words, but was suddenly touched. She looked at the colorful auspicious clouds with envy in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuntian appears to be careless, greedy for money and lustful. But I have such romantic thoughts in my heart. She could imagine how happy the girl Zhao Yuntian was going to marry, stepping on colorful clouds and wearing golden armor. For a moment, she felt both anticipation and bitterness. Immediately, she slowly walked to the colorful auspicious cloud, jumped up, and stepped on it steadily. Soft and thick touch, Lu Shuang put on the demon-slaying guard's hat again, a hint of determination flashing between his brows. Zhao Yuntian, we are colleagues, don't think about escaping alone again. Poison Eyes was about to jump up, but was stopped by Lu Shuang. Poison Eyes, Jiaoji Palace still needs you to take care of it, let me go alone this time. No, as the young master's attendant, I must follow the young master to protect him. Poison Eyes insisted. Lu Shuang's expression was complicated, but she gritted her teeth and said bluntly, outside the Juji Palace, dangers are lurking everywhere. There's the Riji Palace, there's also strange demon cultivators, and perhaps there are other even more powerful people. Only with you can the overall situation of Jiaoji Palace be maintained. Because you are Zhao Yuntian, the person I trust most in Jiaoji Palace. Poison Eyes was stunned, and his eyes were suddenly filled with light. The previous arrogance of the Riji Palace and the weirdness of the demon cultivators came to his mind again. And the tranquility before the storm was about to come. The palace master of Jiaoji Palace, along with 2 guardians, was out fighting demons. At this time, the young master left again. Jiaoji Palace cannot be without people. Then my Poison Eye will be in Jiaoji Palace, waiting for Miss Lu to bring the young master back. Poison Eyes looked at Lu Shuang frankly and sincerely. It sounds like both a plea and an entrustment. Lu Shuang nodded, and without wasting any more time, injected magic power into the colorful auspicious clouds under his feet. In the poisonous eyes, a colorful auspicious cloud dragged a tail and carried Lu Shuang away from Jiaoji Palace. Like a peerless hero. Chapter 97. The 2 people present are both trashed. Sungju border. At the edge of the sky, a long strip of white light streaked across the sky, leaving a faint white mark. Zhao Yuntian lay in the kamikaze boat, yawned, stretched, and slowly got up. He leaned over to look at his current location and immediately felt relieved. Fortunately, I added the Hanguang sleeping medicine into the wine last night. This liquid is colorless, odorless and non-toxic. But it only has one effect, which is to make people sleepy. Even if the cultivation level is the nascent soul stage or the god transformation stage. As long as the dosage is large, it can make the patient drowsy. This kind of medicine was previously developed by Zhao Yuntian in this book, and he had Poison Eyes kidnap a beautiful woman for use. When Dian kidnapped Chu Jiayao, he used the Hanguang sleeping potion. This time, Zhao Yuntian, who had traveled through the book, had to use it. There is only one purpose, which is to make Dian, Lu Shuang and others fall asleep and stop following him. This trip to Leizhou is different from the previous ones. This time it was a deal between him and Empress Chen Shui Luohan. Chen Shui Luohan is a cultivator in the late Mahayana realm. He poses a great threat to everyone except himself. So Zhao Yuntian prepared to act quickly and decisively. No one else can be involved. Now it seems that everything is successful. Mix the cold light sleep medicine into the wine and drink it all together. It is estimated that people like Dian, who have high cultivation levels, should have woken up by now. But with his intelligence, he definitely doesn't know where I went. This way it will be impossible to catch up. Even with the always intelligent Lu Shuang as her military advisor, she had no clues. It is also impossible to analyze where you have been. By the time she found out, I was done. I hope she won't be so stubborn and stop following me. As he thought about it, Zhao Yuntian felt his head become dizzy again. Although I took the antidote in advance last night. But it was Chinese New Year after all, and I had drunk too much, so the antidote wasn't strong enough. Fortunately, this heavenly magic weapon, the kamikaze boat, has an automatic driving function. Even without injecting mana, you can still use spirit stones to activate it. Zhao Yuntian squinted his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep again. On the ground at the Xingzhou border, on a dirt and rocky slope stood 2 monks in black robes. Both of them had strange appearances, looking up at the sky with ferocious faces. That flying magical instrument must be Zhao Yuntian. Suddenly, the tall and thin monk with tiny eagle eyes asked in a low voice. A burly monk with a huge rhinoceros horn on his head replied in a rough voice. Brother Vulture, that's right. Brother Black Mountain sent a note from Star City, asking us to kill this man. His tone grew increasingly resentful. Zhao Yuntian, not only did he kill Shu Wei and the Shadow Brothers in the ancient secret realm, he also killed the Long Snake. If this man doesn't die, it will be hard to comfort our deceased SB brothers. Vulture nodded slowly, a hint of doubt in his tone. Shijiao, this person is only a mid-stage Jinin cultivator, how could he kill his Yuanying brothers? I don't know the details of the ancient secret realm, but Changqi's death was due to the Nine Extremes Palace's void refining realm elders helping Zhao Yudian. Oh, no wonder Haishan doesn't dare to take action easily in Star City again. Vulture looked confident. So, in the ancient secret realm, Zhao Yudian was able to kill Shu Wei and Shadow because someone helped him. Of course it is. Otherwise, how could a mere Golden Core realm loser kill two Yuanying realm late-stage cultivators? Rhino replied indignantly. Haha, Zhao Yudian is just lucky. He is the useless young master of Jiaoji Palace. He has no idea how much effort we demon cultivators have put in to reach this level of cultivation. The vulture narrowed his eyes, looking at the white streak across the sky, his tone carrying a hint of bitterness. That's right, Zhao Yudian is all alone this time. I wonder who will help him. As he said that, Shijiao was about to rush forward. But he was stopped by Vulture. Don't worry, look at the state of the flying magic weapon, it seems that the person inside is sleeping. Didn't Brother Haishan ask us to inquire about the ancient secret realm? Besides, killing him directly would be too easy for him. Why don't we let him die in a more painful way? Rhino Horn sneered, I'll follow Brother Vulture's instructions. After all, his cultivation level is at the middle stage of the nascent soul. The Vulture's cultivation level is at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. It's easy to capture a small waste in the middle stage of Jin realm. Soon, the two disappeared on the hillside. I don't know how long it took. Zhao Yudian woke up in a daze, but he found himself tied to the trunk of a towering ancient tree with a strange vitamin purple light. There were two people with strange faces standing in front of him, staring at him coldly. Zhao Yudian was immediately delighted. The whole person became energetic. I didn't expect the surprise of being killed to come so quickly. He immediately shouted, Great, I see you have extraordinary looks. You must be idiots. Besides, you must want to avenge the snake demon or Shu Wei and Shadow. Don't be polite, just kill me. If I frown, I lose. Upon hearing this, Vulture and Rhino were slightly stunned. He usually finds himself tied up, and the two demon cultivators are much stronger than him. Shouldn't he be crying and begging for mercy, or struggling to escape? But he offered to die. This is so unreasonable. Thinking of this person, he not only directly stated his identity, and guessed the purpose of the visit. Before, there were many people helping him. Did he say this on purpose to let the helpers who were protecting him secretly take action? Immediately, the Vulture and Rhino became alert. He released his spiritual sense to look around and kept looking around. Zhao Yudian was a little impatient. Don't worry, I'm the only one this time. You guys should act quickly, otherwise something unexpected will happen. Change, do you think you can escape from our clutches? Shijiao sneered disdainfully. Escape, why would you run away? Killing someone means paying with your life, and debts must be paid back. It's only natural for you to kill me. There's no need to run away. Zhao Yudian said generously. Oh, so, you killed Shu Wei and Shadow yourself? Vulture asked coldly with an indifferent expression. Zhao Yudian thought for a moment and said, although not with my own hands, it's almost the same. Oh, by the way, I did kill a demon cultivator who could spit poisonous smoke from his mouth with my own hands. Poison Frog, you said you killed Brother Poison Frog. Impossible, you were only at the golden core stage, how could you kill him? His poisonous smoke has been refined for 100 years and contains thousands of poisons. How could you possibly kill him? Shijiao roared, his eyes flashing red and bloodshot. The Poison Frog is a generous and loyal person, and he and Rhino Horn are best brothers. Because of the mission, he has been hanging out with the demon clan. I haven't been able to contact you recently, and Shijiao has a bad feeling in his heart. Unexpectedly, he was killed by this kid. Zhao Yudian nodded in agreement. Yes, that demon cultivator called Poison Frog's poisonous smoke is indeed very powerful, but his brain seems to be a little weak, just like yours. What did you say? Rhino Horn shouted sharply. Excuse me, Zhao Yudian smirked, I'm not targeting you alone. I want to say that the two people present are all garbage. Suddenly, the Vulture and Rhino's anger points increased by plus 1000. Chapter 98. These two demon cultivators are not too cold. Juji Palace. Chen Shui Luohan propped up her head and looked at a man below the stage with her azure eyes. In a cold tone, he asked, Bai Xing, has the Zhao Yudian you inquired about set off? Bai Xing bowed and replied, he left early in the morning and was in a hurry. I guess he's afraid that the Empress will actually kill the people he cares about. Chen Shui Luohan shook her head. I don't think he is afraid, but he really wants to die. You know I don't like threatening others. Shirahoshi nodded in acquiescence, he agreed with this. Although he had not been in the hall before, he had just learned what had happened. Ever since he joined the Star Palace, he had never seen the usually cold Empress show any emotion. But not long ago, she was not only angered by Zhao Yudian, but also made threatening remarks to him. In the end, he actually helped him suck out the ice needle, causing the already weak clone to suffer a backlash of cold air. Even though he knew that Empress Chen Shui Luohan needed Zhao Yudian to use the golden body of Buddhism to remove the demon seed and survive the thunder tribulation. But it's not that he cares so much about Zhao Yudian. He immediately asked, the Empress is probably not serious. Are you planning to threaten him with Zhao Baji's life or his confidant? Chen Shui Luohan heard this and said nothing more. But as his eyes moved, he moved his hands away from his head and sat up straight. Bai Xing was very familiar with Chen Shui Luohan's action. This shows that I guess what she was thinking. Come to think of it, Zhao Baji is Chen Shui Luohan's most capable subordinate, and she has been eliminating demons recently, so she will never kill him who is loyal to her. As for Zhao Yudian's confidant, her cultivation and status were low, and she was not even in the eyes of the Empress. The reason why he threatened Zhao Yudian was probably because Zhao Yudian was too arrogant. Or maybe the Empress was really anxious about this thunder tribulation. Bai Xing could only find this reason and explained it to himself. After all, once one's cultivation reaches the late stage of Mahayana, that is equivalent to stepping into the fairyland. As long as one can safely survive the 23 thunder tribulations in the late Mahayana realm, one can successfully ascend to the fairyland. However, the thunder tribulations in the late Mahayana realm are more dangerous each time. For thousands of years, there has remained a large number of cultivators who have reached the late Mahayana realm. However, no one has been able to safely survive 23 thunder tribulations and successfully ascend to the fairyland. The Empress Chen Shui Luohan is the first human cultivator in nearly 1,000 years who can safely survive 20 thunder tribulations. But every thunder tribulation caused her great damage to her vitality. Therefore, for nearly 100 years, Empress Chen Shui Luohan has been in seclusion, storing her magic power and essence to fight against the thunder tribulation. Only one clone was sent out to handle routine matters. In about a month, the 21st thunder tribulation will come. Therefore, even most of the cultivation of this clone was absorbed into her original body. That's why she was restrained by Zhao Yudian's Buddhist skills before, and she was injured while saving him. By the way, have you made any arrangements for the elders who will secretly protect Zhao Yudian? Chen Shui Luohan asked casually. The other elders in white and above are all setting up the 21 gods and demons protecting heaven formation, or carrying out special missions, and are far away from Xingzhou. Bai Xing said bluntly, there's an elder who is available now, and that is the green-clothed elder Lu Ling. Green spirit, is she the newly promoted playful girl? Chen Shui Luohan's tone contained a hint of distrust. Bai Xing explained with a smile, although she is rather eccentric, her cultivation is indeed at the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm, and she is proficient in the secret art of shielding. Protecting Zhao Yandian from death is no problem. That's not all I'm talking about. Chen Shui Luohan's tone became increasingly displeased. Bai Xing was stunned for a moment, then thought for a moment and immediately assured him, don't worry, this time she will never reveal her identity and will never let Zhao Yandian know that it was the Empress who sent someone to protect her. Again, Chen Shui Luohan stared at Bai Xing sharply, her tone cold, so, you were exposed at the last wedding banquet. No, I just remembered that I also need to go set up the heavenly protection formation. Bye. As he spoke, Bai Xing quickly left the hall with hurried steps. I felt uneasy. The Empress has indeed changed a lot and has become so concerned about her reputation. But if you think about it, you can understand it. After all, not long ago, the Empress had fought with Zhao Yandian, threatened a deal, and their relationship was tense. Now they have to secretly send someone to protect him. For the always arrogant Empress, this is indeed a bit contradictory. Especially this time, if Green Spirit reveals his identity, wouldn't it make the Empress even more embarrassed? Shirahoshi rubbed his forehead. There was a trace of regret in my heart. Although he had repeatedly warned Lu Ling not to reveal his identity. But this girl, Lu Ling, is quirky, bold, aggressive, and a little arrogant. This is somewhat inconsistent with Zhao Yandian's usually arrogant personality. I just hope Green Spirit can be more restrained and not forget his identity. Thinking of this, Bai Xing quickly walked towards the formation palace. Over there, more than a dozen elders from the red, gold and white sects were already setting up the 21 gods and demons protective formation. After all, this formation had helped Empress Chen Shui Luohan survive many thunder tribulations. But this 21st thunder tribulation is even more dangerous. We can only hope that Green Spirit can protect Zhao Yandian and help him bring back the demon seed. Sangju border. Under the towering ancient tree, Zhao Yandian looked at the two of them, speechless for a long while. The two of them didn't know what was going on and suddenly became cautious. I have been delaying the action. No matter how much I mock them, I can't make them angry. He seemed absent-minded. Bald brother, what are you waiting for? Let me finish him off with one blow. Shi Zhao couldn't bear it any longer, so he took out a dagger and rushed towards Zhao Yandian. He was a little anxious. For some reason, Vulture had been preventing himself from taking action just now. Etc. Sure enough, Vulture's words of stopping came again. His pair of yellow-brown eyes rolled around and glanced in all directions. He asked in a cold voice, how did you obtain the demon gathering basin in the ancient secret realm? Is there anything unusual about the demon gathering basin? Only then did Zhao Yandian remember the identities of this group of SBs. It was an organization left behind by Green Ting to take revenge on the human and demon races thousands of years ago. However, Green Ting has let it go now, but the group of people outside are still obsessed. You idiots, your speed in acquiring information is far behind that of the Juji Palace. Zhao Yandian suggested, let's make a deal. I can tell you the truth, but you must kill me. Hearing this, Shi Zhao laughed heartily. Do you think I won't kill you just because you said that on purpose? After hearing this, the vulture on the other side seemed to look even uglier. He kept glancing around, as if he felt that Zhao Yandian was so confident in saying he would kill him. There must be someone protecting him secretly. But after a while, he didn't notice anything unusual, so he nodded and said, okay, you go first. Zhao Yandian did not hesitate and directly recounted the story of Lu Ting and the monk in the ancient secret realm in a concise and clear manner. The expressions of the two demon cultivators also changed strangely, just like the sunset in the sky. Some were shocked by Lu Ting's cultivation, some were angry at monk Xixin's cowardice, and some were moved by fairy Bai Ting's love. Finally, after hearing about Green Dragonfly, he let go of his worries and was willing to dissipate. Woo, you mean our SB ancestor, for the love of his parents finally chose to forgive. After hearing this, the 8-foot tall man burst into tears. The vulture on the other side was confused and surprised at first after hearing this. Immediately, the atmosphere became sad. After all, they are SB with the records and legends that have been passed down for thousands of years. Zhao Yandian's statement is true and credible. In the recorded evidence, the demon gathering basin did indeed appear. Seeing this situation, Zhao Yandian became a little anxious. Why are you still crying? These two demon cultivators are not too cold. Once you cry and become soft-hearted, how can you kill me? Chapter 99, Continuous Surprises. Well, I'm done, you should kill me. Zhao Yandian urged. Shi Zhao turned his head away and ignored Zhao Yandian, crying even harder. And while crying, he sighed and choked with sobs. Old ancestor Lu Ting has forgiven his father. And what reason do we have to carry out S Plan B again? Since he joined SB, he has gained a deep understanding of SB's purpose. In order to help the ancestor fulfill his last wish and destroy the relationship between the human race and the demon race. Let the two tribes fight and let them perish. However, few people knew that in his heart, the old ancestor Green Ting had always longed to be loved by his parents. Just like this group of demon cultivators, although most of them shouted that they wanted to kill all the stupid demons and hypocritical humans. However, if we can gain a sincere recognition of the human and demon races. To be appreciated, be respected and admired. They naturally feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. But now, both of them are a little confused. The ancestors for whom they had always worked hard were relieved. What are they obsessed with? Immediately, Vulture took out a heavenly sound transmission note and muttered something. It seems that he is ready to tell this news to his accomplices. The rhino horn on the other side seemed to lose its direction and target in an instant. He slumped on the ground, staring at the sky in a daze. Zhao Yandian, I seem to have done something wrong just now. I was careless. If I had known this earlier, I would have used a sound transmission note to record the truth. Let them kill me first, then tell them the truth. Zhao Yandian also looked up at the sky where the sun was setting. He sighed softly, well, since you won't kill me, then let me go. I have something urgent to do. Let you go, haha. Suddenly, Rhino Horn glanced over. That look seemed to be saying, even if he told the truth, he couldn't let go of someone who had just mocked and angered him. Zhao Yandian was immediately unhappy. Neither kill me, nor let me go. Do you want me to enjoy the night view with two ugly demon men? Joe, isn't this just a waste of 5 days of unlimited killing time? No, only 4 days. Until now, I haven't left Xingzhou yet. Too slow. Rub. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. The vulture and rhino were slightly stunned, turned around and looked, and were immediately shocked. I saw that the huge ancient tree was not only cut in half. And the purple vines on Zhao Yandian's body were also cut off. At this time, Zhao Yuntian was holding a flaming spear, standing calmly in place with the corners of his clothes moving without wind. Impossible. You actually cut off the earth-level magical weapon purple scale vine. That's... Shi Jiao was speechless. Noticing the spear in Zhao Yuntian's hand, he exclaimed, you actually have a heavenly grade magical weapon. Vulture's expression changed slightly as he said, as the young master of Zhaoji Palace, it's not surprising that he has a heavenly grade magic weapon. What's strange is that he, a mere Jindan level cultivator, can control a heavenly grade magic weapon with ease. Most importantly, he also felt that Zhao Yuntian now had a confident and arrogant expression. This was completely different from his attitude when he was tied up and wanted to die. It seemed that he was also stimulated by something. Zhao Yuntian sighed softly and said slowly, I originally planned to get along with you guys by pretending to want to die, but in return, I was only tied up. As he spoke, he gripped the scarlet scale fire tassel spear tightly and said arrogantly, no more pretense. I'm the man you can't defeat. I'm laying my cards on the table. Puff, ha ha ha. Rhino Horn laughed out loud. The vulture on the side had obviously been trained and would hold back even the funniest things he encountered. After all, Zhao Yuntian was just a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. As for the two of them, Rhino Horn is in the middle stage of Nascent Soul realm, and Vulture is in the late stage of Nascent Soul realm. No matter how arrogant Zhao Yuntian is, his cultivation level is there. That was a gap he could not cross. I was planning to arrest you and interrogate you for details. Shi Jiao sneered disdainfully, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Hee, I'll see how you stop pretending and spread the news PFF. Suddenly, he hadn't finished speaking. A bloody hole the size of a bowl suddenly appeared in the abdomen. Shi Jiao covered his abdomen in pain and stared at Zhao Yuntian in astonishment. He fell on his back, dying. The vulture ran over quickly, trying to save the Rhino Horn while staring at Zhao Yuntian fiercely. Zhao Yuntian looked confused. He fell down before I could even make a move. Obviously, there was someone nearby who was helping him. It can kill a cultivator in the middle stage of the Nascent Soul realm with one strike. His strength must be at the level of transformation of spirit. Such a terrifying cultivation level, could it be? Could it be that someone from Zhuji Palace is protecting himself? It's really funny to think about it. Before, Empress Chen Shui Luohan had fought fiercely with me. Now he actually sent someone to help him secretly. Haha, just two of you, two pieces of trash, neither human nor demon, dare to snatch my prey. Suddenly, a man fell from the sky. He was dressed in grey with a yellow circular pattern embroidered on his chest and had a handsome appearance. Someone from the Riji Palace. Zhao Yuntian looked at the clothes and said sharply. He remembered that he had a conflict with Rishan, the young master of Riji Palace before. Why would the people from Riji Palace help me now? He is also a great elder who has reached the level of divine transformation. And he also said that he was his prey. The way he looked at me just now was a little strange. It seems like he is looking at it, and also like he is observing it. Could it be that he has a sexual fetish? Looking at this young elder of the Riji Palace, he is only a few years older than me. In terms of appearance, he is about 70% as good as me. I think of the young people in the real world who believe that same-sex love is true love. They all have handsome features. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian's heart tightened, and he quickly said, brother, Zhao Yuntian, am a serious man. I only like women, you. Good, very good, you were really just pretending, waiting for the people from the Riji Palace to come and rescue you. The vulture put down the dead Rhino Horn and angrily said to Zhao Yuntian, when you told me about the ancient green dragonfly ancestor, I felt sympathy for him. I didn't expect you to. As expected, you humans from the Zhuji Palace are all treacherous. Zhao Yuntian's expression darkened a little, and he felt that the current situation was somewhat chaotic and bizarre. He had just mentioned the ancient love story and had thought that he could die. Before his death, he could help Lu Ting resolve the conflicts between the demon cultivators and the human and demon races. But now, not only did he not die, but he also intensified the conflict. Zhao Yuntian shook his head helplessly and said, brother, please don't make any move yet. How dare you speak like that? Don't worry, Ri Jifeng, will send you off in a moment. Jifeng smiled coldly, and his eyes looking at Zhao Yuntian were filled with infinite murderous intent. Haha, so that's how it is. That's exactly what I want. Zhao Yuntian was not afraid but happy. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief and figured it out. Fortunately, he has no special hobbies. He really came to help Rishan vent his anger. Now, there's a cultivator in the spirit transformation realm who wants to kill me. See who can stop it. Today is full of surprises. Zhao Yuntian smiled triumphantly again. Chapter 100 Back injury is my shame. Then I will send you, the demon cultivator, on your way. Ri Jifeng looked at Vulture indifferently. A mere demon cultivator dares to set foot in Qingzhou. He is quite courageous. The vulture's expression changed slightly and he slowly retreated. Trying to find an opportunity to escape, the man from the Riji Palace in front of him had cultivated and his magic power had fluctuated to the terrifying incarnation realm. Although he, Vulture, is also in the late nascent soul stage, he is only slightly behind the spirit transformation stage. But this is a world of difference. Now we can only look for Montenegro first and then make long-term plans. Even if you can't win, but Vulture still has some confidence in his escape secrets. As he thought about it, he rolled his eyes and took a few steps back. But at this moment, he suddenly found that there was a figure beside him walking forward. Looking carefully, it was Zhao Yuntian. His cultivation level was only at the golden core stage, which was far inferior to his own, not to mention the spiritual transformation stage. And from the conversation between the two just now, I learned that there is also hatred between them. How dare he come forward? Could it be that my courage is not as good as that of a kid in the Jindan realm? The vulture felt a little irritated, and his steps back were bound by shame, so he stopped retreating for a moment. Jifeng saw Zhao Yuntian, a cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core realm, walking up to him with a fearless look on his face. A nameless anger suddenly rose from my heart and ignited my whole body. That arrogant smile, that stupid brain, and eyes that can't see the current situation clearly. I don't know why my junior sister fell in love with him. Haha, what, you want to die first? Jifeng tried hard to control his anger and said calmly as an elder, if you had escaped earlier, you might have died later. Everyone will die one day, and I don't want to die in fear while running away. Zhao Yuntian said indifferently, but it stunned the vulture's heart so much that he was about to escape. Immediately, Vulture took a step forward, clenched his fists angrily, and looked at Jifeng. Boy, you're right, why don't we join forces to deal with him? Zhao Yuntian was unhappy at that time. Wouldn't it be slowing down the pace of his own death if he joined forces with a demon cultivator in the late nascent soul stage? We can't mess up the rhythm. It seems that this demon cultivator is not only not too cold, but also has some bloodiness. No one will run away when facing a cultivator in the spirit transformation realm. I have received rewards from the system. He wouldn't really think that I would just go out there and get killed without thinking. Zhao Yuntian immediately shook his head. You'd better get out of the way first, or run away and don't get in the way. Then why don't you run away? Don't you know that person has reached the divine transformation realm? Vulture asked in confusion. After all, a Jindan realm kid actually persuaded himself, a late Yuanian realm kid, to escape. You still think I'm in the way? This is simply an insult to him. Zhao Yuntian smiled upon hearing this and said slowly, because of me, Zhao Yuntian, I am truly not afraid of death. As he said this, he rushed forward with a spear in his hand. But after only a few steps, a more determined voice rang out in his ears. Humph. I am a demon cultivator, how could I be so afraid of death? Don't underestimate his demon cultivators. The vulture slid down, spread a pair of brown wings on its back, and rushed into the wind like a shadow. It seems that his speed is a bit faster than Zhao Yuntian's. Good, very good. Two useless things, no matter how many more come, they will die. Hayate growled angrily. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a useless boy and a stinky rat of a demon cultivator, proving that he was not afraid of death. He raised his hands. Two rotating blue light balls appeared on his palms and were thrown towards Vulture and Zhao Yuntian. It looks a bit like a Rasengan. I wonder how powerful it is. Zhao Yuntian stopped rushing forward, opened his arms, and prepared to feel the power of the ball of light. Bang! Suddenly, a brown figure flashed before my eyes. It turned out that the hurricane created by the vulture's wings blew away the oncoming ball of light. Don't be stunned, kid. Don't let me underestimate you. Vulture said as he continued to charge towards the wind. Zhao Yuntian was frowning. Why the hell do you just do it yourself? Why are you helping me? Who cares if you look down on me? You are not a little fangirl. Zhao Yuntian was complaining madly in his heart. He simply stopped charging and stood where he was, waiting for Jifeng's next attack. But someone unknown inspired the vulture to fight, and he launched an astonishingly fast close-range attack. For a moment, Jifeng was unable to free his hands to attack Zhao Yuntian. The two of them turned into countless afterimages, causing deafening explosions and flames in the air. Zhao Yuntian vaguely felt that the situation was beginning to deviate from his expectations. Now there's only one way, to find an opportunity and launch a surprise attack on the Jifeng Verji Palace. This way you can draw hatred from him. After all, attacking from behind is the most unethical behavior. But it also fits Zhao Yuntian's behavior as a villain. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuntian put away the eye-catching red scale fire tassel spear and took out the green soul sword. This sword is also a heavenly grade magic weapon. And it can be big or small, making it perfect for sneak attacks. So Zhao Yuntian made it as big as a dagger, hid it in his sleeve, and waited for an opportunity. On the other side, Vulture and Gale seemed to be fighting fiercely. But in fact, the vulture was already at a disadvantage and had suffered many wounds on its body. If it weren't for a pair of strange brown wings, it probably wouldn't have lasted long. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. A black shadow suddenly fell down, and earth and rocks flew everywhere. A deep pit several dozen feet in size was instantly created on the ground. The vulture's body, covered with scars, lay wriggling and struggling in the deep pit. Jifeng grinned fiercely and landed from the air next to the deep pit. Haha, those wings of yours are a refined wind-attributed heavenly grade magical weapon, right? Jifeng laughed, his contempt growing stronger. The demon cultivator has both the solid body of the demon race and the mana to control magic weapons of the human race. It's really good. If it were an ordinary cultivator in the spiritual transformation realm, you might be able to temporarily entangle him, but... His voice was a little higher. No one can defeat me, Jifeng, in the face of wind-attributed skills. As he spoke, he gathered a ball of gray-white rotating wind blades in his palm and aimed it at the deep pit. Puff! Suddenly, Jifeng felt a sharp burning pain on his back. At the same time, a familiar voice was heard. Really? Does the Shiranui attribute restrain the wind attribute? Turning his head, he saw Zhao Yuntian holding a flaming spear and stabbing it into his back. Although there was no bleeding, the stinging sensation was something Jifeng hadn't felt for a long time. I didn't expect that I would be ambushed by such a shameless and cowardly guy. Anger flashed in Jifeng's eyes and his whole body shook violently. Instantly shook off the spear that was inserted into Zhao Yuntian's back. He turned around slowly, the anger on his face boiling to its peak. The back injury is a disgrace to me, Hayate. Jifeng gritted his teeth and spoke, his whole body emitting soaring magical power as he approached Zhao Yuntian step by step. The entire empty space and the earth were shaking, creating ripples of white air. Zhao Yuntian curled his lips and goaded him, humiliation is good. Knowing shame will lead to courage. Aren't you going to take action? Chapter 101 You were in trouble, you fell in love. Go to hell. A blinding white light emanated from Gale's fists, and he unleashed a ball of triple rotating darts the size of a head. It shot rapidly towards Zhao Yuntian's head. This is the strongest move in his main skill, Wind Spirit Technique, the Triple Wind Dagger. It can condense its own magic power into 3 layers of high-speed rotating blades. It is so powerful that it can even defeat ordinary heaven-grade defensive magic weapons or shields below the divine transformation realm. It can kill instantly with one hit, and the flying speed is extremely fast. There is absolutely no way that Zhao Yuntian, a kid in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, could avoid it. Sure enough, triple wind blades shot out. Zhao Yuntian stood there blankly, motionless, as if he was frightened. Jifeng laughed sinisterly, just waiting to see Zhao Yuntian's body torn apart. But at this moment, a thin figure fell from the sky. It just happened to block Zhao Yuntian. Master Lu Jr.'s sister, get out of the way. The wind roared. Once the triple wind dagger is shot out, even oneself will retreat 3 steps. If Lu Shuang stood in front of Zhao Yuntian like this, they would both die. However, if he retracted the blade now, he would most likely injure himself. But Junior sister Lu Shuang is the person she cares about the most. He doesn't care about being injured. Immediately, Jifeng raised his arm, his palm emitting white light, preparing to retract the blade. But suddenly, he saw Lu Shuang turn around and smile at Zhao Yuntian. That kind of innocent and ambiguous smile, that kind of smile full of love, that kind of beautiful smile that makes you want to be a pair of lovebirds with the same fate. It is something that even the wind would not dare to dream of. And now, she actually smiled like this at another man in front of him. A hard man with jealousy is like a hammer, hitting Jifeng's body again and again. His body swayed, and he slowly lowered his raised arm. Junior sister, the one you care about is really only him. Only him, only him. Die, die all of you, ha 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 ha. Jifeng's pupils widened, his face twisted, and his sad laughter was mixed with deep resentment. Whoosh, a gray light flashed by. Zhao Yuntian and Lu Shuang's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. The triple wind dagger slashed directly into the distance. What? Heavenly level body movement. Jifeng was startled, and his mind calmed down instantly. The speed just now was definitely not wrong. Only with heavenly level body skills can one teleport away in such a short time. I didn't expect that a Jindan realm cultivator could cultivate his body skills to the heavenly level. I really underestimated him. The corners of Jifeng's mouth curled up slightly. That's fine, I'll do it in front of junior sister Lu Shuang. Let him see with his own eyes how incompetent the man he cares about is. How he was defeated and killed by his own hands. Dozens of feet away, the figures of Zhao Yundian and Lu Shuang appeared again. Amazing, you saved me again. Lu Shuang took a clear look at the surroundings, then looked at his own intact body and said excitedly. You're not always so lucky to be saved by me, why don't you learn your lesson? Zhao Yundian sighed softly. Sure enough, his premonition came true and Lu Shuang followed him. But you did save me every time. Thank you, brother Zhao. Lu Shuang bowed in gratitude. Faced with such formal thanks, Zhao Yundian was a little uncomfortable for a moment. After all, the previous Lu Shuang was a bit cold and arrogant at the beginning. Later he became a little naughty, but now he can show his true feelings. According to Zhao Yundian's experience, there is only one result. Lu Shuang, you are in trouble, you have fallen in love. No need to thank me, we're all acquaintances, why should I thank you? Zhao Yundian waved his hand indifferently and said generously. Lu Shuang suddenly became alert and looked at him with narrowed eyes. Sure enough, he heard the familiar voice again, but this will be charged separately. Lu Shuang was unconvinced. She took out the crumpled piece of letter paper and said with a pout, look, the letter you wrote clearly said that the accounts between us are written off. Zhao Yundian squinted at the letter, rubbed the back of his head, and asked in confusion, what letter? Did I write this? In that line, a bosom friend afar brings a distant land near, you think too highly of me. I wonder if I could possibly write that. You're cheating again. Lu Shuang put her hands on her hips and frowned slightly. But the corners of his mouth inadvertently curled up slightly and said, forget it, Lu Shuang, I'm not a person who likes to take advantage of others, so I will go to Lei Zhou with you. Also, I brought you that flying magic weapon. As he spoke, Lu Shuang waved his hand, and a cloud emitting colorful rays of light flew over. Zhao Yundian stroked the soft cloud, remembering that this was what he had asked Dian to make for him before. He also planned to have nothing to do and pretend to be a hero to collect money. But unexpectedly, when Lu Shuang used it just now, he was like a hero. Sacrifice yourself to block the attack. It seems that my death will have to be postponed temporarily. Zhao Yundian exhaled lightly and waved his hand. Alright, I'll take you to see the monks at Jinshan Temple in Lei Zhou. Let's go. Good. Lu Shuang jumped excitedly, ready to jump onto the colorful cloud again. Want to leave? Do you treat me like air? Ji Feng stood aside for who knows how long, his voice filled with anger. Only then did Zhao Yundian and Lu Shuang notice the strong wind blowing beside them. Brother, enough is enough, go away. Lu Shuang stood in front of Zhao Yundian and comforted Ji Feng. You're letting me go. Ji Feng sneered, if you still consider me your senior brother, then stand behind me and let me kill Zhao Yundian. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering the friendship between fellow disciples. No, you can't kill him. Lu Shuang opened her arms without hesitation to protect Zhao Yundian. Ji Feng's heart was hurt again. Okay, very good, then you all go to hell. Ji Feng covered his chest with his hands and murderous intent suddenly rose up. If I can't get something, I would rather destroy it than give it to Zhao Yundian. Lu Shuang, this is your senior brother. Zhao Yundian stood up from behind Lu Shuang and deliberately rubbed Lu Shuang's shoulders. With a guilty look on his face, he said, oh. Your senior brother is so angry. It's all my fault. I just played with him and helped him vent his anger. Bang, the last bit of rationality in Ji Feng's mind was broken. Like a mad dog, he rushed towards Zhao Yundian, roaring. Zhao Yundian was naturally very willing to fight. Death can complete the plot and kill the character. You can also get the title of a hero who saves the beauty when he dies. Why not? Bang, suddenly, a ball of thick black gas exploded in front of Ji Feng and Zhao Yundian. A dozen men in black robes appeared indifferently. At the same time, the vulture climbed out of the pit and shouted excitedly, Brother Haishan, you are finally here. The black-robed man in the lead sneered, and in a flash, he came in front of the vulture. Zhao Yundian slapped his forehead, looking anxious. Oh, things are getting more and more complicated. These people seem to have high cultivation levels and seem to be accomplices of the demon cultivators. Especially the leading cultivator, the fluctuation of his magic power was no less than the gust of wind in the incarnation realm. Moreover, after Vulture talked with the man in black robe, it was obvious that the demon cultivator in the incarnation realm directed his hateful gaze towards Ji Feng. Oh, it seems like I really can't die this time. I can only go to Lei Zhou first and complete the task as planned. What a surprise, but it was all gone after being messed up by these people. Blanche, Chapter 102 True Power. You sit on the colorful auspicious cloud first. I'll go say goodbye. Zhao Yundian whispered to Lu Shuang. Goodbye, do you know those people? Lu Shuang asked curiously. She tilted her head to glance at the dozen or so men in black robes over there. Although his dress and attire resembled those of Zhao Zhigong. But he was not shy about it, emitting astonishing demonic and magical powers. Obviously a demon cultivator. The lowest level of their realm is the Golden Core realm. Especially the leader named Haishan, whose magic power fluctuations are similar to those of senior brother Jiafeng. It seems that he is also in the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. It's precisely because we don't know each other that we have to say hello. Zhao Yundian smiled and said, otherwise, we won't be able to escape from the hands of two people at the spiritual transformation realm. Then are you sure you can convince them to let us go? Lu Shuang asked half believingly and half doubtingly. After all, Ji Feng hated Zhao Yundian deeply. The demon cultivators over there seemed to be in the same group as those in the ancient secret realm and had some conflicts with Zhao Yundian. But now it seems that the conflict between the demon cultivator and Ji Feng is even bigger. Because at this moment, Haishan led more than 10 of his men and walked towards Ji Feng with murderous intent on his face. It was obviously because of the rapid wind that killed and injured a demon cultivator just now. When it comes to acting and talking, I, Zhao Yundian, have never lost to anyone. Besides. At this point, Zhao Yundian put his mouth close to Lu Shuang's ear and said, even if it doesn't work, then we can just run away. As he said this, he walked over frankly. Lu Shuang no longer hesitated and jumped onto the magic weapon, seven-colored auspicious cloud. And release the magic power and be ready to activate the flying state at any time. She was already very clear about the speed of the heavenly flying magic weapon, the seven-colored auspicious cloud, along the way. Even a cultivator at the spirit transformation realm would not be able to catch up easily in a short time. Now we just have to wait for Zhao Yundian to come and escape together. Zhao Yundian walked towards the black earth demon cultivators, waved his hand, and asked in a familiar manner, stupid guys, do you need my help? That guy just now also wanted to kill me. If we join forces, maybe we can deal with that gale faster. As he spoke, Zhao Yundian looked at Ji Feng with pretended anger. He was the one who told us the news about the ancestor Green Ting. Under Montenegro's hood, a mustache appeared, and he asked the vulture on the side. Vulture nodded, walked to Montenegro's ear and whispered something. The coldness in Haishan's deep and dark eyes suddenly eased a little. Get out of the way. It's not your turn to help him. Montenegro said lightly, then I'll leave. Zhao Yundian asked with a forced smile. Do you think you can get away? Come back with me later and tell me about the ancestor in detail. Haishan waved his hand and asked the two people beside him to step forward and capture Zhao Yuntian. Zhao Yuntian was not afraid at all and slowly said, as expected. You idiots, your purpose has long been to not only help your Green Ting ancestor fulfill his last wish, but also to destroy the relationship between the human and demon races. He too's eyes twitched when he heard that, but his tone remained calm. Haha. It's not your turn as an outsider to point fingers at RSV affairs. But Zhao Yuntian had no intention of shutting up and continued talking. I was surprised from the beginning. Even in the ancient secret realm, not a single demon cultivator emerged. But the demon-slaying guard, Old Huang, and the nine-tailed demon fox of the demon clan have already returned and told others about the ancient secret realm. Among the demon slayer guards in the demon clan, there must be some of your people. It's impossible that they don't know anything about the ancient secret realm. Zhao Yuntian pointed at Vulture and said, but your men don't know anything about the green dragonfly in the ancient secret realm. The reason you concealed it is because you wanted to control your subordinates to fulfill your own selfish desires under the guise of fulfilling the ancestor's last wish. Hearing this, the Vulture on the side was stunned. Indeed, he knew nothing about the ancient secret realm. And none of his companions knew about it. Even since they entered SB, they only knew that 1,000 years ago, a woman helped the demon cultivators. But he didn't even know the woman's identity, name, or other information. For the sake of their beliefs, they have been busy carrying out various strange tasks. Haishan has indeed always said that it was to fulfill the great wish of his ancestors. At this time, after hearing what Zhao Yuntian said, he discovered a clue. If Haishan really knew about the ancient secret realm and the story of the ancestor Green Ting, shouldn't he let go of it like himself and Rhino Horn? Even though he was quite persistent and wanted to continue to carry out his ancestor's last wishes. But his latest plan was a little confusing to Vulture. SB's only goal is to destroy the relationship between the demon race and the human race. But now the entire Xingzhou is in a situation where the demon tribe has retreated. Haishan also took his brothers and went directly to Xingcheng and Xingzhou. That is where Empress Chen Shui Luohan lives. Wouldn't that be a waste of life? Vulture looked at Haishan in confusion and asked, Brother Haishan, did you know about the ancient secret realm a long time ago? What are your plans? Why not tell us directly, brothers? He. Montenegro did not answer Vulture, but just sneered. The laughter was filled with desolation and loneliness. He slowly turned his head and looked at another towering ancient tree not far away under the starry sky. He said earnestly, once the seed of doubt is planted, it will take root and sprout, growing bigger and bigger, absorbing the nutrients of our trust. It will eventually grow into a large tree, bearing only sin, doubt, restlessness, division, and deformed fruit. As he spoke, Black Mountain slowly walked up to Vulture and patted him on the shoulder. Doing this will only waste and destroy the fertile soil we've cultivated for thousands of years. It's not worth it. But we also want to know the truth. Can't you tell us? After all, too many of our brothers have died. Vulture clenched his fists and said, I don't want those brothers to die in vain. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and his eyes couldn't help but look to the side, at his rhino horn brother who had been dead for a long time. Montenegro shook his head indifferently. The next moment, a ball of black gas appeared on his right arm. The entire right arm instantly turned into a thick arm covered with brown-gray hair. 4 sharp claws flickered faintly with a sinister and cold light under the moonlight. Like a wolf's sharp claws. At the same time, Haishan's dark eyes turned blood red. He looked at his muscular half-demon arms and said in a tempting, excited tone, you see, power, true power, will never belong to someone who is born exceptionally strong, agile, or intelligent. Never. It will only belong to those who are willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. Haishan's tone became even more frantic. We demon cultivators have always been hiding in the darkness, living in dark corners. What I, Black Mountain, need to do is to become stronger and let us SB kill all the powerful enemies who oppose us. And there's only one way to defeat a powerful enemy. That's to be reckless and become the embodiment of their fear. Chapter 103 Love you for 10,000 years. When Zhao Yuntian listened to Haishan's speech, he felt like he had joined a pyramid scheme. For a moment, it seemed to make sense. As expected of the organization's high IQ and EQ leader, he speaks in his own way. In judging from the Vulture's expression, it seemed that he believed it a little. However, this is clearly using the lives of his subordinates to achieve his own ambitions. Yet he made it sound so fresh and refined. It makes him sound as sacred as God. It is rare to see such a thick skin. As Zhao Yuntian was equally shameless, he was naturally prepared for a verbal duel. Unexpectedly, Jifeng on the side beat him to the punch. I'm dying of laughter. A bunch of stinky rats are still so delusional that they want to kill us all. Do you really think we at Juji Palace don't know that the demon cultivators sneaked into Star City just to steal the demon gathering basin and strengthen your demonic power so that you can break through to the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm? As he spoke, a white light emanated from his body. Your every move is already under our control. Now you're still saying you want to kill us all. You're really good at lying to your men. What a bunch of idiots. Upon hearing this, Haidu's expression suddenly changed. But he immediately regained his composure. He looked at Jifeng and said with a wry smile, Ri Jifeng, a former disciple of Xiaoyao sect, joined Riji Palace 5 years ago. In just 4 years, he became one of the 5 great elders guarding the Riji Palace. I also know that your Xiaoyao sect was destroyed by Chen Shui Luohan 100 years ago. And you joined the Riji Palace under the Juji Palace. And you entered Star City when the 1000 Snowfrost Thunder Tribulation was approaching and you were weak. It goes without saying what you intend to do. When Jifeng heard this, he was also slightly stunned. He had hidden his identity for many years, and even the people in Juji Palace didn't know it. Unexpectedly, it was dug out by a few unknown rats. Jifeng smiled calmly, his tone filled with murderous intent. Haha, outsiders who knew my life story are already dead. Haishan smiled instead of getting angry. Actually, our goals are the same. You want to kill Chen Shui Luohan, and we just want to take the demon gathering basin. How about we cooperate? For a moment, Jifeng was silent, with a complicated expression on his face. Seems to be considering the pros and cons. Zhao Yuntian was standing aside, enjoying the melon with great interest. Prepared to escape when the two sides start fighting. Unexpectedly, the two parties first revealed each other's identities and secrets. Now they are planning to join forces. This was exactly like the situation between him and Chen Shui Luohan before. As expected, there are no eternal enemies in the world of cultivation, only eternal interests. However, Chen Shui Luohan was really overconfident and thought he was in control of everything. However, he didn't expect that among his men were demon cultivators and outsiders who wanted to murder him. However, there's a problem. What if I go to Leizhou and get the demon seed back? Chen Shui Luohan was seized and killed by the enemy. What will happen to the previous deal? 4 days later, his mission of unlimited killing ended. Without Chen Shui Luohan's help, it would take more effort. Forget it, I can't care about that anymore. Chen Shui Luohan, since he can dominate the Xingji continent, it is impossible for him to die so easily. It is also possible that some plans had been made long ago. The most important thing now is to go to Leizhou and complete the mission. Immediately, Zhao Yuntian quickly walked to Lu Shuang's side not far away. So, are you ready to go? Lu Shuang asked in a low voice when she saw Zhao Yedian coming over. Indeed, I am leaving, but, Zhao Yedian paused. Not going to Leizhou, but returning to Xingcheng. Lu Shuang was slightly stunned and nodded solemnly. She knew Zhao Yedian's purpose. Just now, he heard the conspiracy between senior brother Jiafeng and the demon cultivator, and he must be planning to go back and tell Chen Luohan. But Lu Shuang herself is also a member of Xiaoyao sect, and has been raised and nurtured by her master since childhood. Master's long-cherished wish has always been to kill Chen Luohan. If Zhao Yedian went back, he would report the plan of his senior brother and others to Chen Luohan. Doesn't that mean that the opportunity that master and senior brother have been looking for many years has been lost? On one side is Zhao Yedian, who helped him avenge his family. On one side is the master of Xiaoyao sect who raised and nurtured him for many years. Thinking of this, Lu Shuang lowered his head in a trance. I love you for 10,000 years. Suddenly, Zhao Yedian's voice came to my ears. Lu Shuang's heart skipped a beat and her face flushed instantly. Don't think that just because you say that, I'll agree to go back to Star City. She sat on the colorful auspicious clouds with her head down, muttering to herself. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt colorful auspicious clouds begin to rise into the sky rapidly. But I didn't urge him, and Zhao Yedian hasn't come up yet. Lu Shuang hurriedly leaned over and saw Zhao Yedian standing on the ground, waving goodbye to her. He gave a relieved smile and shouted, don't try to be so stubborn anymore, you slut. Lu Shuang frowned, twisted his body, and wanted to jump off the cloud. But he found that his body seemed to be stuck on the cloud and he couldn't move at all. Could it be that the words, I will love you for 10,000 years, just now were the spell to activate the colorful auspicious clouds? Damn it, I was fooled by him again. He still wants to face the danger alone. Zhao Yedian, no matter how powerful you are or how much you try to escape, I will come back and find you. Just wait. Lu Shuang's unwilling voice disappeared into the sky along with the 7-colored clouds. Haishan on the side, although he found that Lu Shuang flew away early, did not intend to stop him. You have some backbone. You knew you were dying and didn't want to implicate my junior sister. Jifeng sneered. Haishan, standing aside, seemed a little impatient. Jiafeng, I've already given you enough face by letting your junior sister go. I hope you can make a wise choice. Your junior sister just heard our plan, and the direction he left was Star City. Jifeng said nonchalantly, don't worry, junior sister Lu Shuang may not like me, but she is absolutely loyal to master and Xiaoyao sect. He won't tell. What about you? Have you agreed to cooperate with us? Montenegro asked bluntly. Okay, but there's one condition. Let me kill him with my own hands. Jifeng said this and pointed at Zhao Yedian. Haishan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Suddenly, the situation turned around. The dozen or so people in front of Zhao Yedian all became enemies. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Yedian laughed heartily, ready to face death. Just you think you can rebel against the Juji Palace and fight against Empress Chen Luohan. You are overestimating your own abilities. He said in a righteous tone, today, although I, Zhao Yedian, die, it is to protect the palace. I die with honor. Not bad, not bad. Now not only can I die, but I can also gain a good reputation. People in later generations will talk about this book after dinner. Zhao Yedian died in the fight against foreign enemies. It was a worthy, glorious and great death. It will also be recorded in great detail in the history books of Juji Palace. Go to hell. Jifeng didn't hesitate any longer, and the rotating, triple-wind dagger appeared in his palm again. Having learned from the previous experience, he did not throw it directly at Zhao Yedian this time. Instead, he held the wind blade in his hand and rushed forward. When you feel there is no way out after climbing over mountains and crossing rivers, there is another village beyond the bends and flowers. After going around in circles, I can finally die again. Zhao Yedian closed his eyes happily, but there is always a bad premonition in my heart. After all, there were always accidents before his death. He quickly opened his eyes and looked around. Fortunately, this time, there was silence all around and no one showed up. And at the same time, the wind blade in Jiafeng's hand was already close to Zhao Yedian's neck. Chapter 104, Slap in the Face. Am I dead? Did you successfully complete the plot-killing mission? Zhao Yedian just felt dizzy, but my back felt soft, not like I was lying on a hard wooden bed, but rather on a familiar soft mattress. He slowly opened his eyes, and a beam of sunlight dazzled his eyes, causing some stinging. After a while, the surrounding scenery began to emerge vaguely. Ha ha ha, I'm back, finally back. Suddenly, Zhao Yedian shouted excitedly. In front of me is the rental house that I am familiar with. I was lying on the soft bed, and my cell phone was lighting up next to my pillow. What is shown above is the novel interface of Xuanyi Zhugong. And it's still those 51 chapters. Wait, what about the system? Where's my 1 trillion bonus? No, it was just a dream. Zhao Yedian suddenly calmed down, closed his eyes hard, and searched for the system interface in his mind. But all he could recall in his mind was his identity as the young master of Jiaji Palace. Immediately afterwards, scenes of the wedding banquet, the ancient secret realm, Lu Shuang, Yao Lan, Dian and others appeared one after another. The golden sunlight in the early morning shone on Zhao Yedian from the window beside the bed. But it still couldn't dispel the regret, loneliness and reluctance on his face. He suddenly opened his eyes, a vein bulging on his forehead. Where's my 1 trillion? System, damn it, are you kidding me? After a long time, there was still no response. The system sound that he hated the most before did not sound. Just outside the window, there were bursts of car horns coming from the road. It was like a reality alarm clock, reminding him to return to reality. Zhao Yedian sat on the edge of the bed, muttering dully, without a reward, what's the point of returning to the real world? Ding ling ling, the alarm on my cell phone rang at 7:30 sharp. It also reminded him that it was time to get up and go to work and continue working. It turns out that this was all a dream. What system, what 1 trillion, what plot-killing mission, they are all fake. However, the people he encountered still lingered in his mind. Lu Shuang's chivalrous spirit, Yao Lan's kindness and cleverness, Bian's loyalty, the loving father Zhao Baji, the shrewd Zhu heroine Zhao Yao, the straight male protagonist Yi Zan. Everything seemed so real and beautiful, yet seemed hazy and empty after waking up. I don't realize I am just a guest in a dream, and when I wake up I am already a person in the dream. Zhao Yedian sighed softly, slowly picked up his clothes from the foot of the bed and put them on. Snap! Suddenly, several black bank cards slipped out of his trouser pocket and fell to the ground. Zhao Yedian was stunned. He knew very well that his meager salary was not enough to be put into a bank card. It will all evaporate before the end of the month. So what are these cards? Zhao Yedian's heart started beating so fast that he immediately dropped his pens. I picked up the card and prepared to run to the bank machine downstairs. Wait, you don't know the password yet. Suddenly, he saw a note at the foot of his bed. There was a string of numbers written on it, exactly 6 sixes. This time, even a fool could understand that it was a password. Zhao Yuntian ran downstairs without wearing any pants or clothes. Walk into the machine, insert your bank card, and check your balance. Suddenly, a long string of numbers starting with 1 and ending with 0 appeared on the screen. He had never seen so many zeros on a bank card in his life. He counted them one by one with trembling fingers. 12 digits, 12 digits. Zhao Yuntian felt his legs go weak and he almost fell to the ground. One card has 100 billion. He counted the other cards in his hand, there were 10 in total. If every card has 100 billion, so that's 10 trillion, which is 1 trillion. Immediately, Zhao Yuntian took out the card and inserted it into the machine. His body and mind also began to tremble as he moved in and out. 1 trillion, it is indeed 1 trillion, everything is true. Zhao Yuntian laughed heartily. The laughter was heartless and heart-wrenching. All of this is true, really, he muttered to himself as he slowly returned to the rental house. For a moment, my mind was in a mess and I didn't know what to do. Although I had already planned it in my mind many times before. But when it really happens, no one can resist the temporary dementia that comes with getting rich quickly. Ding-ling-ling, beside the bed, the cell phone rang again. Zhao Yuntian just subconsciously picked up the phone. Suddenly, a familiar boss's loud shout came from the phone. Hey, do you still want to work? Look at the time now. If you're late again today, you'll lose a month's salary. If you don't do the report well, you'll be fired. 2,500 yuan salary. Fired. Zhao Yuntian suddenly interrupted, demanding in an extremely arrogant tone, I'll give you another chance to reframe your words and talk to your boss properly. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned and asked in surprise, what the hell did you say? You said you were the boss. You. Beep. Zhao Yuntian hung up the phone directly. I am already a trillionaire now, how could I bark at such a dog? I want to be an elegant rich man with a sense of style. However, after the phone reminder, my thoughts suddenly became clear. The first thing I did was to buy the company where I worked and then give my boss a slap in the face. The second thing is to go back to my hometown to visit my parents and let them feel proud in front of relatives. The third thing is, I also want to slap my ex-girlfriend in the face and my colleagues. As he thought about it, Zhao Yuntian felt relaxed and happy, and cried, haha, I want to slap my face, slap my face. Pa, suddenly, Zhao Yuntian felt a burning pain on his face. I was going to hit someone in the face, but it felt like I was being hit in the face. Just as I was wondering what was going on, the scenery in front of me became blurry and shaky. When he opened his eyes again and saw the scenery clearly, Zhao Yuntian was shocked. It was now bright outside, and he found himself sitting on the back of a large green bird. The bird is 100 meters long and looks similar to an ancient pterosaur. What was even more strange was that a slender woman in a green dress appeared in front of Zhao Yuntian. Her big, watery eyes were staring at him charmingly. A pair of dimples appeared on her oval face, which was as white and tender as jade. Like a little elf, could it be that what I just had was just a dream? Zhao Yuntian rubbed his dizzy head and felt that the current feeling was more real. Why did you hit me in the face? He rubbed his still burning cheeks and asked the woman unhappily. Hee, you just kept yelling for a slap in the face, and I'll satisfy you. The woman in the green dress showed a bright smile. It seems that I was just dreaming, and obviously, he was saved by this woman again. Zhao Yuntian felt a complicated feeling in his heart, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. He casually asked, who are you and why did you save me? Although this woman is not very old, she looks lively and cute, and looks a bit like the little girl next door. But he really didn't know this woman. My name is Green Spirit. No need to thank me. I'm just a ranger. It's best to mind your own business. She pretended to be righteous and said, if you really want to thank me, take 1,000 spirit stones. Of course, it would be even better if there were heavenly magic weapons, top-grade elixirs would also be good, and... As she spoke, her decent, girl next door style gradually became distorted. Chapter 105 Rushing to Jinshan Temple in Leizhou. Zhao Yuntian has always only taken benefits from others. I didn't expect that now, a little girl would ask for something. Suddenly he became unhappy. Who asked you to save me? Can't you see I really want to die? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Hearing this, the woman in the green dress narrowed her eyes, looking even more unhappy. She pouted and said, I saved you out of kindness, and this is how you repay your benefactor. I just took a few of your things, why are you so stingy? As she spoke, she turned her palms, and two magical weapons emitting green and red light slowly revolved around her. They are none other than the green soul sword and the red scale fire tassel spear. Zhao Yuntian was furious at that time. Now I am determined to die, and the treasure is not important. The key point is that I was teased by a woman, don't I have any dignity? He immediately wanted to get up and grab the treasure. Unexpectedly, his body felt as if it had been drained of energy, and his legs became weak and limp. Could it be that I fell asleep just now and this woman did something unspeakable to me? Zhao Yuntian subconsciously looked down and remembered something wrong. I'm afraid this woman's identity is not as simple as she said. I was able to save me from two people in the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. He could escape so easily. This shows that her cultivation level is no lower than the spirit transformation realm. She has such a huge flying bird mount, and yet she is unable to see through the fluctuations of her magic power in the depth of her cultivation. It was obvious that she was deliberately trying to conceal her identity. Someone who can save himself and hide his identity from himself. A guess immediately emerged in Zhao Yuntian's mind. When dealing with a playful and tough woman like this, you can't just use force. It should be gradually increased from soft to hard, and the foreplay should be sufficient. Immediately, Zhao Yuntian suddenly changed, with a smile on his face, as if he realized his mistake. Daki said, if you want it, just take it. I have a spear on me, you can use it too. I'm just a little curious. Just now, there were two cultivators at the spiritual transformation realm, as well as a group of demon cultivators with strong cultivation bases. How did the girl save me? Seeing that Zhao Yuntian had a good attitude, the woman in green skirt immediately threw the two treasures in her hand back to Zhao Yuntian. I have a clever plan. Of course, I'll use smoke to make everyone fall asleep. She said with a relaxed look. Smoke. Zhao Yuntian nodded in agreement. Judging from my own comatose state in the situation at that time, it could be explained by the use of smoke. However, it goes without saying what kind of smoke can instantly make a cultivator in the spirit transformation realm fall asleep. Her cultivation level is at least at the spirit transformation realm. So where are we going now? Zhao Yuntian continued to ask. Leizhou, I heard it's more fun there. The woman in the green dress looked into the distance expectantly. Zhao Yuntian twitched his lips and agreed, Leizhou is great. I heard that the Jinshan temple over there has some nice scenery. Why don't we go and see it? The woman in the green dress blinked her eyes excitedly. Really? That sounds great. Then let's go to Jinshan temple. Haha, it's true. This person is Chen Shui Luohan, the green-robed elder sent to protect him. Zhao Yuntian smiled on the surface, but was cursing in his heart. Is she still acting here with me, hiding her identity? Little did he know that when it comes to acting skills, he is a veteran. I think it was the Empress Chen Shui Luohan who was afraid that I would not complete the task with all my heart or that something unexpected would happen. Want to send someone to protect me, but she was afraid that I would know that she sent people to protect her and she would not be able to let go of her pride. After all, he had a fight with her not long ago. Women really think too much and are very troublesome. Whether it is the world in the book or the real world. Now that he has the protection of the green-robed elder who is at the spirit transformation realm, it would be extremely difficult for him to commit suicide easily. This is fine, just focus on completing the task first. Let Chen Shui Luohan help kill him when we get back. Thinking back to the previous surprising encounter with multiple twists and turns, Zhao Yedian felt physically and mentally exhausted. Judging from the speed of this bird mount, it is even faster than the heavenly flying magic weapon. Maybe we can get to Jinshan Temple earlier. Zhao Yedian thought about it, closed his eyes tiredly, and fell asleep again. On the desolate land at the border of Xingzhou, a dozen people were lying on the ground, fast asleep. Ji Feng's body suddenly twitched and he woke up drowsily. He slowly stood up and found that other demon cultivators were also sleeping on the ground. The only person missing was Zhao Yedian. Only then did he cover his head and vaguely remember what happened last night. He saw with his own eyes that the wind blade was about to cut off Zhao Yedian's head. But suddenly, a green mist appeared. I just took a small breath and immediately passed out. Moreover, he was in a coma for the whole night. It was obvious that someone had used some secret poisonous fog to rescue Zhao Yedian. The body of a cultivator in the spirit transformation realm has long been unaffected by any poisonous smoke or gas. The other party was able to knock him out in an instant, which showed that his cultivation level was not inferior to his own. He must have reached the level of spirit transformation. The only cultivators in the spirit transformation realm who could rescue Zhao Yedian were the Elder of Jiaji Palace and the Elder of Juji Palace. But no matter which situation it is, it's a bit bad. After all, his and the demon cultivators' plan to attack the Juji Palace must have been exposed. In this way, Juji Palace must have taken precautions early. Thinking of this, Ji Feng hurriedly took out a heavenly grade sound transmission node. Send a message to other people from Xiaoyaomen to postpone the plan and wait and see. Looking at the sound transmission node flying away, Ji Feng was a little anxious, wondering if it was too late. Damn it, such a perfect plan was finally affected by Zhao Yedian. Why does everyone want to help Zhao Yedian? Everyone only cares about him. Chen Shui Luohan can be ignored, but I, Ji Feng, insist on killing Zhao Yedian. Ji Feng clenched his fists in anger, jumped up, and flew away towards Lei Zhou. At the same time, Montenegro, Vulture and others also woke up in a daze. When I looked up, I saw the strong wind turned into a white light and flew rapidly towards Lei Zhou. It seems that Ji Feng wants to kill Zhao Yedian and ignores Jian Shui Luohan of Xingcheng. Vulture asked, Brother Black Mountain, what should we do now? Haishan looked at the disappearing white light of Jai Feng and shook his head. Those who do great things are affected by emotions and their minds are controlled by their feelings. Jai Feng can no longer be relied upon. We split into two groups. Haishan pondered for a moment and said, our plan last night must have been known to the people who rescued Zhao Yedian. Vulture, take a group of people back to Star City to observe the situation. I will lead the people directly to Jinshan Temple in Lei Zhou. Vulture was stunned. Do you want to kill Zhao Yedian too? Kill him. Haishan chuckled. He's not that tempting for me to kill him. We have another plan B, which is to snatch the demon species. In order for Chen Shui Luohan to safely survive the Thunder Tribulation, he must obtain the demon seed. As long as we capture the demon seed, then we can trade with Chen Shui Luohan in exchange for the demon gathering basin. Vulture was delighted when he heard this. Indeed, this method is better. However, Chen Shui Luohan is a cultivator in the late Mahayana realm. Will using the demon seed to threaten to deal anger her? Haha, you've also seen what Chen Shui Luohan looks like now. Haishan said unconcernedly, she only has a weak clone, and the 4 demon cultivators should be back soon. The Vulture was startled and immediately relieved. The 4 great demon cultivators are among the demon cultivators. Each of them has a powerful cultivation level above the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, and some even have the powerful cultivation level of the fusion realm. With them here, everything is worry-free. Chapter 106 Green Spirit Imposter. Juji Palace, Han Palace. Bai Xing walked hurriedly into the hall. The maid, Aling, stopped at the door. Seeing that it was Elder Bai Xing, she immediately softened her tone and said, Elder Bai Xing, the Empress has been in seclusion recently and is not seeing outsiders. Bai Xing said with a gloomy face, the situation is urgent, please inform me. But girl, before she could finish, Bai Xing turned into a white light and went into the depths of the hall. Aling was stunned and felt that Bai Xing was a little strange today and seemed very anxious. In the past, Elder Bai Xing was always very humble and had never been as unreasonable as he is today. It seems that something big must have happened, but this is not surprising. Anyone with an eye can figure out that the Empress will soon be going through a thunder tribulation and her spiritual power will become weakened. A few days ago, even Zhao Yedian, a mere Jindan realm cultivator, dared to come and cause trouble. It seems that the so-called famous and upright people outside, or those lurking in dark corners, are all ready to make a move. Fortunately, the Empress had already made preparations. As long as they dare to come, they will never come back. But she still felt a little uneasy in her heart. There have been too many unstable factors recently. For example, Zhao Yedian suddenly learned Buddhist skills. The corpse of a demon cultivator suddenly appeared in Star City. Besides, thinking of this, Aling's eyes became gloomy and she quickly walked into the hall. After a while, Bai Xing walked to the center of the hall and found that there was no one on the crystal throne. This is not very common. In the past, the Empress's clone always sat on the throne. It was probably a few days ago that the Empress and Zhao Yedian had a fight and the Empress forcibly pulled out the silver needle from his body, causing backlash and injuring him. He is currently recovering from his injuries in a secret room. But the current situation does not allow him to delay any longer. He immediately said, Your Majesty, your humble servant, Bai Xing, has something important to report. Although the voice was not loud, it contained powerful spiritual energy. White sound waves spread out in all directions. Bai Xing's voice echoed throughout the hall. After a while, a cold wind blew by. On the frozen throne, a flurry of fine, crystal snowflakes rolled up. Chen Shui Luohan's cold and proud figure emerged among the snowflakes. Her snow-white skin was wrapped in a thin white palace skirt, and she still looked luxurious and cool. What is it? A cold voice came slowly. Bai Xing didn't say anything, just waved his hand. Suddenly, a green figure lay on the snow in front of Bai Xing. It turned out to be a sleeping woman in a green dress. Green spirit. Chen Shui Luohan frowned slightly. Bai Xing hurriedly explained, these are people from Juji Palace. They found them near the Xingzhou border. The green spirit has been hit by a secret spell that causes people to fall asleep. You mean, the green spirit who secretly protected Zhao Yedian was attacked by someone else? Chen Shui Luohan's tone also turned serious. Indeed, not only that, the secret technique that Lu Ling was hit by was exactly the secret technique that she herself practiced, 9 yin 10,000 tired technique. The secret technique can cause a cultivator below the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm to fall into a coma when attacked by surprise. Bai Xing explained, my subordinates have analyzed that the enemy is very likely not only to know Green Spirit's secret techniques, but also to be able to dress up as her. As for the target, it's most likely the demonic species from Leizhou Jinshan Temple. Chen Shui Luohan's eyes fixed on her and she asked, then who do you think that person is? I don't know. Bai Xing lowered his head in shame. After all, demon species have many uses. The most important function is to strengthen the magic power. However, there are quite a few people practicing magic in the entire Xingji continent. Even among the demon race, there are those who practice magic. And recently, there have been signs of demon cultivators appearing. It is also possible that some people deliberately intend to seize the demon seeds in order to take revenge on the Empress and make it difficult for her to survive the calamity. In such a chaotic situation, it is really difficult to lock onto the target. At this moment, the sleepy green spirit twisted his body and yawned. I opened my eyes drowsily. Suddenly finding himself in the cold palace, he screamed and scrambled to his feet. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress. Green spirit hurriedly bowed down to pay homage. Tell me in detail what happened to you, Chen Shui Luohan asked directly. Lu Ling rubbed his head, blinked his big eyes, and said with an awkward smile, this time, I was careless and fell into the secret technique of the imposter. But last night, I learned a secret. The elder of the Sun Palace, Ri Jiafeng, has colluded with demon cultivators to murder the Empress. Zhao Yantian, on the other hand, was utterly loyal to the Empress, saying things like, I'll sacrifice my life for her and die with honor. Finally, he, a mid-stage Jindan cultivator, actually dared to take on the wind blade of a spiritual transformation realm cultivator. Just as I was about to attack, I saw a green figure similar to me. He released the mist in advance and I lost consciousness. Chen Shui Luohan and Bai Xing were both slightly stunned when they heard this. They never imagined that the arrogant and domineering Zhao Yantian would actually risk his life for Juji Palace and Empress Chen Shui Luohan. Especially not long ago, he had a fight with Chen Shui Luohan. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yantian still had Juji Palace in his heart. Chen Shui Luohan's eyes flickered slightly, and a barely perceptible softness appeared on her originally cold and arrogant face. But his tone was still as cold as ice. He is just trying to fulfill the deal with me. Lu Ling, go to Jinshan Temple in Leizhou again, deal with your imposter, and help Zhao Yantian get the demon seed. If something unexpected happens again, you won't have to come back. As he spoke, Chen Shui Luohan's figure disappeared in the hall. Only then did Lu Ling dare to raise his head. She wrinkled her nose and patted Bai Xing's shoulder. Brother Bai, you didn't speak up for me just now, and why didn't you wake me up directly? Bai Xing smiled and said, you should know that after being hit by the secret technique, 9 yin 10,000 tiredness technique, you can only wake up on your own. If someone wakes you up forcibly, you'll just lose your mind. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling became even angrier. Damn it. Not only did that person dare to pretend to be me, he also stole my unique secret technique. How hateful. Although your secret technique is rare, the world is so vast that you are not the only one who can learn it. Shirahoshi continued to explain gently. You're so boring. Green Spirit pouted and muttered, I think Zhao Yantian, although his cultivation is not high, is quite interesting and should be very powerful. As she spoke, she skipped and walked out of the hall. He didn't look as nervous as he did when he met the Empress before. Bai Xing shook her head and smiled. Her state of mind is very similar to Zhao Yantian's. However, the situation seems to be more serious. It was the first time that the elder of the Riji Palace of the Juji Palace colluded with the demon cultivator. But judging from Empress Chen Shui Luohan's reaction just now, she was not surprised, as if everything was within her expectations. Instead, he cared more and more about Zhao Yantian. Bai Xing is increasingly unable to guess the Empress's thoughts. But as one of Chen Shui Luohan's confidants, he must be prepared in advance. This time, the enemy seemed to be more than he expected. Thinking of this, Bai Xing walked quickly towards the Black Armor Demon Guard camp. Chapter 107 Advancement to the Late Jindan Realm. Congratulations to the host for successfully causing Chen Shui Luohan to bleed and escaping from 2 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. Rewards Cultivation. Advance from the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm to the late stage of the Golden Core Realm, and automatically learn the 9 yin 10,000 tired art. 9 yin 10,000 tiredness art, releases mist unexpectedly, capable of putting cultivators below the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm to sleep. Zhao Yantian suddenly woke up. I just felt a strong warm current constantly hitting my body. My whole body started shaking as if I had been electrocuted. The feeling is even stronger than the previous advancement to the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm. It was obvious that his realm had inexplicably improved again. However, the reason given by this system is too embarrassing. Chen Shui Luohan was bleeding, but she was sucking it out for me, and the bleeding was a backlash. As for escaping from the 2 great stages of transformation, it was all thanks to the help of others. Does this count? The pleasure of advancing after practicing without any effort at all. It's really annoying to force it on me for free. No, I really don't want to become stronger and invincible. Isn't this making my death more difficult? Zhao Yantian thought helplessly and looked at the time of the system task. Just one more day. No, I still have to try hard. Otherwise it would be such a waste. This time there will be no limit to the plot-killing missions. You're awake. We just happened to be in Leizhou. Lu Ling blinked her eyes and said to Zhao Yantian with a smile. Only then did Zhao Yantian realize that the big bird he was riding on had turned into a wooden carriage. Driving on a busy and wide street. Compared with Xingcheng, there are no large-scale buildings on the streets of Leizhou City. There are no high-level monks all over the streets. But it seems more down to earth. Most of them are ordinary people who have no cultivation or low cultivation. There is a snack vendor on the street, passers-by going to the market, and tourists from other places dressed in strange clothes. There are even many women dressed in gorgeous clothes. You know, although this is the world in a fantasy book. But basically the same as in ancient times, women rarely show their faces in public. Even if there are, they are women disguised as men, or beggars and poor people. Zhao Yantian leaned out of the carriage window, whistling, admiring the beautiful scenery and beauties along the way, and felt quite comfortable. On the contrary, when Green Spirit saw this, he sneered and looked down on it. And from time to time, he glanced at Zhao Yantian with dissatisfaction. This expression is like when a boy accompanies his girlfriend shopping in the real world. I saw the pretty fairy looking back, but was complained by his girlfriend, feeling disturbed. Could it be that his handsome appearance has reached such a shocking level? Even a green-robed elder who he has only met for a short time, whose cultivation level has reached the spirit transformation realm and whose identity is a maid in Juji Palace, is infatuated with. Oh, my damn charm. Make yourself seem like the protagonist. It's like if you were a girl, you would like yourself. However, as a young romantic, Zhao Yedian also discovered some differences in her. When Lu Ling looked at him with those big watery eyes, it didn't look like she liked him. It's more of a recognition. Did I do something before that made her approve of it? Thinking back to the past, the biggest thing I did was to dare to fight with Empress Chen Shui Luohan. Could it be that he agreed that I took the initiative to provoke the Empress and fight with her? He did what the elders of the Juji Palace wanted to do but did not dare to do. This is just like in the real world, where ordinary employees in a company always have the urge to hit their boss. Zhao Yedian immediately pretended to ask tentatively, are you very angry now? Angry? What should I be angry about? Green Spirit asked doubtfully. For example, deep down in your heart, you have an obsession that you've always wanted to complete, but you've never been able to do it. Zhao Yedian tried to continue guiding her, hoping to make her reveal her identity. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Zhao Yedian keenly noticed Lu Ling's brows and frowned slightly. It seemed to hit the nail on the head. Zhao Yedian struck while the iron was hot and said, then maybe I can help you. You just need to tell me quietly, and I will definitely help you. What do you want to know? How can you help me? The green spirit seemed to relax and slowly opened its mouth. Zhao Yedian immediately stepped forward, for example, your identity, or your obsession, or who cares about the dissatisfaction. Then do you know what love is? Suddenly, green spirit asked a question. For a moment, Zhao Yedian was a little confused. Shouldn't she ask details like whether I felt good after beating Chen Shui Luohan, how I beat him, how long he fought, and whether he bled in the end? It seems that I was overthinking it, since you can ask love questions. Could it be that she is a lesbian and has fallen in love with Empress Chen Shui Luohan? The term, love, is quite broad. It's hard to explain in a short time. Zhao Yedian explained with a profound look on his face, but if I add a verb before this word, I will have more experience and a better picture. What picture? Green Spirit's frown deepened, as if he had a premonition, but he couldn't help but be curious. Zhao Yedian narrowed his eyes and smiled. As for this image, I'm afraid I'll be banned if I tell you about it. But there's a book called 18 Rhythm Absorption Styles in the Jiaji Palace Library. I'll show it to you when I get back. A hint of disappointment appeared on Lu Ling's small face. Zhao Yedian felt that the topic had gone a little off track. A man and a woman are alone in a car, discussing driving skills. Something is wrong. It seems that she doesn't want to reveal more things. I already know her depths. Just focus on completing the plot-killing missions. Thinking back to my previous dream, I finally got 10 cards worth hundreds of billions, but I woke up before I could spend them. What a pity. Then, let's go directly to Jinshan. Hiss. Suddenly, the horse neighed and stopped. At the same time, there was a noise outside. When they lifted the curtain of the carriage, they found a young man fallen in front of the carriage. Zhao Yedian raised his eyebrows and felt extremely unhappy. I am the young master of a villain, but I was asked for benefits by a little girl. Now a young man is trying to scam me. Don't I have any face? Immediately, Zhao Yedian jumped off the carriage and stared at the young man on the ground. The young man was no more than 20 years old, and was dressed very festively, in a bright red robe, with a handsome face. This reminded Zhao Yedian of what happened a month ago. They also got married wearing the same clothes. Could it be that this young man is also in a hurry to get married? The young man covered his arm and struggled to get up from the ground. His arm seemed to be scratched and bleeding. He just glanced at Zhao Yedian and said nothing. He gritted his teeth and staggered away, seeming to be in a hurry to get on with his journey. Sun Lang, you really have the heart to abandon me and leave me now. Are you not going to marry me now? Suddenly, not far away, a woman who was also wearing a bright red dress cried out in tears. The young man paused, his face full of pain, but he still left without hesitation. The woman collapsed on the ground and cried bitterly, as if the world had collapsed. Zhao Yedian felt quite familiar with this scene. I think I did this a month ago, but that time, neither party wanted to get married. Now, it can be seen that the girl likes this young man very much. But no one can explain the matter of feelings. Immediately, Zhao Yedian turned around and prepared to get on the carriage and continue his journey. But he found that Green Spirit was gone. Ah, a scream was heard not far away. I saw Green Spirit stepping on the young man with one foot. Her brows furrowed in anger, a green dagger in her hand as she angrily shouted, you heartless man. That girl loves you so much, and you don't like her enough. You even dared to run away from the wedding banquet. Go to hell. Chapter 108, the devil seed appears, everything is destroyed. What do you know? How do you know I don't like her? Although the young man was trampled underfoot, he still stubbornly refused to give in. If you like someone, you should be together passionately, both ways, you coward who can only run away. As he spoke, Green Spirit stabbed the young man in the leg. Just as she was trying to stab the man in the chest again, a red figure stood in front of him. No, don't kill him. Don't kill Sun Lang, the woman pleaded while crying. For a moment, Lu Ling's eyes were confused. He doesn't like you, why do you? Because I love him. The woman looked at the young man and cried. At this time, passersby who loved to watch the excitement on the street also gathered over to watch. They pointed at the Green Spirit. Who is this person? Why is he interfering in the affairs of a young couple? That's right, the dog is trying to catch the rat, it's nosy. Doesn't she know that this is the love queen of the richest businessman in Leizhou City? I guess that man is unwilling to be a live-in son-in-law, so he wants to escape the marriage. How can I not be willing to do such a good thing? Why can't I encounter such a good thing? What a bullshit. Being a live-in son-in-law, I live worse than a dog. It's all hard work and no reward. I have absolutely no dignity and freedom. But this green-dressed woman is quite smooth, why not go with her brother? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. The words became more and more outrageous and bold. Upon hearing this, Green Spirit began to tremble slightly. A yellow light flashed in her eyes, and an uncontrollable murderous intent swelled within her body. Bang! Suddenly, a wave of black spiritual energy erupted from the crowd on the other side. It shocked everyone present. Many people with low cultivation levels even vomited blood. Zhao Yedian was covered in black air and slowly walked out of the crowd. He said arrogantly, why? Is there anything wrong with my friend intervening in this matter? Demon cultivators. They are demon cultivators. Someone in the crowd screamed and ran away in panic. Many people also became frightened and left. After a while, most of the people left. But they all looked at Zhao Yedian with anger and vigilance. Wow, it's finally my turn to load the coins. I am good at not giving up any opportunity to attract hatred and trying my best to get myself killed. It just so happened that I also tested my strength in the late Jinden realm. It's really good. I can even hurt people with my explosive energy. Green Spirit frowned and asked coldly, you just deliberately scared those people away so that I wouldn't kill them. How come? Zhao Yedian said in surprise, who am I, Zhao Yedian? Haven't you heard of me? I'm a ruthless and cruel person. Moreover, when those people go back, there will definitely be those who are dissatisfied and will ask the elders and seniors for help. Beat the young ones away, and the old ones come. Isn't this an opportunity to commit suicide? Zhao Yuntian thought with satisfaction. Didn't you say before that love should be a two-way, passionate affair? But they... Green Spirit asked, pointing at the young man and woman on the side. Only then did Zhao Yuntian realize that Green Spirit actually agreed with his idea. This is what I said to Xixin in the ancient secret realm before. I don't know who leaked it. He sighed softly and said, yes, I did say that. But that's the best case scenario. Sometimes you have to consider reality. As he spoke, Zhao Yuntian slowly walked up to the young man. At this moment, the woman was bandaging the young man's wound. Although the two did not say the word, love, again, their intimate touch and eye contact revealed their love. Zhao Yuntian pointed at the young man and continued, he is a man who must succeed no matter what era. If he doesn't succeed, he will have no money, no power, and no ability. Even if he can become a son-in-law now, he will still be looked down upon. In the end, you will be ruthlessly abandoned by women. Hearing this, Ms. Wang shook her head suddenly. No, I will not abandon Sun Lang. Okay, even if you can't, what about your father and the rest of your family? Zhao Yuntian said in a savage tone, after a long time, will he still have a status in your family? Of course. He changed the subject and looked at the young man. If you don't care and want to live off me, just ignore what I said. But if you really didn't care, you wouldn't have run away from the wedding banquet. In an instant, the young man trembled all over and looked at Zhao Yuntian with a complicated and respectful look. Because every word he said hit the nail on the head. Indeed, he was unwilling to accept it. I can't bear to be looked down upon by the woman I love, nor can I bear to be looked down upon by my family. He wanted to go out and try his luck, and after achieving success, he would come back and marry his beloved girl in a grand ceremony. Ms. Wang obviously understood the young man's feelings from the beginning and just hugged him and cried silently. Why bother with so much trouble? Isn't it enough for lovers to just be together? Why bother caring about what others think? Green Spirit asked, becoming increasingly dissatisfied. Indeed, if it were me, Zhao Yuntian, I would definitely not care about anything else and just be with the woman I love. Zhao Yuntian agreed, but everyone has their own circumstances and choices. You can't control other people's hearts. Can't influence it. Ha ha ha, impossible. Green Spirit repeated this sentence and suddenly sneered. The laughter was filled with infinite sadness. Then, she walked away, smiling and swaying her body. Zhao Yuntian looked at the thin green figure and felt puzzled. There is a story. That reaction, that expression, that laughter. She must have a sad love story. It seems that not all the elders of Juji Palace are honest. After all, once one becomes an elder of Juji Palace and practices magic, one will cut off all emotions and desires. Most men are cruel and ruthless, and most women are cold and heartless. Especially Chen Shui Luohan, who forbids her children from having long-lasting love. Once discovered, it will turn into a pile of ice slag. It's like a fantasy and beautiful version of Nunmiju. Under the supervision of a Mahayana monk, more things can happen. Could it be that this green spirit's identity? Thinking of this, Zhao Yuntian fell into deep thought. After a while, the two continued to sit in the carriage and drove quickly towards Jinshan Temple. But, this time, Zhao Yuntian and Lu Ling were both preoccupied and remained silent. Qianlong Mountain, Jinshan Temple, in front of the temple gate. A white-browed monk in a yellow robe gazed into the distance with a solemn expression. At this time, another middle-aged monk in grey robes clasped his hands together, bowed, and said, Master Kongwen, everything is ready. We are just waiting for those people to arrive. The white-browed monk shook his head and said, don't be careless. If you try to set up the 10,000 stars subduing demon formation, again, there will be more than one or two enemies coming to Jinshan Temple. The grey-robed monk was stunned. The 10,000 stars demon subduing formation is a crucial formation for suppressing the demonic energy in this temple. Do you really want to use it? After all, if the 10,000 stars demon subduing formation is damaged, the demonic energy will leak out. It will cause serious consequences. Kongwen said firmly, the formation is broken and the demonic energy is leaking, but it can still be repaired. But once the demonic seed appears, everything will be destroyed. Chapter 109, Plan Changes, Gathering in Leizhou. Outside Star City. On the wasteland, lying on the ground were 5 or 6 young guards dressed in the uniforms of the Rigi Palace, who were seriously injured. They looked at the dozen or so men in black robes in front of them in fear and trembled. These people are the guards of the Rigi Palace on the edge of Star City. As usual, he went out to patrol outside the city early in the morning. But he was ambushed by a group of men in black robes. Fortunately, the other party did not kill them, but asked the guards to send a sound transmission note to ask Huang Mang, one of the leaders, to come over. Half an hour has passed now. The black-robed vulture, who was leading the group, showed an impatient expression. What's going on? Haven't your people found Huang Mang yet? If he doesn't come soon, all of your lives will be in danger. As he spoke, a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in the vulture's eyes. At this moment, a yellow ghost flashed by. Huang Mang's burly figure landed in front of the man in black robe. He clenched his fists, his whole body radiating powerful spiritual energy as he shouted angrily, Demon Cultivator. How dare you dare to break into Star City on your own initiative. I'll just destroy you and claim the credit. Suddenly, the vulture's lips moved slightly. Huang Mang heard the vulture's voice. His expression changed instantly and he looked at Vulture and others in astonishment. Immediately, he ordered those lying on the ground, you guys, go back to the city and treat your injuries. I'll handle this here. Several guards hurriedly got up from the ground, staggered, and ran into the city. At this time, only Huang Mang and a dozen men in black robes were left on the wasteland. Tell me, how did you know about Xiaoyao sect, and our plan? Huang Mang looked at the vulture warily. Take it easy. Vulture chuckled and said, we demon cultivators have already cooperated with your senior brother Rijifeng. So this time I found you just to pass on a message, asking you to postpone the attack on Juji Palace. Juji Palace might know your plan. Postpone. Huang Mang sneered, you are so proud, do you really think that you can postpone the plan we have been planning for many years just because of your words? As he spoke, his burly body trembled, and a dazzling golden light of spiritual energy burst out. Also, no matter how you learn our plan, the only outcome is death. Vulture smiled instead of getting angry, waving his hand and saying, don't be impulsive. We are in a cooperative relationship now. After all, you want to kill Chen Shui Luohan, and the demon cultivators only want the demon gathering basin. If we both end up losing, won't Chen Shui Luohan be the winner? Stop talking nonsense. Would you demon cultivators be so kind as to remind us? Huang Mang shouted angrily and was about to take action. His cultivation level is at the peak of the nascent soul realm, while the only cultivator on the opposite side who is in the late nascent soul realm is the vulture. Even if I can't kill him, I'm sure I can seriously injure him. As for the dozen or so Jinden realm people behind him, the reinforcements from the Rigi Palace in the city will arrive and take care of them soon. Now he has only one goal, to eliminate the group of demon cultivators who know the Xiaoyao sect's plan. Stop. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the void. A woman in a red dress with a charming figure and beautiful appearance appeared beside Huang Meng. Senior Sister Qian, you. Huang Meng was a little surprised why Senior Sister Li Qian appeared here. After all, although the people of Yinji Palace are spread all over Xingji continent, they have no fixed place of residence. But they usually hide in the dark and are quietly responsible for collecting intelligence. They generally don't appear easily or reveal their identities. Moreover, Senior Sister Li Qian is from their Xiaoyao sect and is lurking in Yinji Palace. It will certainly not appear in broad daylight. Obviously, something major has happened. Sure enough, Li Qian took out a heavenly grade sound transmission sound from her sleeve and handed it to Huang Meng. Huang Meng took it and saw that it was the instruction sent by Senior Brother Jiafeng. The plan is also postponed, and Senior Brother Jiafeng did not return to Xingcheng but went to Leizhou instead. This made Huang Meng a little unhappy. Tomorrow is the day for the raid on Juji Palace. At this moment, the people from Xiaoyao sect had waited for too long. Now it has suddenly been suspended and postponed. What's going on, Senior Sister Qian? Huang Meng asked a little irritably. Indeed, as that demon cultivator said, the people from Juji Palace seem to know our plan. Chuyan said with a serious expression, 3 black armored demon guard leaders have appeared at Juji Palace along with over 1,000 black armored soldiers. Why should we be afraid of these insignificant soldiers and generals? We have 10 elite disciples from Xiaoyao sect, plus 1,000 outer disciples, and those lurking in the Riji Palace and Yinji Palace. It's enough to break through the Juji Palace. Huang Meng said this with absolute certainty and confidence. Li Qian shook her head. We've already lost the initiative. The risk is too great. We can only implement another plan. Huang Meng opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but no sound came out. After all, the other plan now seems to be more reliable. That is to go to Jinshan Temple in Leizhou and seize the demon seed. As long as Chen Shui Luohan doesn't have the demon seed, it will be difficult for her to survive the 21st Thunder Tribulation. By then, even if she was lucky enough not to die, she would definitely be seriously injured. At this time, if we gather everyone and attack Juji Palace, we will definitely succeed. After all, what they're afraid of now is that Chen Shui Luohan will be caught in a desperate situation. Although she is now sealing her own strength in order to resist the Thunder Tribulation. But now that we know there are external enemies, we will most likely do whatever it takes to get rid of them first. Chen Shui Luohan, who was in the late Mahayana realm, did so without any scruples. In the entire Xingji continent, no one can survive under her hands. Therefore, he relied on the power of Thunder Tribulation to seriously injure Chen Shui Luohan. It is the best strategy. Huang Meng sighed lightly and could only nod, agreeing to Li Qian's proposal. Although he still wanted to defeat Juji Palace and Chen Shui Luohan in a fair and dignified manner. But the difference in strength is too great. The vulture on the side laughed and said, Li Qian from Yinji Palace is more sensible. Li Qian chuckled, your demon cultivators' intelligence has already caught up with our Yinji Palace, so you are qualified to cooperate. Then now, Senior Sister Qian, let's hurry to Leizhou Jinshan Temple. Huang Meng urged hurriedly from the side. After all, Zhao Yantian and other people from Juji Palace had already gone to Leizhou 4 days in advance. It's a little late to catch up now. Now, I'm afraid it's too late. Juji Palace and others are probably already in Leizhou. Li Qian shook her head. Huang Meng became increasingly anxious, so we're just going to wait in Star City and do nothing. Li Qian shook her head again, looked at Huang Meng, and sighed softly. Your senior brother Jiafeng has told you many times not to panic when encountering things. Doing so will only make you lose your calm judgment. We have a teleportation array built in Yinji Palace on the top of a barren mountain in Xingcheng. It can teleport tens of millions of miles, which can save a lot of time in getting to Leizhou. Tonight at midnight, let's go to the top of the barren mountain and teleport together. At the end of her words, she secretly conveyed the message to Huang Meng. Huang Meng's expression relaxed when he heard this. However, he immediately whispered back, but the teleportation array in Yinji Palace is guarded by people, and there will be records, so it won't be exposed. Don't worry, the people guarding the teleportation array tonight are my trusted ones, there will be no problem. As she spoke, she looked at the vulture again. Vulture said tactfully, don't worry, I just have a message for you. My cultivation is low, so I won't go to Leizhou. I'll help you observe the situation in Xingcheng. Li Qian chuckled, turned into a red cloud, and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 110 He, Zhao Yantian, is a true hero. Leizhou. Qianlong Mountain. Zhao Yantian and Lu Ling were walking on the path in the forest. From time to time he looked up at the golden pagoda on the top of the mountain. He complained, why is Jinshan Temple in Leizhou so arrogant? Not only does it occupy an entire mountain, it's also covered with formation restrictions, and most importantly, there's a ban on flying in the air. This is even more arrogant than Zhao Jigong in our Xingcheng. Lu Ling just kept her head down and walked on, as if she had just finished learning about the matter since the incident of stopping the marriage. She always looked like she was worried about something. Zhao Yantian could also understand it. After all, every girl would have those days. But at this moment, a strange voice came to my ears. Hey, brother, you may not know something. Are you two from outside the city? A thin young man in yellow clothes with a pointed face and monkey-like appearance jumped out from nowhere. He spoke with a familiar air. Jinshan Temple in Qianlong Mountain was an important place where the ancient demon king was sealed thousands of years ago. Ancient demon lord, is he very powerful? Zhao Yantian was not shy and asked immediately. Not only is she formidable, she's practically on par with the current Empress Chen Shui Luohan, both of them are monsters in the late Mahayana stage. The thin young man boasted, if it weren't for the Buddhist sect and dozens of powerful people from other sects joining forces, Xingji continent would have been finished long ago. As he spoke, he squinted at Zhao Yantian and Lu Ling and said, you two should also go to Jinshan Temple and try your luck. Luck. Zhao Yantian raised his eyebrows. The thin young man chuckled and said, brother, stop pretending. Jinshan Temple will open the entrance to Jinlei Temple today, allowing monks like us to compete for the ancient treasure. As he spoke, he pointed to the hillside ahead, where dozens of monks were heading up. Look at them, their cultivation is the same as ours. They are all only at the foundation establishment stage. They all went to Jinshan Temple to try their luck. After all, among those who came this time, there are many cultivators above the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, and we are not able to compete for them. Zhao Yantian and Lu Ling, in order not to cause too much trouble. He has restrained his aura and the fluctuations of his magic power and controlled it at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Therefore, most people would only think that the two of them were cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. Zhao Yantian fell into deep thought after hearing this. He vaguely felt that the people in Jinshan Temple seemed to know in advance that someone would go to Jinshan Temple to seize the demon seed. So they are deliberately releasing smoke bombs. They said that an ancient treasure had appeared in the world and asked all the high-level monks in Leizhou to go and seize the treasure. In this way, there will be a situation where the fisherman benefits from the conflict between the two parties. The monks of Jinshan Temple will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight without any soldiers. But this is too weird. How could the people of Jinshan Temple know that someone would come to seize the demon seed? Is their intelligence network so advanced? Also, to enter the Golden Thunder Pagoda, don't you have to be a Buddhist with a golden body? Zhao Yuntian immediately said with a smile, brother, you are smart. My name is Zhao Shuaibi, and I am indeed from another place. I passed by Lei and heard some rumors, so I wanted to try my luck. But of course not. You, a local, know a lot. I still have a few questions I'd like to ask you. The young man in yellow waved his hand and said, sure. I, Tian Bogong, don't have any other special abilities except hospitality. I'm known as a know-it-all. There's nothing I don't know. Then the Jinlei Pagoda of Jinshan Temple is open to the public. Is that okay for everyone to enter? Zhao Yuntian asked directly. Tian Bogong shook his head. Only those who practice Buddhist techniques and possess a golden body can enter. After all, the Golden Thunder Pagoda was already a remarkable ancient treasure 1,000 years ago. Then how do we get in? Zhao Yuntian asked doubtfully. Tian Bogong laughed awkwardly. That's why I said I was just trying my luck. You don't really think that we can enter the Golden Thunder Tower just because we are at the foundation establishment stage, do you? But what about this? There are people practicing Buddhist techniques among the independent cultivators in Leizhou or some large families or sects. It's just that usually, I'm afraid of being discovered by Empress Chen Luohan, so I don't dare to show it. But this time, the Golden Thunder Tower ancient treasure, as a space ancient treasure, has absorbed spiritual energy for many years and bred an ancient treasure on the top of the tower. An ancient treasure has been unearthed. I'm afraid that this time, they will not be able to hold back and reveal it. After all, no one can resist the temptation of ancient treasures. Zhao Yuntian felt emotional. It is said that monks do not tell lies. I didn't expect that the monks from Jinshan Temple would spread such rumors. There is no such thing as breeding ancient treasures. It's just that a group of bald guys want to attract some cannon fodder to block foreign enemies and create chaos. Are ancient treasures really that attractive? I heard that not long ago, an ancient treasure called the Demon Gathering Basin appeared in the ancient secret realm. Zhao Yuntian feigned disinterest and said, it looks similar to a chamber pot. I really can't see what's so good about it. Tian Bogong was immediately displeased when he heard this. Don't say that. The Demon Gathering Basin was taken out from the ancient secret realm by a young and promising man with great difficulty. Zhao Yuntian narrowed his eyes, his lips curled up slightly, and he immediately became interested. What do you mean by young and promising? I heard it was the useless young master of the Jiaoji Palace. Tian Bogong seemed to strongly disagree with this point of view and glanced at Zhao Yuntian. He frowned in dissatisfaction, his voice tinged with anger. Don't speak of Zhao Yuntian like that. He is a warrior in the eyes of his Leizhou monks. At such a young age, he has already reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Not only is he proficient in exercising demons, he also dares to go to the ancient secret realm to retrieve ancient treasures. Even after Chen Luohan took away the ancient treasure, he still dared to go to Jiuji Palace and fight her face to face. This is truly a role model for us. At the end of his words, only infinite admiration remained on his thin face. I want to ask, who in the world would dare to take the initiative to cause trouble for Chen Luohan? He must have a sense of justice in his heart and wanted to make decisions for us, so he had such courage and boldness. He is a hero in our hearts. Zhao Yuntian was stunned when he heard this. I didn't think so much about it. I really wanted to die. This is embarrassing. He had previously bullied me and said that young Master Zhao Zhigong was a waste. Now another strong blow. It made me feel inexplicably good all over, but it wasn't enough. Zhao Yuntian immediately snorted coldly and said loudly, what kind of hero is he? In the end, didn't he still work for Chen Luohan? Suddenly, Tian Bogong stopped. His face turned from sunny to cloudy, gloomy as water, and his tone became more and more angry. Although I have never met Zhao Yuntian, I will never allow others to slander him like this. If you say that again, I'll have no choice but to fight you to protect his reputation. Zhao Yuntian suppressed his delight and shook his head. Do you really understand Zhao Yuntian? Just by hearing Zhao Yuntian's name, you can tell he is a man of great righteousness. Tian Bogong's eyes flickered with light. The reason he is still working for Empress Chen Luohan is that he must be enduring it just like us. One day, he will shine again and allow cultivators like me to completely escape the clutches of Chen Luohan. He, Zhao Yuntian, is a true hero. Chapter 111 I enter the Golden Thunder Pagoda, I don't need relics. Half an hour later, Zhao Yuntian, Lu Ling and Tian Bogong walked up to Jinshan Temple. Zhao Yuntian walked in front with arrogant steps and humming a little tune. I felt a sense of comfort and relaxation in my heart. This young man named Tian Bogong is really good at licking. He tried to make Zhao Yuntian's previous evil deeds into appearing as something he had to do in order to deceive Chen Luohan. His lust is described as romantic and dashing. His greed for money was said to be a way to accumulate funds for future uprisings. He was portrayed as a hero who was patient and just. Who can stand this? I really just want to be quiet and be an upright villain. He immediately argued with Tian Bogong, but he licked harder and harder. Zhao Yuntian could no longer resist and could only close his eyes and enjoy it. Green spirit on the side was also forcibly pulled out of his negative emotions by Zhao Yuntian's shamelessness. I almost burst out laughing several times. After a while, they followed the winding mountain path and reached the top of Qianlong Mountain. As soon as I entered the temple gate, I saw dozens of people already gathered inside the temple. There were men and women, wearing colorful clothes and dressed in strange ways. There is a passionate young man with fists clenched and brows frowned. There was a young man in green clothes with an ordinary appearance, looking around vigilantly, as if ready to run away at any time. Some of them are wearing masks and forehead protectors, like ninjas. He was wearing a straw hat, revealing a row of white teeth. Zhao Yuntian felt like he was at a fan or comic convention. The entire temple is spacious, covering several hundred square meters. In the backyard of Jinshan Temple, on dozens of earthen and stone steps, stands a pagoda several dozen meters high. From a distance, the pagoda stands on the top of the mountain. It emits a colorful halo, majestic and ethereal. I heard that the ancient treasure conceived by the Golden Thunder Tower this time is an ancient divine weapon and sword. With this, one can dominate the Xingji continent and command the world. But I seem to have heard that it's a heaven-burning furnace, used to refine elixirs or materials, similar to the Demon Gathering Basin that appeared before. No, the Golden Thunder Tower is an ancient space treasure. It is a treasure that was nurtured by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Naturally, it is also a space treasure. A group of monks looked at the colorful tower and discussed excitedly with anticipation. Seeing this, Zhao Yuntian also became interested. I am here to seize the demon species, so in this situation, the more chaotic the better. The monks of Jinshan Temple wanted to use this group of people to create chaos and make it difficult for them to take away the demon seed. Then I will play along with them, confuse them further, fish in troubled waters, and launch a surprise attack. Zhao Yuntian walked over with a familiar look and said, no, you are all wrong. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Zhao Yuntian. Seeing that he was just a young cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, he didn't care inside. Some who were curious just casually asked, so what do you say it is? Zhao Yuntian chuckled, of course they are fragments of an ancient treasure. It's said that if you collect 7 pieces, you can summon a dragon, which can help you fulfill any wish. As soon as these words were spoken, more people became interested. After all, compared to magic weapons such as swords and knives, this saying is relatively rare and novel. Zhao Yuntian spoke excitedly and boasted nonsense. It made everyone feel itchy. At this moment, there were waves of regrets from the crowd again. However, we don't know any Buddhist techniques after all, so we can't even enter the first floor of the Golden Thunder Temple. That's right, the first floor of the Jinlei Temple has its own divine magnetic aura. Without the golden body of the Buddha, you will be torn into pieces if you enter. Hey, we're just here to join in the fun and broaden our horizons. Before the demon gathering basin came out, we weren't very impressive. Now's a rare opportunity. Many people shook their heads inside, but Zhao Yuntian was keenly aware of the unconcealable greed in some people's eyes. I'm afraid they came here for more than just to watch. They should wait for the people inside to take out the treasures and then rush in to snatch them. Although Zhao Yuntian knew that there were no ancient treasures inside. But that demon species is also a rare thing. Its value is no less than that of ancient treasures. He didn't want to be besieged by a group of monks after taking it out. Wait, isn't that a perfect opportunity to commit suicide? Zhao Yuntian looked at the time on the system. There was only 2 hours left due to the infinite dead time. It would be safer to obtain the demon seed first and attract hatred. The last time I got the demon gathering bowl, it took a lot of time. This time, we must learn from our mistakes and get the demon seed as soon as possible. Immediately, Zhao Yuntian took a step forward and prepared to walk towards the stone stairs behind the stone platform. Suddenly, an old monk with white eyebrows slowly walked down from the stone platform. He stood on a stone platform, looked at the hundreds of monks gathered in the temple, and nodded with a smile. Then he slowly said, I am the abbot of this temple, my Dharma name is Kongwen. Fellow Taoists, you have come from afar, please be patient. The selection for the Golden Thunder Tower treasure hunt is about to begin. What's the Golden Thunder Tower treasure selection? Isn't it about the emergence of an ancient treasure? That's right, we haven't practiced any Buddhist techniques, so how can we be qualified to go to the Golden Thunder Tower to steal the treasure? Monks don't tell lies. I'm not well educated, so please don't lie to us. For a moment, the crowd was full of doubts and noise. Kongwen smiled kindly and did not rush to refute. Instead, he waited patiently for the group to finish speaking. Suddenly, Zhao Yuntian became unhappy again. He jumped out and shouted, stop dithering and say what you want to say. Kongwen looked at Zhao Yuntian and explained with a smile, Donor, why are you so angry? Just listen to what I have to say. He spoke slowly, as if every second was delaying time. Zhao Yuntian only had 2 hours left, 4 hours at most, and he was extremely anxious. What the hell, this monk is so hesitant. It was as if he knew I was in a hurry and was deliberately going against me. I guess either the author of this book wants to increase the word count, or the monk has other intentions in delaying time. He was about to go up and argue again, but was stopped by Tian Bogong on the side. He whispered, Brother Shuai Bai, don't be impulsive. This monk has reached the Golden Core realm. We are not capable of provoking him. Zhao Yuntian couldn't bear it anymore. I am now in the late Jinden realm. Below the nascent soul stage, I am the greatest. Above the nascent soul stage, it's a 50-50 split. And, most importantly, I am not afraid of death. What's there to be afraid of just a hypocritical bald man? But at this time, the green spirit on the other side also transmitted a message. If we want to enter the Tower of Ray as soon as possible and obtain the demon seed, it is best not to alert the enemy and avoid unnecessary trouble. Only then did Zhao Yuntian calm down. The top priority now is to capture the demon species. First of all, it can attract hatred. Secondly, he can go back and report, and let Chen Shui Luohan help him complete the plot killing. At this time, the white-browed old monk Kongwen slowly began to speak again. Today's competition is called the Golden Arena Treasure Hunting Competition because we will have a magic battle before entering the pagoda. The top 3 winners will each receive a golden body relic. As he spoke, the old monk stretched out his arm with his sleeve. 3 egg-sized, glittering golden oval objects appeared in the air. As everyone knows, the first floor of the Golden Thunder Pagoda is shrouded in divine magnetic light, and only the golden statues of Buddha can enter. But having the golden body relic to protect you can achieve the same effect. Kongwen said slowly, putting the 3 relics into his sleeves. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed excitedly. After all, if you can enter the Golden Thunder Tower in person, then your chances of obtaining ancient treasures will be greater. Moreover, the Golden Thunder Pagoda is itself an ancient treasure. For more than 1,000 years, it has absorbed rich spiritual energy. Once you enter, it is very likely that you will be infused with spiritual energy, break through the bottleneck of cultivation, and elevate your realm to the next level. With so many benefits, everyone became more and more excited. If you want to obtain the golden relic to protect you, it's very simple. Kongwen smiled and said, to put it simply, fellow Taoists who want to enter the Golden Thunder Tower can automatically stand on a stone platform, fight in pairs, and then do this and then that. Everyone was confused. This is exactly the reaction Kongwen wants. He immediately smiled and continued, then I'll explain in detail. First, the first step is to divide us into several competition areas based on our cultivation level. For example, there's one competition zone each for the Chi training stage, the foundation establishment stage, the golden core stage, and the nascent soul stage. The second step is that each division can be divided into battle groups based on the number of people who want to enter the Golden Thunder Tower. The battle relationship can be determined randomly by drawing lots, or it can be divided into a challenge method. The third step is to choose the means and rules of the battle. Kongwen was stroking his white beard while explaining with saliva flying all over his mouth. Suddenly, a young man with a cold and handsome face jumped onto the stone platform in a swaggering manner. I don't need relics when I enter the Golden Thunder Pagoda. As he spoke, he headed straight for the Jinlei Tower behind the stone platform. Only a majestic back was left to everyone. End of book.